Introduction asterisk. Fairy, I know you possess a kind heart. Please extend your assistance to them. Consider it a favor owed to you. Biao chuckled. This is the first time I've encountered such a righteous disciple. Besides, who cares for your favor? Oomph. With a scoff, she suddenly waved her hand, hurling an unknown object swiftly towards Zhang Xiaofan. Instinctively, he leaned back and caught it, revealing a hefty silver ingot in his grasp. Zhang Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with delight. Before he could utter a word, another item came flying towards him, and he caught yet another silver ingot. He bowed deeply to Biao, smiling. Thank you, Fairy Biao, for your generosity. Chapter 1. Heir to the throne. Someone quickly. A frantic female voice shattered Aegon's slumber. Where am I? What has transpired? Aegon gazed at the stunning woman in green before him, feeling utterly bewildered. It must be Rhaenyra's doing. She seeks to harm the royal heir for the throne. The green-clad beauty wept bitterly, tears streaming down her flawless visage. Mother? Aegon stammered, uncertain, is this a dream? I was merely irate over the misfortunes of the second Aegon while watching House of the Dragon, only to find myself here. Aegon, the wayward prince who shuns the crown, forced by fate onto the grotesque Iron Throne. Mother, please don't cry. I am fine. Aegon hastily wiped the tears from the face of his surrogate mother, Alicent. Oomph. A small boy, having arrived on the scene, jealously muttered under his breath, Mother only cares for my elder brother. She never pays attention to me. Upon hearing this, Alicent glanced back briefly before returning her focus to Aegon's condition with urgency. Is that the one-eyed Aemond? Oh no, he is still two-eyed Aemond. Truly the overlooked younger son. Aegon observed his obsessive younger brother, feeling a pang of guilt. After all, as a visitor from another world, all children held equal rights to inheritance. Yet, the unlearned Aegon had usurped nearly all the love and rights that rightfully belonged to Aemond. Fortunately, a formidable elder sister loomed above them, preventing any overt conflict. What has occurred? Viserys arrived, having only just learned of Aegon's peril, abandoning the court meeting to rush from the Red Keep's hall. My king. The surrounding guards and attendants knelt in reverence. Viserys, behold the mischief wrought by your daughter. Queen Alicent did not kneel. As a mother, her anger had eclipsed the decorum expected of nobility. Mind your language, your majesty the queen. A displeased counselor interjected, clad in black robes, adorned with 9 silver academic laurels, representing the most esteemed scholar of King's Landing. However, he chose not to assess Aegon's condition, but instead took the opportunity to admonish Queen Alicent from a position of authority. Chancellor, the queen is merely concerned for her child. She momentarily lost her composure. Viserys interrupted the chancellor's reproach, feeling a pang of sympathy for his beleaguered wife. He gazed at the drenched Aegon, irate yet conflicted. Regardless of his son's waywardness, he remained his son. Observing Aemond, who seemed to revel in the chaos, only deepened Viserys' dismay. The education of House Hightower is truly lamentable. Viserys glared at his disappointing eldest son, who showed no concern, instead opting to chastise him. House Hightower lacks discipline? Who was responsible for transferring the former prime minister, who was tasked with educating the princes. Alicent recalled the strict upbringing of her family, and, glancing at her 3 wayward children, felt her fury ignite. Her eldest was a drunkard, wallowing in taverns. Her second son was infuriatingly obstinate and uncommunicative, while her daughter played with worms, resembling a lunatic. Enough. Viserys impatiently interrupted Alicent's lamentations. No harm has been done. It was merely a child who nearly drowned. Do not lay all the blame on Rhaenyra. You deem my concerns irrational? Your son nearly drowned. Alicent, like a furious lioness on the verge of losing her cub, was ready to lash out at anyone. In the whirlpool of power, as queen, she held no real foundation in the court. Her father, a former prime minister, had been exiled far from her. Her eldest son, Aegon, was not even the heir to the throne, becoming a subject of ridicule throughout King's Landing. The populace often whispered in secret. Viserys reigns through the whims of his loins, lacking merit, and as he ages, relinquishes power to a daughter devoid of authority. This is a betrayal of patriarchy while indulging in its privileges. Enough, Aegon. Explain how you nearly drowned. Viserys, observing his wife's irrationality, chose not to argue, instead turning to the golden-haired boy before him. Every family has its own struggles. Aegon was equally bewildered. Having just arrived in this world, he had no clue what had transpired. He was peeking at the maid, bathing, and fell into the pond while climbing through the window. Aemond, standing silently nearby, seized the moment to stab his elder brother with a remark. "Damn it, you treacherous little brother, throwing me into the bus like that?" Aegon felt all eyes fixate on him in an instant. Even his weeping mother fell silent, too embarrassed to protest. "Curse you, Aegon, a prince engaging in such foolishness." Aegon's face flushed with anger, yet he could not afford to admit fault. A lifetime of reputation. How could it be tarnished in an instant? Noticing Jacaerys peering curiously, a cunning idea struck Aegon. "Father, it was Jacaerys who suggested I steal the maid's undergarments as a birthday gift for him. How was I know someone was bathing? I merely stumbled into the pond out of fright." "You lie." Jacaerys, realizing Aegon was attempting to shift blame, quickly interjected. "Aegon, repeat that. Deceiving the king is a grave offense." Viserys glared at the hopeless Aegon, bending down to scrutinize the boy. He knew all too well what sort of son he had. "If you doubt me, simply search Jacaerys' room." Aegon boldly replied, his heart racing. As a seasoned king, despite being a father, Viserys exuded an innate pressure that left Aegon breathless. "You go." Viserys pointed at Ser Cole, who stood still as a statue. A contingent of guards armed with swords entered Jacaerys' chamber, conducting a swift search. "Aegon, I am not that kind of person. Do not attempt to use this to disrupt my union with House Velaryon." Jacaerys retorted angrily. Currently, Corlys Velaryon's family was in King's Landing, negotiating the royal betrothal. As long as the marriage alliance is successfully forged, the claim of Jacaerys and Rhaenyra to the Iron Throne is as solid as a rock. "Dear nephew, one must exhibit proper decorum when addressing elders. We are of noble lineage, raised in the esteemed Targaryen family, not like the petty nobility of the Strongs." Aegon Targaryen retorted bluntly. "What did you say?" Jacaerys clenched his fists tightly, seething with anger. What irked him the most were the slanderous whispers that circulated through the streets, leaving him unable to defend himself. "Pay him no mind, dear brother Jacaerys," Rhaenyra implored, grasping Jacaerys' hand. "The king will surely vindicate you. In my eyes, you will always be the most just and virtuous man, the future heir to the Iron Throne." Rhaenyra deliberately elongated her voice when uttering the words Iron Throne, imbued with an air of righteousness. Queen Alicent, upon hearing this, stood momentarily stunned, a bitter expression clouding her gaze as she looked upon her eldest son. As queen, she expected the Iron Throne to rightfully belong to her firstborn, yet an unprecedented shift was occurring. As a mother, her inability to secure the throne for her son filled her with immense guilt. Viserys Targaryen furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for his wife's discomfort. After all, the throne was handed to his grandson, yet his own son was subjected to the disdain of the Iron Throne, a sentiment that did not sit well with him as king. "I found it," Cole shouted, breaking Viserys' silence. He emerged from Jacaerys' chamber, arms raised high, brandishing a pair of undergarments stained with feminine fluids, striding boldly before the king and kneeling on one knee. "Jacaerys!" Viserys thundered in fury, his gaze fixed on his grandson, trembling with rage. Chapter 2. The Eternal Beacon. "I assumed your family upbringing was exemplary, yet here you are, engaging in such disgraceful acts behind our backs. How much else are you concealing from us? The Iron Throne accepts no mediocrity." Viserys Targaryen exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. In his quest for a suitable heir to the Iron Throne, he had stripped his own son of his birthright. "No, grandfather, I have not," Jacaerys hurriedly explained, yet the contents hidden within his chamber left him utterly perplexed and unable to articulate a defense. "Jacaerys, you are truly repulsive," Rhaenyra exclaimed, pushing Jacaerys away in disgust, turning to leave. "Do not go, allow me to explain." In his flustered state, Jacaerys was at a loss, unsure whether to address the king first or to clarify matters with his fiancée. "Dear sister Rhaenyra, all men are alike. Perhaps that maid's measurements are more suitable for Jacaerys." Aegon interjected, relishing in the chaos. Slap! A resounding blow landed on Aegon's face as Rhaenyra scolded him. "Even if I were to overlook Jacaerys, I would never choose you." Before her words could fully settle, the young girl, realizing her behavior was improper, turned on her heel and fled, leaving Viserys and the others in stunned silence. "Boldly, you dare to strike a prince, disregarding the king's authority?" Alicent's complexion paled, furious that her son, freshly revived from near drowning, was publicly slapped. "Enough. This ends now." Viserys interrupted the bickering, turning angrily to leave, seeking to confront his daughter on Dragonstone. "Your Majesty." The Bonebreaker, strong, emerged from Aegon's chambers, a pile of maids' undergarments in hand. Your Majesty, this was found in Aegon's quarters. Prince, you cannot deny it. Strong fixed his gaze on Aegon, his tone grave. Viserys halted, silent, scrutinizing his golden-haired, blue-eyed son. A man must own his actions, though I wonder, when did the king decree a search of my quarters? May I also enter the prince's chamber? Aegon replied unflinchingly, turning the tables. Having experienced enough embarrassment at the Red Keep, Aegon was unfazed by this incident. As long as I possess no moral compass, no rules can bind me. Humph, you ought to keep Aegon in check. Seeing Aegon's audacity, Viserys found himself surprisingly less irate. After all, as a wayward prince, moral standards seemed trivial. In his youth, had he not indulged in the brothels of King's Landing with Daemon? Yet now, the indirect heir to the Iron Throne, his own grandson, seemed untrustworthy, and even more so with the daughter of the sea snake publicly slapping a prince. Was this a blow to Aegon? It was a strike against the very embodiment of the Iron Throne, against Viserys himself. Black dread, when you fell, I sensed the throne's fragility. Viserys murmured, the Targaryens must not continue down this path. As he watched Viserys depart, accompanied by a dejected Jacaerys, a smirk crept onto Aegon's lips. Slap! A sharp slap landed on Aegon's face, obliterating the last vestige of his smile. Mother, what are you doing? Aegon grumbled, rubbing his reddened cheek in dismay. What do you think? Had you exhibited even a modicum of competence, your sister child would not have dared to demean you in such a manner. What prince behaves so foolishly? Alicent scolded, her finger jabbing at Aegon's nose, frustrated by his shortcomings. After all, I am the king's true son. Rhaenyra slapped the Targaryen family's face, not mine. Aegon retorted coolly, unfazed by his mother's fury. Alicent, taken aback by her typically timid son's newfound confidence, stood momentarily speechless. The things in Jacaerys' room? Yes, indeed, I engaged in those activities in his chamber. Aegon replied nonchalantly. After all, I am the wayward prince. My reckless actions are of little consequence. But he is the indirect heir to the Iron Throne. This time, he shall bear the brunt. Observing Aegon's smug demeanor, Alicent felt momentarily at a loss. Her son, typically a fool, had orchestrated a scheme against another? Aegon, in the future, consult me before acting rashly. Rather than chastising him, Alicent expressed concern over Aegon's impulsiveness. Understood. Aegon shrugged off his mother's grip, gazing up at the towering Red Keep. Having traversed from the realm of television into reality, he was acutely aware of his destiny. Even if he were reluctant to ascend the throne, the currents of history would not allow him to seize control of his fate. Rather than being manipulated to his demise, he resolved to rise up and take his own chances, striving to avert a tragic ending. Your Highness, does your eye still ache? The Grand Maester, Orwyle, illuminated by a spotlight, scrutinized Aegon's eyes intently. It merely feels a bit fiery, but not overly painful. Aegon admired his golden eyes in the mirror, striking a pose of bravado. This affliction may be a mutation caused by the infection of dragonkind. Orwyle pondered, then confidently asserted, since it does not impair your vision and is not painful, it should pose no threat. Thank you, Grand Maester. Alicent gratefully presented a gold bracelet adorned with blue gemstones to Orwyle, speaking earnestly. The prince's safety now rests heavily upon your shoulders. No, no, the Grand Maester interjected, abruptly halting Alicent's attempts at bribery before turning to depart. Frustrated by the unyielding Grand Maester, Alicent let out an exasperated sigh as she sank into the opulent lion-skinned sofa beside her. This magnificent piece, crafted from the pelt of a beast hunted by none other than Jason Lannister himself, was ultimately bestowed upon Queen Alicent. The insufferable nature of the Westerosi nobility weighed heavily on her mind, igniting a smoldering anger within. With Rhaenyra's claim to the throne becoming increasingly secure, more and more nobles distanced themselves from the Hightower family. Even the typically neutral Grand Maester had declined any further contact with Alicent. Casting a glance at the preening Aegon, who was engrossed in admiring himself in the mirror, Alicent felt a twinge of helplessness. The thought of her father exiled to distant lands and her son's lack of ambition spurred her to rally her spirits. Jason Lannister's failed proposal to Rhaenyra signals a burgeoning shift towards the Hightower family. I must seize this opportunity to establish connections. Turning away, Rhaenyra collected a sheet of parchment to compose a letter to her father, Otto Hightower. Although the former hand had distanced himself from King's Landing, he remained acutely aware of the political machinations within the capital. frequently advising Alicent on domestic affairs in hopes of garnering favor from Viserys. Golden eyes ignite. In a moment of solitude, a flicker of emerald flames danced within Aegon's gaze. Is this the awakening of a Hightower bloodline? Aegon remained silent. Chapter 3. You are not my brother. The Hightower family, descended from ancient ancestors, boasts a towering spire renowned as an eternal lighthouse, casting light upon the path of the people of Westeros. Even the ancient dragon lineage of Valyria, the Targaryens, would not dare to claim a history more profound than that of the Hightowers. Alas, Aegon painfully closed his eyes, the strange green fire within his golden pupils long extinguished. Rubbing his parched eyes with trembling hands, he reluctantly abandoned his quest to explore his own bloodline. Since his rebirth after the fall into the water, his Hightower blood and dragon lineage seemed to awaken with a fervor, leaving him unable to close his dragon-like golden eyes for an extended period. While the peculiar green fire in his gaze occasionally flared up in chaos, countless towering spires burned and boiled, massive dragons roared and lamented overhead, and the scorching golden flames rushed toward him, threatening to reduce Aegon to ashes. Is this the dragon dream? Aegon, drenched in sweat and breathless, sat upright on his damp bedding, which was already a disheveled mess. Surely, this is no pleasant dream. He slapped his forehead, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. Aegon, rise and shine, Alicent called, breathlessly climbing the stairs with a teaching rod in hand. Below in the Red Keep, Rhaenyra's children were already engaged in mock-sword fights, while the eldest, Aegon, remained languidly in bed. All right, I understand, Aegon replied, reluctantly feeling for his clothing, looking utterly disheartened. Each dragon dream left him utterly exhausted, as though it had siphoned away all his strength. Aemond was practicing with shield and sword alone downstairs. As the elder brother, would you not lend a hand? Alicent exclaimed, exasperated at Aegon's apparent indifference. Mother, everyone will be riding dragons into battle. What use is swordplay? Aegon retorted impatiently, whether in this life or the past. Rising early was an impossibility. An early start ruined the entire day. Riding dragons? Alicent fumed at his dismissive words. Although Rhaenyra's children faced criticisms regarding their bloodline, they had successfully hatched their dragon eggs. Viserys beamed with delight, often telling the court that the dragon lineage, once diminished, would flourish anew with Rhaenyra's generation. After all, while a father may not be a true father, a mother is undoubtedly a mother. Thus, despite the persistent gossip in the streets, the purity of the dragon lineage remained unquestionable. Yet, as he gazed upon the 3 children before him, not a single dragon egg had hatched, all remained stillborn. Even as the Hightower family sought alliances with the noble houses of Westeros, few great houses willingly pledged allegiance to them. Rumors circulated that the bloodline of the Hightower family was tainted, sullied by the Targaryen dragon lineage. In response, King Viserys remained silent. Yet the presence of 3 lifeless dragon eggs undeniably cast a shadow over Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne, adding an air of mystery to her rule. The light of the king, Rhaenyra Targaryen. Due to your lack of ambition, the Hightower family has endured a plethora of unfounded rumors. Alicent incessantly trailed behind Aegon, vociferously reprimanding the naked boy before her. I understand. Aegon cast aside his mother and hurried into the great hall of the Red Keep. Good morning, Jacaerys. Aegon Targaryen greeted Jacaerys with a wave, disregarding his response, and casually began to tease Baela Velaryon, who had just arrived in King's Landing. Cousin, are you here so early to keep an eye on your betrothed? Let me share a bit of wisdom. If you wish to catch someone in the act, it's best to come at night. Jacaerys, infuriated, launched a punch toward Aegon's face. Oh dear, how fierce. Aegon had anticipated the move, swiftly evading Jacaerys' assault and positioning himself against the wall. You malign Jacaerys. He has not committed such acts, and he has already explained himself. Baela forcefully seized Jacaerys' arm, her voice steady. After all, they were in the Red Keep, the domain of King Viserys Targaryen. Though Aegon was a rascal, he was nonetheless the beloved son of King Viserys, free to act as he pleased, while the Velaryon family had to tread carefully. Your explanations are naive. As the saying goes, a man's words are but deceitful specters. Aegon fixed his gaze on Baela, his disdain for Jacaerys unabashed. What are you saying, Aegon? An authoritative voice interrupted Aegon's smug expression. It was none other than that of King Viserys Targaryen. Father. Aegon lowered his head awkwardly, casting a glance at the silent and stoic Aemond, inwardly lamenting, You scoundrel, why didn't you give me a heads up that father was here? That was fast. Aegon rubbed his nose, unfazed. After being deemed a failure for over a decade, would a sudden display of ambition not raise further suspicion? Are your eyes feeling better? Viserys inquired, Concern etched on his face as he observed the bloodshot veins in Aegon's golden irises. After all, Aegon was once the apple of Viserys I, the hope for a savior he had longed for. Much better, Aegon replied nonchalantly. Compared to the worries of Viserys and Alicent, Aegon was utterly unconcerned. The side effects were merely the result of his reckless experimentation with the flames of Hightower. So similar indeed, Viserys murmured, fixating on Aegon. The golden eyes were unmistakably reminiscent of the rare awakening of the dragon blood described in Valyrian tomes. The Targaryen lineage occasionally produced hybrid human-dragon offspring, most of whom perished in the womb, while some met their demise upon reaching adulthood. These golden eyes, akin to those of a great dragon, were not uncommon in the annals of Valyria, where many bloodlines faced rejection and early demise. Viserys feared that Aegon might have inherited a congenital ailment. After all, a child's failure to thrive was a trivial concern. Their health was the paramount issue for any parent. Aemond stepped forward. Viserys gazed at the spirited little rascal, finally feeling a sense of relief. Observing the shattered bones of Strawn behind him, in the company of Rhaenyra, Aegon too had to set aside his mockery and tread carefully. You are no longer children. Even without the presence of hatchling dragons, you have reached the age to tame the mighty dragons yourselves. As members of House Targaryen, only by becoming dragon riders can you truly contribute to the legacy of our family. The dragon lairs will be opened to the three of you, and there are numerous dragons residing on Dragonstone. Prepare yourselves well. Viserys Targaryen called out to Queen Alicent, who was hastily arriving with their daughter Helena. Alicent never tired of discussing the topic of early dragon training with the old king, Viserys. However, the three children were still young and inexperienced. Viserys was wary of them being exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, misusing the power of dragons, and he feared for their safety during the taming process, which is why he had not yet consented. At this moment, with Jacaerys having made a mistake, it presented a perfect opportunity for the princes and princesses to venture to Dragonstone for dragon taming, especially since it was currently Rhaenyra Targaryen's domain. Ah, ghost, you are a dead person, not my brother. Helena Targaryen shut her eyes tightly, screaming in fear. She covered her ears with her hands, crouching down and sobbing uncontrollably, seeking refuge behind Queen Alicent. Chapter 4. The Wayward Prince. Has Helena had another episode? Alicent sighed, tapping her forehead in exasperation. Compared to Aegon's idleness, the antics of her own daughter were far more taxing. Countless nobles of King's Landing had remarked that she had given birth to a simpleton, and even her own brother Aegon often considered her a fool who merely muttered to herself. Viserys frowned disapprovingly at his daughter Helena, who was perpetually lost in her own world. In contrast to the children born of House Hightower, his own daughter Rhaenyra appeared remarkably normal. Aegon, startled by his sister's recognition of his true nature, rushed forward to comfort her. After all, this was a world imbued with magic and the divine. He certainly did not wish to be mistaken for a villain and find himself on the gallows. Ah, a demon. Helena hurled the worm in her hand at Aegon's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. The black, wriggling creature crawled across his astonished visage, its damp texture making him feel nauseous. Helena, do not throw your pet carelessly at others, especially at your brother Aegon. Alicent, witnessing Aegon's bewildered expression, ultimately succumbed to her unconditional support for her son. Looking at the timid little girl cowering behind the queen, Aegon chuckled awkwardly. Who would believe the ramblings of a madwoman? Although it was the world that had gone mad, not Helena. To be ahead by a step is to be a genius, while to be ahead by 100 steps is to be a madman. And the Dreamwalker, without a doubt, is the prophet who surpasses the understanding of all. Mother, she was merely startled. Do not hold it against her. It was just an innocuous worm. Aegon hurried forward, interrupting Queen Alicent's raised arm. A worm? This is a blood-sucking leech. Alicent, clad in her green robe, stared in astonishment at Aegon, who seemed untouched by the earthly matters. A leech? Aegon stood frozen, exclaiming in disbelief. Goodness, goodness. With his nerves lagging behind, Aegon leapt up, frantically clawing at the damp, writhing creature on his face. Yet, whether in this life or the last, Aegon had never encountered a leech. In a panic, he searched for a mirror, raising his hand to remove the leech from his face. However, as he pulled at its head, the tail remained firmly attached, siphoning his blood. He let go of the head and grasped the other end, only for the leech's head to reattach itself to his cheek. Aegon, do not panic. Though Alicent harbored disdain for her eldest son's ineptitude, maternal instinct surged forth as her child was in distress. A sharp slap echoed through the throne hall, cutting through the chaos. Aegon touched his reddened cheek in astonishment, gazing at the gray-haired man before him. Prince Daemon, what is your intention? Cole swiftly stepped forward, shielding Aegon behind him. As you can see, I am helping the prince with the leech. Nephew, if you do not remove it quickly, the leech will latch on again. Daemon pointed haughtily at the leech on Aegon's face, raising his chin defiantly as he turned to his brother, Viserys. However, Aegon had no mind to concern himself with Daemon. He urgently tore the leech off his face. Indeed, the slap had caused the leech to lose its grip, and it was easily removed by Aegon. Viserys, look at Daemon. Alicent, seeing her son struck, was ablaze with anger. Yet it is removed now. Viserys replied impatiently. He had always defended his younger brother. Though Daemon could be headstrong and reckless, blood ties ran deep. With the leech gone, Cole also relaxed his guard, casting a resentful glare at Prince Daemon before retreating. After all, this remained the realm of House Targaryen. Even Queen Alicent had little say in the court. Thank you, uncle, Aegon said, still shaken. Watching the leech lying on the ground turn crimson, writhing in agony before it suddenly emitted a plume of smoke, transforming into a charred carcass, leaving Aegon lost in thought. Prince Daemon looked back at the grateful Aegon, disbelief etched on his face. After all, his long-standing feud with House Hightower had created significant animosity towards Daemon from Alicent's children. Apologies need not be uttered. There was often a lack of basic courtesy in their interactions. The slap to Aegon was merely one of Daemon's methods to humiliate the Hightower family. Nevertheless, Aegon, like Rhaenyra, was a descendant of Viserys. How could Daemon truly harbor resentment towards a mere child? Your Majesty, behold, exclaimed the Grand Maester, his expression suddenly shifting as he pointed at the bewildered Aegon. Aegon, splendid! Viserys exclaimed joyfully. Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, Aegon's ever-vibrant golden eyes finally closed. In appearance, Aegon was no different from his usual self. Gazing at the leech, now lifeless from dragon fire, the assembly fell into contemplation. After all, even the once mighty Valyrian dragons had never encountered such an untainted bloodline. My 5 Aegons, Viserys sighed with heartache. Queen Aemma had given birth to 5 boys, all of whom were premature and perished, each a monstrous stillborn with dragon scales and tails. Even the newborn Aegon Targaryen had survived but a single day. Was Aegon my curse? Every child named Aegon is destined for brevity. Viserys lamented, his already stooped posture further sagging. Father, do not fret. The golden eyes have merely faded, Rhaenyra hastily reassured, supporting her aged father. Prince Daemon and Rhaenyra, one on either side of Queen Alicent, slowly assisted him to the Iron Throne. In contrast to the young Prince Aegon before him, Viserys reminisced about his Queen Aemma and their last son, Aegon Targaryen, who had lived but a day. Brother, there is no need for concern. Aegon is older now and will not falter easily, Daemon began, hesitating to continue. He could not bear to further dishearten his brother, who had already endured the loss of numerous children and his beloved queen. After all, it was widely known that Viserys was haunted by dreams of dragons. Believing he would sire the legendary prophesied son, Aegon Targaryen, many considered the notion of a prophesied child to be a jest before the Targaryen dragons. All adversaries were but insects. Yet, Viserys held firm in his belief, for this was a secret passed down through generations of the kings of Westeros. If leeches can purify Aegon's bloodline, then let us use them for treatment. Viserys nodded in agreement with the Grand Maester's proposal. Leeches? My son is a prince, not a savage from the north. Why resort to such measures? Alicent vehemently rejected. When it came to her son's safety and the legitimacy of the throne, she interrupted the Grand Maester's suggestion. If the Grand Maester cannot or will not treat him, I can command my father to seek sorcerers on the continent of Essos for remedies. Chapter 5. Dreamfire Otto Hightower was no longer the hand of the king and held no authority over royal matters. Rhaenyra interrupted Alicent's proposal, though they remained close friends. The rivalry for power had driven a wedge between them, rendering their bond far less intimate than in days of yore. Particularly, the issue of the former hand's return to King's Landing was a topic Rhaenyra deemed most taboo. The capabilities of the Grand Scholar are beyond doubt, and Viserys is acutely aware of the enmity between the two. However, the affection for his son still prevails. It is not unreasonable to send nobles to Essos in search of healing, Viserys mused. He has always been a somewhat ineffective king, maintaining a mediator's disposition even in his role as a husband. He seeks to uphold the status of Rhaenyra's kingdom while also considering the feelings of his wife, Alicent, leaving him in a difficult position between the two. Aegon, you are now 13. It is time for you to embrace the responsibilities of House Targaryen, Viserys declared, fixing his gaze upon his eldest son, finally resolved to urge him to tame a dragon in the dragon pit. Indeed, ancient texts from Valyria suggest that successful dragon riders can establish a connection with their dragons, with the mightiest even sharing certain life forces. Once Aegon successfully tames a dragon, there will be no further need to fear the resurgence of the dragon bloodline's potential dangers. Viserys vaguely recalls the moment he rode the Black Dread, feeling as if he had forged a spiritual bond with that colossal creature from the ruins of Valyria. Yes, father, Aegon replied eagerly, nodding his head. In the realm of Westeros, every man yearns for a magnificent steed. Yet, in contrast to horses valued like gold, none dare to revel in the thrill of riding a dragon. Consequently, every member of House Targaryen is regarded as a divine representative by the people of Westeros. In this world, apart from the Targaryens, no one can garner the recognition of dragons. Even the Velaryons rely on Targaryen blood. With the sound of footsteps echoing from the cloaked dragon guards wielding spears, King Viserys entered the dragon pit accompanied by Alicent's 3 children, amidst the anticipation of the crowd. Golden eyes, exceedingly rare even among the 40 dragons of Valyria, marked Aegon as the king's eldest son, upon whom many in Westeros had placed their hopes. Aegon, Viserys hesitated, observing his typically reckless son, and cautioned, "Every dragon is a fierce beast. Be exceedingly careful." "Yes, father," Aegon replied with solemnity. Although Viserys had nearly stripped Aegon of his inheritance, he had never neglected his royal education or treatment. As the dragon guards began to chant in the melodious Valyrian tongue, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, obscuring the sun and nearly filling the entirety of the dragon pit's hall. Initially, Aegon had thought that the grand construction of the dragon pit was excessive and wasteful, but now he found himself reconsidering his stance. Legends say that dragons never cease to grow until their demise, and they can even soar to the moon, transforming into celestial bodies. There are tales that the moon once exploded and countless fragments became dragons, thus allowing them to expand infinitely. A thunderous roar erupted, sending the ministers and soldiers at the royal council retreating in fear. Before the might of the colossal dragon, the martial prowess of the white-robed Kingsguard appeared frantic and impotent. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them as the dragon stood, the powerful gusts it generated causing the beard of King Viserys to sway wildly. "Protect the king and queen." The white-clad guards trembled, quaking with fear, yet they summoned their formidable resolve to stand before King Viserys. Ser Criston Cole also positioned himself protectively behind the queen, drawing his sword and gazing with trepidation at the gargantuan beast before him. "Step back." When has House Targaryen ever required guards to shield themselves from the threat of a dragon? Viserys, trembling, pushed aside the white-clad guards and strode directly towards the dragon, Dreamfire. The monstrous creature was several dozen meters in length, its pale blue wings and silver crown signifying its esteemed status among dragons. Though its form did not appear particularly robust, as Viserys gazed upwards, its towering silhouette appeared both slender and graceful. Even for one who had once ridden the fearsome Vhagar, Viserys found himself momentarily paralyzed. His throat constricted in tension. Decades had passed since he last mounted Vhagar, long enough for an unsettling tremor to seize him. This was not exhilaration. It was a primal fear of the magnificent beast. "Quiet, Dreamfire." As the patriarch of House Targaryen and the knight of the great dragon Vhagar, Viserys ultimately managed to regain his composure amidst the overwhelming awe. The dragon before him exhaled a plume of sulphurous flames, carefully sniffing the air for the scent of its kin. At last, it gradually lowered its guard, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon the assembled crowd. "Sheathe your swords. Do not provoke the dragon," Viserys commanded softly, observing the quaking Kingsguard. He slowly reached out, placing his palm beside the dragon's nostril, which was as large as a basin, striving to sense the creature's disposition, attempting to comprehend its every nuance. In that moment, Aegon too felt a surge of curiosity. Well versed in the unfolding tale, he recognized that this was the destined mount of his sister, Helena. Golden eyes awakened. The immense golden pupils suddenly expanded, their piercing gaze standing out vividly in the darkness of the dragon's lair. Under Viserys' calming presence, Dreamfire, who had been restless, finally began to settle. Drawn to the enigmatic dragon gaze, a rumble echoed as Dreamfire stepped forward, causing the entire cavern to tremble. The massive iron chains rattled, grinding against the hard rock of the ground. "Excellent, Aegon." Viserys rejoiced as he observed Dreamfire's curious demeanor, which revealed no signs of rejection. After all, securing his eldest son as a dragon rider was of utmost importance, a matter of great urgency. The golden pupils and the blue dragon eyes locked in a silent exchange, as if communicating in the unique manner of dragons. "What are you staring at? What are you looking at?" Gazing at the diminutive figures resembling juvenile kin, Menghua ultimately lost his sense of curiosity and turned away, fixating instead on the multitude of small beings before him. From the intricate perceptions of the colossal dragon, it appeared that numerous descendants of draconic lineage were intermingled within. Menghua flourished. Abundance brings blessings. Observing the peculiar script that manifested within the golden eyes, Aegon felt a flicker of surprise. Since his arrival in this realm, he had never sensed any distinction in his golden gaze. Yet at this moment, it felt as though he had unlocked a divine boon bestowed upon him. What enhancements might accompany the use of green flames, he pondered with intrigue. And in the brief interlude where the crowd's attention was diverted by the mighty dragon, subtle green flames ignited within his pupils. Roar. Sensing a hint of threat, Menghua instantaneously transformed into a figure of unparalleled arrogance, wildly tossing his head. The vast dome was struck by his elevated cranium, causing stones to tumble down, as if the very heavens were collapsing. Flee. Chapter 6, Dragon's Lair. At the command of the Imperial Guard, Queen Alicent, devoid of draconic blood, along with others, hurriedly retreated from the dragon's lair. Menghua. Viserys shouted in desperation. However, he was not the dragon's rider, rendering him nearly powerless to control the raging beast before him. The dragon unleashed a furious assault, a torrent of brilliant blue flames instantly illuminating the entire cavernous expanse. Cole, quickly find Aegon. In a moment of peril, Alicent recalled her eldest son still trapped within the lair and urgently pushed aside the guard supporting her, imploring him. Cole glanced back at the frenzied behemoth wreaking havoc, swallowing hard with trepidation before scooping up the queen and sprinting away. The prince is a Targaryen. You ought to be concerned for yourself. Cole, with unwavering composure, resolutely declined Alicent's plea. A resounding slap echoed across Cole's face. Yet, clutching the queen, he sprinted even faster. How dare you? Eat dirt. Watching his mother being whisked away by Cole's unwelcome embrace, Aegon seethed with indignation. I call you brother, yet you wish to assume the role of my father? Your Highness, be cautious. Another of the twin Imperial Guards, Alec, tackled Aegon, sending them both tumbling from the high platform, narrowly escaping the onslaught of dragonfire. Taken aback, Aegon fell alongside Alec onto the dragon dung below. Damn. Cole, just wait. Aegon Targaryen seethed with fury. My father yet lives, and you, a mere usurper, wish to ascend? Should you aspire to be my stepfather, I shall ensure your downfall. Observing the foul-mouthed prince, Alec paid little heed. At this juncture, having plunged from the heights into the dragon's lair, even a Targaryen faced the peril of injury or demise, let alone an ordinary mortal. Your Highness, silence. Alec gestured for quiet, cautiously scanning the surrounding darkness, fearful of disturbing the slumbering dragons nearby. Before the dragon, all displays of force are but a farce. Fear not. Aegon is unperturbed. Although history recounts the demise of several Targaryens who attempted to tame dragons, these instances are but the misdeeds of a few ill-mannered members of the dragonkind. After all, provided one does not excessively provoke a dragon, those of Targaryen blood are seldom met with aggression from these majestic beasts. It appears that this peculiar green flame is indeed not a product of Valyria. Aegon recollects the moment he angered Dreamfire, and his resolve solidifies. It is said that the Hightower family descends from ancient ancestors, possessing a noble and ancient lineage. Among the great houses of Westeros, aside from the Targaryens, who wield dark magic to control dragons, there exist many legendary bloodlines. For instance, the Stark family possesses the rare gift of warg abilities among its members, while the Ironborn are known for their water magic. Atop the Hightower, one often studies necromancy and alchemy, perhaps harboring enigmatic powers. After all, what ancient family, enduring for millennia, lacks its own unique prowess? Consider the shattering of the Dornish Wall. Such world-altering capabilities could not be resisted even by the Targaryens at their zenith. Let us depart. As Aegon gazes at the dwindling dragon fire on the high platform, he harbors no concern for Viserys' safety, for Helena stands atop the dais. The Dreamwalker, this is a power coveted by kings throughout the ages of Westeros, the very foundation of House Targaryen. Alas, encountering Viserys, a lackluster king, the Dreamwalker remains unrecognized, while Aegon, the son of a Dreamwalker, is mired in a haze of foolishness. Prince, it may be wise to remain still and await the rescue of the Dragon Guard. Alex suggests cautiously. The Targaryens have never required the assistance of outsiders to safeguard dragon fire. Blood and flame reside within my veins. Aegon dismisses Alex's words. It is a rare opportunity to visit the dragon pit, and he is determined to become acquainted with each dragon. Although Sunfire, the young dragon, is strikingly beautiful, radiant as the sun, he is still a juvenile, incapable of contending with the older dragons. Should he manage to tame an adult dragon, it would undoubtedly bolster his claim to the throne. Viserys' ascension to the Iron Throne owes not only to his maleness, but also to the formidable presence of his brother Daemon and his dragon Caraxes. The might of dragons is the very foundation of the Iron Throne. The one-eyed Aemond dared to usurp power solely because he relied on his own unrivaled strength, disregarding Aegon entirely. Were Aegon to ride an adult dragon, he would not dare act recklessly, even with 100 lives to spare. Sunfire. It is not that you lack excellence, but rather that my brother's expectations are exceedingly high, Aegon muses with a sigh. The sound of countless iron chains clinking resonates through the vastness of the dragon pit. Alec drew his long sword, straining to lift his gaze and observe the surroundings. Holding his breath in anticipation, Yun understood that at this moment, he had undoubtedly caught the attention of the ferocious beast lurking in the depths of darkness. Silence! He shouted in Valyrian, as a golden eye ignited once more, shimmering brilliantly within the shadowy cave. Boom! A massive blue flame erupted above them, as a silver-gray dragon extended its elongated neck, curiously fixating its gaze on the boy with the golden eye. Silverwing. Yun stared in astonishment at the docile dragon before him, his previously anxious heart finally finding solace. This was one of the rare, gentle giants of the dragon den, a female dragon inadvertently tamed by the silver-haired Ulf. Silverwing. Prolific and bountiful. As he observed the fiery inscriptions burning within his golden eye, Yun furrowed his brow in confusion. Compared to the 40 dragon clans of Valyria, the dragons of House Targaryen were predominantly descendants of Vhagar, sharing remarkably similar innate abilities. It was not only the Targaryen family that practiced close kinship. Even their dragons were largely the product of such unions. No wonder the dragons faced extinction. While the Targaryens sought alliances with the noble houses of Westeros to introduce fresh bloodlines, the dragons of Westeros had little choice in their breeding. Your Highness, be cautious. Alex swiftly shielded Yun behind him, inhaling deeply as he prepared to confront the dragon's impending wrath. True warriors dare to face the specter of death. Alec, stand down. Yun, deeply moved by the loyalty of his steadfast knight, gazed at him with admiration. Such a valiant Kingsguard, reduced to infighting due to the turmoil within the royal family. Your Highness. Alec hesitated, turning back to confirm Yun's command. As a member of House Targaryen, even a child possessed a greater understanding of dragons than the Kingsguard. After all, only the legendary Targaryens had the ability to command these divine beasts. Chapter 7. The Journey to Dragonstone. Silverwing, though second in age only to Vhagar and the Bronze Fury, was a fully grown dragon, yet her size paled in comparison to the similarly aged Vhagar. In the lands of Westeros, the size of a dragon was nearly synonymous with its combat prowess. Indeed, even Prince Daemon, skilled in dragon riding, found it necessary to resort to ambush tactics or overwhelming numbers when faced with the formidable Vhagar, for a direct assault against the colossal beast was nearly futile. As Yun noticed the golden flame in his eye gradually extinguishing, the gentle Silverwing visibly relaxed, slowly turning to return to her lair. This was Silverwing's nest, Yun murmured to himself, envisioning the dragon of his dreams not as the wandering Vhagar or the Bronze Fury, but as the most powerful dragon in the world. Let us depart. Unlike the foolish prince portrayed in the original tale, he now, like Aemond, sought to forge a bond with the mightiest dragon known to exist. Boom. A colossal dragon's flame erupted, causing Aegon to swiftly turn and seek refuge behind a rock. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. The Bronze Fury, Vhagar, is a tempestuous beast. Only the most reckless of warriors dare to tame it. Gazing at the subtitles displayed in his golden eyes, Aegon ultimately succumbed to trepidation. After all, the Bronze Fury indiscriminately assaults all creatures within its vicinity. Even as a member of House Targaryen, he could easily be incinerated by Vhagar's unintentional wrath. Aegon was concerned about the Iron Throne and would not gamble with his own life. He was not like the reckless hammer of the king, willing to throw caution to the wind. He had a promising path ahead. Even a life of indulgence as a drunken layabout would not preclude him from the Iron Throne. Your Highness, the Kingsguard remarked, sensing the scorching, sulphurous air, his parched lips parting slightly. You must depart. This place is perilously dangerous. Seeing no prospect of taming the Bronze Fury, Aegon reluctantly began to retreat. After all, the art of dragon taming is not solely reliant on effort. The synergy of time, place, and circumstance is indispensable. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a sense of despondency still enveloped him. The continent of Westeros is steeped in destiny, and the bond between dragon riders and their dragons is often intricate, never a mere capricious whim of the divine. Aegon. Viserys gazed upon his eldest son, who had returned unscathed from the dragon's lair, his heart swelling with relief. The king, who had long hoped for a progeny in his twilight years, had always harbored significant expectations for his late-arriving firstborn. As a scion of the dwindling Targaryen line, Viserys often fretted over the number of heirs, fearing the extinction of House Targaryen under his reign. Yet since Aegon's birth, the family's fortunes had gradually begun to flourish, with the next generation poised to spread their branches. Viserys had once viewed Aegon as the harbinger of his fate's transformation. Aegon's name symbolized the king's aspirations for salvation. "Father," Aegon approached, bowing respectfully, "I am unharmed. Thank the heavens." Queen Alicent stepped forward, brushing dragon droppings from Aegon's garments, her earlier worries finally alleviated. "Helena has tamed Dreamfire. Yet another dragon rider emerges from House Targaryen," Viserys proclaimed, observing the dejected Aemond. As Dreamfire teetered on the brink of fury, Helena effortlessly soothed the dragon, establishing a mental connection. However, it seemed that Helena held little interest in Dreamfire. She merely allowed the dragon to return to its lair for rest before hastily departing, showing no inclination to ride. The Targaryens' bond with dragons is often unfathomable. Some children are born alongside their bonded dragons, while others must endure countless trials to tame a mature beast. Some even forge a psychic link with just a touch, becoming dragon riders. Helena, without a doubt, is one of the fortunate few. With effortless ease, he captured the admiration of a fully grown dragon. Aegon, Aemond, there is no need for haste. There are numerous instances of adult Targaryens who have not tamed dragons. Viserys gasped for breath, offering solace to his two sons before him. The previous uncontrolled Dreamfire had startled the king, who was now barely holding on to his frail body. Dragonstone is abundant with dragons and dragon eggs. You may venture to Dragonmount with the dragon keepers to tame them at your leisure. Viserys spoke, breathless. Since the demise of Vhagar, he had not ridden a dragon nor embarked on a journey to Dragonstone. Quickly, see to it that the king returns to rest. Observing the king's deteriorating condition, Alicent urged the guards to withdraw, no longer able to concern herself with the dragon-taming endeavors of Aegon and Aemond. Rhaenyra, Viserys cast a weak glance at his daughter. "Yes, father." Rhaenyra understood her father's choice. Clearly, having her two younger brothers tame dragons was more aligned with the kingdom's interests than her own wild dragons roaming Dragonmount. Turning back, she looked at her younger brothers, admonishing them, "Prepare your belongings and set forth to Dragonstone to tame dragons at once. I will arrange for the dragon keepers to scout the wild dragon's whereabouts to facilitate your taming." "Thank you." Alicent watched as her close friend readily complied, hastily assisting the frail old king back into the Red Keep of King's Landing. Compared to the political machinations within the capital, Queen Alicent and the kingdom's light, Rhaenyra, remained in a precarious state of closeness and distance. However, both were well aware of one another's backgrounds and were by no means ruthless killers. Dragonstone. Aegon stood atop the tower of the Red Keep, filled with exhilaration as he gazed into the distance. In stark contrast to the impenetrable darkness of the Dragon Caves, the ancestral land of House Targaryen, Dragonstone, held an undeniable allure for Aegon. What splendor awaited him in the form of the most magnificent dragon of Westeros, Sunfire? The dragon destined for him? Aegon inhaled the salty sea breeze, eagerly anticipating the journey ahead. "Aegon." Alicent approached in anger, vocally chastising her wayward eldest son. Having tirelessly attended to Viserys until he finally succumbed to sleep, she found Aemond already prepared for departure, while Aegon stood before her empty-handed and devoid of any preparation. Grasping Aegon's face firmly between her hands, she exclaimed in frustration, "Must you not strive for more? How can a firstborn son without a dragon expect to be a worthy king?" Witnessing his mother, who was gradually becoming a puppet for power, Aegon felt a pang of sadness. As a daughter, she received no affection from her father. As a wife, she could not replace Queen Aemma. As a mother, her efforts in education were in vain. Alicent had sacrificed everything, yet still found herself at the mercy of others. In contrast, Aegon's sister, Princess Rhaenyra, required no effort at all to acquire everything that Queen Alicent desired. The unconditional support and affection from a father, the supreme authority, and even the whispers of gossip can be disregarded without a second thought, allowing one to act with impunity. "Rest assured, mother, I shall not disappoint you," Aegon solemnly vowed to his mother. Regardless of the circumstances, Alicent had devoted all her capabilities to support her unremarkable eldest son. Chapter 8. The Brothers and the Dragon Taming. A girl's piercing scream echoed as Aegon observed the timid little girl cowering behind Alicent. His brows knitted in concern. "Helena, come here, I mean you no harm." Aegon gently beckoned to the young girl, attempting to bridge the gap between the siblings. On the continent of Westeros, perhaps only Helena could truly comprehend Aegon's origins. "No, you are a demon. You are not my brother." Helena clung desperately to Alicent's garment, refusing to let go. A demon? Aegon was perplexed by his sister's overwhelming aversion towards him. After all, compared to the omniscient dreamwalker, lying was merely a source of self-inflicted distress. Was your brother Aegon kind to you before? Aegon retrieved a small toy he had purchased at the market, hoping to win over the innocent girl before him. Not really. He always snatched my toys. He never played with them, but insisted on destroying my toy ball. Helena pondered momentarily before her words trickled out. Then he truly is a brat. Aegon scornfully retorted. As the king's firstborn, he still lacked the support of the typically indecisive King Viserys. Even when faced with the male-dominated traditions and laws of Westeros, Viserys remained steadfast in upholding the inheritance rights of Princess Rhaenyra. This highlights just how absurd and ignorant Aegon truly was. With the extraordinary prowess of his brother Aemond, the prophetic counsel of his sister Dreamwalker Helena, the financial and military backing of House Hightower, and the anticipation of Viserys regarding dragon dreams and prophecies, Aegon still managed to squander a winning hand. Even the Iron Throne had not denied him. In contrast to Rhaenyra and Viserys, who suffered at the hands of the Iron Throne, Aegon effortlessly ascended to the Iron Throne without so much as a struggle. It could be said that Aegon too was indeed the only favored child of fate in Westeros. The child of destiny. Alas, divine providence ultimately pales in comparison to folly and moral decay. He personally exiled his grandfather Otto Hightower, severing his own arm. He humiliated his brother Aemond, inciting fratricidal conflict. He disregarded his sister's prophecies, placing himself and his family in peril. Even when the grand scheme was set, he indulged his hatred, reigniting war that ultimately led to his poisoning by those yearning for peace. He had countless opportunities to unify Westeros, yet he became a mere jest in history. Take it and play with it. Compared to the bratty brother Aegon, isn't a demonic Aegon preferable? Aegon smiled as he handed the ball to Helena, then turned to set sail towards Dragonstone. Helena hesitated, her words unspoken. Yet, Aegon, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, dared not overlook any suggestion concerning Helena, for the prophecies of the Dreamwalker were among the most enigmatic abilities within the realm of Westerlo. I beheld countless flames ablaze, with icy blue eyes in the north, and the eternal lights of the sea towers shimmering. Helena prattled on incessantly. Enough nonsense. Alicent interrupted her sister's ramblings with impatience. At that moment, Aegon was meticulously preparing for dragon taming and could hardly afford to engage in the folly of this mad girl. Observing his sister's crestfallen demeanor, Aegon swiftly defended Helena against their mother's harsh words. Helena is no ordinary girl. You are the hero who tamed the Dreamfire, more formidable than our brothers. At Aegon's affirming words, a glimmer of solace finally surfaced in the timid Helena's eyes. Contrary to the talents of the Dreamwalker and the allure of dragon dreams, the seemingly deranged Helena was, in fact, the most lucid member of House Targaryen. She foresaw the rise and fall of the dragon kin, the death and rebirth in the north, and the demise and resurgence of the great dragons. Everything was already fated. However, with the arrival of Aegon Targaryen, the clarity of the future began to blur. You will change everything, won't you? Helena asked, her gaze fixed intently on Aegon. Yes, to the best of my ability. No one shall harm you, including all of House Targaryen. Aegon flashed a brilliant smile, speaking in the limited Valyrian he had left. I believe in you. Helena beamed at the unfamiliar elder brother, her laughter ringing with relief. Since becoming a Dreamwalker, even her beloved brother, Aemond, deemed her a madwoman, often dismissing her prophecies. Only Aegon stood steadfast in his belief of her words. Perhaps the tragic fate of the dragons could indeed be reversed. As a prophet, Helena knew her destiny intertwined with that of her elder brother, serving as a vital means to solidify the Targaryen bloodline. There is something you seek on Dragonstone, Helena declared loudly, striding away without a backward glance. What I seek, the Sunfire. Aegon murmured to himself, unconcerned. He was already aware of the dragon he would tame. Dragon riders typically shared a profound blood connection with their predecessors, yet as a wild dragon on Dragonstone, Aegon was eager to discern what might attract a great dragon to a mere fool from the original tale. Could it be a case of the turtle seeing the green bean? A mutual recognition? Aegon, hurry. Aemond waved from below the Red Keep, urging his brother loudly. In contrast to Aegon's carefree demeanor, Aemond had devoted considerable effort to dragon taming, mastering the Valyrian tongue and martial skills, far surpassing the drunken wastrel that stood before him. He seeks to prove to everyone that a second son can be just as formidable as the first. Aegon, do not hinder my dragon taming, Aemond urged, visibly irked. In contrast to Rhaenyra's children, who possessed their own dragons at such a tender age, His dragon egg had perished prematurely. This had long since become Aemond's nightmare. Today, in his endeavor to tame a dragon, he was determined to exert every effort to elevate his status and to train a full-grown dragon, while imparting some much-needed lessons to his oblivious nephews. Observing his elder brother Aegon, who towered over him, Aemond devised a scheme. It would not be amiss to educate his oblivious brother. After all, one must seize the opportunity to discipline an elder while the chance is ripe. Relishing the thought of soaring through the skies atop a dragon, even the usually stern Aemond couldn't suppress a grin. "What are you grinning about?" Aegon snapped, rousing his brother from his daydream, suspecting he was merely indulging in folly. "Come on." Aegon pulled Aemond along and leaped onto the carriage. "Brother, I've prepared a copy of the dragon taming techniques that Mother asked me to share with you." Aemond produced a sheet of paper from his pocket, densely covered with annotations in Valyrian. "Oh." Aegon casually accepted the notes, gazing out the window with a nonchalant demeanor. The streets below were bustling with life and vibrant activity. Aegon absorbed the scene before him, akin to a jester delighting in the world's festivities, entirely devoid of the apprehension typically associated with dragon taming. Observing his brother, who seemed utterly ineffectual, Aemond had long grown accustomed to his brother's shortcomings and remained indifferent. "Brother, once I have tamed the dragon, I shall let you touch it first," Aemond declared proudly, his confidence unwavering. "You'll see why the flowers bloom so beautifully." Chapter 9. Is a white horse not a horse? Tattered shoes, a worn hat, and a frayed robe. Aegon hummed a careless tune, lagging behind the throng of people. Rhaenyra glanced back at her brother, a mere glutton for indulgence, feeling a slight sense of relief. In contrast to Aegon, the boy Rhaenyra's father, Viserys, had long desired. She had been reluctantly named his legal heir only at the age of 15. Yet, in just a few short years, Aegon Targaryen had come into existence. While the continuation of the Targaryen bloodline brought joy, the nobles of Westeros were far more concerned with the succession of the throne. "Brother, what song are you humming? It sounds dreadful." Aemond interrupted Aegon's impromptu performance with a playful slap on the shoulder. "Mother says we must conserve our energy. We need to be in good shape before seeking wild dragons." Aemond trembled with nervous anticipation. At that moment, he fervently wished for a powerful and handsome dragon. If Helena, considered by many to be deranged, had effortlessly tamed her own dragon, how could Aemond not achieve the same? Both anxious and exhilarated, he could hardly wait to ascend Dragonstone. Tch. Aegon turned his head away, dismissing Aemond's well-meaning advice without a hint of concern. After all, taming dragons is not merely a matter of effort. It resembles love, where skill is hardly relevant, relying solely on fate. Aegon boisterously declared, striding away from the anxious Aemond with an air of indifference. Upon witnessing Aegon's boastful claims of dragon-taming prowess, despite his lack of success, Rhaenyra Targaryen couldn't help but chuckle. In contrast to the ambitious Aemond, the harmless Aegon evidently captured the affection of their half-sister. "Aegon, our father," and Rhaenyra momentarily paused. "Queen Alicent wishes for you both to tame the mighty dragons. For the kingdom requires ample dragon riders to safeguard the realm." Despite the fact that King Viserys I had been married for over a decade, Rhaenyra still resisted referring to Alicent as her mother. The transformation of a once close friend into a maternal figure evoked a sense of surreal estrangement, as if time had twisted the very fabric of their lives. "Fear not, I shall tame the strongest dragon for House Targaryen," Aemond vowed fervently, his fists clenched in determination. He gazed intently at his brother Aegon, with a challenging glint in his eyes. "Humph, what a pretentious youth," Aegon thought, unwilling to engage in a rivalry with Aemond. His brother was already enveloped in jealousy, yearning to assume the role of the firstborn and bear the responsibilities of the Targaryen lineage. Yet, in comparison to Aemond's envy, Aegon couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for his younger sibling. As a royal, Aemond enjoyed the luxury of leisure, free from the burdens of the future. When the time came for marriage, he could simply choose his beloved, indulging in pleasures without fear of reproach. Life is but a gilded cage, presenting two paths before individuals. Having selected one, they often linger on the sights and losses of the other. "Is there any wine?" Aegon inquired, raising his gaze to the royal guard, Alec. However, the man in white offered him no favorable response. "Your Highness, the king has decreed that dragon taming is perilous. You cannot be given wine." Alec, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his twin, Alec, possessed a disposition that was strikingly contrary to his brother's. His rigid demeanor was not well received even among the Kingsguard. In Westeros, unlike the myriad beverages of the Blue Planet, only wine could bring Aegon joy. Even now, he relished the sweet, low-alcohol libations. Previously, Taming Dreamfire nearly incited a royal bloodbath. One must not approach wild dragons recklessly, Rhaenyra solemnly cautioned Aegon. Though wary of the threat posed by his status as the firstborn to the Iron Throne, she held no intention of harming her innocent and kind-hearted brother. "If I cannot have wine, then I shan't go," Aegon declared, folding his legs and plopping down on the steps of Dragonstone. At this moment, Viserys was recuperating in King's Landing, while Queen Alicent tended to her husband, leaving no one to manage Aegon. As the heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra, to avoid suspicion, could not chastise her own younger brother. "Aegon, have you forgotten the commands of the king and queen?" Rhaenyra attempted to intimidate the boy before her. "Where is the royal decree? Show it to me." Aegon was not one to be easily frightened. Even Daemon, his own brother, dared to challenge their eldest authority. What more could be expected from his own son? Was Aegon truly afraid that Viserys would have him executed? Rhaenyra felt a lump in her throat, words escaping her. This was a policy agreed upon within the royal family. It was a matter of their own household, requiring no royal decree. "We both know this. Do not make it difficult for me," she exclaimed in frustration, gazing at her obstinate brother. Just moments ago, she had appreciated her ineffectual sibling, but now Rhaenyra felt as though she had swallowed a bitter pill. Surely, as a father, Viserys must be even more troubled, observing the two brothers before her. Rhaenyra was resolute in her stance. After all, regardless of the circumstances, denying her brother the opportunity to bond with dragons would tarnish the reputation of her kingdom. "What about you, Aemond?" Rhaenyra shifted her focus, turning to Aemond, who stood nearby. Casting a glance at the uncooperative Aegon, Aemond remained undeterred by his brother's obstinacy. The allure of the dragons was too great. "Mother said I must strive to tame a dragon," he declared, echoing the queen's words, revealing his ardent desire. He had no intention of appearing weak before Rhaenyra, who sought to claim the Iron Throne, although the crown held no personal significance for him. "Excellent." Rhaenyra nodded in approval, then turned to Aegon with a threat. "Since you refuse to leave, you may remain seated here. Elric, you will stay behind to guard the prince. Remember, he is not to have a single drop of wine. That is the king's command, understood?" "Yes." The twin brothers straightened their backs, swords in hand, standing resolutely at their posts. Observing Aegon's unyielding demeanor, Rhaenyra abandoned him, leading Aemond and the others directly up the stone steps of Dragonstone. As the group moved further away and the skies darkened, Aegon patted his backside and rose to his feet. "Your Highness," Aelic and Elric stepped forward to halt Aegon's descent. "What is it?" Aegon asked impatiently, looking at the two Kingsguard. "To tame a dragon, you must first climb to the top." Elric gestured towards Dragonmount. "What is the rush?" Aegon refused to relent. Having finally escaped the clutches of King's Landing, he was not about to return to someone else's control so easily. Suddenly, a towering white-clad guard blocked his path, a steadfast Elric, unyielding in his loyalty. "Step aside. Rhaenyra has tasked you with protecting me, not obstructing my path." Aegon brandished his skillful rhetoric, for as a prince, should he truly fear a mere guard? "His Majesty has commanded you to tame dragons." Elric was not inclined to engage in Aegon's frivolous banter. He remained as unyielding as a stone in a cesspit, foul and steadfast. Aegon glared at the iron guard before him, who defied his orders, a surge of anger welling within him. In King's Landing, both the Greens and the Blacks regarded Aegon as a puppet, and now a mere soldier dared to defy his command. Chapter 10. The Dragonstone Mine. The king had never specified when or how to tame dragons. Aegon interrupted Elric's excuses, determined to descend the staircase. "Your Highness, please do not make this difficult for us. I am merely following orders." Elric remained resolute, firmly rejecting Aegon's demands. Glancing at the unyielding man, Aegon sought assistance from another iron guard, Alex. In contrast to Elric's rigidity, Alex exhibited a wealth of emotional intelligence. "Your Highness, there are fine wines and women on Dragonstone. Why squander time at the foot of the mountain? The night is deepening, and you shall not be taming dragons today. Wouldn't you prefer to indulge in delightful fare above?" Realizing that mere persuasion would not sway Alex, Aegon acknowledged his lack of authority in Westeros. "Then do not blame me for my lack of civility." Aegon swung his fist in anger, yet Elric executed a swift shoulder throw, subduing him effortlessly. "Your Highness," Alex exclaimed, hastily interrupting Elric's next move. Offending any member of the royal family was clearly unwise, given the might of House Targaryen. In a moment of desperation, Aegon seized Alex's hand, bringing a dagger to his own throat. "The vow of the Iron Guard is to protect the royal family. I wish to see your choice," Aegon threatened, observing the shock on their faces. His palm was slick with sweat, and the dagger seeped a trickle of blood. He dared not gamble, for he was woefully outmatched and unable to escape. Your Highness. Alec, alarmed by the blood trickling from Aegon's neck, finally relented. Your wine. Alec, with no other option, tossed a bottle into Aegon's arms. Aegon regarded the wine in his hands, nodding in satisfaction as he hurled the dagger towards Alex and turned to descend the stairs. My lord, the wine is yours. Alex hurried after him, urgently imploring the prince to refrain from wandering. After all, the continent of Westeros was far from tranquil, and peace was not a given. Years prior, the kingdom of the Three Daughters had caused unrest, and bravos from Essos had even brazenly seized 3 dragon eggs from House Targaryen. As the only family capable of commanding dragons, their members were sought after, even as slaves. Alchemists and sorcerers took great pride in obtaining dragon blood and the blood of Targaryen kin. The prince ventured out alone, his protection consisting solely of 2 loyal Kingsguard, which was undoubtedly insufficient. Observing their concern, Aegon did not impose upon them. Every Targaryen possesses a dragon dream. I merely believe that taming a dragon should be guided by one's instincts, he elucidated to the 2 Kingsguard. As for dragon dreams, they are mere fanciful musings. His intention was merely to explore the dragon crystal mine and ponder the prophecies of the Song of Ice and Fire, for aside from the continent of Valyria, Dragonstone stands as the only ancient site shrouded in the secrets of dragons. Outside Dragonstone, at the vendors along the sandy shores, Aegon, with a satisfied burp, leaned against his protruding belly. Elric and Illyric exchanged glances, standing at attention with their swords drawn, vigilantly observing the fishermen of Dragonstone. Truly, one should not heed his whimsical tales, who is unaware that the prince is a... Illyric hesitated to speak. Elric, I shall deliver a message to the Duke of Dragonstone. Elric nodded in agreement. Seizing the moment while Aegon was indulging in his feast, they hastily sent word to the future queen. As night descended, Dragonstone appeared far more tranquil compared to the brightly lit halls of the Red Keep. Apart from the flickering lights of the Great Hall, the fishermen along the coast had extinguished all their candles. Your Grace, it is time to close. The innkeeper, cloth in hand, cautiously regarded the young noble before him, recognizing the significance of the 2 Kingsguard clad in white robes, adorned with the Targaryen sigil. In contrast to Westeros, Dragonstone had long been firmly under Targaryen rule. Good sir, how does one reach the dragon crystal mine? Aegon inquired, mindful not to intimidate the trembling innkeeper. Upon catching sight of the gleaming gold dragon coin, the innkeeper's face brightened. My lord, it is that way. Allow me to guide you. However, as the 2 Kingsguard stepped forward, he awkwardly lowered his hand, chuckling nervously, saying, the dragon crystal is of little use. It could once be fashioned into jewelry, but it is too brittle now, and Essos has long ceased to accept it. It lies just a few miles from here, already abandoned. Having acquired the necessary directions, Aegon grasped the torch and swiftly made his way towards the dragon crystal mine. More attuned to the original tale of the Song of Ice and Fire than the king himself, Aegon understood that in a world rife with dragons and magic, mere royal authority was insufficient. Presently, if he could not command even 2 Kingsguard, how could he hope to govern the entrenched nobility of Westeros? A chilling breeze swept from the dark cavern, brushing against Aegon's face and tousling his unruly hair. Your Grace, as the prince prepared to step into the ominous, perilous cave, Elric anxiously interposed himself before the youth. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Aegon's visage flickered between light and shadow. Suddenly, a pair of golden eyes shone brightly, resembling a fierce beast fixated on its prey. An overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Although Alec understood that Aegon was no match for him and his brother, he nonetheless retreated. Many claimed that the Targaryen family was the closest to divinity, solely due to their possession of dragons. However, at that moment, the brothers felt that one individual transcended even the Targaryens, Aegon Targaryen himself. After all, he was the only one with an otherworldly visage. His fiery golden eyes sparkled like finely gilded sculptures, a marvel of nature. Stay outside, Aegon instructed the 2, discarding their company as he ventured alone into the long-anticipated cave. Torch in hand, a chilling gust swept through, sending shivers down the spines of the 2 men, leaving them drenched in cold sweat. Dragonstone, often graced by volcanic eruptions, remained verdant and vibrant even in the depths of winter, with not a single flake of snow to cloak its ancient earth. Goodness, how can it be this frigid? Alec tightened his collar, trembling uncontrollably. Indeed, it had never been this cold before. Before Elric could finish his sentence, the brothers exchanged a glance and hastily stepped into the cave. Cursed be this unfamiliar territory. How could a prince act so recklessly? Elric berated himself. Upon witnessing Aegon's golden gaze, they had long forgotten their duties, consumed only by the desire to follow his command. Reflecting on it now, Cold sweat trickled down their backs. What if beasts or bandits inhabited the cave? The prince's safety would be in dire jeopardy. Chapter 11. The three-eyed raven who claims that the wind does not arise from an empty cave. Aegon, curled up like a great Arctic penguin, held his torch and tiptoed through the dark, winding tunnel. Though the flame was bright, in this darkness, it felt as if the light were shrouded, poised to extinguish at any moment. Clang! A support beam collapsed under Aegon's forceful tug, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air, choking the young prince. Damn it! This mine bore no evidence of human habitation. Aegon surveyed the dilapidated scene before him, a heavy sensation settling upon his heart. The path ahead stretched endlessly, forcing Aegon to choose between retreat and advance. Curse it, the dead birds fly to the heavens, but the living endure for eons. What is there to fear? With a resolute bite of his lip, Aegon forged ahead. Having come this far, retreat was not an option. As the saying goes, now that we are here, we shall press on. The cavern echoed with a tremendous snore, loud and rhythmic. Was that the breathing of a dragon? Aegon felt a surge of joy. He preferred the majesty of an adult dragon over the dazzling splendor of a golden WYRM. If he could tame an adult dragon, who would need the useless hatchlings? Hello? Aegon cautiously approached the beast before him, torch in hand, stepping lightly. A pair of emerald green eyes slowly opened under the illumination of fireworks. Gazing upon the massive, earthy creature before him, Aegon's initially joyous expression gradually turned solemn. The two, one human and one beast, locked eyes. One was drenched in cold sweat, while the other appeared bewildered. Oh, dear bear, please continue your slumber. I shall merely pass by. Aegon, observing the hibernating giant, cautiously began to retreat. Suddenly, the enraged bear roared ferociously, charging at Aegon. Oh no! Aegon exclaimed, sprinting away in terror. A true warrior might dare to ride a dragon, but riding a bear was an entirely different tale. The last one who attempted to ride a bear, Chiyu, had met a gruesome fate. Forgive me, dear bear. Aegon, witnessing the corpulent creature sprinting with surprising speed, felt as if his body raced ahead while his soul lagged behind. Inside the cramped cave, Aegon darted through openings and squeezed down narrow paths, leveraging the terrain to narrowly escape the hulking beast pursuing him. Facing the dark, damp cavern, he momentarily lost his sense of direction. Drip, drip. Thick moisture condensed on the stalactites, forming glistening droplets that incessantly fell into a puddle accumulating on the ground. Damn! Aegon sighed inwardly, finally regaining his composure. At this moment, his torch had long since fallen during his flight, and he had even lost one of his shoes. Listening to the distant roars of the bear, he understood that the only exit had been sealed off. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light illuminated the darkness, revealing a vast green vista before him. Scorpions crawled among the ruins, visible in startling clarity. Every creature in the cave emitted a distinct heat signature, presenting an eerie pattern in his verdant vision. Better to have this than nothing at all. Remembering his peculiar golden sight, Aegon found himself less concerned than his parents had been. He was acutely aware of any abnormalities. With a loud crash, a massive iron plaque fell from the cave's ceiling, echoing with a sharp metallic clang, coinciding with Aegon's cry of distress. Cursed Aegon, he fumed. As the last surviving member of Velaryon's dragon-riding lineage, he had yet to fully master his ancestral tongue. What kind of forbidden ground was this? Aegon was incensed, his frustration boiling over. While others encountered decrepit, unreadable signs, he was confronted with clearly inscribed characters, yet could not decipher them. Illiterate. No wonder Aemond mocked him in Velaryon. As a king, he could only respond with meekness. Could he honestly say, "Please slow down, I cannot comprehend"? He resolved to study diligently upon his return. As the first heir to the traditional laws of kingship, it was no wonder he lacked the regard of Viserys. Since I am here, Aegon thought. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he stepped deeper into the cave. Creak, creak, creak. A chilling cry of a raven pierced the air, sending a shiver down Aegon's spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. A three-eyed raven? Aegon was taken aback, swiftly drawing his Valyrian dagger. This was the very dagger that would later ignite the conflict between House Stark and House Lannister, a relic of Tyrion's time. Valyrian steel, imbued with magic, possesses the ability to shatter all magical barriers, making it one of the most renowned weapons in the realm of Westeros. As he gazed into the vast emptiness of the cavern, Aegon found it difficult to relax. Green Prophet, come forth. Aegon Targaryen mustered his courage and shouted into the void. Green Prophet, come forth. His own voice echoed hauntingly within the desolate cave. Observing the unchanged surroundings, Aegon felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that he was merely imagining things? He was perplexed. However, The cavern was devoid of any presence. There could be no raven's call unless... Three-eyed raven, I see you. Do not presume that I am unaware of your ability to traverse time and recount all of history. Aegon continued to shout into the frigid cavern. A gust of chilling wind swept through, causing Aegon to shudder uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on his brow, yet he held tightly to his Valyrian dagger. Who are you? A cold voice whispered in his ear, startling Aegon into an immediate sidestep. From behind, he was drenched in sweat, feeling a surge of dread. For one capable of tracing history, an ambush from any angle would not be surprising. Indeed, you cannot see me, yet you know me. A cloaked sorceress materialized before Aegon, her long hair cascading around her shoulders, her deep black eyes fixated on the silver-haired, blue-eyed youth before her. Who are you? The witch hovered in midair. Her gaze locked on Aegon as she inquired. Me? Aegon responded, astonished by the eerie figure before him, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. I am the three-eyed raven, the green prophet from the children of the forest. The witch remained calm, despite Aegon's audacious demeanor. In you, I see decay and destruction, rebirth and light. She pointed at Aegon's face, declaring, House Targaryen shall rise in strength because of you. You shall become the true king of Westeros. Me? Aegon pointed to himself, thinking, you need not tell me. I am more aware than you. You have ventured into a place you should not have. Please leave. The witch coldly dismissed him, stating, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms should not waste time in this chilling cavern. Under normal circumstances, Aegon would have retreated at the flattery of an outsider. However, the more the witch attempted to deter him, the more exhilarated he became. The Great Bear is already asleep. You may return the way you came. The witch observed the silent Aegon, alleviating the prince's concerns. Is that so? Aegon feigned joy, dismissing the witch as he strode directly into the cave. Across the realm, the chivalrous shall prevail. This Dragonstone Island is the ancestral land of House Targaryen. Without a second thought, Aegon continued on his path, feeling emboldened now that the threat of the dire bear had dissipated. You, the witch stammered in fury, further solidifying Aegon's resolve to uncover her concealed intentions. Chapter 12. The Dragoness Sunfire. Do as you wish. The witch observed Aegon's steadfastness before vanishing from sight. He pressed deeper into the cave, the biting cold wind growing more fierce, even carrying with it an echoing howl from the depths below. Aegon, Aegon. A powerful yet aged voice resonated, revealing an elderly man with white hair seated beneath a wooden beam. Thick roots pierced through his thigh, branching from his shoulder, while dark red leaves sprouted from his skull, and gray mushrooms adorned his forehead. Delicate, blood-red twigs slithered from his hollow eye sockets, creeping across his cheeks and embedding themselves into his neck. Who are you? Aegon inquired curiously, gazing at the grotesque figure before him. I am your ancestor, Aegon Targaryen, the founding king of the 6 kingdoms of Westeros. The old man rasped feebly. I am a dreamwalker, here to deliver a warning. Great-grandfather, please tell me. Aegon implored, captivated by the surreal spectacle. A dire civil war looms over the 7 kingdoms. Your sister is searching for you far and wide. Should you fail to reveal yourself, the consequences will be dire. The elder murmured, his words flowing like a cherished tale, as though he were perpetually by Aegon's side. You, my namesake, shall be the liberator of Westeros, the hero destined to save the realm. The one true king of Westeros. Is this true, grandfather? Aegon rushed forward, eager for confirmation. The old man regarded Aegon's excitement with a proud smile. My dear great-grandson, would I deceive you? I am aware of all your secrets since childhood. The last incident in Jacaerys' chamber, involving the maid, which you framed upon young Jay. Was I unjust in my accusation? That is splendid. You truly are my grandfather. Aegon exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, and lunged forward, only to have a sharp Valyrian dagger pierce through his heart in a flash. The elder's eyes blazed with a green light as he transformed into a swarm of three-eyed crows, swirling within the cave. Accompanied by the cawing of the crows, Aegon, with his emerald flames igniting in his golden pupils, witnessed the emergence of a stooped, raven-haired witch once more. You dare respond to my call of grandfather? Aegon sneered. Not only was the scene before him etched in Aegon's memory, but every movement of the witch was under his vigilant scrutiny. Do you truly perceive me? The witch retorted, exasperated. Humph. To disguise yourself as the elder before me, performing a heartfelt drama. What a pity you do not seize the role of an actor. Aegon remarked coldly, eyeing the ill-intentioned witch with disdain. The golden eye indeed cannot perceive the witch within the temporal tunnel. However, with the addition of his own peculiar green flame, Aegon can, for a fleeting moment, see the three-eyed raven within the time-space corridor, much like the Night King. Should I refer to you as Illyrian or Brynden? Aegon sneered as he fixed his gaze upon the severely injured three-eyed raven, slowly advancing with a dagger in hand. You? The witch stared in astonishment at the monstrous prince before her, who seemed to possess all knowledge. Accept your fate. Aegon gritted his teeth and charged forward with his Valyrian dagger. Although the three-eyed raven was formidable, it was ultimately not a creature of combat. Otherwise, there would be no need to create a weapon like the Night King to confront the invading armies of the first men in Westeros. However, the Targaryen family, hailing from the ancient Valyrian bloodline of dragons, possessed combat prowess far superior to that of the ordinary first men. Ever since the Targaryen banner was raised in Westeros, the three-eyed raven has lacked the capacity to confront the ancient Valyrian family head-on. Only through cunning schemes, slaying all dragons, and instigating chaos could he hope to overthrow the rule of House Targaryen and ascend to the Iron Throne, allowing the weirwood trees to flourish across Westeros once more. Alas, even if the dragon house were to crumble, the old gods of the first men have yet to vanquish the radiance of the seven. Roar! A thunderous bear's roar abruptly interrupted Aegon's advance. Damn it! Aegon sheathed his dagger and turned to flee. Though still in his youth, armed with a dagger, he was no match for the colossal bear. Unlike the three-eyed raven, who had fallen prey to a surprise attack, Aegon needed only to calm his mind. Allowing ample time to trace history back to the past, entice the bear to awaken and guide it forth. Damn creature, just wait. Aegon fled, his golden eye flickering, the flames within his gaze having been nearly extinguished. The great bear, lumbering with heavy steps, swiftly pursued Aegon. At that moment, the beast no longer charged recklessly. It seemed guided, relentlessly tracking Aegon. Golden eye ignite. Observing the roots of the weirwood tree above the bear, Aegon clenched his teeth in frustration. Indeed, it was the three-eyed raven orchestrating this mischief. Aegon had no choice but to run straight ahead, striving to widen the gap between himself and the beast. Rip! Aegon's clothing tore, crimson blood seeping from his sleeves. He fell to the ground, too preoccupied with his wounds to care, rolling along the earth and darting into the dark cave. Bang! Ouch! Stars danced before Aegon's eyes, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Roar! A massive jet of dragon fire erupted, revealing a resplendent golden-scaled dragon before Aegon, as if a deity had descended. Sunfire! Sunfire, my savior! Tears of joy welled in Aegon's eyes as he clung to the dragon's great toe, completely forgetting that he had yet to tame the colossal creature. Roar! The bear leaped, landing directly before Aegon, halting in its tracks at the sight of the magnificent beast. Sunfire, strike it down. At this moment, Aegon brimmed with confidence, as if he had suddenly found a formidable ally. Gazing at the unfamiliar creature before him, he sensed the familiar essence of dragon lineage. The sunlit flame of doubt flickered in his eyes as he scrutinized the diminutive beast that had just arrived. To a colossal dragon, a wild bear was merely a larger morsel of meat. Roar! A torrent of dragon fire surged toward him, causing Aegon to narrowly evade, nearly reduced to ashes. Boom! A massive paw descended, leaving a footprint the height of a person where Aegon had just stood. By the gods, compared to the great bear, the golden dragon might indeed be more ferocious. He recalled the words of King Viserys: "Wild dragons are immensely fierce, even with Targaryen blood coursing through one's veins. One must approach the taming of a dragon with utmost caution. To provoke a dragon is to court danger." Aegon fled alongside the bear, disregarding the distant, three-eyed raven. "Bear, slow down," he shouted. Aegon had once heard a tale: when encountering a ferocious beast in the wild, one need not outrun the beast, only the person beside them. As he beheld the towering bear, standing twice his height, Aegon disregarded the peril and executed a sliding kick. "Go, Egg Smasher," he urged, watching as the bear crumbled to the ground, curled up in defeat. Without hesitation, he plunged deeper into the cavern. Chapter 13. The One-Eyed Aemond Roar. The golden dragon fire illuminated the entire cave, dislodging countless stones from the ceiling, which tumbled down. The fallen bear trembled in fear, huddled in a corner, having lost all semblance of its former majesty as the king of beasts. Golden eyes awaken. Aegon was compelled to activate his dragon eye once more. It was excruciating. Tears streamed down his face as he fixed his gaze upon the colossal creature advancing toward him. The azure flames had drained him of all his bloodline power, leaving him to muster every ounce of strength to confront the enraged beast before him. To tame a dragon, one must never exhibit fear. The words of Viserys echoed in his mind. Aegon's eyes remained steadfast, though his legs trembled involuntarily. The golden dragon's gaze met his, as if silently questioning, "Why do you not flee?" "Because I fear not." The sunlit creature regarded the strangely familiar young man with astonishment, its enormous nose inching closer, exhaling sulfurous heat that tousled Aegon's silver hair in disarray. Aegon raised his hand to fend off the dragon's further probing. "Halt!" he shouted in Valyrian. Yet, the wild dragon showed no sign of pausing, relentlessly nudging Aegon down as if he were a mere toy, devoid of any consideration. By the gods, the wild dragon must have no education, for it comprehends nothing. On the muddy slope, Aegon found himself once again at the mercy of a mischievous wild dragon, his fury boiling over. What sort of person deserves such a dragon? It's absurd, he thought, watching as the dragon charged at him once more, its nostrils flaring with rage. In an impulsive act, he reached out and seized the thick nostril hairs of the fiery beast. What's this? The dragon, Young Yin, lifted its head slightly, realizing that Aegon had not been toppled by its charge and was compelled to make another attempt. With a mighty roar, the dragon shook its head furiously, attempting to dislodge the tiny figure clinging to its nose. Boom! A torrent of blazing dragon fire erupted forth. Yet it had no effect on the minuscule figure suspended from its nostrils. Even the mightiest of dragons could not incinerate its own nose. "Ha ha ha, you foolish beast." Aegon laughed heartily, casting a scornful gaze at the not-so-mighty creature before him, its neck long and slender. Infuriated by the audacity of the diminutive being perched on its nose, Yang Yin spread its wings and sprinted forward like a giant lizard. Bang! A golden streak shot past the twin royal guards, bursting from the mine and soaring into the endless sky. In a corner, nearly invisible to the untrained eye, a silver-haired boy clung tightly to the dragon's nostril hair. "Fly," he commanded in Valyrian. "Your Highness." The twins were oblivious to Aegon's departure, as they were preoccupied with dodging falling debris from the mine. A powerful gust of wind distorted Aegon's face, making it difficult for him to speak. He felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Suddenly, Yang Yin plunged into the clouds, thick darkness seemingly pouring into Aegon's mouth. For a moment, it was unclear whether it was Aegon or Yang Yin who was exhaling clouds in the sky. "Dragon fire!" Aegon shouted, and with his command, a golden flame shot up towards the clouds, confronting the icy air. Fire and ice collided in the heavens, and countless raindrops began to coalesce, transforming into hail that fell from the sky. The dense clouds were dispersed, revealing a magnificent golden dragon, akin to a radiant sun, suspended high above. "What is that? A divine manifestation?" A fisherwoman from Dragonstone knelt in prayer. "Blessed Seven, protect us. Curse the Seven. This is clearly the dragon god." Another fisherman squinted, vaguely perceiving the flapping of enormous dragon wings. "Targaryen!" A fisherman bellowed amidst the crowd. "Targaryen! Targaryen!" As the cries of the people resonated, more fishermen emerged, gazing at the heavenly spectacle above, their fists raised in fervent salute. The soldiers who rushed to the scene also joined the fervent throng. "What is happening?" Rhaenyra gazed in astonishment at the tumultuous cries that erupted across the island, her eyes fixated on the colossal dragon soaring in the sky. Who could it be? Her mind raced with anxiety. The Targaryen family possessed but a handful of dragon lords. It should be evident which dragon was causing this uproar. Had a new dragon rider emerged? Rhaenyra's heart was in turmoil. Aemond had failed to tame a dragon, and Aegon had yet to ascend Dragonstone. Even Rhaenyra could not fathom who among mortals dared to surpass the Targaryens and seek to subdue a dragon. The notion of a mortal taming a dragon would undoubtedly upend the Targaryen dynasty's sovereignty and legitimacy on the continent of Westeros. "Summon my dragon Syrax." At that moment, Rhaenyra had no time to ponder. She was determined to uncover the truth swiftly. She hastily donned her garments, disregarding her decorum, and rushed to the place where the dragon resided outside the hall. Who could it be? Aemond gazed enviously at the brilliant sun in the sky, utterly astonished. As a scion of House Targaryen, he had always taken pride in the privilege of selecting and taming a magnificent dragon. Yet, at this moment, even his young nieces and nephews had their own bonded dragons, while he, despite his diligent training, found no dragon willing to submit to him. Envy and jealousy burned in his eyes. Boom! A yellow figure streaked past the window of Dragonstone's hall, Rhaenyra riding Syrax, sweeping past Aemond's view. The ferocious wind rushed in, shattering the window. Aemond screamed, collapsing to the ground. "Ah, my eyes!" Dark crimson blood surged from his eye sockets as he clutched his face, writhing in agony. "Your Highness!" The surrounding guards hurried forward to assist the injured prince. Oblivious to the chaos she had caused, Rhaenyra hastened towards the heights where Aegon was situated. Ascend, dive, somersault, soar, drag on fire. The exhilaration of riding a dragon filled Aegon with joy as he took to the skies. From the moment, he commanded Sunfire to unleash its first breath of dragon fire. He forged an unbreakable bond with his dragon. A surge of golden spiritual energy flowed from Sunfire into Aegon, warming him, dispelling the chill that had gripped him like a frost-laden cave. No wonder they spoke of blood and fire. Aegon mused, reflecting on the biting cold of the heights. Without the dragon's spiritual power, the frigid temperatures alone would suffice to freeze most mortals to death. Chapter 14. Secrets of Ice and Fire, Your Highness. The guards cried out in alarm. Yet without dragons, they were utterly unable to match Syrax's swift flight. Bang! Aegon, accompanied by a vibrant rainbow of colors, descended from the skies atop Sunfire, crashing heavily in front of the entrance to the Dragonstone settlement. Countless ice spikes plummeted from the heavens, embedding themselves into the hard earth. As the ice shards threatened to descend upon the residential area, Aegon bellowed, and with a flourish, Sunfire unleashed a torrent of golden flames, completely evaporating the moisture in the air. The elemental clash of ice and fire manifested vividly before the onlookers, and the residents of Dragonstone bowed in reverence. The one true god, Targaryen, the rightful king, Aegon. Is this a miracle? Let it be known as the Song of Ice and Fire. In stark contrast to the awe exhibited by the inhabitants of Dragonstone towards the dragon, Rhaenyra, who had just arrived, maintained an air of calm. Upon realizing that the dragon rider was Aegon, her taut heart finally eased. A dragon battle could be averted. Compared to the elevated status of Rhaenyra, the beacon of the realm, the common folk seemed to be more concerned with the newly arrived prince, Aegon. Aegon, follow me. Observing the chaotic surroundings and the encroaching residents, Rhaenyra issued her final command to Aegon. Yes, sister. Aegon complied without resistance, dashing towards King's Landing alongside Syrax. In the Red Keep, within the Hall of the Iron Throne, Viserys sat solemnly upon the throne, hands gripping Blackfire, his expression grim. Princess Rhaenyra and Queen Alicent stood on either side, the factions starkly divided in black and green. The Grand Maester scrutinized the scratch upon Aemond's face, his demeanor grave. How is he, Oval? Alicent inquired anxiously. Though Aemond was not the eldest son, he was still her child, and what mother would not worry? Alas, Dragonstone was delayed for far too long, I fear. The Grand Maester hesitated. Rhaenyra, I cannot believe your malice. In our absence, you allowed the dragon to ruin your own brother's eye? Alicent's voice rose in anguish, denouncing Rhaenyra's actions before Viserys. As Syrax took flight, countless guards and handmaidens bore witness to the event. Rhaenyra found herself unable to defend, for though it was an accident, the responsibility ultimately lay with her. Tasking the prince with taming dragons on Dragonstone to protect her brother was indeed her duty. Speechless, Rhaenyra averted her gaze, burdened with guilt as she regarded her close friend and stepmother. Silence, Viserys remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Rhaenyra without lingering on the matter. Is the recent rumor credible? Are the people of Dragonstone truly singing Aegon's praises and proclaiming the Song of Ice and Fire? Viserys queried. Indeed, it is true, the Kingsguard affirmed with a nod. Viserys, your son has been blinded, and yet you inquire about rumors? Alicent, filled with righteous indignation, seized Aegon's Valyrian dagger and lunged towards Rhaenyra. Alicent, stop! Viserys exclaimed in shock, his voice booming with authority. No. As her friend brandished the blade towards her, Rhaenyra momentarily panicked. Although she felt a sense of guilt, she was still the heir to the Iron Throne and believed that even in error, she could be forgiven. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and blood splattered. The Valyrian dagger was knocked away and fell to the ground, while Rhaenyra clutched her wound with one hand, protected at one end by the Kingsguard. Hold her. Viserys felt an overwhelming weight upon him, his hands aching all over. Rhaenyra, our debts are not settled. I will no longer compromise. Alicent exclaimed angrily, pulling Aemond's small hand, intent on leaving. Suddenly, countless long swords were drawn, blocking Queen Alicent's path and trapping her in place. Let her go, Viserys commanded, thrusting Blackfire into the ground with a thunderous shout. Aegon, we are leaving. Alicent turned to Aegon, who had just retrieved the Valyrian dagger from the ground and secured it at his waist. Stop, Aegon, you stay? Viserys fixed his gaze on the silver-haired, blue-eyed youth, his expression grave. The prophecy of ice and fire echoed persistently in his mind, a weighty secret held by the kings of Westeros, passed down through generations with utmost caution. Yet, Viserys had already chosen a suitable heir. Despite Rhaenyra's occasional stubbornness, she was ultimately a benevolent and capable successor, far more so than Aegon's reckless disposition. Tell me, do you covet the Iron Throne? Viserys asked the boy, his demeanor solemn. The Song of Ice and Fire is merely a fabrication of the common folk. Aegon did not respond. As the king's firstborn, he could not afford to answer such a perilous question directly. Everyone says the Targaryens are closer to the divine because we possess dragons. Tell me, compared to ordinary people, what are we? Viserys looked at his wayward son, finally voicing the question that had plagued him. He had previously asked his brother Daemon and daughter Rhaenyra, and now posed it to his own son. This was his self-imposed examination for the throne's succession. Whoever could unite the family and stand against the specter of death from the north would be deemed a worthy ruler of Westeros. Observing the flicker of light in Aegon's eyes, Viserys added, "Swear by your name, Aegon, that you shall not lie." Oaths were nearly inescapable in Westeros. In this realm filled with magic and consequence, breaking an oath was akin to severing one's own path. Yes, Aegon gazed at his father, who was resigned to the oath. "I swear by the name of House Targaryen, Aegon, that I shall never lie." Aegon looked at the aging man before him, then at his injured brother Aemond and his sorrowful mother Alicent behind him, and his heart ultimately made its choice. "Viserys, the Iron Throne has weakened because of you. We are dragon lords and should distinguish ourselves from ordinary men. Dragons do not dwell with serpents." Boldly, Viserys, furious, raised Blackfire high. He drew forth the Blackfire sword, his expression twisted with rage. "I ask you, do you wish to usurp the Iron Throne? Swear your allegiance to your sister now, or I shall sever your tongue." "Father, I am aware of everything." Aegon did not yield. The cold from the north, a harbinger of ice and fire, was encroaching, revealing the long-held secrets of kings. Aegon stood tall, resolute. More than the allure of power over the Iron Throne, Aegon was tormented by the betrayal of his brother and mother. To swear fealty to Rhaenyra would extinguish his mother's hopes and obliterate the family's potential for greatness. Aegon was his own man, not a puppet for anyone. He was neither Targaryen nor Hightower. A dragon king ought to embrace conquest, to speak freely and without restraint. Chapter 15. Exile from King's Landing. Aegon. Viserys rose in anger, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Rhaenyra. "What did you hear of ice and fire?" He lowered his voice, endeavoring to avoid alarming the other lords. This was a secret passed down through generations of kings, known only to Viserys and his successor, Rhaenyra. "Viserys, you have weakened the dragon kin." Aegon looked upon the old man before him, eroded by the Iron Throne and hanging by a thread, whom he could still vaguely call father, with pity. "Swear. You will pledge your loyalty to your sister." Viserys shut his eyes in anguish. One could have many children, but there would only ever be one Iron Throne. He was resolute in his choice. The Aegon who would save the world was certainly not the troublesome son of his youth. "Who will compensate for my brother's eye? With a potato?" Aegon pointed at Jacaerys, who stood by watching the spectacle, and queried angrily. Though Aemond was obstinate, he was still his brother. Despite enduring Aegon's bullying, he remained within the bounds of propriety. Ultimately, Aegon's demise by Aemond's dragonfire was a consequence of his own making. "Aegon," Viserys shouted, having struck a nerve, "do not mention the matter of the eye again. Then let us discuss the subject of bastards, the tale of two silver-haired individuals begetting a black-haired child." Aegon remained steadfast. From the moment Viserys demanded his oath of loyalty, Aegon understood that Viserys had already made his choice. In Viserys' heart, there was but one true child, the sole heir of Queen Aemma, Princess Rhaenyra. The so-called rumors of ice and fire, the alleged trials of the Iron Throne, were merely manifestations of Viserys' self-deception. Enough. Rhaenyra, witnessing her father's humiliation on her behalf, felt compelled to step forward and take responsibility. "Aemond's eye was indeed my fault," Rhaenyra Targaryen confessed candidly. "I am willing to offer an egg from Syrax's recent clutch in exchange for Aemond's forgiveness." "Brother, enough. A dragon egg for an eye, that is quite a bargain." Aemond rushed forward to intervene as he witnessed his brother inciting the king's wrath on his behalf. Yet within, he screamed, "My eye shall be reclaimed by none other than myself." "Dragon eggs?" Aegon scoffed disdainfully, asserting that even without the dragons of Dragonstone, Aemond would still emerge as an exemplary dragon rider. Observing Aegon's indifference, Rhaenyra's expression shifted. As royalty, she possessed everything Aegon did, save for the claim to the Iron Throne. Nonetheless, the authority of the crown was something she would never relinquish. "Where did you hear the rumors of bastardy?" Viserys, caught in Rhaenyra's attempts at placation, turned his gaze to Aegon. From the summer sea to the frozen lands of Westeros, everyone knew the truth, barring those unwilling to accept it. With ruthless intent, Aegon unflinchingly exposed Viserys' deepest wound. "Lies, mere lies." Viserys' countenance twisted in fury as he wildly swung his long sword at the thorny Iron Throne. In that moment, his majesty seemed to evaporate, leaving only the solitary Iron Throne behind. "Let my royal decree be known. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the king's bastards shall have their tongues severed, no matter who they are." Gasping for breath, Viserys regarded his firstborn, a mass of flesh and blood, filled with defiance, and fell into contemplation. The only force capable of annihilating the dragon lineage, aside from natural disaster, was the dragons themselves. Yet, to confront the looming threat from the north, as the head of the dwindling Targaryen bloodline, Viserys bore the obligation to expand the kingdom's legacy. A united family and a cohesive nation were Viserys' lifelong aspirations, yet it appeared that reconciliation was no longer within reach. Aegon was to be banished from King's Landing, never to return. Ultimately, Viserys resolved to ensure his daughter Rhaenyra's claim to the throne remained secure, expelling his own son just as he had banished Daemon. Yes, father. Aegon left the Red Keep without a hint of hesitation. In contrast to the power struggles portrayed in the original tale, it mattered not who occupied the throne. Vassals cared solely for their own interests, indifferent to who ruled from the Iron Throne. To the common folk, it made no difference who was king. Under Aegon's rule, the starving populace opposed the Greens and supported the Blacks. When Rhaenyra governed, the destitute citizens of King's Landing transformed into a mob, rebelling against the Blacks. Power resembled a shadow on the wall, believable if one chose to believe, and non-existent if one did not. Only the weak clung together for warmth, while the strong walked their own paths. Aegon, feeling a pang of guilt, was pursued by Alicent. His departure seemed to strip him of his claim as Viserys' heart ached with the weight of his decision. Mother, I will return. Wait for me. Aegon's gaze burned with determination. In days of yore, Aegon, the progenitor of the Targaryen lineage, vanquished the 6 kingdoms with the aid of 3 fire-breathing dragons and a legion of mercenaries. As his direct descendant, why then should I concern myself with the claim to the Iron Throne? Blood and fire are the tenets of House Targaryen. Yet how many members of this once peaceful family can truly recall such a legacy? Thank you, brother, exclaimed Aemond, gazing at his elder brother, who towered over him, filled with emotion. Aside from their sister, Helena, who had cared for him, their mother had seldom paid him any heed. It was only at this moment, as Aegon chose to leave King's Landing for his sake, effectively exiling himself, that Aemond grasped the profound meaning of blood being thicker than water. I will await you in King's Landing. Should you ever need anything in the future, just call. As Aemond pledged his loyalty, Aegon patted his shoulder, responding, Very well, brother. I shall await your return. A radiant golden light spiraled in the sky. Sunfire, adorned in resplendent hues, glided gracefully on its pale pink wings. Surely, this must be the most magnificent dragon in all of Westeros. Tyrion Lannister mused. Watching the approaching golden dragon land, Larry Strong squinted slightly, as if a tempest had erupted in his mind. Though the factions of Black and Green were at odds, it was now the Green Party that possessed the might of the formidable dragon to confront their rivals. Soaring high, Aegon mounted his dragon, heading towards the tower of House Hightower. Under the gaze of many, he departed King's Landing entirely. From that moment onward, the Green faction, led by Alicent Hightower, and the Black faction, under Rhaenyra Targaryen, were irrevocably at odds. On the night Aegon flew to Old Town, Larry Strong quietly entered the Queen's chamber. Shortly thereafter, flames engulfed Harrenhal, claiming the lives of both the broken man and his father, the Duke of Harrenhal, in a tragic conflagration. A storm was brewing. Chapter 16, The Blue Queen Dragons. Mighty dragons. Amidst the terrified cries of soldiers, Aegon wielded Sunfire, circling above the tower in Old Town. Send for Prince Daemon at once. Only a dragon can drive away a dragon. A commander urgently instructed his nearby guards. Damn it, where did this wild dragon come from? Daemon Hightower anxiously gazed up at the dragon. There were no reports of a golden dragon among the known dragon riders of Westeros. Though instances of dragons attacking city-states had become rare since the establishment of the realm, dragons remained an enigmatic species that the citizens of Westeros dared not confront. As Aegon beheld the towering, cloud-scraping white tower, its summit ablaze with signal fires, he felt a surge of mischief. Dragonfire. The golden flames roared downwards, instantly igniting the towering structure. Great plumes of smoke billowed into the air. Clang, clang, clang. As the smoke signals arose from the tower's pinnacle, countless soldiers formed in unison, rushing forth from the streets and alleys. An enemy attack? The soldiers exclaimed, their faces filled with confusion. At this moment, Hightower stood as one of the most formidable nobles of the Westerlo continent, not to mention the presence of Queen Alicent Hightower in King's Landing. Who would dare to launch a surprise attack on the Old Town, fortified by the towering spire? Boom. As Sunfire's foot struck the square of Old Town, a cloud of dust was stirred up. The soldiers around were thrown into disarray, hastily shedding their armor and fleeing in all directions. Uncle, it has been a long time, Sunfire exclaimed, lowering his head as one of his dragon wings supported itself against the ground, transforming into a long slide. Aegon, gripping a dragon scale with one hand, dismounted and strode towards the astonished Jacaerys Hightower. Aegon, you've become a dragon rider? Jacaerys gazed in wonder at the silver-haired, blue-eyed young man before him, filled with joy. Roar! A stream of blue dragon fire erupted as the Blue Queen, Targaryen, made her grand entrance. The blue dragon and the golden dragon locked eyes, though smaller in size. Her presence was undeniably commanding. Brother? Dallin, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, looked in astonishment at Aegon, who towered over him by at least a head, and joyfully called out, Dallin, your dragon, much like yourself, has transformed into a valiant knight. Aegon teased as he ruffled his younger brother's hair. Brother truly knows how to jest. The Blue Queen is still young and cannot carry anyone yet. Targaryen is not nearly as robust as the wild dragon you've tamed. Ha ha ha, let us proceed to the Great Hall. At some point, Otto Hightower had appeared behind the gathering, dispersing the assembled soldiers. Witnessing his grandson finally able to command a mighty dragon, Otto felt that the arduous planning of many years was finally coming to fruition. The Hightower family now possessed a number of dragons second only to the Targaryens and the Velaryons, truly becoming players on the grand chessboard of power. The supreme glory of the family, spanning generations, seemed to lie just within reach. Inside the towering spire, fierce winds howled, and lights flickered. Cheers! Aemond Hightower raised his goblet, toasting to the friendship between the Targaryens and the Hightowers. Cheers! The vassals stood in unison, paying homage to their distant guests. To the Targaryens. Aegon rose, lifting his goblet in salute to the assembly. To Aegon. Amidst the clinking of glasses, countless beautiful maidens meandered back and forth, pouring wine for the esteemed guests of the spire. Ha, Dallin, you're quite the lad. At such a young age, you've already proven yourself a worthy knight, destined to rival Prince Daemon in the future. Aemond Hightower boasted, patting Prince Dallin on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. The tipsy Earl of Old Town, flushed with alcohol, spoke while discreetly observing Aegon's demeanor. In comparison to the exceptional dragon rider Dallin, it was evident that Aegon's claim to inheritance far surpassed that of Dallin, promising greater benefits for Old Town. Uncle, you jest. I am not yet a match for Prince Daemon, Dallin replied, somewhat bashful. Despite his diligent sword training in Old Town since childhood, he felt an overwhelming trepidation when facing Daemon, who had single-handedly defeated the Kingdom of Three Daughters and vanquished the Crab Feeder. Do not fret, you are still young. By the time you mature, Daemon will have aged, rendering him no match for you. Aegon, with an unperturbed demeanor, raised his cup in celebration of his younger brother. You have been knighted. How could your elder brother not bring you a gift? In stark contrast to Aemond's arrogance and obsession, Prince Daemon appeared far more reliable. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Aegon presented a whip that glimmered like gold. This is a strand of the nostril hair I plucked from the dragon's sunfire while taming him, perfectly crafted into a riding whip. It carries the essence of dragons, capable of intimidating even the fiercest wild stallions, befitting a valiant knight such as yourself. Thank you, elder brother. Daemon eagerly stepped forward to accept the treasure from Aegon's hands. While dragons are not a rarity within House Targaryen, possessing a weapon forged from dragonbone is sufficient to command respect across Westeros and even Essos. Moreover, this weapon is made from a part of the body of Aegon's own dragon. Daemon understood that every dragon rider regards their dragon as a companion, who would harm their own ally to forge a weapon. To Prince Daemon, Otto Hightower rose and toasted to the assembly. Daemon, you are not merely a knight, but a noble Targaryen. In the future, take initiative in your endeavors. Do not blindly follow the directives of others. Aegon set down his cup, unexpectedly offering this advice. But I am merely the second son. Daemon's expression darkened. Compared to Aemond's envy of Aegon's status as the firstborn, Daemon was considerably more resigned. In Westeros, a second son inherits very little. Even if his father is a king, he is likely to become an ordinary knight. Second son? Aegon chuckled. A second son might still inherit the family estate. Wouldn't you agree, Aemond? The lively banquet suddenly fell into a hush. Whispers regarding the king's illegitimate son had long circulated across Westeros, but out of respect for Viserys' authority, none dared to voice their outrage. Humph, my brother is still alive. Aemond Velaryon grumbled in discontent. He cared more about the legacy of the family than his own status as a second son. How could such a vast estate be bestowed upon an illegitimate child, entirely unrelated to his bloodline, even if he is of royal descent? Prince Aegon, it seems His Majesty has expelled you from the capital, jeered a noble from the Vale of Arryn, a cousin of Layla Royce. Parricides do not meet a good end. Let us mourn for Lady Layla Royce." Aegon raised his cup and downed its contents in one go. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Though they were unaware of the full circumstances, when it comes to royal bloodshed, who would dare to cast blame? Their cups hovered in the air, reluctant to move. To Lady Layla Royce. The nobles from the Vale stood and drank in unison. As the once sole heir of House Royce, Layla had met her demise at the hands of her own husband. Despite the might of House Targaryen, with their dragons, they could only harbor their anger in silence. However, at this moment, bolstered by the clandestine support of Aegon, they seemed to have discovered a glimmer of hope for vengeance. Chapter 17. The Grand Treasury. Aegon has matured. Observing his grandson Aegon, who possesses the ability to win hearts, Otto Hightower felt a sense of relief. Although he was deeply troubled upon learning of Aegon's expulsion from the royal city, witnessing the united front before him, Otto felt that even without the mandate of Viserys, Aegon could stir up monumental waves across Westeros. Hail to the noble son, hail to Prince Aegon. Aemond Velaryon was equally unyielding, exclaiming loudly, "Hail to Prince Aegon." The nobles of Spice Town rose in unison, pledging their loyalty to Prince Aegon. The banquet undoubtedly reached its zenith, with voices echoing and Aegon, in a state of moderate inebriation, nearly succumbing to drunkenness amidst the toasts. "Uncle Demon, how much unpopularity do you truly possess?" Aegon surveyed the nobles before him, realizing that the majority were not his steadfast supporters. Rather, they were adversaries of Rhaenyra and Daemon. Aegon, noticing the soon-to-be unconscious wayward prince, Otto hastily gestured to assist Aegon, striving to preserve the prince's image in the eyes of the assembled nobility. "Do not cease. Continue the music and dance." Aegon, flushed with exhilaration, pushed away the supportive maidens surrounding him and sought to plunge back into the revelry of the nobleman. "Brother." Observing Aegon inebriated, Daeron hurriedly approached, determined to extricate Aegon from the throng. "Oh my, you do possess a charming visage." Aegon lifted Daeron's chin, only to promptly regurgitate. "Alcohol truly harms the body. Tomorrow, I shall wage war against gambling and vice." As Aegon began to ramble incoherently, Daeron swiftly dragged his brother out of the banquet hall, with the sound of footsteps echoing. Aegon's bleary gaze suddenly sharpened with clarity. "Daeron, how many are aware of this matter?" Aegon regarded his younger brother with a serious expression. Daeron hesitated, for although they were both direct grandsons of House Hightower, they were not the heirs of the Hightower legacy. Concerning the millennia-old lineage of House Hightower, even Daeron dared not tread lightly. The bloodline of House Hightower traces back to the ancient ancestral era, capable of reigning long before the Dawn Age and possessing peculiar powers akin to dark magic. Alas, during a tumultuous war, the king of House Hightower fell, severing the family's magical inheritance. Since then, the successive lords of the Grand Tower have lavishly invited sorcerers, witches, and alchemists from Essos and beyond, secretly studying dark magic in hopes of reclaiming their royal status. Regrettably, to this day, they have never succeeded. Daeron candidly conveyed this to Aegon. "Dark magic?" Aegon furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. In comparison to the 3 dragons of House Targaryen, the other sorcerers seem almost feeble. However, the well-informed Aegon comprehends that on the continent of Westeros, numerous peculiar magics persist. Contemplating the Night King from the north, the 3-eyed raven capable of traversing time and memory, and the enigmatic red god Lawler, Aegon feels an ever-present sword of Damocles looming above him. "Your Highness," a noble from Stonehaven approached, kneeling on one knee to pay his respects to Prince Aegon. A rather plentiful entourage. Aegon raised an eyebrow, casting his gaze towards the shadowy figure of Aemond Velaryon lurking nearby. "Your Highness, may I one day judge the regicide, your uncle Daemon Targaryen, and in doing so, you shall receive the sword from Stonehaven." Yoren Royce knelt before him, sword in hand. "No one can judge a Targaryen," Aegon replied, his agreement absent. "Everything in this world, except for House Targaryen, can be overturned." Aegon fixed his gaze upon the stout man with a grizzled beard before him, ignoring him. "I have heard that Stonehaven possesses an ancestral bronze armor inscribed with magical runes, forged using the techniques of Valyrian steel." Aegon addressed the noble before him, stating, "One day, I shall visit Stonehaven. Stonehaven shall forever welcome you. Do not forget the martial prowess of our city." With that, the straightforward man from the Vale departed from the old town without pretense. Your Highness," Aemond, with a sycophantic expression, trailed behind Aegon. "What did you mean by the bastard's inheritance at the banquet?" Aemond's anticipation was palpable, eager for Aegon to champion his cause. Having served the elder brother, the sea snake, for a lifetime, Aemond felt a spark of ambition ignite within him at the prospect of finally taking charge. The sea is fraught with peril. How could you allow the family legacy to pass to the bastard of a harlot? Aegon remained taciturn, yearning to reach the towering spire of the old town as swiftly as possible. At that moment, Count Mondhater, the leader of the old town, had already abandoned his guests to await at the treasury's entrance. Your Highness, the Count displayed no surprise at Aegon's late-night visit. Aegon glanced back at his younger brother, whose face was marked by shame, remaining silent. Brother, we are family. Why the need for concealment? Aegon Targaryen said with regret. Grandfather has conferred with the Count. You may choose a few treasures of your liking. Goodness, am I to be treated as a thief? Aegon looked incredulously at his naive brother, feeling compelled to thank Count Mondhater. Yet, recalling his past misdemeanors, the reasoning became somewhat apparent. Daeron, a valiant knight, yet alas, he is too upright, lacking the flexibility of thought. Aegon observed his younger brother, whose elbows seemed to extend far towards the House of Hightower, leaving him somewhat speechless. Uncle. Aegon bowed respectfully. In comparison to the title of Count, it is evident that this statement struck a chord with Mondhater. I am unworthy of such praise, he humbly replied, waving his hand as he opened the vast treasury of the tower to grant Aegon passage. Although Mondhater may not rival the Targaryens, he had once held the title of king during the Dawn Age. The old town, though modest in size, was frequented by numerous merchant vessels. The treasures within this treasury were not inferior to those found in your Red Keep. Mondhater, in a manner akin to a vendor extolling his wares, boasted of his collection. However, upon entering the periphery of the treasury, Aegon was met with an overwhelming sight. Countless dragonbone longbows, dragonbone daggers, and exquisite jewelry from Pintos, all dazzling and splendid, leaving him utterly astonished. What wealth! Aegon exclaimed. Truly, it is no wonder this ancient family is far superior to the Freys, who merely thrive on tolls. Freys? Mondhater chuckled. In this world, there are treasures that money cannot buy, many of which reside in my treasury and are priceless. Gazing at the invaluable and diverse treasures, Aegon was reassured of his uncle's unwavering loyalty. This generous gift alone would drive the majority of the nobility in Westeros into a frenzy. As he beheld the black pearls, each the size of a marble and strung together with golden threads, even the most unrefined of men like Aegon could not resist the urge to touch them. How heavy! Aegon furrowed his brow, feeling the icy surface of the massive pearls, which resembled tools for summer respite. Your Highness has an exquisite eye. These black pearls are sourced from Essos and are renowned for their cooling properties, coveted by countless noble women. Mondhater enthusiastically elaborated. For him, as the Count of Old Town, material possessions had long lost their allure. His only concern was the future of his family. As the saying goes, he who does not plan for the whole cannot strategize for a single domain. As the sole sovereign of Westeros, maintaining a close relationship with the Targaryen family was essential to preserving his family's standing. The recent demise of Count Harrenhal, perishing in flames, sent a chill down Mondhater's spine, reminding him of the precariousness of their situation. To distance oneself from the royal family would jeopardize the family's long-term legacy, yet, to draw too near would make them vulnerable, as the weakest would be the first to be torn apart in the tumult. Since Aegon's birth, the Mondhater family had been bound to Alicent's chariot of war. The relentless march of history had seen countless families crumble, yet only the Targaryens would endure. The reason was simple: dragons. A splendid treasure, though alas, it does not suit me. Aegon expressed his lack of greed as he gently returned the pearl to its box. Your Highness, do not underestimate the power of a treasure. After all, 3 people can make a tiger. Mondhater remarked, casting a knowing glance at Aegon, implying, you are the king's own son. Remember, hearts are tender. With a little submission, this predicament shall pass. Observing Prince Daemon, who, despite the king's banishment, had returned, he pondered who would dare to speak against it. Silently, Aegon continued deeper into the treasury. Golden eyes activate. The room was filled with an array of dazzling jewels and treasures. However, under the scrutiny of the golden eyes, they appeared no different from mere trinkets. Was there truly no trace of magic? Aegon's gaze fell upon the seemingly simple old earl of the town, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. As one of the dual champions of the Green Party, alongside Otto Hightower, Aegon could not fathom that his uncle was an ordinary noble. Did the prince find it unimpressive? Mond Hightower observed Aegon's distracted demeanor, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was the accumulated wealth of the old town over millennia, yet not a single treasure caught the prince's discerning eye. His attention was drawn to a treasure chest emanating black smoke from a corner. What could this be? Aegon approached, raising his hand to lift the lid. The wooden box had long since cracked, and the narrow cover was within reach. However, as he attempted to grasp it, The box felt surprisingly unyielding. How solid. Aegon's veins bulged, yet the wooden box showed no sign of yielding. Where did this box come from? Someone, pry it open for the prince. Aemond commanded the surrounding soldiers. Not necessary. Aegon unsheathed his dagger forged from Valyrian steel and drove it directly into the gap. With a crack, the wooden box split in two, revealing a tattered piece of parchment. What is this? Aemond inquired, astonished. Before them lay a dense array of Valyrian script. Incomprehensible even to the learned Mond Earl. Valyrian was divided into the common tongue and the noble dragon language. Aside from the existing Targaryen family, no one could fully decipher the High Valyrian. Is this a map? Aegon scrutinized the parchment, noting its crumpled surface marked by seawater. The black smoke seeping from the box, clearly emanating from this parchment. As Aegon reached for the map, "Do not touch." Mond Earl interrupted sharply, pulling Aegon back. "I recall now, this box drifted from the vicinity of the Valyrian ruins. It was discovered by an unknown expedition, and those who touched this box have met with misfortune." Mond's expression turned icy as he swiftly commanded the scholars to assess the danger. As the guests departed from the banquet, Otto Hightower arrived, albeit belatedly. "This is a design for a Valyrian tower, not some rare artifact. If the prince desires it, he may take it." The towering scholar brushed off the dust from the parchment and extended it towards Aegon. "Then I thank you, dear uncle." Aegon accepted the parchment with a composed demeanor. As the saying goes, one is at a disadvantage when accepting favors, and even if the Earl of Old Town were to take something directly, Aegon would have no objections. After all, they were merely taking the opportunity to memorize the inscriptions on the parchment. Moreover, taking a piece of parchment would make me seem petty. Count Mond held Aegon's small hand, persistently stuffing his pockets. No, that is plenty. I came here primarily to broaden my horizons." Aegon cradled a pile of jewels, his face beaming with delight. "Indeed, the privilege of royal blood is most advantageous. Brother, see? I told you uncle is not a miser." Daelin Targaryen looked up at Aegon and remarked. "Of course." Aegon casually replied, dismissing Daelin's words. "Treasures from Valyria? The Hightower family is indeed formidable." Aegon carelessly tossed the treasures into the corner and sprawled on the bed, deep in thought. Why would one not open a mere wooden box first? Knowing its origin, why leave it in the corner of the treasury? This is a test from the Hightower family. Aegon's expression turned cold. After all, a 1,000-year-old cunning fox is not so easily trifled with. That foolish boy Daelin, being sold, yet counting the money for others. The Hightowers must have obtained something from the ruins of Valyria. Aegon's mind raced, making it nearly impossible for him to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. A sharp sound echoed. "Your Highness, are you asleep?" It was Vamon's voice from outside. That greedy old fool. A smirk of disdain appeared on Aegon's lips. Obsessed with wealth. It is no wonder he was easily manipulated by the Greens, becoming the first scapegoat to provoke the Targaryens. "Come in," Aegon softly replied. "Thank you, Your Highness." Vaemond tiptoed in, hunched over, standing to the side. In the original text, Vaemond was a brash man, boldly confronting Viserys. Yet now he appeared so submissive? No. Suddenly, Aegon felt a chill run down his spine and quickly turned to face the man before him. Whoosh. As Aegon turned, a green blow dart whizzed past his face and embedded itself in the adjacent wall, dark liquid corroding the surface and emitting a wisp of smoke. A faceless man. Chapter 19. The faceless man realizing the ambush had failed, Vaemond swiftly retreated without hesitation, escaping through the window. Who goes there? Coincidentally, Daelin Targaryen, arriving just in time, saw the assassin rushing out of his brother's room, fearlessly drawing his sword to confront him. Oh no, it's Daelin. Aegon's complexion paled. Though the faceless men are formidable, they primarily thrive on stealth and surprise. In a direct confrontation, they might not easily defeat a knight who has undergone rigorous training. However, Daelin was still young. How could he possibly stand against a faceless man? Damn it. Originally prepared to let the assassin depart, Aegon found himself compelled to grit his teeth and recklessly draw his sword, charging forward. With a single stroke, he severed a metallic stand holding candles, producing a thunderous roar, and subsequently burst through the window. Suddenly, several blow darts shot toward the entrance, sealing off Aegon's path of pursuit. Indeed, a sense of secret delight filled Aegon's heart. Had he pursued in a methodical manner through the doorway, he would undoubtedly have sustained injuries by now. Ah, an assassin. Accompanied by the cries of a maid hastening to the scene, the faceless one could no longer contend with daring. He executed a flourish with his sword, feigning bravado, and leapt down the towering pipe of the spire. Want to escape? Aegon's fury ignited. He raised his hand and hurled his Valyrian dagger. The faceless one transformed into a shadow, leaping from the spire, only to be pierced by a shard of cold light. plummeting to the ground with a resonant clash of metal. What transpired? Gain Hightower, belatedly aware, led a throng of Hightower soldiers to encircle the area. Your Highness, we have found him. With the spire's base secured, a soldier approached with a black cloak in hand. Attached to the cloak was the Valyrian steel sword that Aegon had thrown. Halt! Gain Hightower, wary, obstructed the advancing soldier. Only after confirming his identity did he return the dagger to Aegon. What audacity for bravos to attempt the assassination of the heir to the Iron Throne. Gain Hightower seethed with rage. Aegon represented the hope of House Hightower, and he was the pathway to the highest echelons of power. At this moment, the Sea Lord was akin to challenging the supreme authority of Westeros. In the past, he had covertly acquired 3 dragon eggs. Now, he had attempted to murder a prince, truly disregarding the Iron Throne. Daeron, too, was filled with righteous indignation. Aegon was his own brother. To assassinate his kin was to cross Daeron's threshold. The assassination of a prince may not be entirely detrimental. Otto Hightower interjected unexpectedly. After all, Aegon was still young. If news of his assassination were to spread, his father, Viserys, would undoubtedly summon him back to King's Landing out of paternal concern. Bong, bong, bong. The immense alarm rang out, coinciding with the complete lockdown of the spire. As the body of Aemond was finally discovered, many nobles present could not suppress their retching, gazing upon the pitiful visage of the second son, now stripped of his face. Aegon was gripped by a profound sense of unease for the first time. How could Aemond die here? Aegon found it hard to believe. The traces of his time travel continued to be subtly repaired, and even Aemond had not escaped, remaining a one-eyed man. Yet now, the second son of House Velaryon was unequivocally revealing to Aegon that the timeline of history had been altered by him. What on earth had transpired? Aegon descended into deep contemplation. Taming dragons? No, that was utterly impossible. At that moment, Aegon was lost, his mind adrift in disarray, gazing at the dazed expression of Aegon. Otto Hightower mistakenly assumed he was still but a child, startled by the unfolding chaos. Quickly escort the prince back to King's Landing. Old Town is no longer safe. Otto commanded with urgency. In comparison to the towering spires of Old Town, there was no doubt that the guards of King's Landing were far more formidable. This recent assault would undoubtedly rattle the sensitive nerves of both continents. With the realm already troubled by the unrest of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, and now the interference of the Sea King's assassins, could it be that the Targaryen family was indeed without dragons? Sunfire! Aegon bellowed into the square. The slumbering golden dragon opened its crimson eyes, swaying its head as it focused on the diminutive figure before it. Roar! Sensing Aegon's ire, a resounding dragon's roar pierced the heavens as Sunfire unfurled its pink wings and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the sky in righteous fury. Roar! The Blue Queen, not to be outdone, also let out a frenzied roar of warning into the air. The thunderous sound of dragon cries reverberated throughout Old Town, causing countless infants to wail and households to ignite their lights in alarm. What a striking little dragon! Exclaimed Euron Royce, who had arrived at the commotion, captivated by the youthful Blue Queen. Unlike Viserys' tender care for his brother Daemon, the offspring of House Hightower held little affection for him. This was also the primary reason for Euron Royce's visit to socialize with Daemon. Despite its youth, the dragon grew rapidly. It would not be long before Daemon could mount the Blue Queen in battle. Gain Hightower glanced at the resentful noble from Stonehenge, his teeth clenched in frustration, and proudly remarked, "Brother, you go ahead, stay safe." Daemon eagerly guided Aegon to the feet of Sunfire. Observing the two, who bore similar vitality, Sunfire tilted its head, seemingly indifferent. However, when the Earl of Old Town attempted to approach, a colossal dragon head blocked all paths to Aegon. The great bony spikes shimmered, and the heat radiating from its scales burned like fierce fire, causing Mander Hightower to retreat hastily, nearly losing his footing. How powerful! The dragon, long a figure of legend, was still a rare sight for the nobility to encounter up close. Its might was unmatched, explaining how the Targaryens managed to unify Westeros, with no faction daring to oppose them. Mander Hightower's eyes dimmed in realization. Before the massive creature, akin to a small volcano, even a noble like the Earl had no choice but to withdraw. According to legend, even a drop of dragon blood could scorch the skin of an ordinary person. Blood and fire were the most potent magics of House Targaryen. Fly, Valyrian, with Sunfire soaring into the sky. The news of the Sea King's assassination attempt on the prince spread across the continent of Westeros like wildfire, carried by ravens. In the Red Keep, within the royal council chamber, "Cursed be it!" Viserys exclaimed, hurling his goblet across the room, spilling wine across the entire table. Never in decades had he displayed such a lack of composure in the council. "Your Majesty," Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. The diligent Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lynn Mambusbury, articulated, Braavos has consistently maintained a peaceful relationship with the Iron Throne and has never engaged in such overt provocation. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility. It is often said that Aegon embodies the future of the realm, and Braavos may indeed seek to extinguish that flame. The Minister of Intelligence, Laurie Strong, interjected directly. Ever since he committed regicide and fratricide to seize the inheritance of Harrenhal, he has wholly aligned himself with the Green Party of Queen Alicent. The assassination of Aegon presents the prince with a remarkable opportunity to return to King's Landing. What parent would have the heart to allow their child to wander in peril? To easily antagonize the free cities is hardly a rational choice. Viserys finally regained his composure. As king, he was acutely aware of the threats emerging from the north. The legends of A Song of Ice and Fire and the Dragon Dreams had haunted him throughout his life, instilling a deep-seated aversion to risk. Even the daily provocations from the crab feeders of the Stepstones went unnoticed. Was not the kingdom of three daughters of force covertly supported by the free cities? How could that not be considered a provocation? The Minister of Maritime Affairs, Jacaerys Velaryon, replied with dissatisfaction. Though he harbored little fondness for Aegon, he had long nurtured profound prejudices against the free cities. His 3 years of camaraderie with Prince Daemon had left the self-proclaimed Sea King feeling deeply frustrated. The guerrilla tactics of fleeing from dragons and attacking at will had inflicted considerable losses on the Velaryon fleet. As the saying goes, a person leaves a mark, and a goose leaves a name. The sea snake, now immensely wealthy, yearned to expand his territories and engrave his legacy in history. Alas, the ruler of Westeros was a peace-loving, utterly mediocre individual, a master of compromise. Even so, the sea snake aspired to intertwine his name with the Iron Throne, leaving an indelible mark on history. Chapter 20. The mountain clans. The gale howled fiercely, stars sparkled brilliantly, and Aegon, running his fingers through his disheveled hair, gazed hesitantly at the lights of King's Landing. At this moment, returning to King's Landing felt akin to a child returning home to weep to their parents after a beating. Aegon observed the fluttering banners above the Red Keep and, with a determined bite, veered towards the valley. A misbehaving child, of course, must first cause their parents some worry before negotiating. Aegon, riding Sunfire, plunged down into the valley's verdant wilderness. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The melodious call of a bird resonated. And beneath the palm trees, Aegon awoke from his slumber, his drowsy eyes blinking open, the grass he had been chewing already rendered to pulp. Howl. Sunfire, ever vigilant nearby, sensed Aegon's awakening and lifted his small head to observe this reckless little human. With a formidable fortress at his disposal, he chose to rest in this desolate valley. Were it not for the protection of dragon might, the mere presence of serpents, insects, and rodents in the forest would have kept Aegon awake all night. Observing the charred trees beneath him, scorched to carbonization by dragon fire, Aegon rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his garments. He twisted his neck from side to side, keenly observing every movement within the valley. In stark contrast to the opulence of King's Landing, the valley, nestled amidst hills and mountains, was decidedly more concealed. Here, Aegon was aware that a fully grown dragon lurked, a notorious sheep thief. This was the mount he had envisioned for himself. Yet, perhaps by the whims of fate, it had been claimed by Sunfire first. Roaring in jealousy, Sunfire expressed his discontent, prompting Aegon to burst into laughter. Sunfire, I am not one to abandon my companions. With arms outstretched, Aegon embraced the dragon's massive head, pressing his face against the creature's scales in an effort to soothe his mount's troubled spirit. Yet, Sunfire's agitation was not easily quelled. As a prince well-versed in the narrative, Aegon understood the formidable power wielded by an adult dragon. At present, while Sunfire was a fierce young dragon, he still paled in comparison to fully grown dragons. Neither Prince Daemon's Caraxes nor Aemond's Vagor could be matched by Sunfire. Golden eyes awakened. Aegon's expression brightened as he beheld the colossal creature before him. Sunfire, young dragon. Devour and regenerate. Indeed, his destined mount was anything but ordinary, filling Aegon with exuberance. Unlike Rhaenyra's steadfast obsession with the throne, Aegon's ascension to the Iron Throne would be effortless. His status as the firstborn, coupled with the unwavering support of his family, the populace, and his vassals, provided him with intrinsic advantages. Even his dragon was unique. Beyond the singular honor of its golden scales, Sunfire possessed a talent wholly distinct from Vagor and his descendants. Whereas Vagor, Silverwing, and Dreamfire had abilities that favored abundance, providing little enhancement to combat prowess, Sunfire's potential stood apart. Although prolific offspring were a tremendous asset to the Targaryen lineage, their contribution to a dragon rider's combat effectiveness was minimal. The 3 founding dragons, though only Vhagar remained, had given rise to numerous other dragons of diverse bloodlines in Dragonstone, thanks to the dragon eggs brought by Aegon from Valyria. Undoubtedly, Sunfire was a prime example. Aegon pondered, can devouring other dragons enhance one's growth and mend injuries? It was no wonder that, in the original tale, after sustaining injuries, Sunfire had flown back to Dragonstone alone, even slaying and consuming a wild dragon named Grey Shadow along the way. Gluttonous one, could you be your mother's offspring? Aegon jested at the resplendent dragon before him. He recalled the adult dragon known as the Glutton, which fed on the remains of dead dragons and their eggs. A terrifying figure with its soot-black form and ghastly green eyes, a veritable harbinger of hell. Legend has it that the Glutton resided on Dragonstone long before the Targaryens established their presence there. Countless members of the Targaryen lineage have attempted to tame him, only to leave behind a trail of bleached bones. He is ferocious, volatile, and temperamental, with no record of anyone ever managing to subdue him. Sunfire gazed at Aegon in confusion, shaking his head in bewilderment, utterly lost. After all, dragons are not mere humans. They possess no parental instincts and do not nurture their young. Amidst the bloodied chaos, most of the dragons are merely the offspring of the Vhagar, engaging in self-destructive battles. All right, no need to be angry. Today, I shall prepare a roasted lamb for you. Aegon gently patted Sunfire's head, offering solace. Compared to the wild dragon he once hunted, Aegon now seemed far less adaptable to the untamed world around him. Take to the skies, Sunfire. Aegon mounted the dragon's saddle, wielding the whip, guiding Sunfire into the heights, scanning for traces of wild dragons. What is that? He leaned down curiously, fixated on the flickering campfires emerging from the forest. Suddenly, a barrage of arrows flew toward them. Sunfire shook his head, unfazed. The powerful bows and crossbows struck against Sunfire's scales, producing sharp metallic clinks, and in the sunlight, one could even see sparks igniting from the impacts. Without a moment's hesitation, to shield Aegon from harm, Sunfire spread his wings and swiftly ascended above the forest canopy. Are these savages? Aegon observed the ragged, densely packed horde of wild men in the woods, momentarily taken aback. The seemingly peaceful continent of Westeros, long accustomed to tranquility, was riddled with cracks beneath its surface. The esteemed Lord of the Vale could not even govern the tribes within his own territory, frequently falling prey to attacks, truly a farcical situation. A lord unable to protect his subjects is unworthy of his title. A king who cannot uphold the interests of his realm is not a good king. In comparison to his predecessor, King Aegon I, the obstinately conservative Viserys is clearly lacking in more ways than one. Were it not for the looming threat of dragons, the vassals would express their indignation openly. Maintaining the current state of peace would be utterly impossible. It seems that the only one genuinely concerned for the future of House Targaryen is the uncontrollable Prince Daemon, my unruly uncle. Aegon mused internally. As a political adversary, Aegon indeed harbored disdain for this reckless elder. However, as a member of the realm, Daemon's audacity could be deemed commendable. Today, encountering me, Aegon, is your misfortune. Without hesitation, Aegon led Sunfire into a direct dive. Dragonfire. The golden flames cascaded downward, swiftly encircling the forest under Aegon's command. Thick plumes of smoke billowed upwards, and the crackling sounds of burning reverberated throughout the entire woodland. Is this the joy of incinerating 300 miles of encampments? Aegon sat high atop the hill, gazing at the rampant flames devouring the forest below. Countless wild men, engulfed in flames, writhed, flailed, and wailed upon the ground, discarding their armor and disbanding in utter chaos. Only a fool would confront the army head-on. The arid weather presents an optimal opportunity for setting ablaze the mountains. Aegon is certainly not Jacaerys, who always seeks to charge to the forefront. After all, even the adult dragon, Malesis, has met with tragic defeats at the gates of hell. Chapter 21. The Wild Man Shagahal. The blazing sun exultantly roared towards the heavens, unfurling its wings and brushing against Aegon's head. Descend and feast upon them. Aegon pointed towards the distant, wailing horde of wild men, exclaiming, hand in hand, crisp and crunchy. Yet, Yang Yen remained indifferent, rolling over and sprawling on the cliff. Squinting and repeatedly gesturing upward, Prince Aegon, it is time for feeding. Yang Yen, we are currently hunting wild game. Aegon's expression faltered, feeling utterly awkward with empty hands. You are a wild dragon. You cannot simply reap without sowing, living off the spoils. Observing Yang Yen, who awaited the Red Keep soldiers to deliver cattle and sheep, Aegon couldn't help but chuckle despite his frustration. Undoubtedly, cattle and sheep are far more suited to a dragon's palate than mere humans. In but a few days at the Red Keep's lair, Yang Yin had transformed into a dragon lord who neither hunted nor labored, but merely awaited the fruits of others' efforts. Yang Yin. Aegon glared at the slightly plump dragon before him, feeling an irritation rise within him. Indeed, one's companion mirrors one's own nature. The slothful Aegon and the lethargic Yang Yin truly make an exceptional duo. As the distant smoke began to dissipate, Aegon relinquished his pursuit of the wild men. Let it be as it may, you shall face your hunger. Aegon decided to sit down as well. Eventually, the long-suffering Yang Yin could no longer endure his hunger and took to the skies, embarking on a hunt of his own. TCH, I shall see how you fare. Aegon watched the golden dragon soar with a smug smile upon his face. He, Aegon, was adept at dealing with rebellious spirits. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The urgent call of birds rang out, and sensing something amiss, Aegon turned to discover a ragtag band of wild men approaching, armed with broken battle axes and tattered clothing. Mountain clan warriors, some wielding pitchforks, others brandishing shattered sickles, and a few even armed with sharpened tree branches, surrounded Aegon. Child, how do you wish to meet your demise? The scruffy bearded leader stared intently at the elegantly attired youth before him, a gleeful smile creeping across his face. I naturally aspire to dine and drink to my heart's content, live to the age of 80, and then blissfully pass away in the embrace of a voluptuous woman, Aegon declared audaciously. At this moment, Yang Yin had long since flown beyond his control, leaving Aegon to engage in a delicate charade to buy time. Ha ha, smooth-talking little brat. Cut him in two and feed him to the dogs. The burly Shaga commanded without delay, not granting Aegon a moment to stall. Faced with the multitude of wild men, Aegon felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Wait, I am an envoy from the Stark family of the North, sent to present myself to the Duke of the North. You shall acquire a substantial fortune. In a moment of desperation, Aegon hastily pleaded for his own defense. It turned out that these were the barbarians from the north. Huh. Even if you are the Prince of Junlin, it matters not. The surrounding savages erupted in laughter. The noble from the valley we captured last time still has his manhood strung around my neck. Gold is of no use to the formidable savages. Gonsar chuckled heartily. Silver-haired lad, your manhood cannot possibly be shorter than that of the cowards outside. With one hand, Gonsar drew his exquisite patterned axe from his trousers, effortlessly spinning it in his palm. Savages may not forge weapons, but there is not a coward among them. This treasure was snatched from a weeping noble of the valley. Xia proudly polished the rough-edged small axe, boasting, I can offer you a magnificent double-edged axe, incomparable to this feeble little tool. Feeble? Aegon's words not only failed to tempt, but rather flushed the savage before him with embarrassment. I, Xia, a valiant warrior, have never retreated without a fight. How dare you insult me? Attack him, Xia. Sever his manhood, the precious silver one. A duel. Xia raised both hands, proudly spinning around amidst the crowd. I accept your challenge. Come forth, lad. Realizing there was no way to evade, Aegon reluctantly drew his Valyrian steel dagger, bracing himself. A fine blade. Xia's eyes sparkled with envy. Even an ordinary person could discern the value of the gleaming dagger, let alone the unsophisticated savages who had never seen its like. Gazing at the large gem embedded in the hilt and the intricately tattooed scabbard, Xia was momentarily elated. The noble lad is indeed fortunate. Just as Xia was musing, his expression suddenly shifted, and without a backward glance, he dashed into the thicket, leaving Aegon dumbfounded. The surrounding savages also scattered in panic, fleeing in all directions. What is happening? Aegon stared at the fleeing savages, utterly perplexed. A roar echoed across the skies, and a colossal shadow descended upon him, swiftly enveloping the mountaintop where Aegon stood. Looking up, he beheld an ugly, mud-brown dragon, its great maw agape, hovering high above. Dragon flames? Good heavens! Terrified, Aegon fled without a thought for the nearby savages. Boom! A massive, searing wave of fire surged forth, nearly scorching Aegon beyond recognition. Hot, hot, hot! As he sprinted, Aegon shouted, hastily discarding his burning garments into the underbrush. At that moment, he bore no semblance of a prince, his face smeared with dirt, utterly disheveled, resembling a savage in every way. Damn it, do not throw anything toward the valiant Xia. Xia, pale with fear, abandoned Gonsar beside him and leapt from the thicket. The sheep thief, heedless of the commotion, unleashed a dark gray dragon flame that ignited all the surrounding brush. Xia, you cowardly scoundrel who flees at the first sign of a duel, Gonsol exclaimed in shock, turning to flee. How can you outrun a dragon? We must devise a plan. Aegon shouted from the side. The frenzied wild dragon could not be pacified by any means other than that of a dragon rider. I may not outrun the dragon, but I can certainly outrun my friend, Gonsul declared, seizing his spear and hurling it towards Siaga whoosh. The spear flew like a sharp arrow, embedding itself into Siaga's trousers, causing him to stumble and fall beneath the sheep thief. With a loud rip, the tremendous tug tore through Siaga's trousers with a crisp sound. The sheep thief lowered its head, gazing at the minuscule figure before it, the dragon flame in its mouth shimmering with sparks. Xiaojie, trembling, looked up at the colossal dragon, having lost all hope of escape. He raised his head, gazing at the vast dragon, a look of regret crossing his face. I, Xiaojie, with a lifetime of glory, have vanquished foes only to find myself bested by the size of a mere creatures. He lamented, casting a long sigh towards the heavens. If only I had a dragon's, it would be worth my demise. Step back. In Valyrian, as he found himself on the verge of being surrounded again by the wild men, the desperate Aegon had no choice but to charge back. Chapter 22. The standoff of two dragons beholding the massive gray-black dragon, as if it had crawled from a mire, with its great spines adorned with twisted wings. Aegon signaled quietly to the dragon. Unlike Daenerys Targaryen, who was ignorant of dragon lore, Aegon possessed the finest Valyrian dragon education. Even without being a dragon rider, he could still command the dragon for some rudimentary maneuvers. The sheep thief stared in astonishment at the audacious little figure before it, its nostrils flaring as it caught a familiar scent, akin to encountering its own kind. It widened its eyes, scrutinizing the diminutive figure. A flock. There's a flock. Aegon pointed towards a fortress in the distant valley, gesturing with the Valyrian tongue with which he was not entirely familiar. Sheep? The sheep thief, salivating at the mention of such a delightful morsel, tilted its head in contemplation and then turned away from the scrawny little man before it. Impressive. Retreat, dragon warrior. I, Xiaojie, shall deem you the strongest. Xiaojie rose from the muddy ground, patting Aegon's shoulder. Warrior, let us be clear, this bounty cannot go unclaimed. He snatched the sheepskin roll from Aegon's grasp, pointing at him as he declared, This child is my savior. You must never harm him. From this day forth, I shall protect this boy, and none shall hang him from their neck. Xiaojie, with a grandiose demeanor, picked up his small axe and tucked it into his waistband. This accursed dragon has incinerated countless of our comrades. Ganser lamented as he gazed upon the grim scene at the foot of the cliff. We, the wild men, possess an abundance of dragon-slaying warriors, and one day, the dragon shall be vanquished by our hands. In a striking departure from his earlier state of despair, Xiaojie no longer wept or sat helplessly on the ground. Whoever can slay the dragon shall ascend as the Wild Man King of the Mountain Clan. Wild Man King. Wild Man King. The wild men raised their weapons and shouted in unison. I, Xiaojie, am the foremost warrior of the Stone Crow tribe. If only I had a suitable weapon, the dragon would be an easy conquest. Xiaojie seized the wine gourd from Aegon and lifted it to his lips, guzzling it down with relish. What a fine drink indeed. A golden flame erupted in the distance, heralding the return of the reckless Sun Yen. Damn it, another vile dragon. Ganser exclaimed, his face pale as he grabbed his weapon and dashed into the thicket to hide. Quickly, conceal yourselves. Xiaojie vigorously waved his arms, signaling to the surrounding wild men. You fool, stop dawdling. Aegon stood frozen in place, prompting Xiaojie to seize him and leap into the dense underbrush. Do not let a mere encounter with a dragon make you feel invincible. Xiaojie admonished the inexperienced youth, since that gray wild dragon entered the valley. How many cattle and sheep has it devoured, and how many wild men has it harmed? And now, a golden dragon has come as well. Xiaga's expression was one of bitter frustration. The wild man tribe had suffered greatly. Compared to the valley, which boasted powerful crossbows, the impoverished wild men were far more vulnerable. Sheep thieves frequently raided the wild men's herds, driving them into poverty and forcing them to hunt during winter. A dark flame surged forth, revealing the massive silhouette of the sheep thief dragon above Sun Yen. Can one mountain accommodate two tigers? Xiaojie chuckled to himself. Today, I truly have the opportunity to become a dragon-slaying warrior. With excitement shining in his eyes, Xiaojie drew forth his axe. When they are both wounded, that shall be the moment I, Xiaojie, ascend as the Wild Man King. Their dragon spoils will serve as my throne. To his surprise, the two dragons did not engage in immediate conflict. Instead, they regarded each other warily, probing each other's strength. In the wild, without direct conflict of interest, no beast would choose to confront a rival of similar stature. The little golden dragon is likely to flee, Ganser remarked, observing the unmoving dragons. Not necessarily, Aegon countered. brimming with confidence. The Sung Yin is a lawless wild dragon, just as daring as I am, willing to confront the strong. In contrast, the sheep thief dares only to assault the tribes of the valley, shying away from the castles of the valley's nobility, with scarcely any reports of such brigands venturing into cities. Even the guardians of the valley have received but a handful of warnings from farmers, unable to ascertain whether the assailants were indeed the dragons of House Targaryen. Young man, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Gonser, unfazed by Aegon's words, scoffed. When it comes to understanding beasts, none can rival me. Gonser. Ha ha ha. Gonser, you are boasting again. Xiajia laughed heartily, pointing at Gonser's face. A wager. Let us fight. Aegon drew forth his Valyrian steel dagger, placing it before the two. A fine blade. Gonser was momentarily taken aback. The exquisite carvings were certainly less captivating than the keen edge that could win a wildling's heart. I wager the little dragon will flee first. Xiajia slapped a sheepskin scroll onto the ground. Compared to the faceless one's chances of assassinating the Targaryen royalty, Aegon felt the scroll held greater significance. I also wager the little dragon will flee first. Gonser placed his metal bracer forward. This is a sheepskin scroll filled with secrets. What do you possess? Xiajia's face contorted with reluctance. This bracer is one I claimed after slaying a half-orc, unique in the world. Gonser thumped his chest in assurance. Half-orc? Such a creature does not exist. You are exaggerating. Xiajia shook his head, utterly unconvinced. The orc bore a fearsome countenance and rode a monstrous wurg into battle. Were it not for my familiarity with the terrain, listening to Gonser's incessant boasting, Aegon decisively declared, I accept the wager. The outcome was of little concern to him. He sought only victory. Whoosh. The sheep thief let out a howl, darting away into the dense mountains. Curse that wild dragon for growing so large. Xiajia lamented, reluctantly returning the sheepskin scroll. Damn it. Gonser watched as Aegon tucked the Valyrian dagger into his possession, feeling he had missed an opportunity for a remarkable weapon. Take it. He grimaced as he handed his metal bracer to Aegon. Gazing at the exquisite carvings and intricate inscriptions, Aegon was rendered speechless. This was certainly not the craftsmanship of Westeros. The strange patterns were indeed peculiar. Aegon furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Young man, do not be deceived. It is likely from the north, from the Ice Wolf. Xiajia paid no heed to Gonser's lamentations. For him, the sheepskin scroll was merely a return to its rightful owner. Half-orc. Aegon stared at the bracer, unable to confirm its authenticity, and placed it into his belongings for the time being. Chapter 23. The Dragon Slaughter in the Valley. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the rustling of footsteps emerged from the grass, the patrolling huntress perked her ears, her hands already knocking an arrow, aiming towards the direction of the swaying grass. It is I. The voice arrived before the figure itself. Xiajia emerged from the foliage, gesturing towards the female hunter. The red-haired huntress casually slung her longbow over her shoulder and greeted the distant hunter. Oh, you've captured a delicate little boy with silver hair and azure eyes. Yi Rue Gute observed the tattered Aegon before him, playfully teasing him as if he were a prisoner seized by Xiajia. Gaga. He is by no means a captive, but rather the valiant dragon slayer who has come to our rescue. Xiajia exclaimed, clapping Aegon's shoulder with such force that he nearly crushed the boy's slender waist. Hello, beautiful sister. Aegon gazed at the alluring redhead, her simple animal skin coat failing to conceal her graceful figure. Her long, naturally curly hair cascaded around her shoulders, enhancing her captivating allure. Haha, beautiful, sister? Yi Rue Gute laughed heartily, raising his hand to perform a shoulder throw that sent Aegon tumbling backwards. Ouch! Aegon fell awkwardly to the ground, landing in a comical sprawl. Such a frail physique, utterly useless. Yi Rue Gute mocked as he turned to leave, leaving Aegon on the ground in a state of bewilderment and despair. Why did he have to resort to violence? Aegon lamented, rubbing his sore wrist as he sat on the ground in agony. In the savage tribes, complimenting a woman's beauty implies possession. You have quite the appetite. Xiajia observed Aegon's bold approach with admiration, giving him a thumbs up. A true man dares to challenge the most beautiful of women. It was a misunderstanding. I truly had no idea. Aegon's face burned with embarrassment. His ragged appearance stripped him of any semblance of princely dignity. In the Red Keep, he found it nearly impossible to be rejected by any maid or noble lady. Yet here, in this desolate savage tribe, he was turned away by a wild woman. Her allure was not an exception. It was her wildness that truly captivated. What a fiery beauty. Aegon watched as Yi Rue Gute walked away, not looking back, a surge of desire igniting within him. No wonder the young wolf Lord Robb Stark could not resist the temptation of the nurse. Detached from his own class, Witnessing a different landscape, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Hey, stop staring, you're drooling. Ganser teased. Aegon instinctively inhaled sharply, only then realizing he had been the subject of their jests. Haha, wildflowers are not for picking. The thorns will prick you. Xiaojiao laughed heartily at Aegon's dazed expression. In our savage tribe, Yi Rue Gute is renowned for her marksmanship. If she aims for a rabbit's left eye, she will certainly not hit the right. Xiaojia. A booming voice interrupted their banter. A man donned in a human skull and animal skin strode forward, adorned with a necklace of human ears and bone decorations at his waist. This is the Black Ear tribe. They take pleasure in severing the ears of their captives as trophies. Xiaojie introduced, put down your pride. Donning the black ears is the future of the wild tribes. Chica pointed at the trophies strung around his neck, speaking with pride. Suddenly, a throng of wild men sprang forth from the dense jungle. Some bore bizarre, tree-like tattoos upon their faces. Others were painted with vivid red branches and leaves, while some displayed their chests, revealing burned scars. The Black Ear tribe, the Scorching tribe, the Milksnake tribe, the Moon tribe, the Tree People tribe, the Stone Crow tribe. An innumerable gathering of wild tribes convened to deliberate on their forthcoming strategies. Heh, I wonder how that outsider managed to slip in. The discontented leader of the Black Ear tribe remarked. Outsider? This is my dear friend Xiaojie, the valiant warrior of the retreating dragon. Xiaojie retorted, displeased. Him? That little frame can scare off a giant dragon? Ha ha ha. What is the difference between that and Gonsoa's absurd claim of single-handedly vanquishing the half-orcs? Chica laughed heartily, his unkempt beard quivering with each vigorous breath. Chica, if all you can do is mock, then go challenge the dragon by yourself. Gonsoa shot back, his face flushed with anger. That accursed mud dragon steals our cattle daily and hunts the young of our tribesmen. We must slay it. Chica ceased his laughter, a fierce expression taking hold of his features. Dragon slaying. Dragon slaying. The wild men shouted, brandishing their weapons and pointing towards the sky. The echo of their cries resonated through the mountains, startling flocks of birds into flight. My arrows can strike down any flying creature, be they alive or dead, boasted the red-clad wild man, Yi Rue Gute. Your aim may indeed be precise, but your strength is insufficient to pierce the dragoness armor. Chica interrupted Yi Rue Gute's self-advocacy, placing more faith in his own valor than in the boasts of others. Our Black Ear tribe has brought forth a formidable weapon from beyond the northern wall. Step forth, zhuang zhuang. With a resounding thud, a towering figure, at least 3 meters tall, emerged from the woods, leaving the onlookers in awe. Stand aside. The fierce visage of Zhuang Zhuang fixed its gaze upon Xiaojie, and without waiting for a response, he grasped the palm tree Xiaojie was leaning against, encircling it with his massive arms, and uprooted it from the ground with ease. Zhuang Zhuang, Zhuang Zhuang. The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices ringing out in jubilance. Our Stone Crow tribe also boasts warriors. Acknowledging the advantage held by the Black Ear tribe, Xiaojie refused to be outdone. He seized Aegon and pulled him into the assembly. He, the warrior of the retreating dragon, has scared off the dragon merely by shouting. Him? Is that true? A scrawny little thing. The crowd murmured, their eyes darting between the giant Zhuang Zhuang and Aegon, questioning whether the silver-haired, purple-eyed individual was indeed a rare giant species or perhaps a sorcerer. Whoever drives away the dragon shall be crowned the king of the mountain clans, the Mountain King. The Mountain King. The Mountain King. Witnessing the overwhelming consensus. Even if Zaga remains defiant, he must yield to the authority of the strong. Since there are no objections, I, Zeke, shall lead the dragon hunt. With a grand gesture, Zeke unveiled his meticulously crafted map. This map was earned by the lives of countless wild men, revealing the lair of the cunning dragon. Starting tomorrow, let everyone prepare to slay this hideous mud dragon. Hee. Zaga stood nearby, grinning foolishly, incessantly poking Aegon's arm, cautioning, Kid, be careful not to speak carelessly. There are 2 wild dragons in this valley. A strange smile crept across Zaga and Gangster's faces as their eyes met. Chapter 24, Born of Fire's Kiss Brother. Would you like to try some tiger whip? Zaga presented his prized collection, skewered meat charred to an unrecognizable black. No, dear brother, you enjoy it yourself. Aegon replied, utterly devoid of appetite at the sight of the dark morsel. The customs of the Stone Pigeon tribe roasting their bits and the Black Ear tribe consuming human ears were indeed bizarre and savage. Noticing Aegon's look of disdain, the fiery-haired Yi Rouge stepped forward, kindly offering a piece of roasted lamb chop. Pay them no mind. They believe in the barbarian gods, worshipping the notion that consuming certain parts of a creature will bestow divine blessings. Thus, They often set aside parts of their prey for consumption before battle. What if we slay the dragon? Would we not need to stuff ourselves? Imagining the dragon's colossal form, Aegon found it difficult to fathom such a predicament. Everyone claims I am a woman, incapable of fulfilling the task of dragon hunting. Tomorrow, I shall show these self-proclaimed strong men who the true dragon slayer is. Rouge, wiping the glimmering arrows with her sleeve, spoke solemnly. Indeed, as the saying goes, women are not to be underestimated. I have high hopes for you. Aegon gave Rouge a thumbs up, not hesitating to praise the audacious woman before him. Truly, no woman can resist the flattery of a man. Do you wish to sleep with me? Rouge lifted her head, revealing her sun-kissed skin. She deliberately thrust her chest forward, unabashedly showcasing her alluring assets before Aegon. Uffed. Caught off guard, Aegon spat out his drink, choking as he coughed uncontrollably. Are you wild folk always this direct? He inquired, astonished by the untamed Rouge before him. What wild folk? One resides within a castle, while the other dwells in the wilderness outside. Compared to your hypocrisy, wild men dare to love and hate boldly. Rouge leaned seductively against the great tree, alluringly asking, let me ask you once more, do you wish to sleep with me? Dream on. Aegon shot her a glance, resolutely rejecting her proposition. Although a man's essence is inherent, the polluted environment and filthy body evidently fail to captivate Aegon's interest. Ah, it turns out you are a novice. Retreating dragon warrior. Brother Rouge stared teasingly at Aegon's groin, causing Aegon to blush fiercely. He, Aegon, had been a seasoned veteran in the brothel since childhood, having even violated the handmaidens of the Red Castle. How could he be insulted as a novice? Aegon pulled Rouge into his embrace, holding tightly to this wild woman before him. Oh, my warrior, do you intend to drive me away as you would a giant dragon? Rouge not only did not resist, but instead draped her arms around Aegon's neck, playfully provoking him. I am a skilled conqueror of the brothels of King's Landing. Not someone of your tender disposition can withstand. Aegon gazed at the fiery-haired woman before him, resolutely determined to showcase his prowess and enlighten this uncivilized savage. How much experience can you claim? Aegon retorted defiantly. What a splendid question. The first was the miller's son, the second a burly savage. Oh, and then there was a giant, whose stature was truly imposing. Rouge began counting on her fingers, ready to enumerate each encounter. Oh no, that is enough. Aegon hastily interrupted Rouge's earnest recounting of her romantic history, his desire utterly extinguished. What is it, my fine man? Rouge observed the transformation of the once confident young man into one of despondence, unable to suppress her laughter. What is your name, little boy? She teased, pointing at Aegon's nose. Aegon. Oh, great prince, spare the poor girl. Rouge dramatically crossed her arms, playfully pleading within Aegon's embrace. Ha, I shall make you my 100th princess. Aegon feigned a menacing expression to intimidate her. Aegon, no matter what your name is, after today, our fates are intertwined. I am Rouge, but you may also call me Firekiss. Rouge leaned against Aegon's chest, speaking gravely. Tomorrow, regardless of what they say, do not believe them. The dragon may represent our tribe's final battle. This is not your war. You must flee under the cover of night. No, I will not abandon you. Aegon firmly rejected, holding on to Rouge's small hand. Fool, you understand nothing. Rouge, somewhat angered, lifted her head and passionately kissed this man who might be the last in her life. Ah! A cry of anguish erupted as Aegon forcefully pushed away the frenzied woman, covering his bleeding lips, astonished by her madness. Remember, do not forget me. Rouge, engrossed in her own thoughts, swiftly donned her clothing, transforming from a delicate woman into a cold-blooded huntress. Firekiss, tomorrow, I can protect you. Aegon, disregarding his appearance, stood up and vowed. You know nothing. Firekiss dismissed him without a second thought. The son of the previous miller was slain by the guards while attempting to protect me. I slit the throats of all the valley guards involved in this affair. The next was a towering savage, who met his fate at the jaws of a ferocious tiger while shielding me. In turn, I skinned the beast. As for the giant, he perished in a dispute among his kin. I no longer wish for protection. I am capable of being a hunter myself. Aegon, shaking his fiery arms, pleaded, Urigoth. Trust me. Once, there was an elephant raised among a herd of cattle, believing itself to be one of them. Day after day, it resided with the herd, safeguarding them from the clutches of wild beasts. Over time, the cattle grew proud of their long trunks. The calves beseeched their mothers. I too wish to have a long trunk to protect everyone. The mother cow gazed at her calf's long trunk and remained silent, for she was well aware of its true nature. To hell with it, who are you cursing? Urigoth exclaimed, furious, as he hurled his garments aside. Huh. Observing the irate wild woman, Aegon solemnly declared, "Regardless of who the warrior may be, one must not presume to make choices for others. Do not heed the wild man beside you. No leader cares for your life or death." Yrgoth nestled against Aegon, gazing affectionately at her new love, and reminded him, "In this world, it is only you and me. Promise me, you shall never betray the wild ones. Otherwise, I shall pierce your heart with an arrow. Indeed, if I betray you, let me have a long trunk. Allow me to become as formidable as a giant." Aegon. Yrgoth glared at the man who mocked her and hurled a stone nearby. "Promise me, do not die tomorrow." Chapter 25, The Giant Versus. The Dragon Rustling. From the shadows of the dense woods, a bearded old man emerged slowly from the thicket. He surveyed the charred remains of a goat and the scorched earth, raising his hand to his lips. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This is it. Zik's eyes sparkled. He had finally pinpointed the dragon's exact location. It was time to execute the plan. With a command, the wild men armed themselves, stealthily approaching the dragon's lair like shrewd hunters. Aegon, stay far away. Do not come closer. Yrgoth anxiously observed the seemingly noble young man, who, with bow and arrow upon his back, sought the optimal vantage point for a shot. In contrast to the wild men's reckless dragon-slaying scheme, Aegon remained unfazed concerning the safety of the sheep thief. After all, in the original tale, even the injured sun dragon, unable to fly, managed to break through the siege of heavily armored soldiers armed with crossbows. Not to mention, this dragon was in prime condition, its age comparable to that of a fully grown wild dragon. Let the goats and sheep lure it. Zik signaled. A massive black goat was tied atop a platform, its limbs already slashed by the wild men, the scent of blood wafting from afar. Bah, bah. The wild men began to mimic the bleating of the black goats, hiding in the thicket and calling out loudly. A deep, rumbling roar resonated from the depths of the cavern, as if the sheep thief, disturbed from his slumber at dawn, was voicing his displeasure. Scarlet pupils flickered open in the darkness, unyielding in their vigilance. What is happening? Zik's expression soured. Should the dragon remain elusive, all preparations for dragon slaying would be rendered futile, leaving the Black Ear tribe in an embarrassing predicament, a target of ridicule for other tribes. Yet, who would dare confront the ferocious beast lurking within the profound cave? Use smoke. Zik took the lead, stealthily guiding the wild men of the Black Ear tribe closer to the cavern, grasping straw in an attempt to ignite it. Burn the dragon? Aegon observed the cleverness before him and found it somewhat amusing. A rumbling sound reverberated within the cave, accompanied by the frantic gasps of the sheep thief, who had undoubtedly sensed something amiss, as evidenced by the hurried footsteps that followed his awakening. Zik anxiously struck flint against stone, yet the harsh winter air thwarted his efforts to kindle the straw. Damn it, just when it matters most. Zik cursed in frustration. Got it. As sparks erupted from his hands, Zik let out a triumphant shout. Boom. Before Zik could act, a massive stone wall collapsed, and the sheep thief burst forth. Soaring into the air, the colossal boulders fell, crushing many of the wild men beneath them. Damn it. Ganzer glared at the soaring sheep thief, his expression darkening. The dragon's sudden breach of the cave was beyond his expectations, unlike any experience he had with hunting beasts. Watching the stone wall crumble rapidly, Shaga came to a realization. My God, there is no natural cave. It is clearly a tunnel carved by the dragon itself. Here it comes. With the hunter's warning, the sheep thief swooped down. Boom. A plume of dark gray dragon fire erupted from the dragon's maw, instantly igniting the black goat in the forest. Prepare. Shaga's face lit up. Once the sheep thief targeted the black goat, there would be no escaping his grasp. Whoosh. The sheep thief charged toward the burning goat with a tremendous force, causing the towering trees to bow under the pressure of the gale. In an instant, branches flew and leaves danced wildly. Throw. Ganzer shouted. The warriors of the Burning Sun tribe surged from the shadows of the woods, wielding long hooks with thick ropes that whirled in their hands. Boom. The sheep thief paid no heed to the tiny figures before him, charging straight toward the roasted goat atop the platform, eager to indulge in a feast. Splash. Under the dragon's relentless tug, the great tree swayed violently, as if the very earth within hundreds of meters was about to be uprooted. A mournful cry escaped the thief of sheep as he fell into the jungle, ensnared by countless iron chains. The multitude of ants can slay an elephant. Warriors, charge forth. Xiajie, leading the charge, seized a small axe and darted towards the thief's legs. Thud. The massive axe struck the thief's ankle, sending sparks flying. Xiajie felt a jolt through his hands, nearly losing grip on the axe. The scales at the dragon's ankle were not as resilient as the old tree bark, yet the axe could not penetrate even the slightest bit. Is this truly what a dragon is? Xiaojie pondered. The pain of his fall enraged the colossal beast. And the thief thrashed violently, fire erupting from its maw. Within 100 meters, the air filled with swirling smoke and rising dust. To the dragon, the towering trees of humanity appeared no larger than mere shrubs. Crack! Countless ropes snapped as one tree after another was uprooted. Zhuang shouted anxiously, "I'm here." The towering figure of Zhuang, clad in elephant hide and adorned with tiger stripes at his waist, raised a massive spear, its gleaming tip extending over 10 meters. "Let us take him down," Xiaojie exclaimed with fervor. Compared to the hulking savage beside him, crushed under the thief's weight, Xiaojie felt his courage shattered beneath the dragon's foot. For a fleeting moment, the shadow of death loomed over him, choking his breath. 3, 2, 1. With a powerful leap, Zhuang thrust the enormous spear straight through the dragon thief's rear. A howl erupted from the thief, visibly shaking the mature dragon, its eyes revealing a mixture of agony and fury. The dragon turned, unleashing a torrent of dark flames that reduced the surrounding trees to ash. "Ah, save me!" The giant Zhuang, abandoning his quest to slay the dragon, desperately attempted to shed his burning leather hide and fled. Thud! He collided with an object that felt as unyielding as a wall of iron. Looking up, he gazed in astonishment at the colossal creature above him. The enormous dark eyes of the dragon gazed down at the 5-meter-tall savage, observing him as one would a mere mouse. Is this what it means to view prey from above? Zhuang was drenched in cold sweat, filled with regret. He recalled how, during each hunt, the creatures he captured would look up at him with such fearful eyes. The wheel of fortune turns. Once the hunter, he had now become the hunted. With no mercy, the thief of sheep savagely bit off Zhuang's head and flung it away. Thud! A colossal headless corpse collapsed, stirring up clouds of dust. "Archers, aim for the eyes," shouted Xiaga, commanding from the sidelines. Bang! The enormous giant's head crashed before him, and the splattering blood seemed to evoke memories of his recently crushed comrades. A sudden realization struck him. He turned, abandoning the others, and fled. To hell with dragon slaying. Chapter 26. The Wild Man King Ahau. The dragon, a notorious sheep thief, belched flames as it roamed the valley, the air thick with smoke and fire, reminiscent of a nightmarish hellscape. This was no mere dragon slaying. This was the harbinger of death. Ganser watched as the gray dragon scoured the vicinity for wild men, dispatching them with a crackling sound, akin to squashing insects. "I am a wild man, not a damned bug," Ganser lamented with a sigh of frustration. Rumbling. Yet another row of ropes binding towering trees was violently dragged by the dragon, flattening ancient giants as if they were mere weeds. Clouds of dust erupted, branches toppled, and the sheep thief moved like a gray specter, leaving desolation in its wake. Bang! Right before Ganser, the sheep thief trampled a wild man, leaving behind only a deep footprint and the visible remnants of wild man garments. The blood and flesh of the wild man melded seamlessly into the earth. Ganser felt his throat dry, his legs weighed down as if filled with lead, rendering him motionless. In this moment, he finally grasped the immense courage required by Aegon, the dragon slayer. As he beheld the approaching dragon's gaze, diabolical in its intensity, Ganser summoned his courage. "Come on, give me a swift end." Whoosh! A sharp arrow whistled through the air, striking the sheep thief's eye, launched by the red-haired wild man. Rush! The sudden jolt drew the dragon's focus entirely, allowing Ganser to escape yet again. Damn, being overlooked by a dragon feels dreadful. Ganser was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had survived a great calamity. Although he had narrowly evaded death, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. As one of the self-proclaimed mightiest hunters in the forest, he realized he was merely an insignificant prey in the eyes of other creatures, easily discarded. Rush, run! Xiaga shouted from across the thicket. "Your strength is insufficient. Even if you strike the dragon's eye, it will not inflict harm." As the sheep thief lunged toward Rush, Xiaga, too, was compelled to cast aside his cherished hatchet, honed over many years. "Damn dragon, take this axe from your lord Xiaga," with Rush's cold arrow striking first. The sheep thief was well aware of any weapons thrown by the diminutive figure before it. The moment the hatchet soared through the air, a dark gray flame erupted, accompanied by a tremendous gust. The steel hatchet melted in an instant, leaving only a remnant wooden handle encased in molten metal, clattering upon the charred ground. The sheep thief turned and charged toward Xiaga. "Oh, damn it, did someone shoot you?" Xiaga gasped, disregarding the pain of his small axe as he turned to flee. His robust physique did not hinder his escape. He darted through the fallen trees like a nimble, albeit hefty, figure. "Aegon, what are you dawdling for? Run!" Xiaga shouted urgently at Aegon, who stood frozen in place. Suddenly, with a crackle of bending branches, a magnificent golden dragon emerged from the shadows of the foliage, eyeing the fleeing savage warily. My goodness, my mother will no longer need to bring me breakfast. Xiaga halted, his face ashen. With a golden dragon ahead and a sheep thief behind, he had utterly lost any chance of escape. Dragon flame, Aegon shouted without hesitation. The golden dragon's flames soared into the sky, colliding dramatically with the oncoming gray flames. Boom! A wave of scorching heat surged toward Xiaga's head, forcing him to flatten himself against the charred earth in terror. Xiaga could scarcely believe his eyes. What am I witnessing? A mere mortal commanding a colossal dragon, as if it were a deity. The sheep thief hesitated, sensing the overwhelming power of the golden dragon far outweighed that of the savage before him. The golden dragon roared defiantly, unwilling to back down. As a wild dragon from Dragonstone Island, it had encountered dragons of all sizes. After a prolonged standoff, the sheep thief finally succumbed to fear, spreading its wings and fleeing without a backward glance. Ah, the sheep thief remains as cowardly as ever, Aegon remarked, watching the gray dragon take to the skies. Gulp! The golden dragon, affectionately rubbing its large golden head against Aegon's chest, nearly toppled him with its gentle nudge. Haha! Aegon opened his arms and embraced the golden dragon, his face lighting up with joy. Regardless of the circumstances, the dragon would always be his lifelong companion. As the gray specter departed, the radiant golden dragon perched on the mountainside, basking in the morning light like a golden sun, shimmering brilliantly. Is this a miracle? Xiaga, who had narrowly escaped, stood dumbfounded at the incredible scene before him. The fortunate survivors cautiously emerged from the forest crevices and the muddy marshes, gazing in awe at the divine spectacle. Among the crowd, someone shouted, "Dragon King! Savior! Wildman King!" In an instant, a fervent cheer erupted from the throng. Conquering a dragon was far more astonishing than slaying or repelling one. From this day forth, the Wildman tribe would no longer fear the intrusion of dragons. For we have the valiant Wildman King, Aegon. Aegon! Aegon! The Wildmen brandished their weapons, hoisting them aloft in homage to their new sovereign. Oh, my beloved! The new Wildman King, the formidable tamer of dragons. Yi Rouge teetered provocatively before Aegon, her finger playfully tracing the tip of his nose, jesting with a teasing tone. Yi Rouge, return with me to King's Landing, Aegon declared solemnly, gazing intently at the wild maiden before him. Me? Yi Rouge's eyes momentarily glazed over, as if recalling a sorrowful chapter from her past. The lords within the castle will never accept a woman from the wilderness. She replied coldly. My first husband, the miller's son, met his demise at the hands of soldiers brought by the miller himself. Yi Rouge turned away, her alabaster arms entwining tightly around Aegon's neck as she implored, Aegon, I beg you, remain with the wild tribe. Here, you are the indisputable king of the wild men, a being of absolute authority. Yi Rouge, the wild tribe cannot sustain a fully grown dragon. Aegon rejected her fiercely. Trust me, I am not the miller. Any dissenting voice shall be consumed by dragon fire. Not only can I be the Wildman King, but why should I not aspire to be the king of men as well? Observing the impatience etching itself on Yi Rouge's face, Aegon beseeched, I am yours, and you are mine. Believe in me. Chapter 27, Lady Eileen Eagle's Nest Castle. Beneath a clear sky, a dragon. Suddenly, a panicked shriek jolted the nerves of all the guards, sending them scattering in fright. Clang, clang. The heavy tolling of bells resonated throughout the valley. People looked up, gazing at the colossal figure descending in the distance. Lady Eileen leaned out the window, observing the two unfamiliar silhouettes atop the golden dragon, betraying not a hint of alarm. What is there to fret? This golden dragon must be Prince Aegon's steed, she remarked calmly through the window. Eagle's Nest, fortified by the valley's natural defenses, stood impervious. None could breach its stronghold except for the dragons of House Targaryen. Unless it were a rogue dragon, no member of the Targaryen lineage would be foolish enough to incinerate their own vassal's domain, Eagle's Nest. Even the headstrong Prince Demon would not dare. After Lena Velaryon's inexplicable fall from her horse and subsequent death, Prince Demon shamelessly sought the inheritance of Dragonstone, only to be met with Lady Eileen's unyielding refusal. Why do you stand there in a daze? Go down and welcome them. Lady Eileen coldly commanded the guard who had announced their arrival. In contrast to the warriors of the valley a century prior, the current dragons barely crossed the threshold, causing the guards to scatter in disarray. The fear of dragons was deeply etched into the bones of every soldier in the realm of Westeros. The invincible myth of dragons was deliberately spread by House Targaryen to every corner of the continent. In the realm of the Seven Kingdoms, The region of Dorne has lost its fear of dragons ever since the fall of Meereen's Gate. Lady Aelin sighed deeply. The male factions of the Vale persistently attacked her under the guise of womanhood, seeking to usurp her position as the guardian of the Vale. Despite Lady Janie Aelin's repeated triumphs in quelling the rebellions of her male relatives, including imprisoning her own cousin, Arnold Aelin, she remained unable to dismantle the entrenched customs of male primogeniture favored by the nobles of Westeros. Who dares to claim that women are inferior to men? As she beheld the terrified soldiers of Eagle's Nest, Janie Aelin's resolve only strengthened. This position of guardian of the Vale rightfully belongs to her alone. Your Highness, clad in a gown adorned with intricate blue peony carvings, Janie Aelin's skirt trailed an impressive 2 meters, necessitating the assistance of her handmaidens to prevent it from detracting from her elegance. Old and cunning. Even the wild man, Yi Rouge, felt a tinge of temptation at the sight of Janie Aelin's bare, alabaster shoulders and her grand attire. Women of the castle, he mused, possess an allure that surpasses that of those in the wild. Their garments resemble nudity in elegance. He unwittingly voiced his thoughts, yet his hands clung tightly to Yegan's arm. Janie Aelin, hearing the murmurs of the wild woman, chose silence as she seated herself in the hall of Eagle's Nest. More than the jealousy of the wild woman, she was concerned about Yegan's demeanor. Rumors painted Prince Yegan as a glutton for both women and wine, yet he exhibited no indiscretion towards the splendidly adorned Lady Aelin. My dragon is hungry, Yegan declared, ignoring Yi Rouge's remarks as he settled himself at the table. After days of survival in the wilderness, he had not tasted a proper meal. The guards had dispatched men to search for cattle and sheep nearby, but it would scarcely suffice to satiate a dragon's appetite. Lady Aelin, elegantly seated on the sofa, discreetly glanced at the wild woman beside Yegan. I noticed several pigsties on my way here. Although the pork may be a bit fatty, it would suffice. Yegan feasted heartily, unconcerned with the quality of the meal. It was essential to adjust his diet, for he was too selective in his choices. As he devoured his meal with knife and fork, the famished Yi Rouge could not resist the allure of the wine-marinated steak before him. Clang! Yi Rouge tossed aside his utensils, opting instead to grasp the steak with one hand and gnaw on it directly. The pair, clad in tattered garments and devoid of noble refinement, appeared more like savages from the wild than a prince and his companion. Yet, the dragon in the hall and Yegan's silver hair and azure eyes were irrefutable proof of his royal lineage. King Viserys is deeply concerned for your safety, dear prince. During your absence, the kingdom has nearly been on the brink of war with Bravos. Jane Eyre gazed at the young man before her, who was only a few years her junior, and spoke with an air of calm detachment, as if the turmoil of Westeros was of no concern to her. Vis Duthrak? Impossible. Aegon replied dismissively, shaking his head. How could a feeble king possibly wage war against the Sea King of Bravos? It was indeed true. Even Prince Daemon, exiled in Pentos, had been urgently summoned back to King's Landing. Jane's expression remained impassive as she stated the gravity of the situation. Amidst such urgent national affairs, Aegon appeared more concerned with the red wine and steak before him. Suddenly, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Aegon's forehead. He raised his head with a choked expression, his countenance darkening. Ever since the King of Westeros and the Sea King of Bravos had forged an agreement over the 3 lost dragon eggs, a superficial peace had persisted for decades, allowing both the faceless men and the dragon riders to coexist in relative tranquility. Yet now, the faceless men had attacked Aegon, even slaying the sea snake's brother, Aemond. The course of history had been irrevocably disrupted by Aegon's actions. Otto Hightower, representing the centrists, naturally sided with Aegon, hoping to bolster his reputation through warfare. Before the king, who sought to maintain stability on the continent, stood a multitude of hawkish factions. Alas, what a blunder it had been. Aegon set down his knife and fork, casting a silent glance at the mocking guardian of the Vale who observed him from a distance. Let it be. If war comes, let it come. The sky may fall, but let someone tall bear the weight. Aegon resumed his meal, savoring the fleeting happiness that came with it. The current state of Westeros was far removed from the era of King Jacaerys. There existed dozens of dragons upon Dragonstone, and dragon riders were innumerable. Assassination? Ultimately, such tactics were beneath consideration. In the past, the royal family had been decimated. Even the loss of a single life could jeopardize the Targaryen bloodline. Yet now, Aegon understood that the Targaryen family was potent enough to instigate a civil war that could overturn the entirety of Westeros. Observing Aegon once more take up his knife and fork after a moment of contemplation, the self-proclaimed clever Lady Eyre found herself momentarily at a loss. Was Prince Aegon truly foolish, or merely playing a part? As she regarded Aegon, who revealed nothing of his intentions. Her curiosity only intensified. "Oh, I have pursued a wild dragon into the Vale. Send the cavalry to seek its whereabouts." Aegon finally recalled his true purpose. He had come to the Vale in search of the trail of the sheep stealer. Compared to the troublemaking prince, recovering a wild dragon would undoubtedly be a significant achievement for the family. After all, each wild dragon represented immense wealth for the Targaryens. As the king's eldest son, should you not be concerned about your kingdom? Rhaenyra finally lost all patience, rising from the sofa, her long gown trailing behind her. In contrast to the royal demeanor of Prince Aegon, the boisterous presence of a rough, untamed woman seated at the grand hall of her eagle's nest castle was utterly intolerable to her. Oh, my prince, how envious she felt, the bitterness seeping through her veins. Rhaenyra, observing the furious noblewoman before him, could not help but feel a sense of delight. How amusing it was to witness a woman, who feigned restraint while priding herself on her nobility, succumb to anger. Rhaenyra seethed, her fury palpable, but Aegon, after all, was a prince of Westeros, not someone to be trifled with by the guardians of the Vale. Once your dragon has finished its meal, you may depart with it. Lady Arryn gazed at the absurd scene unfolding before her, her heart weary from the spectacle. It was no wonder the king had bequeathed the Iron Throne to his eldest daughter rather than to his raucous son, who indulged in debauchery with wildlings and feasted without restraint. With a triumphant laugh, Rhaenyra appeared to revel in his victory over a formidable foe as he watched the stunning Lady Arryn take her leave. "Come catch me, my king," he taunted, retreating to a corner, pressing his bare foot against Aegon's chin, his tiny fingers beckoning playfully. "Humph." In the shadows, Rhaenyra seethed with indignation, abruptly appending the tablecloth, causing the meticulously arranged vases to shatter upon the floor. What utter madness! Ah! Observing a plump, rosy-skinned guinea pig, Yang Yen sniffed it vigorously, letting out a disgruntled growl. It fixated on Aegon above, as if to declare, not pig, but succulent beef and lamb. "Hurry up and eat." Aegon snapped impatiently, shutting his rocky window. Boom! A blast of dragon fire surged forth, sending the guinea pig into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal, fearsome dragon's maw descended, devouring the rotund creature whole. "Are you not afraid of Lady Arryn?" Rhaenyra inquired, his curiosity piqued as he regarded the prince with surprise. Unlike the populace of Westeros who trembled at the sight of dragons, the mountain wildlings of the Vale remained blissfully unaware of the royal terror. They knew only that Eagle's Nest Castle was formidable beyond measure, impenetrable to any wildling for millennia. However, at that moment, the Lord of Eagle's Nest displayed utmost reverence towards Aegon. The Targaryen lineage was one that could nurture an egg the size of a head into a dragon grander than that very head. Aegon merely smiled in silence. "Oh, mighty Dragon King, how I fear you," Rhaenyra jested, collapsing into Aegon's embrace. In the shadows, witnessing Aegon's ludicrous antics, Rhaenyra, clutching a letter from House Rosslyn, unhesitatingly cast it into the flames, reducing it to ashes. Aegon cannot become the king of Westeros. Lady Arryn pondered deeply and solemnly instructed the scholar of the Vale. "Return the gift sent by House Hightower intact." Cawing in unison, a multitude of night ravens took to the sky as Aegon finally received intelligence about the sheep stealer from the Vale scholar. "Your Highness, the king has confirmed your safety and urgently implores you to return to King's Landing immediately." The messenger intercepted the eager Aegon, nervously watching the wild woman behind him. Although the royal decree was of utmost importance, Aegon was notoriously obstinate. While conflicts between father and son could be easily resolved, the dragon lurking outside the square was a matter that brooked no negotiation. The messenger, trembling in fear, dared not even breathe, terrified that Aegon might unleash a torrent of dragon fire upon him. "Understood," Aegon replied tersely, before mounting his dragon, Sunfire, alongside the wild woman, Yara, and soaring into the sky. Lady Jenny Allen gazed at the majestic creature taking flight, a twinge of melancholy washing over her. A wild woman had indeed ascended to the noble dragon's back. Aegon's return would surely herald a storm of bloodshed and turmoil. Lady Jenny Allen sighed, silently mourning for the king. When compared to marrying a wild woman, Prince Daemon's choice of the courtesan, White Worm Melee, appeared far more endearing. Indeed, one's absurdity could only be gauged by comparison. In the Eyrie, what had Prince Aegon been up to these days? Lady Allen turned to her handmaiden. "He often sleeps until midday, then spends his time learning to roast lamb with the cook. He even insists on acquiring cumin from Spice Town, displaying none of the decorum befitting a prince." The maid, cautiously observing Lady Allen's expression, responded, "Even in the Vale, Following the prince is hardly a commendable pursuit. Let him be, Lady Jenny Allen declared, shedding her cumbersome gown and collapsing onto the grand bed, weary in mind and spirit. As a woman, who would not yearn for a pillar of support? Yet, faced with men who coveted her birthright to the veil, Lady Jenny Allen felt no inclination whatsoever. It was likely that Princess Rhaenyra had faced similar dilemmas in her quest for a suitor. Lady Allen sighed, her heart secretly envious of Aegon's audacity to pursue his own happiness. Initially, she had intended to ascertain whether Aegon might be a suitable husband for herself. After all, a Targaryen prince surely would not be fixated on her veil. Yet, that notion now seemed as ephemeral as a reflection in water. My lady, Prince Aegon has taken the flock he brought with him. The maid cautiously interjected. Are there not enough pigs to sate that wild dragon? Lady Allen responded, somewhat irate, before gesturing for the maid to withdraw. Just a few sheep, let it be. Yara, step back. Aegon called to the red-haired woman as he waved his whip, directing the flock toward the path of the sheep thief. He carried cumin, casually binding a bundle of firewood around his waist. Crackling, countless campfires flickered before Aegon's eyes, and upon noticing the steaming dragon droppings, he realized that the sheep thief was nearby. The great king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. Round and round I go. Aegon hummed a merry tune as he skinned the sheep, large, succulent pieces of lamb meat being roasted over the fire. Add a pinch of cumin, a dash of spice. And don't forget the salt. The overwhelming scent of mutton filled the forest in an instant, the flickering bonfire visible from beyond the trees. However, shrouded in darkness. Not a sound emerged from the lurking sheep thieves. Whoosh. The faint sounds of large animals' footsteps echoed through the dark grassland. They have arrived, thought Jaeger, his heart racing with excitement. After a day of roasting lamb, he finally glimpsed the dawn of victory. A howl erupted from a brown figure before the bright bonfire. Damn it, put down my meat. Jaeger's face contorted with rage as he seized his sword and charged forward. The large maned bear snatched up Jaeger's specially prepared skewers of lamb, dragging the stick behind it and bolting away. Chapter 29. The elf's arm and shoulder cursed. Cursed. Jaeger seethed with anger. Gazing at the desolate ice fields and the boundless plains before him, he realized he was utterly lost. Compared to his wrath at the dragon, Jaeger was far more concerned for his own safety. He was no wild man raised in the wilderness. A mere snowstorm could extinguish the flame of his life. Where am I? Jaeger stared in astonishment at the frost-laden valley and forest, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face. The valley, situated near the northern borders, the kingdom of Wanlin and the Riverlands, with its unique strait, was a coveted battleground. Yet, after a night of pursuit, Jaeger had no idea which direction he had strayed. Whoosh! A sudden hurried footfall pierced the air, prompting Jaeger to draw his Valyrian dagger, becoming ever more vigilant. Bang! A rabbit leaped before him, startling Jaeger. In the wilderness, even a seemingly inconspicuous venomous snake could bring down a fully armored warrior. The wilderness is a realm where death lurks, imperceptible to the untrained eye. Howl! Under the silvery moonlight, the haunting howl of wolves lingered in his ears, unforgettable. Jaeger huddled in a damp tree hollow, the biting wind chilling him to the bone. Achoo! He sneezed, yet the icicles hanging from his nostrils showed no signs of falling. In irritation, he yanked them off, grimacing in pain. Dreadful, in such frigid weather. Relieving oneself could easily lead to losing one's manhood. Jaeger grumbled, recalling the amusing sight on Blue Star of wild men competing to produce ice pillars. Yet, in this icy expanse, he found no humor at all. Feeling the tremors of the earth in the distance, Jaeger scrambled out of the hollow, hoping to find a place inhabited by people. Are those warriors riding wolves? Jaeger lay in the snow, eyes wide with disbelief. In the continent of Westerlo, besides the Targaryens who tamed dragons, only the Golden Legion could command elephants in battle. It appears that only House Stark engages in battle riding wolves. No, it is not Stark. A sudden change swept across Aegon's face as he gazed at the grotesque visage before him. He finally recalled the tales recounted by Gauntser. I have slain a half-orc riding a dire wolf and claimed this shoulder piece. Cursed be it, this creature is no man. Aegon hastily retreated back into the confines of his cave, in the desolate wilderness. Expecting an uncivilized half-orc to be wary of his princely identity was akin to dreaming the impossible dream. A howl pierced the air as the dire wolf halted, keenly sniffing the scent wafting from the hillside, searching the area with heightened vigilance. In the icy expanse, what living creature could emerge? The lead half-orc grumbled in discontent. As the vanguard reconnaissance unit of half-orcs, they had emerged from the burrows carved by earthworms, tasked with exploring the surrounding terrain. Yet, the missing half-orc remained elusive, with no sign of any body, save for the remnants of a dire wolf. A howl interrupted the half-orc's complaints, as two riders on dire wolves sped towards the base of a great tree. "Is this the elven armlet of Alashan?" One half-orc exclaimed in surprise at the exquisite shoulder piece, approaching it without caution to pick it up. "Be careful." A shadowy figure descended from above. Aegon, utilizing gravity, delivered a fierce thrust with his blade straight into the unsuspecting half-orc below. With a swift motion, the Valyrian dagger, a true treasure of House Targaryen, cleaved through the half-orc and his mount in an instant. "Well done, lad," another half-orc exclaimed, tightening his legs to charge forth on his wolf. "Take this." Aegon hurled the Valyrian dagger into the eye of the dire wolf, which collapsed instantly, pinning the half-orc beneath its massive weight. Seizing the half-orc's warhammer, Aegon struck fiercely at the other half-orc's head, causing a gruesome explosion of brain matter and a shower of blood. Exhausted, he slumped onto the snow, gasping for breath, his thoughts drifting to the legends of Smaug the dragon and the distant lands of Ashai. Aegon rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Regardless of the impending deluge, he had to secure his own little patch of land first. He stripped the half-orc of his garments, donning them carelessly. As he beheld the exquisite elven armlet, he carefully adorned himself with it. Suddenly, a massive figure descended with a thud. A gray dragon snatched the half-orc before him, swallowing both it and the dire wolf whole, crunching them with a resounding crack. A sheep thief. Aegon marveled at the colossal creature before him, brimming with excitement. To escape this place without the aid of a dragon was nothing short of a fool's fantasy. The dragon, having caught wind of Aegon's presence, lowered its head, exhaling hot breath upon the young man. Sensing the presence of its kin, the sheep thief relaxed, tending to its own wounds. Before it lay a robust hook, firmly lodged in its scaled armor, with numerous stubborn ropes entwined at the end. At this moment, the colossal dragon had already exerted considerable effort merely to take flight. With every struggle, the hook tightened its grip, pulling along tree stumps and branches. Even the mightiest beast has its vulnerabilities. As Aegon observed the once vigilant dragon now devoid of defenses, he cautiously approached the sheep thief. The sound of clashing steel echoed, reminiscent of a dragon adorned with bells. Any slight movement would result in a cacophony of clinking chains. "You must be starving, my friend," Aegon thought, feeling a pang of sympathy for the wild dragon, which could frighten off prey with its mere presence, but struggled to hunt. "Allow me to assist you." Aegon stepped forward, attempting to dislodge the hook ensnared in the dragon's scales. The dragon choked, then expelled a large, chewed piece of iron armor, remnants of a half-orc's corpse. "Lower your head." Aegon gestured emphatically to the massive creature. The famished sheep thief, recognizing the goodwill in this little man, laid down in acquiescence. 1-2, 1-2. Aegon balanced on the protruding curled scales of the sheep thief, his body nearly suspended by the ropes. With a sudden pull, he dislodged the sharp hook, causing a spray of crimson blood to erupt onto the snow, which began to sizzle and melt, revealing the bare earth beneath. Dragon blood is the most potent and precious alchemical substance in the land of Westeros. Even the Targaryens, the sole dragon-riding family in existence, possess but a scant supply of dragon blood. For a dragon rider, the dragon is a cherished companion, and one would never allow it to suffer harm. Yet for a wild dragon, drawing its blood seems akin to courting danger. This dragon's blood must not be wasted. Aegon quickly rose, grabbing his empty flask, and directed its opening towards the bleeding vessel. The sheep thief, in pain, turned its head to glare at the audacious little man, shaking him off its shoulder. It then positioned another hook towards Aegon, nodding in a rather comical manner. "Impertinent creature," Aegon grumbled, casting an irritated glance at the wild dragon before clambering back onto the sheep thief's back. "Move your rear end," Aegon scolded, eyeing the massive beast with distaste. The stout wooden handle on the sheep thief's backside was, in fact, a weapon used by the giant wonk to ambush dragons. Do not seek my assistance." Once a proctologist in his former life, Aegon found it absurd that he had to revert to his old profession upon arriving in Westeros. "No," he said, shaking his head in distaste, covering his mouth and nose with the hem of his garment. "Ack." The sheep thief raised his rear high, earnestly gazing at the diminutive figure before him. The adult dragon possessed an intellect akin to that of a human. Yet, in comparison to the mighty dragon, humans appeared woefully insignificant, much like how one might observe ants, their distinctions nearly imperceptible, apart from the mental connection forged through blood magic. It was nearly impossible for the dragon to discern which of these beings was its master. With a gentle nudge, the sheep thief rubbed his gray head against Aegon's neck, his tearful eyes evoking a sense of sympathy. "Then you must fly me away from this wretched place," Aegon proposed, eyeing the colossal creature before him. Once a dragon willingly allowed a human to ride, it effectively solidified their magical bond. Roar! The sheep thief roared in discontent, sensing the lingering scent of another dragon on Aegon. Despite the Targaryen bloodline compelling the sheep thief to regard Aegon as a companion, the tradition of one rider per dragon had remained unbroken throughout time. Each dragon was a steadfast partner to its dragon rider, loyal until death. Then there's no choice. Aegon waved his hand dismissively, appearing as a rather helpless figure akin to a man attempting to charm children in a kindergarten. Gurgling, the sheep thief shook his head, his expression decidedly unnatural. One cannot serve two dragons. You're quite the shameless fellow. The sheep thief regarded Aegon with disdain, akin to a man observing a notorious flirt. All right, enough of this. Realizing his attempts to entice the dragon had been futile, Aegon sought a compromise. I shall provide you with the most delectable plump sheep. How about we fight together as dragon and rider? He once again laid forth his proposition to the towering beast. Salala. The sheep thief remained obstinate, embodying the essence of a deceptive character. His demeanor seemed to convey, first cure my ailment, then we shall discuss your worth. Humph, even dragons can be cunning. Friendship between man and dragon has vanished. Aegon observed the unyielding sheep thief, his interest completely waning. Let it be, for I am a man with a dragon. Aegon turned to leave, paying no heed to the sheep thief's pleas. Today, someone dares to ambush you. Tomorrow, someone will dare to hunt you, Aegon warned, casting a half-threat, half-intimidation glance back at the sheep thief trailing behind him. Roar! The sheep thief seethed with anger, feeling a sharp pain intensifying within. Wild dragons are often timid. Without a rider, they flee at the slightest sign of danger, far removed from the image of a fierce beast. A dragon without a rider is merely a wild animal, while a dragon with a rider becomes a formidable weapon capable of razing cities and nations. As a notorious coward among wild dragons, the sheep thief undoubtedly epitomized the most fear-stricken of creatures when faced with war. Bang! Cautiously, the sheep thief nudged Aegon with his snout, and despite the care taken, Aegon was still knocked to the ground. Observing the sheep thief before him finally relent, Aegon's lips seemed to stretch to the very edges of his cheeks. At last, the ruse had borne fruit. Aegon grasped the immense figure before him tightly, exerting every ounce of his will to establish a mental connection with the thief. Success! In a fleeting moment, the thoughts of Aegon and the sheep thief coalesced in clarity, transforming them into confidants of the mind. Thief, rise! Aegon proclaimed with authority, clapping his hands together. As the first of House Targaryen in millennia to command two dragons, Aegon was incomparable to the later dragon, Queen Daenerys. After all, the mastery of two dragons and the coordination of their combat are not synonymous. Come forth, my trusted weapon. Aegon bellowed, his arms taut with exertion, the sturdy shaft of his lance creaking under his grip. The sheep thief squinted, trembling as if utterly drained. Aegon, noting the firmly fixed spear, felt his face flush with embarrassment. The thief glared at the dragon knight, wishing fervently to drown the diminutive figure before him in a tide of contempt. Imagine the cost of deceiving someone into a bed and then refusing payment. Aegon and the sheep thief had forged a pact, yet he was unable to dislodge the weapon from the thief's rear. My dear dragon, allow me to explain, Aegon stammered, drenched in sweat. I lack the strength. I shall fetch assistance. In the valley, within Eagle's Nest. Clang, clang, clang. A dragon, indeed a dragon. Amidst the soldiers' fervent shouts, Jaime Lynn gazed in disbelief at the colossal creature descending from the heavens. A gray dragon, how could it be? She murmured incredulously, watching Aegon once more alight upon the square of Eagle's Nest. It is Prince Aegon. The leading soldier, recognizing the familiar visage, cleared a path for Aegon and his sheep thief with ease. Aegon, the soldiers called out, their former fears dissipating. Quickly, bring me my long gown, the most splendid one. Jaime Lynn commanded urgently. My lady, did we not agree to decline the gifts from House Hightower and even reject Sir Royce's plea? The maid, caught in a dilemma, stood by in confusion. The claim to the inheritance of Stonehold, although transferred by Lady Aelin to the distant nephew of Lord Royce, had sparked considerable discontent since the news of Princess Rhaenyra's marriage to Prince Daemon emerged. Green or black, ultimately it was an inescapable choice. You misunderstand. The return gifts must include a demand for more from House Hightower. Jaime Lynn hastened to don her most treasured attire, leaving the maid in the hall exchanging bewildered glances. Targaryen. Indeed, no one from Valyria had ever commanded two dragons. This marked a groundbreaking moment in the annals of draconic history. The fate of the throne remains uncertain. Prince Aegon, your arduous journey from afar is truly commendable. Lady Eileen graced the occasion in splendid attire, resembling a resplendent peony, exuding an air of unparalleled elegance and opulence. Her alabaster skin contrasted beautifully with the deep reddish brown of her gown, reminiscent of a flower ripe for the picking. Humph, which woman does not bow to a formidable man? After all, it is merely a sight to behold. The noble from Shiftstone cast a disdainful glance at the flamboyant Duke of the Valley before him, muttering in contempt. Mind your words. The Duke of Shiftstone interjected, interrupting his cousin, Euron Royce. Though Rhea Royce and Lady Eileen had been playmates since childhood, they were ultimately separated by the chasm of fate. While Rhea excelled in equestrian skills and archery, Lady Eileen was more adept in the realm of governance. Together, they complemented each other, leading the residents of the valley. However, fate dealt an unforeseen blow, as Prince Daemon's machinations plunged the valley into a stark divide. Chapter 31. Who is the murderer? I shall never bow to that scoundrel, Daemon. Euron Royce exclaimed in fury. The grievances of the valley must surely be avenged by its valiant warriors. The Earl of Shiftstone regarded the tearful elder before him, a resolute expression emerging upon his youthful visage. Though still in his tender years, he understood the importance of unity. With Lady Eileen on our side, we pledge our loyalty to her, should that not be the case. He glanced at the nobles from Shiftstone, choosing not to utter another word. In that exchange of glances, an unspoken understanding lingered among them. Aegon. Janie Eileen approached warmly, yet before she could reach the prince, she was interrupted by his irritable lament. Where's my dragon? Where has Sunfire gone? On his return journey, Aegon not only failed to locate his mighty dragon but also noticed that his companion, Urigo, had vanished without a trace. Cursed be this predicament. Aegon pounded his chest in frustration. This was the opportune moment to return to King's Landing, and he could not afford to tarry. Your Highness, Aegon. The nobles of Shiftstone surged past Lady Eileen, intruding upon the scene. Lady Eileen observed the unfolding chaos with discontent, yet she refrained from voicing her displeasure. It was evident to all that the Targaryen family's status was unrivaled. Even if Daemon had slain a duke, what of it? It would be swiftly forgotten. Just in time, Aegon's spirits soared upon seeing the imposing figure before him. Prepare, set. With a resounding command, Aegon shouted, and a whistle pierced the air. The nobles of Shiftstone and the soldiers of the Eyrie formed a line, gripping hands and exerting their collective strength. Bang! The long spear escaped its confines, a torrent of blood erupting forth, splattering onto the faces of the nearest soldiers. The two leading soldiers screamed in horror, clutching their heads in despair. What has happened to you? Euron Royce gasped, disregarding his own safety as he rushed to assist. The clatter of shattered armor echoed like crackling embers, and in an instant, the soldier's visage was scorched beyond recognition, leaving no trace behind. A gust of wind swept through, mingling with the cold sweat cascading down Sir Yorn's brow, as the ashes of two soldiers were utterly obliterated. The profound stillness of the scene lingered in Yorn's mind, a haunting echo that refused to subside. While the world recognized the formidable might of the dragons, it was in this moment that the warriors of the valley truly felt the paralyzing dread that accompanied such draconic oppression. Merely a pool of blood had reduced two living soldiers to mere ashes. Only a dragon could vanquish another dragon. Euron Royce's resolve for vengeance solidified within him. Aegon, you are a murderer. A voice, dripping with flippant provocation, emerged amidst the fury of the citizens of Stonehaven as Daemon swaggered in, carelessly gripping the hilt of the Dark Sister. The dragon, Claxius, extended its slender neck, anxiously scrutinizing every human who dared to threaten Prince Daemon. If anyone could be deemed a culprit, surely Prince Daemon held no claim to that title. Euron Royce seethed with rage. The blood-soaked enmity that Stonehaven held against their valley was not one they had ever dared to forget. You little brat, your father is calling you home for dinner. Daemon raised his gaze towards the gray adult dragon before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Claxius and the sheep thief exchanged wary glances, both sizing each other up with palpable suspicion. Where did this wild dragon come from? Daemon, unfazed by the sheep thief, had encountered nearly every dragon in the world during his upbringing on Dragonstone. Yet this particular sheep thief was an unfamiliar entity. Uncle, no. I should now refer to you as my sister's husband. Aegon regarded his oblivious uncle with no semblance of respect. Roar. The two dragons sensed the hostility emanating from their dragon rider and roared defiantly, their overwhelming presence forcing the surrounding soldiers to retreat, leaving only the two at the center. Gazing at Aegon, who exuded a fierce aura, Daemon felt as though he was witnessing the rebellious youth he once was. By royal decree, Daemon did not respond to Aegon's inquiry, casually tossing the royal command into Aegon's arms. You can read it yourself. Upon observing the missive in the hands of his stepfather, Viserys, Aegon felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Indeed, the feeble king had acquiesced to the Sea King's proposal, with bravos set to compensate a substantial sum of gold dragons as restitution for their misunderstandings. This compensation should rightly belong to me. Unfazed by his stepfather's urgings, Aegon jested with the once-exiled Prince Daemon, brandishing the figure of the compensation. "Kid, have you grown a backbone? Care to exchange a few blows with your uncle?" Daemon, having recently lost his wife and returned to Dragonstone only to discover that Vhagar had been tamed by the one-eyed Prince Aemond, felt the weight of despair as his daughter and son had also been bested by Aemond. Unlike the original tale, where Aemond spared the children, the one-eyed prince now bore a deep-seated vendetta against Rhaenyra, showing no mercy whatsoever. He mercilessly kicked the small path with his left foot and the larger road with his right, earning a notorious reputation as a brigand. He stole your dragon, beat your children, leaving you utterly speechless. Countless swords were unsheathed, and Joran Royce and others stepped forward to shield Aegon. With a wild shriek, a golden dragon descended from the heavens, landing upon the back of Clarksh, the very sunfire that had returned in search of Aegon. Clarksh swayed back and forth, an anxious tension manifesting in his crimson gaze for the first time. The two dragons, one large and one small, united in a fierce alliance, created an overwhelming sense of pressure for Clarksh. The bond between a dragon rider and their dragon was profound. The dragon's distress altered the countenance of the formidable Prince Daemon dramatically. Alone, Clarksh could not hope to defeat the two dragons before him. "Come forth." Daemon swiftly drew his dark sister, his eyes darting nervously around. As a dragon rider, was he still required to conceal himself? He called out to the Aerie in the purest Valyrian tongue. "Uncle, are you searching for me?" Aegon strode confidently forward, and as he spoke, the massive head of Sheepstealer leaned down, enveloping Aegon beneath its colossal form. How is it possible for one man to command two dragons? Daemon gasped in disbelief. He would sooner accept that someone outside the Targaryen lineage had inherited the legacy of the 40 Valyrian dragons than believe that the drunken prince before him could achieve such a miracle. "Leave at once, or your dragon will be devoured by the offspring." Joran Royce regarded the once reckless prince with incredulity, scarcely believing his own eyes. It appeared even dragon riders could experience fear. Truly, all dread stemmed from insufficient firepower. This cannot be. Daemon gazed at the near reality of the situation, still struggling to comprehend. Anything is possible. Unfazed by his uncle's scrutiny, Aegon climbed upon Sheepstealer's back before the assembled crowd. With a mighty roar, Sheepstealer spread his wings and unleashed a torrent of flames, dark gray fire engulfing the sky, obscuring the sun. "Take flight," Aegon commanded, propelling himself and Sunfire toward King's Landing, leaving Daemon in a state of stunned disbelief. Chapter 32. Farewell, Bear. King Aegon. King Aegon. The nobles of Griffin's Roost raised their weapons in excitement, erupting in cheers for the departing Prince Aegon. Prince Daemon, oh no, now merely a consort, Joran Royce remarked, observing the humbled Daemon Targaryen, urging him. "The Vale does not welcome you." Humph. Daemon regarded the once mighty noble with disdain, paying him no heed. The Targaryen family would go wherever they pleased. With an air of defiance, he lifted his chin, provocatively staring at the Lord of Griffin's Roost. In the realm of Westeros, aside from members of the Targaryen family, no vassal was worthy of Daemon's consideration. From this day forth, the Targaryen family had undergone a transformation. The Count of Stonehollow intercepted the sword-drawing Joran Royce and addressed Daemon. "Prince Aegon has performed miracles unparalleled by ancient Valyria, a fact evident to all. Everyone must bear the consequences of his actions, even if he belongs to House Targaryen." The youthful Count of Stonehollow, undeterred by Daemon's imposing stature, stepped forward and warned coldly. "Clark." With Daemon's command, the bloodworm sensed the malice emanating from the crowd, its throat resonating with a chorus of unsettling chirps as it approached. A colossal figure loomed ominously, a pressure from a dominant beast causing the gathered folk to retreat in fear. At all times, Westeros remains the garden of House Targaryen. Daemon gazed disdainfully at the timid knights of the Vale, mockery dripping from his words. No matter the valor of a warrior, he would turn into a coward before the Targaryen dragons. As long as dragons exist, the Targaryens need not concern themselves with the opinions of any vassals. With confidence, Daemon mounted Clark and unfurled the dragon's wings, soaring into the azure sky. Observing the twin dragons soaring ahead, even the self-assured Daemon felt a flicker of trepidation. The throne of Rhaenyra was in jeopardy. Narrowing his eyes, he clung to Clark's back, his thoughts transcending time and space. He recalled the day in the Red Keep when, before the skull of the Black Death, he had boasted, Possessing dragons, he was no different from the deities, unlike the denizens of Westeros. Yet now, he was stripped of that arrogance. Aegon, with 2 dragons, possessed combat prowess rivaling that of the former wife of Vhagar, and even Daemon felt a tremor within. Dragon fire. The dark flames erupted skyward as Aegon charged forth, cutting through the air. Daemon, pale-faced, trailed behind on Clark, feeling the intense heat of the dragon fire. The prince's heart raced with unease. The sheep stealer, both in size and the ferocity of its flames, was alarmingly akin to Vhagar. Squeaking in distress, Clark sensed Daemon's turbulent emotions and echoed with frantic complaints. Aegon, Daemon observed his still youthful nephew, a faint yet palpable intent to kill stirring within him. Suddenly, a golden figure plummeted from the heavens, swiftly passing over Clark's head, causing the bloodworm to roll in shock, nearly losing its grip. Clark, Daemon shouted urgently. The experienced bloodworm spread its wings, quickly stabilizing its flight path. That was close. Daemon was drenched in cold sweat. The emotions of a dragon rider are often intertwined with those of their dragon. Daemon's distraction had affected Clark's flight, leading to the creature's near misstep. Observing the colossal sheep stealer, a bloodworm far larger than himself, alongside the nimble and agile Sunflower, Daemon could not help but acknowledge the frustration that welled from the depths of his soul. The last time he felt such dismay was when he narrowly missed the throne. Daemon, in his despondency, scoffed disdainfully. Do you tremble in the presence of those stronger than you? He pondered, vexed, as he tugged at his disheveled silver hair and inhaled deeply. I am not that wretched knight who preaches about the weak triumphing over the strong through perseverance. I am Daemon, an indomitable warrior. Calming his spirit, he bellowed, Catch him, Bloodworm. Feeling the surge of confidence from his master, Bloodworm erupted in an enthusiastic roar, unfurling its wings and ascending swiftly. Observing Daemon's sudden return to composure, Aegon was not the least bit surprised. Truly, he was a warrior bold enough to challenge Vargarol. Watching Prince Daemon gradually overtake him, Aegon released his grip on the dragon's saddle and plunged toward Dragonstone Island. Ha, Bloodworm, you are magnificent. Daemon, leading the charge, let go of his hands, laughing heartily. However, upon turning around, he discovered that he was utterly alone. Clark, Daemon shouted, seizing the reins of Bloodworm, who had halted mid-flight in astonishment. Where on earth did Aegon go? In that moment, all pride of victory eluded him. He realized he could not fathom Aegon's thoughts or actions. Was this truly the nephew who only indulged in wine and debauchery? Daemon maintained a composed demeanor, surveying his surroundings. Venturing forth alone, the vast, thick clouds had long concealed the dragon's silhouette, shrouding Aegon's flight path entirely. Forget about worrying for him. I should focus on my own concerns. Reflecting on his towering nephew, who was soon to surpass him in stature, he turned back toward King's Landing. With a whoosh, Aegon, riding the dragon, gazed eagerly at the distant isle. Dragonstone Island, the ancestral land of House Targaryen, was once the foundation of their dominion over Westeros. Thud. Aegon executed a somersault and dismounted from the dragon's back. The sultry breath from the volcanic crater gradually permeated the surroundings, even within the Dragonstone mines near the beach. A lingering warmth replaced the previous chill. Dragonfire. The dark brown flames scorched the supporting pillars before him to a fiery red hue as Aegon casually picked up a torch and ventured into the passage he had previously explored. What secrets lay hidden in the path that the three-eyed crow sought to seal? With utmost caution, Aegon proceeded, glancing back to ensure his dragon followed closely. In contrast to the narrow confines of the Dragonstone mines, the smaller Sunflower was evidently more suited for the role of protector. Creak. A brittle branch snapped beneath Aegon's foot, producing a crisp sound that echoed throughout the cavern. Two large, green eyes opened in the darkness of the cave. It was the large black bear that had previously pursued Aegon. In stark contrast to the rotundity commonly associated with winter, the great bear before me resembled a frail, elderly man, its disheveled fur matted together as if dried by sweat, a disordered and filthy sight. Ah, brother bear, we meet again. I greet the drowsy beast before me. Chapter 33. A return to the dragon crystal mine. Is this the song of ice and fire? I am utterly awestruck as I gaze upon the murals adorning the dragon crystal mine. 6 to 8 millennia ago, our ancestors and the children of the forest, astonishingly, were able to repel the invasion of the White Walkers without relying on dragons. I meticulously examined the murals, tracing the history from the internal strife between the ancestors and the children of the forest to their eventual unity against external threats, from the builders, led by Brandon, who erected the wall to fend off the White Walkers, to the flourishing of Winterfell. I strive to analyze and assess the capabilities of the Night King. In comparison to the ancestors who first wielded bronze against the threats from Essos, the combat prowess of the Children of the Forest seems rather unimpressive. Even when the White Walkers attacked, they were ultimately vanquished by the giants, the ancestors, and the Children of the Forest. Subsequently, the Undulls, armed with iron, fled in disarray before the might of Valyria, compelled to cross the narrow sea and conquer the continent of Westeros. This battle is assured. Reflecting on the 3 little dragons of Daenerys Targaryen in the future, I suddenly contemplate that the peril from the north may be somewhat overstated. Rather than worrying about the Night King, it would be prudent to regard the calamities from Valyria with greater concern. Is this what the three-eyed raven fears? I find it hard to believe. Though formidable, the Night King is ultimately a creation of the magic of the Children of the Forest. In my view, even the dragons of Valyria may have origins rooted in the distant lands of Ashai, a realm of unknown blood and fire magic. Magic is the supreme force that governs this world. As I observe the timid bear before me, my suspicions are further solidified. With a firm kick, I nudge the curled-up black bear, urging onward. The deeper we descend into the cavern, the more constricted the passage becomes. Even the golden dragon's flames cannot reach here. With a resounding thud, the dragon's golden claws rake the ground, leaving behind a massive claw mark. Take good care of me, or you might find yourself in a rather unpleasant predicament. I threaten the woodland beast before me. Truly, it is man who wields the power of dragons. Go. I remove the dragon's saddle and place it upon the bear's back, mounting it as we charge towards the depths of the cave. Bear, lead the way. My playful spirit igniting, I let the bear take the lead. Following my command, the bear, liberated from the intimidation of the dragon's flames, gathers its strength, bracing itself on all fours and sprinting forward with all its might. Since Chiyu, I must be the first man to ride a bear. I grip the bear's saddle with one hand while brandishing the Valyrian dagger in the other, standing ready to thwart any surprise attacks from the three-eyed raven. However, as they raced forward, no suspicious traces emerged. The roaring sound of rushing water surged forth, and even the transcendent Aegon found himself taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal blue waterfall enveloped his vision, ultimately transforming into an unfathomable pool at the base of the cavern. What could this be? Aegon had speculated that the depths of the cave might house subterranean lava reminiscent of Valyria's ruins, or perhaps immense crystalline ore, but he had never considered it to be an underground current. Is this the Flying Immortal Falls? Observing the pockmarked stone tablets at the water's edge, Aegon gazed in astonishment at the fragmented inscriptions before him. These were the ancient scripts of a bygone civilization, intermingled with the peculiar magical glyphs of the elven progeny. The serpentine patterns, reminiscent of earthworms, surely represented the high dragon language of ancient Valyria. Aegon tugged at his hair in frustration, filled with regret. Would it have killed him to read a bit more? Here lay the only language that the dragon kin might master, and yet he could barely recognize a few characters. It was evident that numerous races had come to this place, etching their words into the stone. Since he was already here, Aegon retrieved his Valyrian dagger and clumsily inscribed his own name. Aegon too, Lord of the Westeros continent, was here. That was more like it. He clapped his hands together, speaking with a sense of pride. The three-eyed raven must be hiding something. Aegon squinted at the pool before him. As a scion of blood and fire, the Targaryen family's affinity for water was evidently less than that of ordinary folk. Even the fire dragons beneath him seldom indulged in aquatic play. Dragons, by nature, loathe water. Golden eyes awaken. Aegon's eyes widened, and an eerie emerald flame flickered within his golden irises. Under the influence of this strange fire magic, a faint grayish-white shadow indeed lurked within the crystalline waters. Humph. Aegon observed the secret submerged within the pool and kicked the nearby great bear, commanding, "Dive into the water and fetch me that object." Howl. The giant bear let out a disgruntled roar, terrified and resolute against plunging into the depths. Enough of your whimpering. Do you wish to contribute your paw? Aegon brandished his Valyrian dagger, trimming his nails. The bear, recalling the terrifying dragon hidden outside the cave, cautiously approached the pool. TCH. Coward. Aegon regarded the forest's formidable creature with disdain. No wonder Daemon looked down upon any vassals of the Westeros continent. With the backing of a dragon, any combat prowess was diluted. Boom. A massive splash erupted as a grayish-white figure emerged, its head breaking the surface, letting out a fierce roar. By the gods, it's a wild dragon. Aegon was taken aback, fleeing in fright. Smack. The great bear was knocked down, rendered unconscious. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, the faint sound of gnawing reached Aegon's ears. The grayish-white wild dragon swiftly devoured half of the massive bear within mere seconds. its crimson eyes immediately fixating on the fleeing Aegon. Was it truly this famished? Observing the insatiable wild dragon, a thought sprang to Aegon's mind. Mother no longer needs to bring me breakfast. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged forth as the dragon unfurled its colossal wings and soared directly within the cavern. By heavens, the wind is fierce! Aegon exclaimed as he dove beneath the abandoned minecart, desperately scrambling to evade the creature. With a thunderous crash, the bronze cart was overturned by the dragon's sweeping wing, narrowly escaping the razor-sharp teeth that nearly grazed Aegon's head. Stop! Remain calm. With no retreat left, Aegon pressed against the stone wall, resorting to commanding in the ancient Valyrian tongue. The gray shadow tilted its head, sniffing the air for the scent of its kin, gazing curiously at the unfamiliar small figure before it. Step back, Aegon shouted, raising his hands and taking a bold step forward. The ravenous dragon was more terrifying than any beast in existence. Even the esteemed Targaryen family, claiming descent from dragons, would ensure their beasts were well fed before attempting to tame them. The dragon regarded the defiant figure before it, intrigued by the scent reminiscent of its kind, and began to retreat cautiously. Aegon, seizing the opportunity, picked up a long bamboo pole from the ground and pointed it at the dragon's snout, commanding, back away. With a fierce roar, the gray shadow snapped the bamboo pole in two. In a moment of desperation, Aegon rolled to the side and escaped beneath the dragon's belly. Chapter 34. The wildfire cannot be extinguished. Sunfire, save me! Aegon cried out as he was pursued by the dragon, completely shedding any semblance of noble composure. Boom! The grayish-white dragon fire surged towards him, igniting the narrow passageway and singeing his backside. Rocks from the cavern ceiling cascaded down like meteors, creating deep craters upon impact. With a powerful leap, the gray shadow landed directly in front of Aegon, effectively blocking his escape. The immense gray wings spread wide, casting an impenetrable shadow that obscured all light. Wild dragon, is there no room for negotiation? Aegon asked, his expression grave as he faced the menacing gray shadow. In response to the dragon's threat, only a peculiar grayish-white flame flickered ominously. Dragon fire! Aegon shouted. A golden blaze of dragon fire surged towards the gray shadow, whistling past Aegon's head. He clasped his hands over his head, pressing himself tightly against the ground. The gray shadow emitted a pained howl, its wings flaring as it forsook Aegon and charged out of the cavern. Sunfire, let us take it down. Witnessing the singed gray shadow, Aegon felt a surge of fury rise within him. Each wild dragon, though a treasure of the Targaryen lineage, remains untamed. Particularly those colossal beasts hatched from the ancient Valyrian dragon eggs, which harbor no reverence for the Targaryens. Take flight, Sunfire, Aegon urged, gripping the golden dragon's scaly spine with both hands, undeterred by the absence of a saddle. With a thunderous roar, Sunfire launched into the air, causing the entire cavern to reverberate. It cautiously turned back to ensure Aegon's safety before leaping into the sky, its wings unfurling in pursuit of gray shadow. Thief of sheep, Dragonfire, Aegon shouted. The deep gray mud dragon hesitated not for a moment, unleashing a torrent of dark dragonfire directly into the dragon crystal cave. With a deafening cry, gray shadow, caught in the onslaught of the dragonfire, collapsed to the ground, flailing its wings in agony like a wounded fowl, shrieking in despair. Put it out of its misery, Aegon commanded, confronting the wild dragon, which had shown no hesitation in attacking him. Dragonfire. The golden flames intertwined with the ashen-black fire, utterly incinerating gray shadow. Gazing upon the charred remains, reminiscent of a volcanic crater, even Aegon, a seasoned dragon rider, had never witnessed such devastation. Countless wisps of white smoke billowed upwards, the scorched scales shattered, while the surrounding black earth was drenched in a layer of crimson dragon blood. A sight too harrowing to behold. With a thud, Aegon dismounted and approached, scrutinizing the grisly scene. If his conjecture proved accurate, gray shadow now mirrored the condition that Aegon would later witness in Sunfire after being ambushed by Vhagar. Sunfire, blackened and battered, bore the scars of battle. One wing irrevocably damaged, rendering it flightless. The Valyrian steel armor had melted under the searing flames, fragments embedding into Aegon's flesh, leaving his sausages charred and bursting. Is this the extent of Dragonfire's devastation upon a mighty dragon? Aegon pondered aloud. Suddenly, gray shadow's eyes snapped open, revealing the pupils of a three-eyed raven, its head lunging towards Aegon. No! Aegon gasped in shock, hastily retreating, yet unable to evade gray shadow's dying counterattack. Aegon! Sunfire cried out anxiously, the distance between them now an insurmountable chasm. With no means to evade, Aegon closed his eyes, resigning himself to fate's decree. A deep, resonant dragon's roar interrupted the grip of the three-eyed raven, heralding the arrival of the adult dragon, thief of sheep. Gray Shadow's body fell limp, collapsing atop Aegon. Gently, gently. Aegon grimaced in pain, feeling as diminutive as an ant compared to the massive creature. An eerie green fire accompanied by golden eyes emerged, and Aegon remained vigilant, sensing no trace of the three-eyed raven. Truly, a treacherous wretch. Aegon, undeterred, lamented, "In this world, heroes abound like fish crossing a river. Even the slightest misstep can lead to devastating consequences. Who would have thought that the presence of two colossal dragons would provide the three-eyed crow with such an opportunity? It is no wonder that among the 40 dragon clans of Valyria, many have fallen at the hands of the faceless god. A visible arrow is easily evaded, but a hidden dagger is far more treacherous. Sunfire, devour it." Aegon gestured towards the lifeless gray shadow before him. Sunfire, gazing at the thoroughly decayed flesh, wore a reluctant expression. Dragons on Dragonstone, aside from the gluttonous ones, rarely partake in the remains of their kin. "Sunfire, this will benefit you." Aegon could not bear to see Sunfire squander the remains of a dragon. Dragon blood, bones, and sinew are precious magical materials on both shores of the narrow sea. The sheep stealer, observing the pitiful Sunfire, tilted his head and grinned mockingly. "Sunfire, once you finish, I shall treat you to roasted lamb." Aegon approached the exceedingly unwilling golden dragon, seeking to soothe him. Roasted lamb. The sheep stealer's ears perked up as if he had heard an enticing secret, and his large head nuzzled closer, mimicking Sunfire. All of it. All of it." Aegon laughed heartily. As the adult dragon who had saved his life, how could Aegon be stingy? In comparison to Sunfire's devouring abilities, the sheep stealer's soul pressure seemed rather trivial. However, upon witnessing the three-eyed crow's omnipresent soul invasion, Aegon realized that perhaps the sheep stealer was the most capable being to counter this enigmatic deity in the realm of Westeros. Fishleaf wood. Returning once more to the depths of the pool, Aegon beheld the roots of the fishleaf wood and, without hesitation, began to sever them into fragments. It has long been said that every fishleaf tree in Westeros serves as the eyes and ears of the three-eyed crow. Through these trees, it can observe the entire span of 5,000 years across the continent. The conflicts between the Undulls and the Ancients, as well as the tensions between the Ancients and the children of the forest, often stem from the felling of these trees. Dare to offend the future king of this world, and you shall deeply regret it. Aegon produced fire and ignited it. With a sputtering hiss, the damp cave combined with the waterfall's spray thwarted several attempts to ignite the roots, which, aside from blackening slightly and emitting a bit of smoke, remained largely unscathed. Aegon, seething with rage, gazed at the fishleaf wood before him. The narrow tunnel prevented the enormous dragon from entering, thus rendering it incapable of incinerating the roots with dragon fire. At this point, the continent of Westeros had few fire sorcerers, and for the Targaryens, who wielded dragon fire, the notion of wildfires was a mere trifle. The towering roots of the fishleaf wood were etched with two weeping faces marked by blood tears, their deep crimson leaves contrasting with the gray-white bark, resembling an eerie idol of an ominous deity. The broad leaves appeared as countless immense blood-red handprints, reaching skyward. The yearning of all trees is, naturally, an infinite ascent towards the heavens. Chapter 35, The Son of Light. In a moment of exasperation, Aegon gazed upon the sacrificial visage of sorrow before him, and seized the Valyrian dagger, slashing downward with fervor. "Let me see you smile." With a swift thrust, Aegon plunged the blade into the trunk of the fishbeam tree, causing its sap to erupt forth like blood. In a daze, he fancied he heard a distant wail, both heart-wrenching and gentle. Suddenly, the water of the pool beneath the waterfall began to tremble violently. Aegon lowered his gaze, witnessing his own reflection plunge into the depths. "Where am I?" He marveled at the towering ancient trees surrounding him, where diminutive figures clad in moss and woven leaves busily moved about. These beings were small in stature, with dark skin, no taller than a child of ordinary folk. They possessed deep chestnut-hued skin and pointed ears, their eyes predominantly a golden hue, with a few exhibiting green or red, known as the Green Prophets. Could they be the children of the forest? Aegon pondered thoughtfully. They eschewed metal, wove no garments, donned bark as clothing, and utilized stone tools, residing within the hollows of trees, perpetually in harmony with nature. Suddenly, a clear and melodious horn sounded, prompting the forest children to cease their tasks and gaze into the distance. A band of human soldiers, aboard a shattered fishing vessel, crossed the strait, bringing fleeing civilians to the continent of Westeros. The ancestors, beginning with the felling of trees for fire, later progressed to the forging of bronze. ruthlessly cutting down the fishbeam trees, leading to a steep decline in forested land. The conflict between the ancestors and the children of the forest ignited with the first arrow that pierced a child of the forest, igniting a century-long feud. Aegon bore witness to the rise and fall of countless ancestral warriors. The Stark, Bolton, Royce, and Arryn families emerged as prominent powers on the continent of Westeros. Until one fateful day, amidst the ravaged children of the forest, a green prophet first wielded ice magic, driving a dragon crystal dagger into the chest of a Stark. Beneath the blood-soaked altar, amidst the Stark's anguished cries, the first Night King was born. Eternal night descended, and frigid cold enveloped the entirety of Westeros. The footsteps of death did not show gratitude towards the green prophet, the creator. Rather, countless whites first descended upon the home of the fishbeam trees. The Night King not only possessed the ice magic of the forest children, but also the ancient bloodline of the Stark ancestors. Crack, crack, countless frost covered everything. As the surroundings froze, even Aegon could feel the penetrating chill. The Night King fixed his gaze upon Aegon's location, a peculiar smile creeping upon his lips. Can he see me? Aegon felt cold sweat trickle down his brow. As a devoted fan of the Game of Thrones, he would never grant the Night King the opportunity to mark him, unlike Bran of the later generations. Countless weirwood trees withered and froze, the bitter cold annihilating the children of the forest and nearly extinguishing the giant's habitat. Thus commenced a united campaign of the first men, the children of the forest, and the giants. This is a battle between the living and the dead, with no possibility of compromise. Steel cannot slay the monsters. Countless beings fell to the ground, transformed into the Night King's minions, as the human army suffered a devastating defeat, their ranks collapsing like a house of cards. The Night King, accompanied by a relentless tide of corpses, gradually advanced towards the mountaintop where Aegon stood. Azor Ahai, I await you in Winterfell, the Night King taunted, gazing disdainfully at Aegon from afar. Azor Ahai. Aegon marveled at the sight of the Night King's gaze locking onto his, utterly astonished. Brother, you have mistaken your man. Aegon dismissed the Night King's words, for he was far more concerned about the fact that the Night King was willing to engage with him. Whoosh. The Night King seized a long spear left by an adjacent wight, its sharp tip gleaming ominously as it soared through the air towards Aegon. What the hell? Aegon cursed, hastily rolling aside to evade the attack. A spear meant for dragons, and you aim it at me? Aegon broke out in a cold sweat. Had he not been aware of the Night King's ice magic spear, that surprise assault could have seriously injured any noble from the continent of Westeros. Boom. The white spear struck like a cannonball, sending a flurry of snow erupting around Aegon, nearly burying him beneath the icy debris. Coughing, Aegon struggled to rise from the snow, his mouth filled with the splattered ice. Damn it, here it comes again. As another ice spear hurtled towards him, Aegon swiftly vacated the dreamscape of the flying immortal waterfall. Aegon opened his eyes, drenched in sweat, as if he had just endured a harrowing battle. The weirwood stood unchanged, its eerie crying face accompanied by 2 streaks of crimson tears, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. Is this a dream? Aegon gazed incredulously at the unchanged weirwood. He distinctly remembered that prior to entering the dreamscape, he had wielded the Valyrian dagger and utterly destroyed the ancient god's crying face upon the tree. Boom. A massive splash erupted as an icy spear, imbued with a chilling aura, shot forth from the flying immortal waterfall, embedding itself in the wall before Aegon. What the hell? Aegon stared, dumbfounded, at the ice spear, which shattered his assumptions about the dream. Is this a magical spear from the Age of Light? Aegon, incredulous, locked eyes with the Night King across the waterfall. Son of Light, you cannot defeat me, the Night King declared, turning to charge with an endless horde of wights and corpses towards the armies of the first men and the children of the forest. Save me. No. Countless cries of anguish echoed through the air. Whether it was the blood-red banner of the skinning men or the self-proclaimed warriors of House Stark, in this battle, they all seemed to turn against one another, becoming part of the whites. Run. The Red King Bolton observed the dire situation before him, commanding his shield soldiers to form ranks, clearing a final path for the mounted cavalry. The whites surged forth like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the sharpest bronze sword failed to inflict any damage upon them. Even when severed in two, the whites continued to gnash their teeth at the living soldiers. Old gods, do you hear my plea? Your people are in need of your protection. At the fishbone tree, countless sorcerers prayed before the altar. Yet, despite the tear-streaked visage of the fishbone tree, no change occurred. Giants never yield. A colossal giant, towering at 5 meters, let out a heart-wrenching roar. He uprooted trees to serve as weapons, resolutely blocking the path of the pursuing whites, granting the humans and the children of the forest a final glimmer of hope. Giants never yield. One after another, giants rose to face the challenge, enacting a series of tragic tales. With this, dragon glass. Aegon pried a piece of dragon glass from the wall and hurled it towards the fleeing Lord Stark. Fire and dragon glass. Stark heard the faint, echoing voices as a dark brown crystal descended from the heavens. A white, covered in festering sores, lunged at Stark, pinning him down. As an undying white, once ensnared, death was inevitable. With a swift thrust, Stark seized the fallen dragon glass and plunged it into the undead white before him. The white shattered into fragments, falling to the ground. This marked humanity's first triumph over such an undead creature. I have done it. Even death has its weaknesses. Azor Ahai, humanity's savior, child of light. Stark exclaimed with elation. Do not panic, use torches. Burn them. Stark shouted. Chapter 36, The Ice Spear Ignite. With Lord Stark's initial victory over the white, a glimmer of hope emerged against the seemingly indomitable undead. Countless beacons of fire ignited, completely halting the advance of the white army. The Night King, mounted on a corpse horse, surveyed the fleeing masses from a high ridge with disdain. The waters of the waterfall rippled, casting a veil over the forms of both armies. Beneath the fishbone tree, the water's surface shimmered, as if all was but a dream. Yet, the icy long spear embedded in the stone wall constantly reminded Aegon of the white's return. The Night King? Aegon gazed at the spear with a grave expression. He extended his long arm and grasped the icy spear before him. With a deep breath, Aegon trembled as he managed to pull the spear free. So cold. As cold as the chill that penetrates the soul. Aegon's face emanated wisps of vapor, countless frosts crystallizing upon his brows and lips, rendering him a veritable frozen corpse. Fiery red and icy blue glimmers clashed upon Aegon's visage, alternately radiating warmth and frost. Boom. An eerie green flame ignited in Aegon's eyes, wholly dispelling the frost that clung to him. A close call. Aegon's complexion shifted, bending over to cough up a mouthful of crimson blood. The vivid red liquid, mingled with translucent ice shards, billowed smoke upon the ground. The ice spear in his hand, once exuding a deathly chill, now bore a surface adorned with emerald patterns, resplendent like exquisite glass. What a Night King, what an ancient deity. Aegon gazed at the fish leaf wood before him, fully aware of his inferiority, grasped his spear, and turned to depart. Sunfire. At Aegon's call, the golden dragon let out an exuberant roar, eager to carry Aegon towards the throne. Roar. Sensing the frigid air behind him, the usually obedient dragon glared fiercely, ready to unleash a dragon fire upon him, if not for the dragon knight Aegon holding him back. Take off, Sunfire. Aegon commanded sharply. Yet, the golden dragon continued to resist vehemently, sprawling on the ground, ultimately throwing Aegon off. Damn it. Aegon seethed with rage. Yet the aura of the Night King firmly restrained the dragon. Even if Aegon were to call him a sheep stealer, the dragon remained unwilling to bear the frost-laden night. Humph. If you want to ride, then so be it. Aegon, undeterred, turned towards the port of Dragonstone. He was already aware that dragons feared the bitter cold, refusing to step beyond the wall, and even the Dragon Knight's presence would avail nothing. One could imagine how much trouble Aegon Targaryen I must have faced with the dragons reluctant to cross the wall. Aegon mused. The Targaryen lineage drew its power from dragons, yet the terrors of the north even made the dragons retreat. This was far from good news. Aegon's expression grew grave. Reborn in the land of Westeros, his greatest advantage lay in the blood of the Targaryen lineage. Yet now, the flames of dragons seemed to tremble before the chilling winds of the north. I am Aegon, the destined king of Westeros, born as the firstborn. With the emblem of royalty, the white stag, present, and with a sister wife who is a dreamwalker, I alone am the future of my family. Aegon steeled his turbulent heart. The Targaryens are invincible. The 40 dragon kin of Valyria shall never fear the mere Night King. Aegon's complexion paled as he took deliberate steps towards the cave's exit. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the chill from the ice spear creeping up his arm, enveloping his body. I am Aegon, the king of Westeros. Aegon murmured to himself, his steps gradually becoming heavier. Suddenly, a ray of sunlight illuminated Aegon's face. Gazing upon the enduring warmth of the golden light, Aegon blissfully collapsed onto the beach, succumbing to unconsciousness. Fish away, Ellen. Adam called out to his younger brother from the fishing boat. As a helper aboard one of the fishing vessels in Shell Town, his lifelong dream had been to possess a boat of his own. However, having lost his mother at a tender age and being unaware of his biological father's identity, He was left with only his little brother to rely upon. Fortunately, the two siblings had grown resilient, nurturing one another without the support of others. "Ellen, your brother is of an age now. He ought to find a wife," an elder fisherman kindly reminded. "We fishermen brave the storms, and who knows when a tempest might sweep us away." "Grandfather, I understand." Ellen nodded sagely. Adam, his older brother, was nearing the age of marriage, yet in his dedication to care for Ellen, he had not amassed a single coin. In pursuit of fishing, he had even lost much of his hair, opting for a shaved head. "Brother, wait for me." Ellen, with his raven hair, hurried onto the boat, but was swiftly pulled into the cabin by Adam. "The morning sun is harsh. Do you wish to become a bald man like your brother?" Adam chuckled, playfully placing a bamboo-woven straw hat atop Ellen's head. Brother Ellen's voice quivered, recalling the elder's admonition. "I have grown, and I can fish on my own now. Ellen, I too managed without others, having no parents. Now I am self-sufficient," Adam reassured, patting his brother's head. "You have support. That is a blessing. I still look forward to arranging your marriage." Standing at the bow of the boat, Adam gazed towards the distant sunrise. "When the opportunity arises, I will send you to King's Landing to apprentice as a blacksmith. Who knows, you might become a lord there one day." He jested. "I do not wish to be a blacksmith. I will be your first mate, fulfilling your dream of becoming a captain," Ellen proclaimed with fervor. "Without me, you would have already purchased a fishing vessel and become the captain." "Foolish child, do you think I am a sea serpent?" Adam replied nonchalantly. "Relying on the mountains for sustenance or the sea for livelihood is, after all, quite natural. Yet, the greater the storm, the more perilous the fishing becomes." Each time he faced the threat of being engulfed by the waves, Adam would think of his young brother in need of his protection. Summoning all his courage, he repeatedly escaped from the jaws of death amidst the tempest. At that moment, he wished to spare his brother from the risks he himself faced. "Brother, you need not sacrifice for me. What kind of person do you wish to become in the future?" Adam inquired, observing his brother seated in the cabin. "As for me, I aspire to be a noble knight, etched in the annals of history," Ellen replied, his gaze vacant and hollow. "But I possess no armor and lack martial skills. Those noble lords would not accept us, the lowborn." Ellen lamented, "Much like my brother's dream of becoming a captain, my aspiration of knighthood remains an elusive fantasy, seemingly unattainable. If only my father were a noble of great stature, I could pledge my loyalty to the king and serve as his knight." Loyalty. Ah, the very essence of loyalty. "Ellen, we have no father, yet we survive just the same," Adam interjected, interrupting his brother's despondent musings. "Stop relying on our father. That man is unworthy. Perhaps we are merely the remnants of his fleeting pleasures, carelessly cast aside like drops on a wall. Indeed, I care not for paternal affection. Having you as my brother suffices." Ellen gazed at his elder sibling, whose weathered visage and polished bald head suggested a man well into his 30s. Yet Ellen knew that Adam was merely in his teens, a youthful soul enduring the trials of a man far older. "Alas, brother, look! An iceberg drifts upon the sea." Chapter 37. Shipwrecked town drag on fire. Commanded Aemond, seated upon the back of Vagarel. A tremendous roar of flame cascaded down, enveloping Aegon entirely. "No, it's scorching, so unbearably hot." Aegon, drenched in sweat and panic, scrambled to his feet, surveying the dilapidated room with astonishment. "Where am I?" Upon realizing he lay naked upon a bed, and that his Valyrian steel dagger was carelessly left in a corner, he exhaled in relief. Observing the salt-dried fish adorning the walls, Aegon's apprehensions began to dissipate. A wind chime fashioned from fish bones and shells hung at the window, jingling softly with the breeze. Beyond the window lay an endless expanse of ocean, where countless children clamored on the beach, eagerly vying for shells. Such a cozy abode. Perhaps this was the family Aegon had long yearned for? He pondered inwardly, in stark contrast to Aemond, who had been instilled with ambitions of kingship by the Green Party from a tender age. Prince Aegon remained steadfastly indifferent. His heart lay dormant, until the moment he was thrust upon the Iron Throne, enduring a fate worse than death. Suddenly, a woman's cry pierced the air, startling Aegon from his reverie. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as the door was violently kicked open by a guard. Aegon, taken aback, hastily grasped the blanket to cover his exposed form. "Who goes there?" he demanded loudly. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, a multitude of fully armed guards from King's Landing stormed in, leading a contingent of soldiers. "Your Highness, you are startled." The lead Kingsguard knelt before Prince Aegon, offering a respectful salute. "How did you find me here?" Aegon inquired with curiosity. "These two ruffians unlawfully sold your garments in King's Landing, and the guards apprehended them, leading us here." Cole stepped forward, striding confidently to explain on behalf of the twin Kingsguard. Bring them in. A young boy with dark skin and long hair, along with a balding man of mature demeanor, were forcibly brought in, their hands bound. Your Highness, I beg for your forgiveness, Aemond exclaimed, sensing the gravity of the situation as he hastily knelt in supplication. We were unaware that this was the prince's attire. It was out of necessity that we offended. Silence. Cole delivered a resounding slap to Aemond's face. The sound echoed sharply, and blood trickled from the corner of Aemond's mouth, yet he remained resolutely on his knees. Stop! Ellen cried out in alarm, rushing forward to intervene, only to be violently kicked aside by a guard, crashing against the threshold. Vivid crimson flowed from Ellen's forehead, starkly contrasting against his dark skin. My lord, this has nothing to do with my brother. I implore your mercy, Aemond pleaded, inching forward on his knees to shield Ellen from Cole's impending assault. Enough. Aegon interjected urgently. Now, tell me, why am I here? He inquired patiently. We found you at sea, my lord, and brought you back. You were icy cold. But we had no money for firewood, so we had to sell your drenched garments at the market, Ellen sobbed, his voice choked with emotion. Cole, was it the king's command for you to indiscriminately assault innocent citizens? Aegon questioned, his fury ignited as he witnessed his savior being struck. Cough. Cole, confronted by Aegon's accusations, glanced at his fellow soldiers, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he feigned solemnity. Isn't the safety of the prince of utmost importance? Strike back. Aegon ordered Aemond, his gaze fixed on the awkward royal guard before him. Your Highness, this is merely a misunderstanding. It is of no consequence. Aemond interjected hastily, observing the confrontation between the prince and the royal guard. This is all trivial. I command you to retaliate. Aegon's ire intensified as he regarded Cole, whose expression remained unyielding. The thought of his late father and Cole's inappropriate relationship with his mother further fueled his wrath. Your Highness, the king awaits you at the Red Keep. Cole impatiently interrupted Aegon's inquiry, asserting that even the prince held no authority to punish the royal guard. Aegon, a melodious voice rang out, and soon after, Queen Alicent hurriedly appeared at the door. My child, are you hurt? She asked, enveloping Aegon in a warm embrace, her hands gently cradling his head. So large, so pale, so soft. No wonder Cole lost his composure. She mused, only to be met with Aegon's swift shake of his head, striving to regain his clarity. Aemond, heed my command. Aegon asserted with seriousness. Forgive me, my lord, Aemond stammered, fully aware of the risks involved with offending the captain of the royal guard. I shall take care of this. Brother. Aegon gazed at the instigator responsible for the assault on his brothers and delivered a resounding slap. Cole, what are you doing? Queen Alicent exclaimed in shock, directing her ire towards Aegon. Arrest them. At her command, the guards of King's Landing unsheathed their swords, pointing them at Aegon and his companion. Stop. Aegon shouted loudly. Yet not a single soldier heeded his command. Curse it, not a soul obeys me. No wonder the original Aegon, even after ascending to the throne, could only summon a cadre of bumbling fools to serve as his royal guard. Aegon, come back with me, Alicent insisted, showing no signs of compromise as she urged Aegon to don his garments, pulling him towards the exit. What is so urgent? Aegon retorted impatiently. He cared more for his two saviors than the petty affairs of the Red Keep. You are not yet king. You have no authority to command anyone. Alicent struck Aegon across the face, her fury palpable. Your very existence is a threat to your sister. Now, your nephew wishes to marry your sister. Can you consent to that? Helena? Aegon stood momentarily stunned, rooted in place. In the recesses of Aegon's memory, Helena was merely a fool who often spoke to herself and delighted in the company of animals, a true lunatic. However, those well-versed in the original tale knew that Helena was the greatest power overlooked by all Targaryen family members, the Dreamwalker, a force that Viserys Targaryen had longed to resurrect throughout his life. My wife Helena, that little rogue shall not have her. Aegon's fists clenched in anger. His sister must not be sullied by these bastards. Wife, your acceptance of this notion is a significant improvement, Alicent remarked, pleasantly surprised by Aegon's unexpected agreement. Aegon, disregarding Aemond and his companion, hurriedly followed his mother Alicent back to King's Landing. Whether or not he would marry Helena was of little consequence. What mattered most was that she could not wed someone from the opposing side. Striding into the Red Keep, Aegon found the halls of King's Landing bustling with activity. Chapter 38. First come, first served in the Great Hall of the Red Keep. The nobles of Westeros took their seats in an unprecedentedly grand banquet since the day that Aegon had been proclaimed heir to the throne from Harrenhal. Head chef, bring forth some king crab, and make sure it is substantial. Aegon, dressed in opulence, strolled leisurely ahead. We have already run out. The head chef replied cautiously. Many lords have come to King's Landing, and some provisions have indeed fallen short. No, I made a special trip here specifically to enjoy a taste of king crab. Aegon replied, growing increasingly impatient. The forthcoming feast at the Red Keep left his mind wandering elsewhere. We have only one Australian lobster left. Would you like that? The head chef gestured towards a lively lobster nearby. I do not fancy lobster. Ing stood with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in refusal. I want it. I want it. Xiaolu strode forward eagerly, imploring the head chef. Oh, very well. Let it be the lobster. Ing pointed at the lobster with a flourish. No, Ing. Why must you always behave this way? Xiaolu glared at his uncle in frustration as Ing interjected. First come, first served. Do you not understand? Ing was not one to indulge this boy with the raven locks. TCH. Xiaolu turned his head away, unwilling to argue with Ing. Go ahead. Ing chuckled, returning to his seat while gazing at the head chef. Chef, there's still one lobster left, isn't there? Xiaolu pressed forward, quietly inquiring. Indeed, there is one remaining. But it has already been claimed by Prince Ing, the chef replied with evident discomfort. At the banquet in Junlin, nobles are served on a first-come, first-served basis, regardless of rank. But what if he decides not to take it? Xiaolu insisted anxiously. For Xiaolu, who relished Australian lobster, it was an indispensable delicacy of the day. Is your love for lobster merely a whim? Isn't it just a larger version of shrimp? Ing interrupted, noticing Xiaolu whispering with the chef. At least it has flavor compared to ordinary shrimp. Xiaolu shook his head in resignation. If I weren't so hungry, I wouldn't settle for this. Leaning against a wooden beam, Ing carelessly plucked at the palm-sized leaves. Who isn't hungry? Xiaolu grumbled. If it weren't for the sudden influx of grand nobles from Vistalot, there wouldn't be a crisis in supplies at the Red Fortress. The lobster is ready. The chef presented the Australian lobster to Ing. Ing swiftly snatched it and returned to his seat, leaving Xiaolu behind. Hey, after all this talk, how can it simply be gone? Xiaolu fumed. I told you long ago it was no longer available. You were the one who thought you still had a chance. The chef replied, somewhat impatiently. The discord between the Green Party and the Black Party was well known. It was not a matter for a mere cook to meddle in. Ing doesn't he even like lobster? Why give it to him? Xiaolu expressed his dissatisfaction. Does it matter whether he likes it or not? Let alone that I don't enjoy preparing it. It's merely a means to get by. Chef, what if I offered you triple the price? 5 times. Xiaolu pointed at the plate in Ing's hand. It's futile to plead with me. The lobster is in Prince Ying's possession. The chef turned away, ignoring him further. Ugh, it's utterly distasteful. Ing grimaced in revulsion, discarding his knife and fork. Oh, you love lobster so much. Why not buy it from me? 50 gold dragons. Ing gestured dismissively toward the lobster he had barely touched, disdainfully adding, I've only taken a single bite. It's not much. No, you have already tasted it. If you dislike it, why order it? Little Lu expressed his indignation. I truly do not enjoy it. I never intended to order it in the first place. But I arrived first, didn't I? If it's in demand, I must seize the opportunity. Aegon replied nonchalantly, showing no concern whatsoever. You tried it, and still found it unpalatable? Lu Li's eyes seemed devoid of light. Indeed, it does not appeal to me. Aegon shook his head, cleared his throat, swallowed, and said with an air of indifference, yet it still holds value. Look, there are those who appreciate it. Appreciate it? You should come earlier next time. Aegon raised his plate and poured its contents directly into the trash bin. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. Aegon patted the tearful and aggrieved Aemond beside him, saying, the banquet at the Red Keep is about to commence. Brother, you acquire everything effortlessly. The love of family. Sister Helena, while I strive desperately yet remain overlooked, Aemond lamented, as if subjected to the greatest disdain from the world. Helena, what is there to admire? Without even tasting. One can tell she is as dull as a dead fish, lacking the charm of the maidens outside. Aegon remarked with annoyance. Jacaerys' whereabouts were currently unknown, and Aegon found himself unable to control the surging crises within King's Landing, let alone protect a rootless wild woman. Even if he overcame all obstacles, the wild woman would likely perish in some corner of King's Landing, for the continent of Westeros offers no protagonist's halo. A cup of poison could easily claim a king's life, let alone that of an inconsequential savage. Sister Helena, she is gentle, kind, and wise. Given the chance, I would willingly uphold the Targaryen legacy, ensuring the purity of our bloodline, and marry my sister. Aemond lifted his head to look at Aegon. But mother disapproves. Even though I have conquered Valagar. Bang! A sharp blow struck Aemond's head, interrupting his disrespectful words. What do you mean, sister? From now on, refer to her as sister-in-law. Aegon retorted with irritation. Indeed, nothing is more delightful than dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than before Aegon could finish. Alicent Hightower supported the frail Viserys as they emerged from the hall of the Red Keep. Aegon, Viserys gasped for breath, his voice weak. Cough, cough. As long as you are well, I will ensure the Sea King provides an explanation. Viserys whispered tenderly to Aegon. As a father, he still held immense affection for Aegon. Witnessing the Targaryen bloodline continue through him, he felt he had fulfilled his final responsibilities as both king and patriarch. The union of Aegon and Helaena was indeed a splendid match. Viserys murmured, and in the blink of an eye, he was on the verge of losing consciousness once more. Quickly escort the king back to rest. Queen Alicent urged the Grand Maester anxiously. Congratulations, Aegon, Rhaenyra said, her expression somewhat troubled. Ever since she proposed the union of her eldest son, Jacaerys, with Helaena, she had faced relentless opposition from the queen. Were it not for Helena's lack of suitors, the matter would not have lingered for so long. Rhaenyra was acutely aware that Viserys would never allow the blood of the true dragon to be easily dispersed. Thus, upon Aegon's return, the betrothal to Helaena was finally solidified through the persistent efforts of their mother, Alicent. Chapter 39. The Wedding. Helaena, the wedding is about to commence, Aegon proclaimed as he entered Helena's chamber, adorned in a wedding robe crafted from Valyrian fabric. Helaena sat casually on the carpet, her hands grasping dark, wriggling worms, murmuring, red thread, yellow thread, green thread, black thread. Faced with the peculiar assortment of serpents and insects before her, even Aegon, usually so accommodating, could not help but furrow his brow. Helaena, it is time to don your wedding dress, Aegon reminded from a distance. With the ceremony imminent, Helaena remained in her nightgown, unkempt and seemingly indifferent to the significance of this political union. You do not like me at all, Aegon. Helaena turned and stated candidly. Everyone calls me mad, foolish, but I am not foolish. She muttered to herself. Mother has coveted that position for so long that she has forgotten why I was married into it. Who said that? Your obnoxious brother, Aemond, claims he loves you and wishes to marry you. Aegon grinned, as if he were from an entirely different family. Aemond? Helena's hands trembled slightly as she held the worms, and she sighed. He is merely envious of everything you possess. He desires all that you inherently have. What he seeks is merely to assert himself. To live is to breathe. It is merely a matter of asserting oneself and exhaling, Aegon replied nonchalantly. Having lived 2 lives, Aegon was well aware of the hidden calculations in people's hearts. People fear not only for their brother's hardships, but also dread when their brothers drive a luxury car. Aegon, will you love me in the future? Helaena turned to him, her gaze earnest. Aegon averted his eyes. We are family, and no matter what, we should support one another. Support? Helaena paused, momentarily taken aback. The power of the Dreamwalker permeated her dreams, often blurring the lines of reality. The gruesome imagery of the blood dragon's dance constantly overshadowed her thoughts. Carefully, she placed the worms into the moist soil and turned to change into her wedding gown. Is this our final meeting? She lamented, gazing at her pets on the table with reluctance. In the original text, Aegon often found amusement in teasing Helaena, not only snatching her ball in their childhood, but also casting out all her pets from the Red Keep after their marriage. The dutiful son Aegon was not limited to these foolish antics. On his very first day in office, he shattered a precious figurine belonging to his father, and later, he personally led a group to disgrace the naked Aemond by visiting a brothel. What a splendid elder brother, a dutiful son, and a remarkable king. Aegon slapped his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless as he uttered, hurry up, hurry up. If we miss the auspicious hour, the Bishop of the Red Keep will be furious. Alicent Hightower, adorned in an extravagant green cloak, rushed in with urgency. Helaena, why haven't you even begun to wear your wedding gown? Alicent exclaimed, her fury ignited by the chaotic scene before her. On the eve of the grand wedding, not only was the groom absent, but shockingly, the bride was also missing. All these pests, throw them all out. With no outlet to vent her frustration on the newlyweds, Alicent redirected her ire towards the pets. You're no longer a child. Stop indulging in these childish trinkets. As she rubbed her arms repeatedly, the sight of the peculiar pets sent shivers down her spine. Yes, your majesty. The maid, trembling, cautiously carried the tray of pets away. In the sacred hall of the Seven, within the great September, brother Aegon, donned in a white stone cap and the red robes of a high priest, stood ready. Aegon took Helena's hand, stepping solemnly and carefully upon the crimson carpet. Aegon, the Archbishop is the brother of Count Donald Hightower. You need not fear any malice from him. Brother Aegon, having established the faith of the Seven as the orthodox doctrine and having restored the exceptions, was a man of great repute. Queen Alicent, standing beside them, offered her gentle reminder. Yes, mother. Aegon nodded, his mind clouded with unease. He had initially believed the Hightower family to be merely a prominent noble of Old Town. Little did he realize their influence had long infiltrated the cathedral, positioning them as the vanguard in the struggle for faith across the continent of Westeros. The oaths of the newlyweds shall now commence, Brother Aegon announced with solemnity as he faced the two pairs of newlyweds. Groom's oath. I offer my life and honor to my beloved. I vow to marry you, to love you, to cherish you, and to protect you. I shall crown our love with a diadem, remaining steadfast and loyal to you, unwavering in my devotion. As your husband, I am the sword in the darkness, the sentinel upon the great wall, shielding against the cold flames, the light at dawn, the horn that awakens the slumbering, and the steadfast shield of the kingdom. I bestow my life and honor upon you, today and for all eternity. Bride's oath. You are a knight, and so shall I be. Father in heaven, blacksmith, warrior, holy mother, maiden, crone, stranger. I am yours, and you are mine. From this day forth until death do us part. Aegon, take your oath. You shall never marry two women. Brother Aegon produced the wedding ring, but did not extend it to Aegon. Rumors have circulated that you are to wed a wild woman. The High Septon stood nearby, quietly explaining that this could be an opportunity for you to redeem your tarnished reputation. Helena remained silent, merely observing her brother's reckless behavior from a distance. Viserys hesitated. Such a provision was not part of the wedding ceremony, yet on this momentous occasion, even as king, he would never interrupt the proceedings. Aegon, swear the oath. Viserys urged kindly, gesturing for Aegon to proceed. Swear? Aegon's countenance changed dramatically. Gazing at the expectant faces of his parents and siblings on stage, and the multitude of curious nobles below, Aegon remained speechless. Your Grace, is there not a provision in the Oath of the Seven? Aegon coldly rejected. Under the blessing of the Seven, both men and women must adhere to monogamy. The High Septon hastily admonished. Is that so? Aegon replied with a frigid smile. I, Aegon Targaryen, shall marry multiple wives. It is not for the Seven to bestow their blessing. Only blood and fire can sever our ties. His declaration incited an uproar. Prince Aegon. The Septon gasped in shock. As an ally of House Hightower, he had endeavored to assist Aegon in securing his rightful place on the continent of Westeros. However, such a flagrant disregard for the sanctity of marriage was unacceptable for an apostle of the Seven. Though whispers of the prince's debauchery had circulated, the extent of his folly left even the High Septon at a loss for words. Aegon, cease this nonsense. One must approach matters before the Seven with seriousness. Viserys swiftly interjected, attempting to provide an escape for both parties. Did not Aegon I take two wives, his sister Visenya and his sister Rhaenys? Why did you not oppose then? Are the Seven fearful of the first Aegon, but not of the second? The High Septon, struck at his core, seethed with indignation, disregarding his dignity as he turned to leave. Aegon, Viserys exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Since King Maegor, the church had effectively fallen under the control of House Targaryen. Compared to the powerful lords across the realm, the covert assassination attempts and methods of indoctrinating the populace posed the greatest challenges for the Targaryen dynasty. The church, which had been stabilized under Aegon I, now seemed poised for renewed turmoil in Aegon's hands. The Dragonlord Aegon feared neither the faceless men nor the Old Town Church. The Targaryen legacy was now in your hands. When would you begin to care for their approval? Aegon, unflinching, stared at Viserys and declared, Viserys, you have weakened our kin. Chapter 40. The Crown Prince's Inquiry. Aegon, cough, cough. Viserys gasped, his anger causing him to breathe heavily. How could matters of state be left to Aegon's capricious whims? Aegon quickly apologized to the king. Queen Alicent, witnessing Viserys' genuine fury, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate the situation. Otto Hightower had managed to secure a position in the small council as the second son, relying on the support of the Old Town's clergy and nobility. Now, Aegon audaciously defied the church, undermining the very foundation of his claim to the throne. Aegon, apologize. The Seven will forgive your ignorance, spoke the Maester, Arvin, stepping forward solemnly. Apologize? Aegon scoffed. I believe the church has long forgotten the terrors that emerged from Harrenhal. You. Maester Arvin regarded the prince warily, noting the tense standoff between the clerics and the Kingsguard, as the situation threatened to erupt into conflict. It appeared that events were becoming rather intriguing. Daemon Targaryen crossed his arms, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Daemon, this is hardly the moment for schadenfreude. Princess Rhaenyra rolled her eyes at her impetuous husband. As the heir to the Iron Throne of House Targaryen, Rhaenyra understood the concerns that weighed upon King Viserys. This was a closely guarded secret passed down through generations, one that even Prince Daemon remained unaware of. Though Viserys may be mediocre, he had indeed devoted his life to maintaining peace across Westeros, striving to safeguard the strength of the realm. Although I once deemed him a useless drunkard, today I am willing to call him the strongest, Daemon remarked, a devilish smile gracing his lips, as if oblivious to the church's presence. What? Rhaenyra gazed incredulously at Daemon. Astonished, you were enraged for days after your last encounter with him. The Dragon King must embody the essence of a dragon. Daemon retorted without hesitation. Compared to his brother Viserys' weakness and his own obsession with the Iron Throne, the safety of House Targaryen was Daemon's utmost priority. As a member of the family, he had witnessed the subtle infiltration of various factions into the Dragon King's lineage since Aegon I Targaryen unified Westeros. Now, not only were the Crab Feeder and his supporters from the Kingdom of the Three Daughters causing turmoil, but assassins from Bravos were also launching surprise attacks. Daemon felt his family's status being continuously provoked by enemies. When would dragons seek the compassion and acknowledgement of mere ants? The Seven will not bless you. The High Septon, observing Aegon's unyielding demeanor, turned to depart. But dragons will. Aegon replied, unperturbed. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where two massive figures circled in the sky. What do you intend to do? Viserys exclaimed incredulously at his reckless eldest son, his voice raised in anger. Dragons. The surrounding soldiers recoiled in fear. The dragons of House Targaryen cast a tremendous shadow over every noble in Westeros. A colossal shadow descended from above, crashing with a thunderous impact upon the great September of Baelor in King's Landing. Countless members of the church screamed in terror, some instantly crushed to a fine powder. The unpillared nave collapsed in an instant, and the 7 crystal towers representing the 7 gods toppled one after another. Numerous colored glass orbs fell to the ground, shattering with a crisp, crackling sound. Amid the howls of the sheep stealer and the blazing sun, as the dust settled, a colossal dragon skull stood ominously atop the great September of Baelor. Viserys was left speechless. The dragon's head, Daemon murmured in disbelief. Since the Targaryen conquest, only one dragon had been lost at the Hellgate in Dorne. In every other battle where dragons were involved, victory was nearly assured. Now, after centuries, a bloody dragon's head had finally been severed and carelessly discarded upon the Temple of the Seven. Aegon, what has he done? Rhaenyra murmured, gazing at the grotesque dragon head before her. Even as a dragon rider, she found herself at a loss. In her mind, dragons were invincible. She had never contemplated the day when they could be hunted. Hiss! Daemon drew in a sharp breath, observing the bite marks on the skull of Vhagar. He could not help but think of a wild dragon that had long plagued all Targaryens, an insatiable predator, with a hellish appearance and strange horns. It particularly relished hunting smaller dragons and their eggs. No one had ever succeeded in taming it. Countless warriors had perished in its fiery breath, including many from the Targaryen lineage. Dragons, like humans, possessed their own thoughts and emotions, with few instances of them killing or consuming their kin. Is that Sunfire? Viserys squinted, scrutinizing Aegon's 2 dragons closely. As the last dragon rider of the Black Dread, he had enjoyed the unmatched power of this world and could no longer muster interest in other dragons. With jewels before him, the other dragons seemed mere dross. Sunfire is significantly larger than Joffrey's dragon, Vermax, Viserys murmured. Although Sunfire was slightly younger than Rhaenyra's dragon, Syrax, at that moment, their sizes appeared nearly equal. Aegon. Could he truly be the Dreamwalker, the future Lord of Westeros? Viserys was overwhelmed with excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He had always fantasized about having a son who was a Dreamwalker, a hero destined to save the realm of Westeros. However, Aegon's behavior since childhood had shattered Viserys' dreams. Indulgent, lustful, cowardly, how could he resemble a true leader? Aegon. Yet he was the first dragon rider since ancient Valyria to conquer 2 dragons, creating a legend of a single rider with multiple dragons. Queen Alicent continually praised her eldest son beside Viserys, noticing his growing interest and embellishing her words further. Compared to those dark-haired lads, he is the true scion of House Targaryen. Dark-haired. Upon hearing this sensitive topic, Viserys furrowed his brow slightly. Nevertheless, regardless of circumstances, a grandson may not necessarily be a true grandson, yet a granddaughter will invariably be a granddaughter. Viserys remained silent, contemplating for a moment before stepping forward. Aegon, what do dragons signify to you? Viserys wheezed. Even the few steps up the staircase seemed a monumental trial for him. Dragons? They are undoubtedly the wealth of House Targaryen. Aegon responded without hesitation, yet an unruly dragon would only bring calamity to the Targaryens. Cough. Well said, Aegon. You have not become enamored with the might of dragons, neglecting the strength of the people. Viserys smiled warmly, his face beaming with contentment. In comparison to his brother Daemon's response, Aegon's was evidently far more sophisticated. Viserys glanced back at Daemon, who stood with his hands in his pockets, head held high, seemingly indifferent to his brother's reflections. Is Daemon still harboring resentment over the Iron Throne? Viserys pondered, knowing that although the brothers had long-standing rifts, as a king, he could not afford to compromise, even amidst grievances. Chapter 41. The Glutton, Your Majesty, the 7 gods cannot be insulted. The High Septon indignantly accused Viserys. Although the faith of the 7 had long since disarmed, it still held significant sway in the hearts of the populace. Without the support of the church, even the long-reigning Targaryens could not easily quell the discord with the people. The 7 have never judged Aegon Targaryen I. Viserys retorted dismissively. As his own son, he naturally favored Aegon. The High Septon and the Maester exchanged glances. Since Viserys ascended the throne, he had generally avoided offending anyone, being adept at accepting the opinions of others. Such blatant favoritism was unprecedented. Aegon, Viserys released Queen Alicent's hand, stepping forward to firmly grasp Aegon's wrist, asking, "What do you believe distinguishes members of House Targaryen from ordinary folk?" "No lies," Viserys thundered, interrupting Alicent's words. "Tell me." Daemon observed his suddenly serious brother with keen interest, oblivious to the fact that Rhaenyra beside him had already turned pale. "This is a question posed by father to test me in the Great Hall of the Red Keep." Rhaenyra felt an overwhelming bitterness. Her father had ultimately entertained the thought of altering the heir, no matter how hard a woman strives. Can she ever surpass a man inebriated with power? The Potato Novel Network. No, it was one thing that the Iron Throne was never meant for me from the outset. But now, after enduring years of torment and indignity as the heir apparent, does a mere statement seek to alter my position? The blood and fire within Rhaenyra seemed to ignite in an instant. It is often said that the members of House Targaryen resemble the whims of a deity casting dice, with one half embodying madness and the other half wisdom. Rhaenyra, seething with fury, interjected vehemently, "Aegon, the dragons are the treasures of House Targaryen, and this gray shadow is a possession of Dragonstone. How do you intend to compensate me?" Viserys, momentarily silenced by Rhaenyra's fiery words, regarded his agitated eldest daughter with a stare of contemplation. "Sister, failing to safeguard your dragon, allowing it to wreak havoc, is a dereliction of your duty as the Duchess of Dragonstone," Aegon retorted, refusing to indulge his capricious sister's tantrum. Rhaenyra found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Aegon's counter. Managing a dragon is no simple task. Creatures like Vhagar and the Black Dread are exceedingly difficult to control without a dragon rider, she asserted ominously. Outside of the dragon pit in King's Landing, wild dragons on Dragonmount were beyond anyone's governance. After all, dragons possess wings. Even if bested, they can simply take flight. Fortunately, dragons favor warmth and predominantly linger atop Dragonstone's Dragonmount. Coupled with the nurturing provided by the dragon keepers, these wild dragons, well-fed and comfortable, had little inclination to relocate. Witnessing the sibling dispute, the Archbishop, unwilling to remain passive, interjected, "Aegon has slain your treasure. Thus, he must make amends. Only a dragon can repay for the life of a dragon. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Viserys glared at the Archbishop, his anger boiling to the surface. Aegon was the sole dragon rider of House Targaryen capable of commanding 2 dragons, and Viserys would not allow any harm to befall him, even at the cost of his own dragon. "Your Majesty, you misinterpret the situation." The Archbishop bowed respectfully to Viserys. "There exists a wild dragon, a greedy one, on Dragonstone, known for preying on dragon eggs and hatchlings, with numerous royal offspring having perished in attempts to tame it. Why not send the dual dragon rider Aegon to slay this dragon as compensation to Princess Rhaenyra? How many wild dragons have fallen to a single greedy one?" Viserys mused in silence. His daughter was his flesh and blood, and so was his son. Both were dear to him. He had acted too impulsively, and Rhaenyra had spoken out of turn. Both were acutely aware of this. The thought of replacing the heir weighed heavily on Viserys, leaving him momentarily adrift. Meeting Rhaenyra's hopeful gaze, he let out a sigh and nodded in acquiescence. "Aegon, do you wish to redeem yourself through this endeavor? Slay a dragon?" Aegon exclaimed with delight, eagerly nodding in agreement. "At your command, father." He had long wished to provide special training for Sunfire. However, the scarcity of wild dragons meant that each one was a crucial asset to House Targaryen's dominion over the realm, not to be recklessly exterminated. "Slay a dragon? Absolutely not." Alicent interjected hastily. "I have never heard of dragon combat in Westeros. Aegon is your own son. How could you place him in such peril?" reflecting on that towering behemoth. How could my child Aegon possibly stand a chance against such a monstrous entity? Aegon, if you cannot prevail, retreat. If all else fails, Vaegon shall assist you. Viserys gently patted Aegon's shoulder, casting a glance at Aemond, offering a heartfelt reminder. As a king, he must heed the thoughts of the High Septon and the Duke of Dragonstone. Yet as a father, he yearns to pave the way for Aegon's safety. Your Highness Aegon. A knight clad in bronze armor approached, cradling his helmet, and bowed respectfully. In times of trouble, do not forget the friends of Stonehenge. Observing the scattered courtiers, the brave souls who dared to swim against the tide appeared all the more precious. The seven gods shall surely provide an account for Stonehenge. Aegon replied subtly, glancing at Prince Daemon, who stood at a distance. Ser Jorah Royce turned back to the reckless prince, casting a challenging glare. Daemon, why do you persist in this frivolous demeanor? Witnessing Daemon engage in a petty rivalry with the nobles of Stonehenge, Rhaenyra's inner turmoil reached its boiling point. To think a mere noble from Stonehenge could unseat me is nothing but a fool's errand. Daemon jested towards Rhaenyra, showing no regard for the nobles who harbored animosity towards him. My claim to succession is precarious, and yet you are here, making enemies. Rhaenyra reproached Daemon, visibly agitated. Viserys' recent dialogue with Aegon had already tightened the knot of concern within the self-proclaimed heir, Rhaenyra. Seeing Daemon, who appeared utterly oblivious, Rhaenyra felt that her husband had little regard for her. The secret of ice and fire, a legacy passed down through generations of kings, Aegon was privy to it. In a fit of frustration, Rhaenyra confronted Daemon directly. The secret of our forebears? Prince Daemon paused, taken aback by the inquiry. What is that? You don't know? Rhaenyra exclaimed in surprise, abruptly shifting the topic and coldly dismissing him. It seems father never intended to hand the Iron Throne to you. What secret? Daemon, feeling provoked, seized Rhaenyra by the throat, nearly lifting her off the ground. Unlike Viserys, who fretted daily over the northern crisis, Daemon cared more for the trust of his family members. He did not truly covet the Iron Throne. He simply wished to be acknowledged as a valued brother, husband, and child within the family. I can hardly breathe, Rhaenyra gasped. Her face flushed crimson as she urgently pleaded, please, let go. Humph. Daemon released Rhaenyra, one hand gripping the hilt of Dark Sister, striding out with an air of dominance. Rhaenyra, a glutton is not so easily slain, Daemon declared, turning his back on his wife. An adult dragon, even if it cannot fight, can effortlessly flee. You should just go and handle your affairs with the Iron Throne. Before the echoes of his voice faded, Daemon's figure vanished from Rhaenyra's sight. Chapter 42, The Kingsguard. Within the royal gardens, the thunderous sound of countless hooves reverberated, dust swirling in the air. Aboard Aegon lounged in a chair, eyes closed, savoring the attentions of a maid. Viserys Targaryen sat upon a specially crafted iron throne, meticulously observing the archery skills of the noble youth. Where had Daemon gone? Viserys glanced around, recalling that since his daughter Rhaenyra had single-handedly slain a wild boar, royal hunting activities had ceased due to his deteriorating health. Remarkably, it had been a full decade since such events had transpired. Daemon, a bittersweet feeling welled up in Rhaenyra's heart. Ever since she learned that her brother Viserys had never shared the crown's secrets with him, in a fit of anger, he had departed from the Red Keep and wandered into the brothels of King's Landing. Only in the bustling confines of such establishments could he be the wayward prince unconcerned about others. Yet within the Red Keep, he was but a victim of his brother's deceit, a rival scorned by the ministers and the overlooked younger son. Perhaps he was lost in debauchery in some distant room. Rhaenyra mused bitterly. The specifics were difficult to explain to Viserys. There had been no wild revelries. Merely a tender moment shared with her former lover, White Worm. Larys, leaning on his cane, limped into the tent of the throne, fixing his gaze upon Rhaenyra's face, casually remarking, Daemon? Still as irresponsible as ever. Viserys, concerned, cautiously probed Rhaenyra's sentiments, sighing, ever since I drove Daemon away. My anger has long since dissipated with the passage of time. In the end, we are family. Why quarrel fiercely over power? This was not irresponsibility. It was a rekindling of old flames. Larys cheerfully reminded, once, Prince Daemon stole a dragon egg from a prince for this very woman, seizing Dragonstone for himself. Enough. I wish to hear no more of him. Rhaenyra turned her face away. Though guilt lingered in her heart, Daemon was nonetheless her husband. Such behavior would only bring her shame. For the new King Aegon. Suddenly, a portly worker shouted, prompting the surrounding crowd to respond in unison, Aegon. Aegon. Viserys turned his attention to Aegon, who lay languidly in the chair, unmoved, and felt a sense of relief wash over him. Rhaenyra, you and your brother must remain united. impervious to provocation. Only a Targaryen can bring ruin upon the Targaryen family. Viserys spoke weakly. Since ascending the Iron Throne, his relationship with Daemon had grown increasingly strained, even to the point of treason. In the face of power, even brothers could become adversaries, a truth Viserys had come to understand all too well. Yes, father. Rhaenyra nodded in agreement. From a young age, she served the king by pouring wine at court, absorbing the strategies of governance and understanding the allure of power for ordinary people. Aegon is a good child. Had he not been the king's firstborn, he would likely have led a contented life. Rhaenyra nodded in agreement. As the idle prince, Aegon indulges in drinking, sleeping, and carousing, rendering him an insignificant rival with no threat whatsoever to Rhaenyra. However, with Aegon's recent change in disposition, it appears that the nobility of Westeros is increasingly rallying to his side. His opposition to the church indicates his indifference to your position. Viserys cautioned thoughtfully. Having raised Aegon since childhood, Viserys lamented that Aegon lacked ambition, proving himself unworthy of kingship. It is said that on the day Aegon was born, a white stag, a symbol of royal authority, appeared in the royal forest. One wonders if fortune will allow its sighting today. Otto Hightower entered at an inopportune moment. The white stag is merely a legend. Viserys interrupted Otto Hightower's response. The Chancellor from Old Town constantly seeks to undermine Rhaenyra's claim to the throne. Had the fire at Harrenhal not claimed the previous Chancellor, Viserys would not have summoned him back to King's Landing. Rhaenyra, unusually silent, recalled the day she had slain a fierce boar, only to have a magnificent white stag appear on the hillside, as if a deity was gazing down upon her. Aegon's name day, Rhaenyra murmured, then disdainfully turned her head away. How could the Iron Throne belong to such a drunken wastrel? It is said that a woman's battlefield is the birthing bed. However, what task is solely reserved for men that women cannot achieve? Aegon. Viserys weakly beckoned Aegon to approach. My lord father. Aegon sprang to his feet with a sudden movement. Everyone outside is engaged in hunting and archery. Why do you not join them? Viserys inquired kindly. His health had been failing for many years, rendering him unable to hunt a mature stag. Your sister Rhaenyra, at an even younger age than you, has hunted and slain a robust boar, Viserys pointed out. A boar? Aegon paused, thinking it would be simpler to have a guard procure one for him. Humph. Viserys sighed as he looked at his wayward son. Aegon, the incident with the faceless men must never occur again. You should follow Rhaenyra's example and choose a king's guard to protect you for life, Viserys stated solemnly. Prince Aegon. Prince Aegon. Countless hunting knights and hunters clamored, eager to ascend the illustrious Targaryen family tree. A dedicated Kingsguard? Rhaenyra furrowed her brow. Since ancient times, the Kingsguard has been entrusted with the protection of the monarch, and only the heirs to the Iron Throne possess the privilege of selecting their lifelong Kingsguard in advance. Rhaenyra, do not overthink it. Viserys patiently explained to her. The might of the faceless men should not be underestimated. Even the 40 dragon lords of Valyria have not dared to take them lightly, as many have fallen to assassination. Yes, father, Rhaenyra replied, though her displeasure was evident on her face. Ultimately, it was a matter of safeguarding the family's members, leaving her with little to contest. Exclusive Kingsguard? Jason Lannister raised an eyebrow, filled with immense satisfaction. Is His Majesty contemplating a change of succession? As the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Lannister family had long sought a union with House Targaryen. Despite the countless gold mines of Casterly Rock, they lacked a direct bloodline connection to the crown. Should any malice arise among their descendants, it could spell ruin for their ancestral legacy. After all, the continent of Westeros is no longer the battleground of rival factions. It has become the garden of House Targaryen. The Targaryen monarchy loomed like a sword of Damocles over all noble families. Feeling a rush of trepidation, he swiftly knelt before Prince Aegon, exclaiming, I pledge my sword to protect you. Jason, you are a commendable warrior. Viserys nodded in approval, looking at the Duke who had taken the initiative to swear fealty with great satisfaction. Chapter 43. The Rainbow Guard. Aegon, why do you hesitate? You must respond promptly. Alicent Hightower's heart raced as she beheld the kneeling Duke Jason Lannister, feeling as if it were lodged in her throat. The Hightower family of Old Town had expended considerable resources to sway the nobles of the Westerlands. Yet, as long as Duke Jason remained unyielding, the Hightower family would garner no rewards. Aegon, the Duke awaits your reply. In contrast to Alicent's urgency, the hand of the king, Otto, displayed a more cunning demeanor. He exerted pressure while maintaining a facade of neutrality. Jason, as the Duke of the Westerlands, how can you serve as the Prince's Kingsguard? The Westerlands still require your leadership. Aegon interjected with a smile, interrupting Jason's overtures. Caught off guard, Jason felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His sole focus was on swiftly attaching himself to the Iron Throne, oblivious to his own awkward predicament. Indeed, Your Highness, Jason reluctantly rose, muttering, to be honest. I have a twin brother, Tylan, who shares the same mother and father. He could swear loyalty to you in my stead. This was not without merit. Viserys laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. Otto, as the second son of House Hightower, had also made considerable contributions to the kingdom. Aegon, make your choice. Viserys turned to Aegon, signaling him. The bronze warrior Royce of Storm's End is eager to pledge his loyalty to the prince. On the Potato Novel Network, the venerable John Royce knelt on one knee, placing his long sword upon the ground. Royce, an adept archer and horseman, was a rare warrior in the valley. Viserys nodded repeatedly, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. As a prince of House Targaryen, witnessing such a multitude of noblemen eager to devote their lives in service was a scene unprecedented in the annals of Targaryen history. Viserys envisioned a future where the entire continent united under his command, standing resolutely against the death that loomed from the north. The sharpshooter Ongai, having met the prince, pledged his service. Ongai's face was adorned with vibrant paints, and he bore a longbow crafted from dragonbone at his waist, with numerous geese bound to his back. Each arrow was expertly shot from the goose's beak, leaving their plumage unscathed. What a remarkable marksman, Viserys remarked in admiration. Ongai was the archery champion from the previous tournament, hailing from the continent of Essos. Otto Hightower stepped forward, positioning himself between Ongai and Viserys, speaking in a composed manner. There is no need for such actions. Viserys, however, was unfazed. In that moment, he seemed no different from a living corpse, merely an elderly man clinging to life. Aegon, they are all distinguished nobles and knights who will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Viserys introduced them to his son, filled with hope. With their assistance, slaying dragons on Dragonstone will be considerably easier. Cautiously, Viserys observed Rhaenyra's expression and leaned towards Aegon to suggest softly, slaying dragons? Aegon scoffed at the notion, declaring that only another dragon could defeat a dragon. Whether noble or marksman, to a dragon, they were no different than unarmed commoners. Aegon shook his head, resolutely rejecting Viserys' kind offer. Aegon, the King's Guard is formidable as well. I can arrange for one to accompany you. Rhaenyra interjected, stepping forward with her proposal. Viserys remained silent. He understood his daughter's obsession with the Iron Throne, yet in the face of the looming threat from Braavos, he wished to provide his eldest son with the utmost protection. The King's Guard are indeed valiant, Aegon replied, looking at the loyal warriors who pledged their fealty to him. They are all courageous and steadfast. However, only the king and the heir may enjoy their lifelong service. How could I commit such a transgression? Excellent, Aegon. You possess a remarkable sense of the greater picture. Viserys observed the harmonious scene between the siblings, tears of joy streaming down his face. Compared to the disputes between the black and green factions, even the slow-witted Viserys could discern an unusual atmosphere. As the siblings reconciled, the heavy burden on Viserys' heart finally lifted. Rhaenyra, you must treat Aegon kindly in the future, Viserys said, comforted as he clasped Aegon's hand, advising Rhaenyra. Indeed, Aegon is a kind-hearted boy. The embers of Rhaenyra's anger began to cool slightly. Although she was at odds with Alicent, Aegon had quietly supported her as an elder sister since childhood. His leisurely pursuits and efforts to maintain a distance from controversy were, in fact, a form of support for Rhaenyra. Yet, the safety of the royal family must not be taken lightly. Viserys recalled the white terror brought forth by the faceless men during the Valyrian era and couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. I have two exceptional companions who save me from peril. Perhaps my father could emulate the King's Guard and bestow upon them knighthood, Aegon suggested methodically. Rather than the fickle great nobles of Westeros, Aegon preferred to have steadfast supporters at his side. Important matters should be reiterated thrice: loyalty, loyalty, and unwavering loyalty. Adam and Ellen. Surely they are not those two peasants who can barely wield a sword? Cole scoffed, holding his sword with one hand in derision. The esteemed Kingsguard was publicly humiliated by these two fishermen. Believe it or not, I could defeat them with one hand. Cole laughed heartily, pointing at the two boys before him. Adam remained expressionless and silent. Ellen, however, was flushed with shame. I have dragons to protect me. I could take on 10 of you without lifting a finger. Aegon retorted mercilessly at the arrogant Cole. Aegon, you must not speak to your uncle Cole in such a manner. Alicent interjected hastily, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. Adam, Ellen, you saved the prince and deserve recognition, Viserys remarked, nodding approvingly at the two weathered youths before him. Your Majesty, my brother and I are but humble fishermen, indeed limited in our capabilities. In contrast to Ellen's embarrassment in the face of Cole's mockery, Adam accepted the reality with poise. If numbers are insufficient, we can compensate with quality, Rhaenyra interjected, halting Adam's retreat. Compared to the great noble's support for Aegon, Rhaenyra found solace in the protection offered by ordinary guards. Why not emulate the King's Guard and hold a tournament to select suitable candidates for Prince Aegon? Rhaenyra proposed. Splendid. Let us call it the Rainbow Guard. Aegon's expression shifted, and he nodded in agreement. Rather than being a puppet supported by great nobles, he preferred to assemble his own team from scratch. Lionel, I shall borrow your idea for now. Chapter 44, Blackwood and Bracken the Rainbow Guard, huh? A child's plaything. Cole chuckled derisively as he retreated. Jason Lannister, observing the two ragged fishermen beside him, revealed a hint of barely concealed embarrassment. How could a prominent noble of the Westerlands associate with commoners? Not even if he were a prince. Your Highness, I have brought you shame. We are merely ordinary fishermen. Adam wore a countenance of guilt and stepped forward to offer counsel. Indeed, witnessing Adam take the initiative, his younger brother Ellen, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to follow suit. We are but ordinary folk, incapable of bearing the weight of a knight's honor. Were I not born into royalty, I might well be a mere fisherman beneath you. Noble lords and high-ranking officials, what merit do they truly possess? Ignorant of such matters, Aegon amiably patted Adam on the shoulder, encouraging him. Noble lords and high-ranking officials, what merit do they truly possess? Viserys murmured to himself. The dragons made the Targaryen family feel increasingly divine, and this phrase completely transformed Viserys' perception of Aegon. Unlike the noble bloodlines of others, whose nobility is often unprovable, the might of the dragon lords is not confined to mere legend. Though Aegon may be reckless in his actions, he is certainly preferable to Daemon's brazen ignorance, Viserys thought to himself. Euron Royce gazed disdainfully at the fisherman before him, expressing his vexation. My apologies, Your Highness. But the honor of knighthood does not permit my inclusion. No matter, Sir Euron, Aegon replied nonchalantly. As long as Aegon remains opposed to Daemon, the support from Driftmark shall not wane. Your Highness, please accept my arrow. Ange knelt on one knee, presenting his arrow with solemnity. Aegon was somewhat taken aback. He had prepared for a lack of support, yet here stood this skilled archer, overcoming all odds to align himself with this uncertain prince. Do you not find it beneath you to dance with fishermen? Aegon inquired with curiosity. Prey will not bite simply because you are of noble birth, nor will arrows veer for nobility. Ange spoke with conviction and politeness. Have you ever seen a King's Guard who can only shoot arrows? Cole mocked, observing the champion of this archery tournament before him. As the victor who bested Prince Daemon, Cole held an innate sense of superiority over Ange. Before you draw your sword, my arrows shall pierce you first, Ange retorted defiantly. Although he may not match Cole in direct competition, he prided himself on his battlefield lethality, claiming no lesser prowess than anyone. Swear your oath, Aegon. Viserys paid no heed to the rivalry between Cole and Ange, giving a slight nod of approval. Seeing his father's consent, Aegon drew his sword and rested it upon Ange's shoulder. In the name of the Targaryen family, I command you to uphold justice. Protect the common folk and aid the weak against the strong. What follows again? Damn it, Aegon lamented, cursing himself. It was bad enough that his Valyrian was poor, but to stumble on the oath as well. Ange stood tall and confident, the first to accept Aegon's decree. However, observing Aegon gradually falter in his speech, stuttering through his vows, Aegon could only smile wryly. The world often claims that the king's firstborn is like mud that cannot be propped against a wall, lacking in skill and learning. Today's spectacle certainly affirms that notion. What was that? Aegon glanced awkwardly at Aegon, signaling him with a furtive gesture. It is loyalty, Your Highness, Ellen interjected cautiously, noticing Aegon's struggle for words. Oh right, the divine commands your loyalty. Aegon suddenly realized. Alas, Viserys turned his head away, unable to bear the embarrassment of witnessing his son's folly. Cole looked at Queen Alicent's inept son, and his previous anger seemed to dissipate entirely. What am I even competing with a fool for? Cole stifled a laugh, reflecting inwardly. Adam, Ellen, it is your turn. Aegon, blushing with shame, approached Adam and Ellen. Respected Your Highness, your magnanimity and disregard for trifles compel us to strive diligently, ensuring we do not disappoint your lofty expectations. Ellen said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Though the prince is unlearned, he possesses a kind heart and is approachable. After all, Aegon bears the immense pressure of abandoning the allegiance of the great nobles to win over the common folk before him. Aegon, once you have selected your Rainbow Guard, set forth for Dragonstone. Viserys urged from the side. As the saying goes, Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Following Viserys' command for Aegon to choose his Rainbow Guard, numerous nobles seemed to scent the king's intentions and began to stir. To King Aegon, a soldier shouted, raising a piece of wild boar meat. Viserys frowned, yet ultimately refrained from further comment. After all, this royal hunt occurs only once every decade. How could he ruin the excitement for everyone? For King Aegon, another soldier called out, in the land of Westeros, every soldier and noble who hunts can present their desired portion of meat to their lord. Humph. Rhaenyra, infuriated and ashamed, turned to leave. Despite being the heir to the Iron Throne, many factions still opposed her, especially after Aegon's birth. Although he had done nothing noteworthy, numerous nobles, under the guise of supporting Aegon, openly defied her. Your Highness, your reputation is truly remarkable. Ellen observed the nobles paying their respects to the prince, filled with envy. Huh. Aegon offered him no favorable response. Anyone can shout. Let them join the Rainbow Guard and see how they fare. Not a single one would dare speak. In the blink of an eye, the sun had risen high, yet Aegon still had only 3 members of the Rainbow Guard following him. Your Highness, this is the wild boar meat I present to you. Amos Bracken offered his largest and most precious tenderloin with both hands. Haha. Princess Rhaenyra looks down upon you all and wishes to seek refuge with his highness, like a dog wagging its tail in supplication. A mocking voice echoed, unmistakably belonging to Earl Blywood, who stood behind Rhaenyra. Aegon, have you gathered the Rainbow Guard? Rhaenyra disregarded the dispute between the two houses and approached with her inquiry. If, and I emphasize if, you find yourself unable to overcome the glutton, you may seek refuge on Dragonstone. Rhaenyra proposed to Aegon. Seeking refuge is not the same as offering support, is it? Aegon mused, realizing that Rhaenyra was more concerned with her throne. Little did she know, the more one craves power, the more susceptible one becomes to the perils of the Iron Throne. He chose not to respond immediately, instead directing his gaze towards the figures behind Rhaenyra, including Blywood. Though Cole often disrespected him, he was ultimately part of the Green faction. What was the Blywood family? After all, Chapter 45, The Beautiful Brienne, Your Highness, I am willing to serve you. A resounding voice emerged from the crowd, interrupting Aegon and Rhaenyra's conversation. Is it her? Ha! A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. A woman dares to aspire to knighthood? She should return to tending to children. Do you wish to guard the prince's bed, madam? Is this how one ascends to the role of princess? A new paradigm indeed. Faced with the crowd's derision, the strikingly tall and robust warrior maiden, Brienne, remained unfazed. Clad in armor and poised for battle, she knelt before Aegon, pledging her allegiance. Ha! The Rainbow Guard now boasts hunters, fishermen, and even women. Blywood mocked loudly. Silence. Rhaenyra could no longer contain herself. As a woman, she understood Brienne's feelings all too well. The animosity between the Blywood and Bracken families had endured for millennia, rendering the distinction between right and wrong utterly blurred. Such indiscriminate alignment and conflict had long ceased to astonish. Noticing Blywood's disrespectful remarks, the Earl quickly sealed his lips, aware of Rhaenyra's ire. Aegon, Rhaenyra interjected, interrupting her brother's response. How could a woman possibly become a knight? That would be a desecration of the Seven's authority. As the heir of House Targaryen, she contemplated far more than Aegon did. The struggle between royal and divine power was ever present, yet it maintained a certain scale, never escalating into excessive conflict. If a woman can be a king, why should she not also be a knight? Brienne retorted unapologetically, having grown tall and unlovely. She endured relentless mockery from the boys around her during her youth. It was only when she had subdued a man beneath her foot that she realized that what men could achieve, women could accomplish as well. Alas, despite her father's unwavering support and training in martial skills, she still fell short of becoming a qualified knight. After all, few dared to defy convention by selecting a woman as a knight. Since learning of Aegon's choice of commoners for the Rainbow Guard, she had eagerly sought the opportunity to prove herself. Rhaenyra found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The king need not personally engage in battle. However, knights must wield their swords in combat. The power of women is no match for that of men, Rhaenyra explained with unyielding composure. As the heir to the Iron Throne, she dared not excessively undermine the rights of men, for ultimately, Westeros is a realm dominated by male warriors. Women, step aside. Count Blywood interjected boldly. Prince Aegon, his face flushed with embarrassment, felt the sting of rejection, a sentiment he had grown accustomed to. He had journeyed to King's Landing upon hearing of Rhaenyra's ascension to the position of heir, seeking her allegiance. Little did he know that Rhaenyra, who partook of women's sustenance, would turn against them. Sister speaks truth, Aegon nodded. If sister doubts your strength, Then prove it with your skill. Aegon pivoted, advancing toward Count Blywood, and challenged. Surely a noble count cannot be bested by a mere woman? Count Blywood hesitated, glancing back at Rhaenyra. Yes, Rhaenyra affirmed with a nod. Blaine, can you accept this trial? Aegon inquired. Your Highness, I am willing to serve you. Blaine rose, drawing her longsword. The steel in her hand was formidable, akin to a broadsword, double-edged and immensely heavy. Yet, as she wielded it with one hand, it moved with the grace of a rapier, fluid and seamless. Is this the swordsmanship of Dorne? Cole remarked with a hint of caution. Even he could not maneuver a two-handed sword with the same ease as a single-handed one. Phew. Count Blywood, realizing the woman before him was no mere ornament, felt a surge of anxiety. Having spoken rashly and offended Queen Rhaenyra, he knew this was his opportunity to atone. Should he be defeated by this woman, he would become the subject of ridicule among the Blinkens. He unsheathed his family's longsword, bracing himself for the encounter. The sharp sounds of clashing steel echoed as Blaine and Count Blywood exchanged probing strikes, eventually escalating to earnest blows. Count Blywood unleashed his strength, channeling the vigor of a man, delivering a powerful downward strike. Hey! Blaine gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength to parry upward, countering with a sweeping arc of her sword. With a grunt, Count Blywood staggered back, panting heavily. This wild woman possesses immense strength, he exclaimed in astonishment. In both technique and power, she proved to be his equal. Blaine, seizing the moment as Count Blywood faltered, pressed her advantage relentlessly. Her sword rained down upon him like a tempest. Perhaps this was her singular chance to become a knight. She must seize it with all her might. After all, across the vast continent of Westeros, one could scarcely find a more inept ruler than Aegon, who, apart from him, would desire a female knight. Opportunity must not be squandered, for it may never return. My lord, exercise caution. As Brienne's words fell, countless heavy swords descended in swift succession. Infuriating. The Earl of Blackwood felt his face flush as he inwardly lamented. How foolish to feign confidence. This was bound to be a significant embarrassment. He could only imagine how the members of House Blinken would mock him upon his return. Another swing. Clang. The long sword shattered with a resounding crack. Brienne stared blankly at the remnants of her once formidable weapon, now reduced to two jagged pieces, and her fervor instantly waned. She halted, slowly retreating. That was close. The Earl of Blackwood, drenched in sweat, noticed Brienne's withdrawal and refrained from launching a surprise attack. Surrender, woman. The Earl gasped for breath. Were it not for the ancestral sword of House Blackwood in his grasp, the outcome would likely have been uncertain. Render your judgment. Rhaenyra calmly addressed Aegon. Next, the fair Brienne. Amos Bracken, ever eager for spectacle, unsheathed his sword and tossed it directly into Brienne's hands. Amos, you rascal. The Earl of Blackwood felt a surge of indignation, as if a lump of blood lodged in his throat. Had he not been concerned for his dignity, he would have erupted in curses. Prince Aegon, Brienne inquired as she accepted the long sword. Aegon, let this end now. Rhaenyra pressed Aegon. It was evident to all that the Earl of Blackwood, without the advantage of his sword, would have already been at a disadvantage. Observing the hopeful gaze from Brienne and the tattered armor she wore, having endured considerable hardship on her long journey from Dorne to King's Landing, it was clear that today's contest was a test of martial skill, not merely a battle of swords. Let the duel continue. After much deliberation, Aegon ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, he had chosen the Rainbow Guard, and regardless of offending House Blackwood or the faith of the Seven, he had nothing to lose. With debts mounting, he held no fear. Chapter 46. The Faithful Beauty. The Earl of Blackwood. Do not disgrace yourself too severely. This sword of House Bracken has claimed the lives of more than one Earl of Blackwood, yet you could become the first to perish at the hands of a woman. Laughter erupted among the crowd. The royal archery and jousting event had long been a venue for the vassals' hunts, were it not for the ailing King Viserys. Such events would be held every few years as a long-standing tradition. Blackwood, summon every ounce of strength you possess. Amos Bracken laughed heartily. With a sneer, the Earl of Blackwood spat into his palm, rubbing his hands together vigorously. He took slow, measured steps, circling Brienne with calculated intent. Cursed be. Where did this towering woman come from? She is an absolute behemoth. Count Blywood was drenched in sweat, his expression tense, the hilt of his sword burning in his grasp. Brienne lunged forward, the tip of her long sword grazing his face. What a splendid opportunity. Count Blywood swiftly countered, his blade slicing through Brienne's battered armor. Rip! The armor shattered with a resounding crack, exposing her alabaster chest brazenly to the onlookers. Wow! A collective gasp escaped the crowd, their astonishment palpable. Count Blywood appeared to bask in a grand victory, his eyes gleaming with pride. That is enough. Blywood gestured to Brain, indicating that she had proven herself worthy, urging her to surrender. Surrender? Brain scoffed, tearing off her leather jerkin without a moment's hesitation, baring her undergarments mercilessly. I have journeyed from the Tower of Dorne, facing countless adversities without faltering. I am destitute, yet I have persevered to reach King's Landing. Will you now demand that I yield due to inferior armor? You nobles will never comprehend the resolve of the impoverished. Brain firmly gripped her sword, striding forward with determination. Whoosh! The longsword did not clash as expected. Instead, Brain unleashed a flurry of swordplay, opting for a powerful punch to Count Blywood's face. Thud! The impact contorted Blywood's visage, teeth splintering and blood spraying forth. Oh! The gruesome spectacle caused the nearby noblewomen to shriek in horror, closing their eyes in dismay. Count Blywood collapsed, his sword sent flying from his grasp. Come on! Brain planted her sword into the ground, raising her fists in defiance. You did not ambush me, and I shall not take advantage of your misfortune. Ugh! Count Blywood touched the blood trickling from his mouth, reluctantly rising once more. Bang! Bang! The fierce winds from Brain's punches exploded near his ears. Damn, what immense strength! Count Blywood was filled with regret. This was a conflict between Prince Aegon and Princess Rhaenyra. Why had he sought the spotlight? Now, he would likely become the subject of countless discussions among the nobility of Westeros. Such size, such whiteness. Distracted, a fist the size of a sandbag slammed into his nose, bringing forth tears. Ha! Count Blywood was reduced to tears by a woman. Members of House Brecken laughed heartily, eager for the world to know. Cough! Count Blywood spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression grave. The reputation of the Blywood family, with its millennia of history, must not be tarnished by his folly. Such size, such whiteness? I have it. The Earl of Blywood suddenly had a flash of inspiration and struck his own forehead. Ah! Blynie cried out, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly stepped back. You! Blynie's cheeks burned with shame. At that moment, she had shed her battered armor, leaving only a thin layer of undergarments to conceal her tumultuous form. Observing the Earl's furtive gaze, Blynie was all too aware of his unscrupulous intentions. Oh, how amusing! The noblewomen of the Westfall continent looked on with glee at Blynie's predicament, devoid of any empathy, reveling in her misfortune. The Earl, awkwardly bent over and hunched like a famished beast, extended his arms, launching repeated assaults. Rather than face defeat, he opted for this disgraceful method of triumph. Blynie quickly retreated, her hands clutching her chest in profound embarrassment. Humph! These noble lords are willing to resort to such underhanded tactics for victory. With only the final layer of modesty remaining, should it be stripped away in public, it would indeed be a scandal for the ages. Come on. If I can remove that last layer, victory will be mine. The Earl braced himself, having long since abandoned concern for his reputation. His personal honor paled in comparison to the disgrace it would bring to his family. Here I come, tackle. The Earl lunged forward, hands aimed directly at Blynie's bosom. Blynie clutched her chest tightly, overwhelmed with shame. Although she fancied herself a knight, she was still a woman and could not withstand such an assault. The two of them, one pulling and the other dragging, had devolved from a contest of fists to a tangled struggle on the ground. This was nothing more than a brawl, devoid of any semblance of noble decorum. Rhaenyra could no longer bear the sight and turned to leave. As a woman, she hoped for Blynie's victory. But as the heir to the Iron Throne, she desired her own vassal to prevail. Better to depart than witness such disgrace, Rhaenyra thought, bidding farewell to Aegon as she exited. That is a milk tyrant. A jealous noblewoman from the Longbow Hall remarked. Despite being women, none in the assembly spoke up for Blynie. Do not blame me, the Earl growled, his expression fierce, for you are a woman daring to engage in a man's affair. You are truly shameful, bringing disgrace upon the nobility. Blynie seethed with anger. A distinguished noble, resorting to such ruthless tactics in public. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Though the Earl was humiliated, he showed no sign of relent. Man! Blynie gritted her teeth, relinquishing her defense with one hand, reaching towards the Earl's groin. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air as Earl Blywood, in agony, relinquished his grasp. Caught off guard by a sudden elbow strike from Blynie, he writhed in pain on the muddy ground, clutching his groin, the muck soaking his face and obliterating his dignity. Don't blame me, Blynie retorted fiercely. After all, you are a man. The shame he had previously exuded was now reciprocated with Blynie's furious wrath. She relentlessly kicked the fallen Earl Blywood, eliciting cries of despair from him. Enough! Aegon interjected urgently, unable to bear the sight any longer. Well done, Eggshell beauty. Amos Brecken shouted with glee, applauding the spectacle. Beauty Knight Blenny. Eggshell hero Blenny. The crowd had transformed from disdain to mockery, and now to jubilant cheers, completely overturning Blenny's expectations. Aegon drew his sword and, kneeling before the warrior Blenny, proclaimed, "In the name of Prince Aegon Targaryen, I command you to serve your master loyally, to treat the weak with kindness, and to show compassion to the people." Tears streamed down Blenny's face, her cheeks flushed with emotion, though her cheekbones were prominent. Her visage bore the marks of rigorous training. She was a woman, and yet she could not become a knight. Before she could finish her thought, an elderly man adorned with a necklace of 9 rings staggered into the scene. The crowd parted instantly, creating a pathway for the venerable figure. "Why not?" Aegon inquired with curiosity, noting the old man's formidable presence. "Why not?" "Because of tradition," the elder replied, his expression unyielding. "The Citadel will never allow such a thing." "Damn tradition," Aegon retorted, unfazed. He was, after all, a wayward prince, often acting with reckless abandon, sometimes beyond even Viserys' control. The Citadel, a mere shadow of authority, could not deter him. "Knight Blenny, rise." Aegon confidently sought another loyal protector. "What a troublesome brat," the elder huffed, stroking his goatee in exasperation. "The fickleness of human nature. The world is no longer as it was. Just dismissed a scholar conducting experiments on people, and here emerges a prince who shows no respect for tradition. I shall report you to King Viserys." The old man trembled, leaning heavily on his cane as he attempted to depart. "Sir, take care." Princess Rhaenyra rushed forward to assist him, having heard of his arrival. "Humph." The elder brusquely shrugged off Rhaenyra's hand and continued on his way. "Aegon, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. He is the venerable scholar of the Citadel, instrumental even in the construction of the dragon pit." Rhaenyra glared at the troublemaking Aegon, her frustration boiling over. Perfect. Such wisdom should be put to use rebuilding the wall. Aegon, however, paid little heed to the stubborn old man. The Targaryen family did not seize control of the continent of Westeros through knowledge, but rather through power. "I shall sweep across the land, with great scholars to defend my cause. How do you fare now, Lord Blythewood?" Rhaenyra inquired eagerly, rushing towards her vassal. Alas, Lord Blythewood grimaced in pain, curling up like a newly hatched chick, trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps in the future, he may not merely be a lord, but potentially a lady of the realm. Amos Blaken chuckled heartily. "You." Lord Blythewood's face turned ashen, struggling to catch his breath before collapsing unconscious. Quickly summoned the Grand Scholar. Rhaenyra paid no heed to the grievances between the two families and turned away from the royal guard. "Prince Aegon, do you still require rainbow guards?" An elderly man with black hair slowly followed Aegon, hesitating repeatedly before finally approaching him with an inquiry. "Sir," Blaney abruptly blocked the frail old man, wary of an impending attack on the prince. "An old man?" Aegon expressed surprise. He was recruiting guards, not extending charity to the unworthy. "I fear you may not be suitable," Aegon replied with some discomfort. "Since women can protect you, why can't an old man?" Cushing remained unfazed, his demeanor unchanged despite Aegon's rejection. "I could defeat 10 such old men as you. Do not speak to me of gender." Blaney's expression darkened, filled with indignation. Any guard who dares to question her gender must withstand the test of her fists. Since childhood in Dorne, the men who mocked her have been subdued by her iron fists. "Young lady, while you may easily vanquish an enemy for the prince, I can conquer the world for him," Cushing declared proudly, seemingly undeterred by the hostility of the woman before him. "The world?" Aegon, intrigued by the bold claims of the man in black and white, felt his interest piqued. "Please follow me, Your Highness." Cushing gestured with one hand to indicate the path for Aegon to accompany him. "Your Highness, no?" Adam and Ellen exclaimed loudly, urgently objecting. "The safety of the prince is paramount. He cannot leave with a stranger so carelessly." "Is this Cushing, the scholar expelled from the academy?" Amos Blaken remarked in astonishment. He was dismissed for conducting unauthorized human experiments, and now finds himself destitute. Upon hearing this, Aegon scrutinized the elderly figure before him, stating, "Sir, to conduct experiments on others without consent is not the act of a benevolent person. I cannot agree to this." "Then tell me, if one attempts to save a life but fails, is it murder or salvation?" Cushing bowed respectfully to Aegon. "I have prepared a gift for the prince. This is a modified crossbow bolt inspired by Dorne's dragon-slaying weapon, possessing boundless power." Cushing exclaimed excitedly, in stark contrast to his usual reticence. He became an eloquent enthusiast of science the moment the subject was broached. The flexibility of this colossal crossbow has significantly increased, and its power has been notably enhanced. As Coben gazed at the magnificent dragon, Yang Yen, behind Aegon, an An impulsive urge to slay surged within him. How? Sensing the malice emanating from Cushing's face, Yang Yin protested by shaking its head in discontent. Do not even think about using Yang Yin for experimentation. Aegon, observing Cushing's hesitation, decisively extinguished his thoughts. The bond between a dragon knight and their dragon is sacred, intertwined in heart and soul. How could one dare to use it as a subject for experimentation? Your Highness has misunderstood me. I merely wish to procure a small sample of dragon blood for my research. Cushing stated methodically, in this world, magic resembles a form of energy. It is rumored that the dragon-riding magic of Valyria relies on the amalgamation of blood magic and fire magic. Very well, take it. Without a moment's hesitation, Aegon reached into his pocket and tossed a small vial containing the blood of the Grey Shadow. What is this? Even Cushing found it hard to believe as he beheld the seething, heated liquid in his hand. Dragon blood, from the Grey Shadow. Aegon's pupils dilated as he regarded the imposing crossbow before him. He was aware that in later times, one of Daenerys' 3 dragons would perish beneath such a weapon. Whether it be the majestic adult dragon, Myricus, or the dragon hatchling, the crossbow posed a significant threat to them. To slay dragons with this weapon would only undermine the authority of House Targaryen. Aegon reflected, as he beheld the glinting arrowheads. A flicker of hope for victory ignited within him. So long as it isn't the crossbow that delivers the fatal blow, this mere little dragon, a glutton, should be an easy conquest, wouldn't it? Aegon unsheathed his longsword, pointing its tip toward the ground. Swear, Cushing, your loyal scholar, Cushing, pledges his oath to you. I shall dedicate myself to the advancement of science, to the betterment of humanity, to champion the weak, and to safeguard the realm. Ah! The anguished wail of Count Blywood interrupted Aegon's solemn vow. Is it really necessary to shout so? Aegon murmured to himself. The grand scholar has said, let it be done. Amos Brecken remarked with enthusiasm, devoid of any sympathy. Watching his nemesis in such agony was precisely what the Brecken family desired. I might give it a try, Cushing said, eyeing the swollen groin of Count Blywood, who resembled a thundercloud. After some contemplation, he spoke again. His egg has already been shattered. The grand scholar, Oville, interjected, interrupting Cushing. The egg is indeed of no use, but if we could procure another. Cushing did not continue but instead turned his gaze toward Aegon. Very well. Let us provide him with a donkey's appendage. It would be a fitting punishment. Aegon mused, recalling the infamous Wang Liao AI from his past life. Aspiring to create a miracle in this alternate world. With all due respect, a donkey's appendage is ill-suited for humans, as it possesses barbs. Kuben frowned. This Prince Aegon's antics were truly exasperating. A dog's appendage would suffice, and that would be quite remarkable. Aegon raised his hand to his head in sudden realization, promptly agreeing to Cushing's proposal. Tell me, does the Earl of Blywood now count as a wretched creature? He chuckled, accompanied by the mocking laughter of the Brecken family. The Earl of Blywood once again succumbed to humiliation and fainted. Chapter 48. The Doctrine of the 7 Gods. Aegon, look here. A disheveled man, his hair unkempt and his face covered in dirt, waved from a distance, greeting Prince Aegon. Xiaojie, what brings you here? Aegon exclaimed, astonished by the poorly disguised wild man before him. Never mind, step aside. At Ying's gesture, Adam and Ellen moved aside. What brings you from the forests of the valley to this place? Aegon inquired with curiosity. Due to the animosity between the valley's Eagle Nest City and the wild tribes, a series of purges occurred every few years. For centuries, both factions had clashed, leading to numerous valley dukes meeting their demise at the hands of the wild men. I was robbing. Oh no, hunting. I heard you're going dragon slaying. Just so you know, the dragon's hide belongs to me. Xiaojie slapped Aegon on the shoulder, gesturing to the necklace around his neck. Of course, Aegon replied indifferently. He cared little for the carcass of a greedy beast, while the remains of a dragon might be invaluable to others for the Dragon King's lineage. It was merely a larger chunk of meat. Xiaojie, do you have any news of Yi Rue-Gute? Aegon recalled the fiery-haired wild woman he had previously shared tender moments with and asked anxiously, since he had left Yang Yin and the wild woman together and traveled alone. Although Yang Yin remained by his side, Yi Rue-Gute had completely vanished. You've wed now. You need not worry about Yi Rue-Gute's disturbances. We wild men have always been able to take what we can and let go. Xiaojie pounded his chest proudly. Let go? Why would I let go? Aegon pondered. The remnants of feudal traditions, at times, have their merits. After all, men visiting brothels face no reproach, while women engaging in affairs are scorned. Just look at his sister Rhaenyra. Even as the heir to the throne, she merely seeks a few lovers, yet must do so in secrecy. Your Highness, Princess Rhaenyra demands your presence. Cushing, adorned with 9 tattered silver rings and dressed in a pristine scholar's robe, reminded him from the side. observing Cushing's attire. So markedly different from that of the scholars from the academy. Ing could sense Cushing's deep-seated disdain for the academy. "Your Highness, look," following Adam's pointed finger. Ing noticed a crowd gathered around an elder, eagerly seeking knowledge. "My, is the academic atmosphere in the city so intense?" Ing teased Cushing, jesting. "That is not a scholar of the academy. He is an instructor from the faith of the Seven. He calls himself the Grey Sparrow, and is responsible for enlightening the citizens of King's Landing about the doctrines of the Seven Gods, occasionally engaging in charitable acts for the afflicted." Cushing did not seem offended. His expression remained as tranquil as ever, often immersed in his studies. Occasionally indifferent to the commands of Aegon. "The Grey Sparrow?" Aegon murmured in surprise. He recalled the tumultuous figure of the Great Sparrow from the future, almost like a replica. "Let us take a look," Aegon said, hands clasped behind his back, his curiosity piqued. At this moment, the Targaryen family ruled the continent of Westeros, where peace and revelry prevailed. The populace did not suffer the pangs of hunger and cold as in later times. Even his attempts to win their favor proved futile. "The Seven Gods urge us to show mercy, hence we must avoid needless slaughter, embrace peace, and oppose war." The Grey Sparrow was a frail, elderly man clad in simple garments, barefoot upon the earth, as he spoke while distributing bread to the citizens surrounding King's Landing. "Thank you, sir, and may the Seven Gods bless you," exclaimed a woman who received a bun, her joy palpable as she turned away from the crowd, cradling her child. Indeed, no matter where one goes, preaching doctrine pales in comparison to offering a few eggs or milk as acts of kindness. Aegon couldn't help but chuckle, laughter escaping him freely. At his words, the crowd cast him fierce glares. "What are you saying? The gentleman is of exemplary character," a man interjected, unable to tolerate Aegon's remarks. "Indeed, Mr. Grey Sparrow visits the slums daily, aiding the people, often going to the orphanage." Another added, "You nobles care nothing for the lives of the common folk." Adam and Ellen's expressions shifted dramatically, torn between wanting to defend Aegon and being at a loss for words. "Hey, old man, is your name on the roster of instructors at the Seven Gods Church?" Aegon inquired with curiosity. "To His Highness the Prince, it is not." The elder replied with unwavering calmness and politeness. You know me?" Aegon was taken aback. "One could deduce it from the Valyrian dagger at your waist and the sigil of House Targaryen." The Grey Sparrow regarded Aegon without a hint of fear. What an impressive Grey Sparrow! Aegon felt a twinge of apprehension. In public discourse, whether in the realm of Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon, the most formidable forces were often not the dragons, but the rabble of King's Landing. This was a colossal entity capable of unleashing dragon-slaying might through sheer desperation. Yet, behind the mob, the shadow of the church loomed ever-present. They were benevolent in daily life, winning hearts, yet in times of strife, they offered no aid to the kingdom, instead inciting the populace and spreading discontent against the Targaryen rule. "Since you are not of the Seven Gods Church, you cannot publicly preach doctrine and mislead the people," Aegon rebuked sternly. As the young man before them was revealed to be Prince Aegon, the gathered citizens fell silent, no longer daring to voice dissent. The once boisterous scene descended into an unexpected hush. "Your Highness, everyone possesses the right to disseminate the teachings, and all can be enlightened. There is no distinction among individuals." The Grey Sparrow spoke with a calm demeanor. "All the same," Aegon scoffed, "the Targaryen family can command dragons. Why don't you attempt it yourself?" The Grey Sparrow was momentarily speechless. As the last remnant of the Valyrian dragon lineage, it is widely acknowledged that only members of the Targaryen family can wield dragons. Indeed, the royal family possesses certain qualities that set them apart, yet this is irrelevant to the doctrines of the Church. The Grey Sparrow's tone grew somber. Although reluctant to concede, it was undeniable that the common folk subconsciously regarded dragons as deities, and the Targaryens, capable of commanding them, were thus perceived as a race closer to divinity. "I intend to slay dragons on Dragonstone. You assert that killing is forbidden, so does dragon slaying count as a virtue or a vice?" Aegon regarded the old man before him, an inexplicable sense of animosity welling within him. Even the nobility of Westeros would exhibit a hint of trepidation in the presence of a Targaryen. Yet this man seemed to have long since disregarded the value of life and death. Faith can indeed be formidable. No wonder Aegon conquered Westeros with such ease. However, faced with the armed onslaught of the Church, the situation turned perilous, ultimately forcing him to reach a compromise with them during the trial of the Seven. Chapter 49. The test. "Forgive my candor, but Valyria met its divine retribution due to excessive bloodshed." The Grey Sparrow lowered his head, speaking gravely. "Valyria suffered an unprecedented cataclysm. Aside from the Targaryen family, who departed early, all the great dragon lords were reduced to ashes. Even the future progenitor, Aegon would never have embarked on a campaign of slaughter had he not foreseen a great calamity befalling Westeros. Indeed, the Targaryens have spilled too much blood, a disgruntled commoner murmured, only to be interrupted by a nearby bystander. Silence. Are you seeking death? The two exchanged glances with Aegon, bowed their heads, and fled in shame. Then tell me, is dragon slaying a means of salvation or destruction? Are dragons benevolent or malevolent? Aegon inquired with a smile, though a hint of murderous intent flickered within him. Dragons seldom initiate attacks on humans, akin to wild beasts. They are subjugated by dragon riders. The gray sparrow stood barefoot, unyielding, and declared with pride. Clop, clop, clop. A regiment of soldiers marched in perfect unison, the renowned gold cloaks of King's Landing. Upon witnessing this display, the common folk hastily retreated, scattering like birds. Yet the gray sparrow remained steadfast, unmoving. Prince Aegon, it is time to depart for Dragonstone. The leaders were none other than the twin Kingsguard, Elric and Illic. Is my sister Rhaenyra so eager to send me away from King's Landing? Aegon replied with a cold smirk. In contrast to the original narrative where the Green Party oppresses Rhaenyra, the moment finds Prince Aegon, who commands two formidable dragons, basking in the limelight. Under the influence of King Otto Hightower, the legitimacy of Rhaenyra's claim to the throne appears precarious and fraught with uncertainty. Even the ailing Viserys finds himself momentarily contemplating whether Aegon might indeed be the savior he has envisioned. Yet, recalling Aegon's tumultuous past leaves Viserys in a state of disarray. Aegon, perhaps Dragonstone is your true sanctuary, he muses silently. He concedes to Rhaenyra's suggestion of Aegon slaying a dragon. Until Aegon proves successful in this endeavor, his return to King's Landing remains unattainable. Prince Aegon, should you revive the militant faction of the Faith of the Seven, they may indeed lend you their support. The sparrow unexpectedly advises Aegon, reminding him that he is of the Hightower lineage, a descendant deeply rooted in the faith. Aegon smirks inwardly, observing with a detached demeanor. Yet he refrains from verbalizing his thoughts. King Jacaerys, after decades of reign, had painstakingly eradicated the devastation wrought by the militant faction upon House Targaryen. Aegon, however inept, would never place his faith in an institution bound by extreme beliefs. The memory of the Dance of Dragons, which led to the extinction of the Targaryen dragons, stirs a tempest of doubt within him. The world claims that the waning of magic resulted in the demise of the dragons. Paradoxically, this era witnesses the greatest number of dragons in Targaryen history. New dragons emerge, showing no signs of magical decline. Even post-dance, King's Landing continues to hatch new hatchlings. Aegon reflects on the establishment of dragon lairs, the civil strife of the dance, the faith of the Seven, and the old Hightower family, murmuring to himself, convinced that unseen forces are orchestrating the downfall of House Targaryen. Perhaps Viserys is correct. Only Targaryens can bring about their own destruction. Aegon remains silent. Much like the lords of Stonehelm, who, unable to confront Daemon, seek refuge under Aegon's wing, plotting their vengeance. Despite the close-knit bond between Viserys and Prince Daemon, the nobility of Westeros sows discord, compelling Daemon to seek solace abroad. The militant faction of the faith, apart from skirmishing and ambushing dragon riders, what harm can they inflict upon the dragons? Aegon contemptuously dismisses the notion, choosing not to reveal his staunch opposition to the militant faction. Your Highness speaks true. This is the counsel of the Hightower Bishop of the Faith of the Seven, the sparrow concurs. Hightower? Aegon responds with surprise. The original Sept of the Seven was once held by the Hightower family of Oldtown, which, after the violent intimidation from Aegon and his predecessors, was ultimately compelled to relocate to King's Landing, becoming the grandest sept in the capital. Nevertheless, the faith maintains intricate ties with the Hightower family. The previous high priest was indeed the second son of the Hightower family. Goodness! A deep breath escaped Aegon as he contemplated the formidable influence of the Hightower lineage. Whether in their overt ecclesiastical military or the covert struggles for faith, their presence was inescapable. Now, they had directly infiltrated the bloodline of House Targaryen, usurping the rights to the dragons. Were it not for the sparse population of the Targaryens, who often resorted to intermarriage and rarely allied with outsiders, Westeros would have long since become a mere garden for the Hightower family. Truly, they were an illustrious house, flourishing from the dawn of the age to the present day as the uncrowned monarchs. Aegon mused. Observing his own Hightower blood, Aegon finally grasped why. Despite his reckless behavior since childhood, the public's reaction towards him remained largely conventional. In stark contrast, Rhaenyra and Daemon were infamous for a single visit to a brothel. Daemon was correct. He had been persistently battling the influence of the Hightowers. Unfortunately, his foolish father could not perceive this. believing instead that his younger brother coveted his iron throne. Viserys, you are indeed a foolish ruler. Aegon scoffed. Your Highness, tread carefully. The Grey Sparrow cautioned Aegon. The golden-clad guards and the King's Guard present were sent by Princess Rhaenyra, should this information reach the king. Why fear? A tiger does not eat its cub. Aegon replied unapologetically. He boldly took his seat in the palanquin, embarking on his journey to Dragonstone. In comparison to the title of Dragon Slayer, how much did Viserys wish to test Aegon's capabilities through the glut? After all, Viserys was a man who had mounted the Black Dread, and his successor must be anything but ordinary. This battle would not only eschew aid from the Greens, but would instead be a splendid personal showcase. Aegon pondered to himself. The shimmering sea stretched before them as they set sail. Ugh! The wildling Shagga boarded the ship, immediately expressing his discomfort. The long days at sea had taken a toll on him. Hey, stop that! Focus on devising a dragon-slaying strategy. Aegon urged impatiently from the side. Your Highness. News from the King's Guard indicates that King Viserys is stealthily making his way to Dragonstone by ship, and Daemon, who has spent his days drinking and carousing in taverns, has been unaccounted for. Adam informed Aegon. Indeed, my father does not disappoint. Aegon exclaimed with a smile, brimming with confidence. Unlike Daemon's misunderstandings towards his brother Viserys, Aegon, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, understood his foolish father all too well. Every individual worthy of kingship had unknowingly undergone Viserys' trials. Undoubtedly, only Rhaenyra had ultimately succeeded in passing those tests. Chapter 50. Mining crack, crack, crack. The sound of countless machines reverberated. As Aegon gazed upon the wheeled crossbow at his feet, under the guidance of Cushing, Adam and Ellen had become increasingly adept. The machine rotated back and forth, spinning in all directions. If this arrow could fell the dragon, the very foundation of House Targaryen's rule would surely be shaken. Aegon pondered. He recalled the colossal bolts developed by the black-clad scholar Cobain in a later age, wondering if they could rival today's crossbow. However, Daenerys's dragon was merely a few years old, its size incomparable to the present-day greed. Even though this was a refined imitation of Dorne's great crossbow, if it failed to strike the greed's eyes, it likely wouldn't breach its defenses at all. How many crossbows are prepared? Aegon inquired of Cushing. Apologies, Your Highness, but time is limited. We have only prepared 3 great crossbows. Cushing replied, somewhat helplessly. Even in King's Landing, the number of craftsmen remained limited. Completing 3 crossbows in such a short time was only possible due to the formidable support of House Hightower. Poison the arrowheads. Aegon's expression turned steely. Rumor had it that the black dragon Vhagar met its demise at the hands of poisoned bolts. Yes, Your Highness. Cushing's face twitched. For some reason, he felt as if Aegon harbored a profound enmity towards the greed, determined to eradicate it. I, Shagga, shall become the first warrior to slay a dragon. Shagga bellowed, wielding a giant axe. One day, I will strike down a dragon with a single blow of my axe, he said, squatting at the corner of the ship with a jug of wine, lost in dreams. Aegon, His Majesty has said that Vhagar must protect King's Landing and cannot come. A noble from House Bracken interjected. The greed had long been a formidable menace to House Targaryen, untrainable and frequently stealing dragon eggs and slaying hatchlings, posing a significant threat to the ecology of Dragonstone. Understood. Aegon nodded, lifting his gaze towards the palace of Dragonstone in the distance. Father, are you feeling any better? Rhaenyra gently supported the nearly incapacitated King Viserys, speaking tenderly, with Daemon and Rhaenys discreetly safeguarding him. Even if they could not overpower the greed, Aegon would remain unharmed. Rhaenyra reassured. Despite Aegon's reckless ways, he was ultimately the beloved eldest son of Viserys, one of the fantasies of the dragon-riding savior in his father's dreams. How many members of House Targaryen have perished at the jaws of the greed? I have lost count. Viserys weakly exclaimed. It was said that the greed had settled on Dragonstone before House Targaryen arrived, a presence comparable to a black god. If the black god had not been injured in Valyria, it would likely still be alive today, Rhaenyra lamented, as the last dragon rider of the black god. Viserys understood all too well the terror of an aging giant dragon. Vhagar should be brought here, Rhaenyra cautiously suggested to Viserys. He cast a glance at her, but remained silent. Ever since Aemond had been accidentally injured in one eye by Rhaenyra, he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, which had only intensified with the possession of the dragon Vhagar, rendering him more ferocious and paranoid. Aemond, Viserys murmured to himself, he is not suitable to come. The Dragonstone is vast. Even for a dragon rider, it would take quite some time to search. Rhaenyra advised Viserys, Father, you should rest for a while. Once we locate the glutton, I will awaken you. No, Viserys firmly interrupted her suggestion. He had always believed that he would beget a dreamwalker, Aegon, who would save the world, although as time passed, this notion felt increasingly like an elusive nightmare. However, upon receiving news that Aegon could control 2 dragons, Viserys felt a flicker of hope. Is Aegon truly the prince of my dreams? He pondered introspectively. With a jolt, the great ship finally reached the shores of Dragonstone. 1, 2, 1, 2. The crowd shouted in unison, straining to push the behemoth of a catapult towards Dragonstone. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Aemond inquired of Aegon. As the first commoner to be knighted, despite his calm demeanor, he was eager to earn merit to silence the mockery and disdain of the Westerosi nobility. Have the craftsmen arrived? Aegon strode confidently along the beach, unperturbed in the slightest. They have, but... Aemond responded, curious. Let us excavate the obsidian from the dragon crystal mine and transport it all back to King's Landing. Aegon proclaimed boldly. Mining. Aemond was taken aback. Faced with the monumental task of dragon slaying, Aegon was considering such trivial pursuits. Dragonstone belonged to Princess Rhaenyra, and Aegon seemed brazenly intent on exploiting it. What are they doing? King Viserys furrowed his brow, observing the workers hammering away at the obsidian, perplexed. Though the obsidian was hard, it was exceedingly brittle and entirely unsuitable for weaponry. The Grand Maester explained to Viserys, it seems they are not crafting dragon-slaying weapons, but rather transporting material. Look. Daemon pointed thoughtfully at the 2 empty ships that Aegon had summoned, one of which was now fully laden and setting sail homeward. Viserys gazed incredulously at the impudent youth before him, realizing he must heed Rhaenyra's stance, for she was now the Duchess of Dragonstone. It matters not, father. The dragon crystal does not sell well, even in far-off Ass-High. Only a few alchemists show any interest. Rhaenyra remarked, seemingly unfazed. Obsidian, albeit slightly more expensive than ordinary stone, possesses no extraordinary properties. It is imbued with the ferocious magic of the core's fiery elements, which even alchemists tend to avoid, remarked Master Oval. Let the Hightower family compensate you with a golden dragon. After a moment of silence, Viserys spoke on behalf of Princess Rhaenyra. Sustaining the impoverished Dragonstone is indeed a formidable challenge. Aemond, you shall escort this shipment back to the towering halls of the Hightower family, Aegon said, patting Aemond on the shoulder. Your Highness, Aemond replied eagerly, feeling compelled to prove himself, unwilling to be labeled a coward in the face of dragon slaying. Only you are most suited for this task. Your exceptional maritime experience will ensure the safety of this batch of obsidian. Aegon remained resolute, standing firm in his decision. Your Highness. Ellen stood aside, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame. He had failed his very first task assigned by Prince Aegon. Chapter 51, The Grim Reaper. What troubles you, Ellen? Aegon turned back, inquiring with care. The apparatus crafted by Master Cushing refuses to cooperate. Ellen lamented. Indeed, Your Highness, Cushing echoed his sentiments. Roar. The dragon, Sunfire, expressed its dissatisfaction with a fierce growl. Sunfire, come now, for this is a dragon claw of my own design. Aegon chided, exasperated. Just as horses require horseshoes, why should a dragon be any different? With steel claws, would it not be akin to wielding the strength of a lion against its kin? Were it not for the burdensome weight of iron armor hindering flight, Aegon would have gladly adorned Sunfire in steel. Obey, Aegon commanded sternly. Sunfire turned its head, begrudgingly nodding with a claw. Ellen observed the dragon's gradual acquiescence as the attendants carefully approached, bearing the iron claw for installation. Roar. Sunfire opened its maw in protest, a fiery blaze shimmering in its throat. Silence, Sunfire. Aegon interjected, stepping forward. Seeing Aegon approach, Sunfire reluctantly averted its gaze. The workers fled in terror. The ferocity of the Targaryen dragons indelibly etched in the minds of the populace. It is peculiar. The dragon exhibits a profound disdain for ordinary folk, yet shows no signs of aversion towards young Ellen. Cushing's keen eyes detected an oddity. What of it? Members of the Targaryen family have commanded dragons in Valyrian. While only Prince Aegon speaks in English, it remains a mystery how Sunfire comprehends him. The beautiful but sharp-tongued Blaine retorted. Ahem, Aegon, upon hearing this, shyly turned his face away. I cannot speak foreign languages. I must learn upon my return. The young lady speaks the truth, Cushing, earnestly persuaded by the words of the fair Blaney, acknowledges that not everyone is the same. This illustrates the disparity between theory and reality. Call me knight, Sir Bachelor, Blaney declared, lifting her chin in discontent. Apologies, Sir Bachelor. Cushing bowed respectfully, addressing Blaney. I am no longer a bachelor. Please refer to me as Sir Knight. Blaney frowned, glancing at the frail figure of Cushing, sensing an underlying implication directed at herself. Humph. Blaney turned away, dismissing this scientific eccentric. From the town of Shipshell, Cushing murmured to himself. Cushing, your dragon claw is too small. Aegon's voice boomed, interrupting Cushing's reverie. The sheep thief, having donned the dragon claw, was exuberant, only to crash face first into the sand like a dog eating excrement. What a disgrace to the dragon face. Oh, it's a matter of modeling. The dragon is still growing. Cushing pondered, observing the colossal dragon before him. It is rumored that as long as a dragon lives, its size will continue to grow until the world's end. It appears this is not mere folklore. Your Highness, it is not that the dragon claw model has shrunk, but rather that the dragon has matured, Cushing stated with gravity. Even if one were to forge a larger dragon claw, it would not last long, Cushing lamented, reflecting that the dragon riders of old Valyria must have attempted such methods, only to abandon them as impractical. No matter, it will suffice for a time, Aegon remarked indifferently, glancing at the dragon. He, Aegon, supported by the gold mines of House Lannister in the west, was indeed extravagant and formidable. As the craftsman fled in disarray, Ellen, unable to install the mechanisms alone, was left with his elder brother Adam. Ellen, Adam, Cushing approached them in inquiry. Sir Bachelor, what troubles you? Ellen asked curiously. Who are your parents? Do you possess Targaryen blood? Cushing stammered, aware of the rudeness in directly probing someone's lineage. My apologies, sir, Adam responded calmly. Unperturbed, our mother was a prostitute from Shipshell, and as for our father, he is likely some noble lord from the same town. Ah, I see. Cushing stood frozen, lost in incredulity. Perhaps Miss Blaney is right. I cannot always consider myself exceptional. In a trio, there is always a teacher among us. Cushing nodded, resolutely striding towards Blaney to apologize. What ails Scholar Cushing? He seems heartbroken. Ellen observed the dejected figure of Cushing, curiosity piqued. I do not know. Those from the academy asked the most peculiar questions. Adam shared his confusion. Sir, please deliver this weapon to Prince Aegon. Iron seemed to have suddenly recalled something and hurriedly dropped the iron claw, racing towards a heavy wooden chest. Iron, be careful, slow down. Adam warned anxiously. What is this? Cushing inquired, gazing at the crystalline ice spear before him, its surface adorned with bizarre emerald patterns. I don't know. This is Prince Aegon's weapon, rarely revealed to anyone. Iron replied without hesitation. The words Dragon Slayer were inscribed in a crooked fashion on the spear's handle, standing out vividly. Located on the active volcano, Dragonstone Island remains perpetually warm, unable to be cloaked by snow even in winter. Yet, the icy weapon before them radiated a chilling light, unabashedly exuding a sense of cold into the surrounding air. Magic, this is pure magical energy. Cushing felt as if his heart might leap from his throat. The very essence he had devoted his life to proving was now brazenly displayed before him. A masterwork of craftsmanship, divine ingenuity. Cushing murmured to himself. He reached out with trembling hands, attempting to touch this entity he had long sought to approach. Suddenly, a cry erupted. His hand recoiled as if struck by electricity, and he collapsed, shivering uncontrollably. Cushing! Iron shouted in alarm. At that moment, Cushing's eyes rolled back, his body radiating cold, frost gathering at the corners of his eyes. Quick! Immerse him in hot water. Adam shouted desperately. This Dragon Slayer spear cannot be held for long, even by Prince Aegon. It must be kept in the chest. How could you let Cushing touch it? Adam reproached Iron. I managed to hold it just fine, though my hands were a bit cold. Iron sobbed, tears streaming down her face. At such a tender age, she had never encountered an incident causing grave harm, let alone one involving a member of Aegon's Rainbow Guard. What has happened? Aegon approached with confident strides, shielded by Blaney. Cushing, what is wrong? Aegon inquired, somewhat bewildered as he observed Cushing's frostbitten visage. Your Highness, I believe I have glimpsed the divine. It is the breath of the Grim Reaper. Cushing muttered, dazed as if boiling in a cauldron. Indeed, there are deities in this world. I stand but a step away from the truth. Perhaps Cushing has been frozen into madness, spouting nonsense, Blaney remarked, gently touching Cushing's forehead and shaking his head. Yet, he may not be entirely wrong. This truly is the Grim Reaper. Aegon, gazing at the ice spear within the wooden chest, swiftly closed its lid and hoisted it onto his shoulder. Chapter 52. Truly remarkable. What on earth is Aegon up to? Dawdling like this? King Westeros could no longer contain his irritation. He had traveled miles, to Dragonstone Island, not to witness Aegon mining. Cousin, do not be angry. The crownless Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, adorned in a splendid crimson suit of armor, entered with an air of regal grace. Although she projected a formidable presence reminiscent of Mulan, the disarray of her hair betrayed her profound fatigue. I appreciate your efforts, cousin, Viserys said with sincere remorse. To avert any unforeseen incidents involving Aegon the Dragon, Viserys had summoned Prince Daemon and his cousin, Princess Rhaenys, through a letter. "No need for concern. We are all family," Rhaenys replied nonchalantly, taking a seat on a nearby chaise to rest. After enduring weeks of vigilance, she was disheartened to see Aegon emerge so effortlessly. The laborers hired by House Hightower and House Bracken tirelessly excavated within the Dragonstone mines. The Greed Eater had long been a nightmare for House Targaryen, with their ancestors repeatedly striving to tame or slay it. Viserys began to offer his cousin incessant reassurances. "Humph." A middle-aged man with a pallid complexion, silver hair, and violet eyes approached, none other than the disgruntled Aemond Targaryen returning from a failed venture. "I cannot believe I was foolish enough to trust a drunkard to slay a dragon." Daemon glared at Viserys, showing no sign of cordiality. He plopped down onto a nearby chaise, grabbing Viserys' cup and indulging in a hearty drink. Whoever boasted about taming the Greed Eater was later reduced to a quivering coward. Rhaenys turned her face away, mercilessly mocking Daemon's youthful indiscretions. The rivalry between Daemon and Rhaenys had once escalated to a near civil war over the Iron Throne. Had it not been for King Jacaerys' urgent assembly of the Great Council at Harrenhal, Daemon's Golden Company and the Knights of the Vale might have already clashed with Lord Corlys Velaryon's formidable naval fleet. From that point onward, the two maintained a fierce and unyielding animosity. The Greed Eater remains a perpetual concern for every Targaryen lord. Viserys, witnessing the brewing tension, hastily redirected the conversation. Daemon had been notoriously headstrong since childhood, often disregarding his elder brother. Although Rhaenys was a woman, she had never received leniency in her education from Crown Prince Aemond Targaryen. Rhaenys truly embodied the valor of House Targaryen, proving that women are not to be underestimated. Aegon has always been a mischievous child, as you well know. With Queen Alicent absent from Dragonstone, it fell upon Princess Rhaenyra to mediate the friction between the two parties. House Targaryen had grown robust, no longer resembling the days when only a few wild dragons roamed the skies. Rhaenyra cast a meaningful glance at her husband Daemon, advising Princess Rhaenys. "The matter of the Greed Eater is far more manageable now than it ever was." "Manageable?" Daemon scoffed, setting down his cup. "That is a dragon, not a dragon rider. When a giant dragon approaches, it will flee if it cannot stand its ground." Throughout history, numerous dragon riders have endeavored to tame or slay the voracious beast known as the Devourer, striving to protect the hatchlings and eggs of Dragonstone. Yet, all their attempts have been in vain. "Daemon," Rhaenyra exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she glared at her husband, whose opinions often contradicted her own. Daemon, indifferent to her ire, reclined back in his seat and brazenly declared, "I want to go. Let anyone who wishes to do so." Viserys, observing his brother's nonchalance, felt utterly powerless and remained silent. A furious roar of a dragon abruptly interrupted their discourse. The familiar, beastly cry sent a chill through Daemon, who sprang to his feet with a pale expression. "Is that the Devourer? It cannot be mistaken," he murmured to himself, recalling the terrifying roar of the creature that had once nearly sent him into despair. He vividly remembered that misty morning when the news arrived via Raven. Princess Rhaenys had tamed Maids, the most agile dragon in all of Westeros, unmatched by any other. Its fiery red form, adorned with brilliant crimson scales and pink membranes, was breathtaking. This dragon had been the steed of his mother, Queen Alicent, and the cherished companion Daemon had long yearned for. In his youth, she had taken him aloft on the Red Queen, conquering the skies together. However, all of this had been snatched away by Princess Rhaenys. Filled with indignation, he stealthily climbed Dragonmount, intent on taming the most ferocious and malevolent dragon in Targaryen history, the Devourer. Unsurprisingly, despite his Targaryen blood, the beast showed him no favor. Had it not been for timely intervention from others, Prince Daemon would have become the Devourer's morning snack. This incident became a source of ridicule for him during his childhood, a jest perpetuated by Rhaenys. "Oh no, Aegon has angered the Devourer." Princess Rhaenyra gasped in alarm, turning to seek Daemon's assistance. Daemon, observing the irate creature in the distance, had long since recovered from his past fears. He crossed his arms over his head, disregarding the expressions of Viserys and Princess Rhaenyra, clearly resolved to remain stationary. "I shall go," Princess Rhaenys declared, donning her recently removed dragon crown with grace, rising without complaint to depart. "Aunt, you cannot face the Devourer alone," Rhaenyra interjected, interrupting Rhaenys' intent to shoulder the burden alone. "I will accompany you." Rhaenys, truly the uncrowned queen, had never shied away from adversity when the kingdom faced peril. Viserys watched the two departing figures, then turned to Daemon. "Humph, Daemon paid no heed to the greater picture, standing alone on the balcony. Watching the silhouettes of the two dragons ascend into the sky, a roar erupted as a massive, soot-black creature emerged in fury from its lair. Its ebony scales cloaked its body, while its teeth were as sharp as swords, and its claws as pointed as hooks, with malevolent eyes exuding endless bloodlust. What a hideous dragon! Aegon hastily ascended the sunlit dragon saddle, gripping the reins tightly as he fixed his gaze upon the monstrous creature before him. A resounding crash echoed as the towering ancient trees were toppled by the tail of the devourer, which crushed a bull beneath its foot, displaying no inclination to feast. What transpired to incite such fury in the devourer? Viserys furrowed his brow. He had commanded Aegon to slay dragons, but never to provoke the devourer. Many members of the Targaryen family had previously attempted to hunt the devourer, only to find themselves outwitted or consumed by the dragon. No one dared to recklessly anger the devourer, for its wrath would unleash a frenzied retribution upon Dragonstone, targeting young dragons and their eggs. A fate the Targaryens wished to avoid at all costs. Each dragon egg and hatchling represented a treasure of the Targaryen lineage. "What have you done?" Ellen inquired of the wildling Shaga, as he crouched in the pre-dug trench outside the cave. I could not resist the thrill of the hunt, so while it slumbered, I struck it with an axe upon its dragonhood. Truly, it is magnificent. Shaga chuckled heartily. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, shaking the ground, prompting the two to silence their chatter and huddle closely within the modest cellar. Chapter 53. The Dragon Slayer. A thick plume of smoke ascended, accompanied by the devourer's roar. As a great conflagration spread through the jungle, the devourer prowled the land, seeking out the audacious wildling who had dared to ambush it. "I am quite curious. How do you manage to hatch eggs as large as your own heads into dragons of the same size?" Shaga laughed boisterously, almost tempted to proclaim his exploits from a height, were it not for the devourer's proximity. Ellen sighed in resignation, remaining silent in the cramped artificial cave. "You fool. I tasked you with tracking the devourer, not provoking it." Ellen's face darkened with anger, feeling disgruntled. He had just caused the learned maester to be bedridden, still recovering from an illness, and now Aegon's assignment had been thrown into disarray by Shaga's antics. "Calm yourself, Caraxes." Daemon ultimately could not escape the chastisement of his own conscience, sitting atop the dragon saddle, striving to soothe his bloodworm. Were it not for his concern for Princess Rhaenyra's safety, he would be indifferent to Aegon's trivial matters. "Cursed scoundrels of House Hightower," Daemon cursed silently. "Do not dare tarnish the Targaryen bloodline. Only the blood of Rhaenyra and I is rightful to the throne." A roar erupted from the bloodworm, stirred by Daemon's conflicted fury. "Silence." Daemon forcefully patted Carax's back, leaning close to feel the rhythm of its heartbeat, signaling to the bloodworm. "Shall we proceed, Rhaenyra?" Princess Rhaenys, mounted upon the red worm Meraxes, glanced back from the heights, inquiring of Rhaenyra. "No, we shall remain in reserve to prevent the devourer from escaping." Rhaenyra harbored no intention of aiding Aegon unless his life was in peril. She would unequivocally refrain from extending her hand otherwise. This was King Viserys' trial for Aegon, and was it not a subtle reminder of the succession issue? "I have sacrificed so much for the Iron Throne. I will not permit it to slip away due to the whims of a woman." Rhaenyra resolutely mused. "This matter is fundamentally unrelated to me." Princess Rhaenys, seemingly perceiving Rhaenyra's hidden motives, casually remarked, "As a woman, I must offer you a word of caution. Men would rather have an inept son inherit their legacy than allow a daughter to carry on the family name. Are you lamenting for your throne? People refer to you as the queen without a crown, yet you have no noble support, save for your husband." Princess Rhaenyra offered no courtesy in her response. "I have long since let go, but it appears Daemon has not yet moved on." Rhaenys turned to her niece. Speaking with a weighty sincerity, "It seems Daemon does not accept your guidance. If you cannot manage your own house, how can you expect to govern a kingdom? Daemon may be somewhat headstrong, but his heart is in the right place. I can sense his desire to strengthen the Targaryen lineage." Without hesitation, Princess Rhaenyra gazed toward the distant thicket, feeling an unsettling sensation as if something were watching her. "Lower yourself further," Daemon urgently called out, fearing Rhaenyra might discover them. "Ark." The blood Wyrm protested in dissatisfaction, yet its body involuntarily succumbed to the ground. After years of companionship, Daemon and the blood Wyrm had achieved a deep bond akin to dragon and rider. Observing the distant figures of Meraxes and Syrax, the glutton finally lowered its guard, intent on locating the vile creature that dared to ambush it from the underbrush. A cacophony of dust cascaded down, and Ellen felt an abrupt silence enveloping the surroundings. Even the roars of the dragons faded into quietude. What transpired? Even Shaga sensed an unusual aura in the air. Boom. A colossal scarlet dragon eye appeared at the entrance of the cellar, entirely sealing off Ellen and Shaga's escape route. Faced with the dragon's heavy breathing, Ellen felt as though her own breath had ceased. The scorching air filled her lungs, igniting a fiery sensation throughout her body. Run, Ellen! Shaga hurled his cherished battle axe and seized Ellen, fleeing in desperation. Ark! The glutton, seeing the axe approach its eye, swiftly evaded Shaga's ambush. It is this wretched creature. The glutton exhaled a plume of smoke, massive red flames gathering within its maw. Even after some time, it still felt a dull ache in its groin. All thanks to these two insolent youths. Dragonfire. With Aegon's shout, a tremendous golden conflagration erupted, overwhelming the glutton and catching it entirely off guard. Aegon adorned himself in the Valyrian steel armor of Aegon Targaryen, a slender Valyrian dagger coiling around his waist, descending from the heavens and capturing the attention of the gluttonous creature entirely. Sheep thief. Aegon bellowed. A mud dragon, mottled in shades of gray and brown, howled past the glutton, lunging directly at Ellen and Shaga, causing the glutton to retreat in alarm. Take them away. Aegon commanded loudly. Damn it. I haven't even boarded yet. I haven't boarded. Shaga shouted as he sprinted toward the direction of the thief, driven by the primal instincts of a wild hunter. He swiftly rolled to the ground the moment a shadow loomed overhead, narrowly avoiding the dragon's claws. Conversely, the diminutive Ellen exhibited no sense of urgency. Frantically fleeing, yet easily captured by the thief, whisked away into the distance. A howl erupted from the glutton as it witnessed the thief soar over it, snatching away its hard-earned prey, inciting a furious rage. Boom. The black dragonfire was as terrifying as the infamous inferno that once engulfed Harrenhal, surging directly toward Aegon. Take off. Sunfire. Aegon shouted, gripping the dragon's saddle with one hand while securing the iron chain of his armor with the other. Whoosh. The searing flames whirled past Aegon, nearly blinding him. Before Aegon could react, he was yanked upward by the powerful sunfire, his body arching back. The intense airflow rushed through his wide-open mouth, escaping from every available crevice. The tremendous force contorted his features, leaving no room for even a shocked expression. The violent motion rendered him voiceless, his very countenance beyond his control. Aegon felt as if he could scarcely breathe, his body soaring skyward like a crow taking flight. Boom. A shadowy figure erupted from an angle Aegon could scarcely believe, and amidst astonished gazes, another stream of black dragonfire swept past him. Well done, Sunfire, Aegon exclaimed, patting his fated steed, brimming with exhilaration. Sunfire was not a mere wild dragon kept within the confines of King's Landing. It possessed a predatory instinct rivaling that of the glutton, requiring no commands from Aegon. The larger the dragon, the more energy it expended. Sunfire, lead the way, Aegon urged, seeing that he had finally distanced himself from the glutton. He had fed Sunfire goats and wild bulls in preparation, ensuring it conserved its strength for this very moment. Dragonfire. Accompanying Aegon's command, golden flames erupted toward the glutton's visage. Sunfire let out a taunting roar, turning to flee with Aegon in tow. The damage may have been minimal, but the insult was profound. When had the glutton, a tyrant of Dragonstone, ever faced such a threat? Even during the era of the founding triad of House Targaryen, none dared to underestimate it. The devourer spread its arms wide. Its immense black wings, spanning dozens of meters, surged forth with a deafening roar, relentlessly pursuing its prey. Chapter 54. The Three Dragons in Fierce Combat. Should we pursue, Rhaenyra? Observing the eager demeanor of Red Worm Mirius, the uncrowned queen refrained from acting impulsively. She turned back, asking solemnly. The smaller the dragon, the more agile its flight. Compared to the devourer's colossal weight, Sunfire possessed an inherent advantage. Princess Rhaenyra stated calmly. Aegon commanded 2 great dragons, yet he only deployed one to confront the enemy, even having the audacity to use a sheep stealer to protect the wildlings and his servants. Rhaenyra had no intention of embellishing his dragon-slaying endeavors. As the devourer slowed, Aegon tightened the reins, leaning back in his saddle. Sunfire sensed the power coursing through its back and deftly turned. Dragonflame. The golden flames surged forth once more, thoroughly inciting the devourer, which had intended to retreat. Oh, cursed be this. Aegon grimaced as he grasped the reins. In contrast to the Valyrian dragon lords, Aegon only needed to eliminate the opposing rider. However, he now faced the daunting task of slaying a dragon that outweighed him several times over. A mere breath of black dragonfire could meld him and his Valyrian steel armor into one. I am not unburnt, Aegon thought, alarmed. Although Sunfire was agile, It was also preoccupied with protecting Aegon, clearly at a disadvantage against the Devourer. Ascend, dive, turn. Aegon maneuvered the Devourer in the air, unleashing a series of dragonfire blasts. Playfully toying with the hulking beast. It was time. Aegon noticed Sunfire's signal to turn back, realizing its stamina was nearly depleted, and hastily veered toward the beach of Dragonstone. Come forth, beast. Aegon yanked the reins, charging recklessly toward the sea. Prepare the crossbow. Cushing, clad in a white robe, stood on the beach. The sea breeze tousled his beard, yet did not diminish the intensity of his gaze. Clack, clack, clack. Two enormous bolts were hoisted onto the crossbow by Ellen and Bryony, the massive, sharp heads aimed directly at Aegon's oncoming path. Whoosh! With a violent tremor of the machinery, the two colossal bolts hurtled toward Aegon's face. Sunfire dive! Aegon shouted, taking a deep breath. Splash! A gargantuan wave erupted as Sunfire plunged into the sea, taking Aegon with it, leaving the Devourer caught off guard. Roar! The Devourer howled in fury, unleashing a torrent of dragonfire toward the bolts. Bang! A colossal shadow descended from the heavens, abruptly interrupting the Devourer's dragon flames and sending it crashing onto the beach. The immense black fire raged uncontrollably, scorching the Devourer itself. It resembled a dark harbinger of death, its features grotesque, while countless black flames danced upon its form. Suddenly, two massive arrows struck true, piercing the dragon's most vulnerable underbelly. The Devourer roared in pain, ignoring its own wounds as it unleashed another torrent of dragon fire towards the colossal crossbow. Run, Brenna! Ever prepared, seized Ellen and leapt away. What a formidable dragon! Curson observed the unfolding chaos from a distance, his demeanor cold and detached. With Yegan's consent, Curson had spent days studying the sheep thief and the sun flame, concluding that aside from its eyes, the belly was indeed the dragon's weakest point. Yet, even with his enhanced crossbow, he found it incapable of inflicting fatal harm upon the Devourer. Truly, an adult dragon was flawless in its defenses. Curson pondered, caressing the ring upon his finger. Scholar, we must depart. Brenna called, hastening towards him with Ellen in tow. With a great splash, a golden dragon flame surged forth once more. Sun flame, aim for its rear. Yegan, disheveled and drenched, his eyes alight with fervor, commanded. With a resounding splash, a vivid scar accompanied by blood was carved open upon the Devourer's belly. The Devourer emitted an enraged roar, lunging a claw towards Sun Flame's neck. Thud! The Devourer swayed, teetering once more into the sea. Well done, sheep thief! Yegan exclaimed with unrestrained joy. Although the two dragons were dwarfed by the Devourer's immense size, their strategic use of the water and unexpected coordination could effectively exhaust its strength. Another splash. Fresh crimson blood sprayed forth, staining the beach and heating the surrounding waters to a boiling point, where dark smoke and bubbles rose to the surface. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue. Was this the harbinger of a cataclysm? Witnessing the scarlet beach, Rhaenyra and Princess Rhaenys were momentarily taken aback. The man riding the dragon on the beach, clad in Valyrian steel armor, seemed to embody a divine presence as he commanded his golden steed to engage in a fierce struggle with the grotesque Devourer. The three-headed dragon continued to tug, bite, and flap its wings in a tumultuous dance, splashing waves of blood upon the sandy shore. The commotion not only attracted nearby fishermen, but also caught the watchful gaze of wild dragons from Dragonstone. For centuries, the Devourer had dominated Dragonstone, and never had another dragon dared to challenge its supremacy. Suddenly, a pale gray dragon emerged upon the beach, howling mournfully as it approached the fray. Sea mist! Rhaenyra gasped, her eyes fixed upon the familiar giant. This was originally the dragon of his cousin, the steadfast Lanino. The dragon, much like its master, had always been calm and composed. However, it had recently become restless, wailing as if beset by some great misfortune. Bang! Demon could no longer contain himself and rode his bloodworm to the scene, where he was met with an astonishing sight that even his seasoned eyes found hard to believe. What a reckless little scoundrel! Demon lamented. I had thought the blood of the glutton was as dark as his skin and dragon fire. One could not deny that at this moment, Aegon indeed possessed the valiant stature of his ancestral dragon. Aegon appeared perilous, yet in reality, he was far from safe. Rhaenyra expressed her concerns. The chaotic melee of the three dragons had escalated to a fever pitch, with mutual assaults and fierce bites. As a dragon rider, Aegon often found himself in peril. After all, Aegon was no colossal dragon and could not withstand even a single blow from one. For a dragon, squashing a human was as effortless as crushing a mere insect. We cannot delay any longer. Princess Rhaenyra, observing the wild dragons of Dragonstone emerging from the cliffs, resolved to bring the battle to a swift conclusion. Such a fierce struggle among 3 dragons was a rarity even in the Valyrian Republic. After all, equally matched wild dragons would never engage in a life-and-death struggle outdoors, let alone tear at each other so ferociously on the ground as they were now. Melius, Rhaenyra called out. Daemon and Rhaenys tightened their reins, and all 3 colossal dragons ascended simultaneously, heading towards the beach of Dragonstone. The glutton, realizing it was cornered and faced with the onslaught of 3 dragons, visibly paled, losing the ferocity it had exhibited in its battle with Aegon. In a panic, it spread its wings, disregarding its injuries, abandoning Sunfire and the sheep stealer, and attempted to flee. Trying to escape? Aegon scoffed, not waiting for the sheep stealer's support. He charged towards Sunfire. Crack. In disbelief, Aegon watched as the glutton's eyes glinted with cunning. It turned back and clamped down on Sunfire's slender neck. This maneuver was a feigned act of fear, as it awaited the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to Sunfire. No, Aegon cried out in anguish. But Sunfire had long since lost the ability to resist. Chapter 55, The Spear That Pierces the Dragon. Aegon, leveraging Sunfire's agile form, first exhausted the glutton's stamina, then drew its attention with a giant crossbow, ultimately using the sheep stealer's dive to bring the glutton crashing into the sea. As long as the 2 colossal dragons coordinated and maneuvered together, they could effectively deplete the glutton's strength. However, in the midst of Rhaenyra and the others providing support, Aegon's eagerness for victory led him into the glutton's trap. No, Sunfire! Aegon cried out in despair, feeling Sunfire's life force rapidly waning, with life and death hanging in the balance. In the battle of dragons of similar stature, victory is seldom easily discerned through mere biting. Only by seizing the neck of the opposing dragon can one truly dominate its lifeblood and secure a swift victory. Amidst the chaotic dance of blood and fury, Aemond's Vaggerl achieved the complete demise of Rhaenys' Red Queen through such ruthless means. Sunfire was clutched in the jaws of the Devourer, thrashing and biting fiercely. Yet as a dragon rider, Aegon found himself powerless. He was firmly ensnared upon Sunfire's saddle, utterly immobilized. The salt water had rendered the leather straps on the iron chains swollen and impossible to loosen. The sheep thief sensed Aegon's urgency and desperately lunged at the Devourer. However, the cunning beast shielded itself with Sunfire's form before the sheep thief. Aegon, do not panic, I am coming. Rhaenys' 3 dragon riders hastened towards the beach. A roar erupted from the dragons once more, as 2 colossal figures descended from the sky, casting a shadow that obstructed the progress of the trio. Vagger Silverwing? Rhaenyra was utterly astonished. What bizarre blood magic had been invoked? Daemon furrowed his brow, exerting all his strength to control his bloodworm, Caraxes, striving to avoid inciting the wrath of the 2 ancient dragons before him. The wrath of Vagger, the Bronze Fury, was a legacy of Aegon I, wild and untamed, while Silverwing was the mount of Queen Alysanne, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. I sense the Red Queen, Melisandre's furious wrath, as if she is on the brink of losing control. The crownless Queen Rhaenys remarked cautiously. In Valyria, there is rarely a tradition of slaughtering wild dragons, and this is likely for good reason. Daemon felt an intense trepidation, as even his bloodworm, usually in perfect harmony with him, began to feel a hint of rebellion. Would dragons not aid their riders in the indiscriminate slaughter of other unclaimed wild dragons? Keshing gazed at the shocking scene before him, reluctant to depart. My Lord Scholar, we must retreat. Blaney tugged at Keshing's sleeve, determined to forcibly extricate him from the perilous situation. No, Keshing solemnly refused. The mysteries of magic in this world are my ultimate pursuit. I shall not leave. You are mad, Blaney exclaimed in frustration, yet she did not falter. Drawing her sword, she positioned herself protectively behind the 2. Let us hope this sword proves effective against dragons. Blaney gritted her teeth, offering a bitter smile. The prince is in battle. I cannot falter. Ellen observed Blaney, a woman, shielding him as a surge of masculinity welled within him. He hefted the spear entrusted to him by Aegon and charged towards the beach where Aegon was engaged in combat. Ellen, do not go, Blaney called out. Witnessing the reckless determination in Ellen, glancing back at the resolute scholar Keshing, and then hurried after him. I must deliver this spear to the prince. Ellen clenched his jaw, feeling his hands grow numb with cold and his steps becoming increasingly heavy. Was this merely an illusion? Iron gazed in astonishment at the frozen, crystalline footprints that had formed upon the scorching, smoking beach, marking the territory he had just entered. He looked at his hands in disbelief, half of his body already cloaked in frost. Iron, what has happened to you? Brynny rushed forward, and upon witnessing this bizarre scene, stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. Roar! A silver dragon flame surged forth, searing past Aegon and completely melting the crystalline footprints behind him. Brynny could only drop to the ground, narrowly escaping the onslaught. The searing dragon fire instantly thawed the frost clinging to Aegon's body. Aegon fell to his knees on the beach, his spear clattering to the ground. The sea smoke strode forward, standing before Aegon and sniffing the scent that it instinctively detested. Roar! The sea smoke stood its ground, wings pressed to the earth, gazing in bewilderment at the towering boy before it. It shook its neck, signaling towards Aegon. Me? Aegon gasped in surprise. He had never envisioned himself as a dragon rider, let alone believe that a mighty dragon would willingly submit to him. To save the prince, he would risk everything, even his life. Aegon gritted his teeth, stepping barefoot onto the jagged edge of the sea smoke's wing, grasping the scales and pointing towards the gluttonous foe. Charge! Though Aegon did not comprehend Valyrian, nor was he well versed in the common tongue of Westeros, the sea smoke seemed to possess an innate understanding, propelling itself skyward with powerful strokes of its legs. Boom! A colossal splash erupted as the once cocky glutton found itself ambushed from both sides, tumbling helplessly. Unable to maintain its balance, it released its death grip on the sunfire and resumed its struggle with the sheep stealer, with the fearless sea smoke joining the fray. The tide of battle began to shift once more in favor of Aegon. The immense waves cast the sunfire onto the beach, where only one man and one dragon remained, clinging to life. Aegon cried out, wielding a dagger, finally liberating himself from the bindings of the dragon's saddle. Coughing violently, he expelled seawater, gasping for breath. Had it not been for Aegon's timely arrival, he would have been unable to secure not just the sunfire, but even his own life. "Your Highness, catch!" Brynny shouted. And in the next moment, a glimmering cold light descended from the heavens, embedding itself in front of Aegon. It was the ice spear, Dragon Slayer, painstakingly forged by the Night King. Just in time. Witnessing the dire state of the sunfire ignited a blaze of fury within Aegon. He seized the spear, and the transparent shaft shimmered with countless emerald patterns. Whoosh! A dark green flame ignited at the tip of the spear, illuminating Aegon's golden eyes with the same verdant fire. With a swift thrust, he unleashed a strike that painted the sky and earth alike. In that fleeting moment as the glutton soared into the air, the massive ice spear pierced through its abdomen, drawing forth a torrent of crimson blood that cascaded into the sea. The churning sea, once shrouded in thick black smoke, seemed to momentarily calm, as vivid crimson clots of blood floated alongside colossal icebergs on the surface. The smoky haze and the elusive sheepstealers suddenly grew alert, taking to the skies and vacating their previous positions. Even the two colossal dragons, which had been obstructing Rhaenyra and her companions, turned in trepidation, fixating their wary gazes upon the bizarre spectacle before them. An aura of malevolence and chill permeated the atmosphere, sending shivers through every dragon present. With a thunderous roar, the devourer surged from the depths of the ocean, bellowing in fury. Black dragon fire, mingled with emerald wildfires, blazed from its eyes, nostrils, and mouth. It unleashed a defiant howl, collapsing to the ground under the collective gaze of onlookers. What did I witness? A mortal slaying a dragon? Shocked, Syrax blinked in disbelief, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Unseat him. Princess Rhaenyra commanded in a flurry, her expression fraught with anxiety, turning to the dragon riders beside her. The Targaryen dynasty shall be upended from this day forth. The smoke and sheep stealer turned, casting wary glances at the three approaching dragons, as 5 individuals and 5 dragons locked eyes in a tense standoff. Chapter 56. Wildfire. A torrential downpour of blood stained the seas, which boiled rapidly under the deluge of dragon blood, rising in thick clouds of steam. The enormous carcass of the devourer was ablaze with a strange green flame, which continued to burn fiercely even beneath the murky waters, showing no signs of extinguishment. Aegon, with his long hair cascading over his shoulders and blood-soaked attire, stood resolute amidst the flames, propped against his spear. "Is this the unburned Aegon?" Rhaenyra trembled, unable to believe her eyes. The brother she had once regarded with disdain now resembled a deity, reminiscent of the ancient Valyrian legends. According to lore, the purest members of the ancient Valyrian dragon rider lineage possessed an innate immunity to fire, a phenomenon of ancestral reversion to their primal bloodline. Clusters of green flames danced upon the sea's surface, accompanied by the relentless waves crashing against the shore. "Wildfire," Demon remarked in astonishment, resting his hands on Dark Sister as he stood atop Caryx's back, his expression grave, unlike Rhaenyra's obsession with the Iron Throne's inheritance. He was far more concerned with the enigmatic flames that the sea could not quench. In the distant lands of Essos, it was rumored that many fire sorcerers had developed a green flame, impervious even to the ocean's depths. Had House Hightower finally succeeded in their endeavors? Daemon scoffed derisively, holding them in contempt. Compared to his incompetence, he was far more intrigued by this ancient order, which predated House Targaryen. For millennia, they had ostensibly submitted to the First Men and the Undulls, only to silently reclaim their dominion over Oldtown once more. Even a family as powerful as the Targaryens could not escape their insidious infiltration of this realm. Atop the towering spire, the Hightower family tirelessly sought to recruit fire sorcerers, mages, and wizards from around the globe, aspiring to revive the magical prowess of yore and reign supreme over the continent of Westeros. "This is my dragon dream, Aegon," Viserys exclaimed, gazing at Aegon, who stood trembling yet resolute, filled with exhilaration. The unburnt Count Bracken, overjoyed, beheld the prince before him, resembling a deity, and knelt half-heartedly, proclaiming his fealty with his sword plunged into the sandy earth. "King Aegon, King Aegon," Rhaenyra soon echoed, following suit in veneration. "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Aemond Velaryon anxiously intervened, attempting to halt the soldiers around him who were poised to kneel. He cast a reluctant glance back at Princess Rhaenyra, seeking solace in her presence. The princess, equally bewildered by the astonishing miracle before her, found herself at an impasse. "Seize him, the outsider who steals the power of dragons." Daemon's cold command shattered Rhaenyra's panic. In her moment of incredulity, Daemon astutely identified Aegon's vulnerable point, Velaryon. The guards of Dragonstone hesitated. Velaryon was not only protected by a nearly mature dragon, but also served as Aegon's rainbow guard. A fabrication, it must be a fabrication, Aemond Velaryon declared defiantly, lunging towards the green flames on the beach, attempting to extinguish them with his sleeve, determined to dismantle Aegon's carefully woven deception. "This is a lie, a lie." He discarded his robe and fervently swatted at the green fire on the sand. "Don't be foolish, Aemond," Rhaenyra urgently interrupted the deranged Velaryon. Since losing his egg and falling from grace, he had teetered on the brink of madness, and now, faced with the prospect of delayed vengeance, he had erupted in fury. "This fire is not hot at all," Aemond shouted, his face twisted in rage. In the next moment, a scream pierced the air as he gazed in disbelief at his arm, which withered and decayed in the green flames, before collapsing onto the beach. "Fool," Count Bracken muttered, though internally, he reveled in delight. "Stop!" A booming voice rang out as Cole approached with a troop of soldiers, disrupting the encirclement of the Dragonstone guards. "The king commands it," Cole said, fixing his gaze on the flustered Rhaenyra. "Your Highness, Prince, come with me." He then turned his cold stare towards Velaryon, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. "Roar." Sensing Cole's hostility, Sea Smoke vehemently refused. "Quiet." Velaryon calmly reassured Sea Smoke, methodically dismounting from the dragon's back, surrendering himself. With a swift motion, Aegon severed the ties binding him to the Valyrian steel armor, carelessly discarding them onto the beach as he strode forward, waves lapping at his feet. Is this the true power of the Hightower bloodline? Aegon was filled with ecstatic delight. In contrast to the easily wielded golden eyes and the Dragonlord lineage of House Targaryen, the potency of his Hightower heritage was undeniably more elusive. However, spurred by the thrill of life and death, he finally awakened this peculiar magic, augmented by the Night King's ice sorcery. Flames, distinct from the blood magic of the Targaryens, were first harnessed by the Hightower family. The wildfire of later generations was likely a semi-synthetic product inspired by the magic of House Hightower. It is amusing, Aegon mused, that the kings of later times sought, according to the secrets of the towering spire, a means to resurrect the great dragons of House Targaryen, only to ultimately develop wildfire. Alas, the sunfire lay weakened upon the beach, lamenting like a gravely ill elder. "Sheep thief," Aegon shouted in urgency. "Roar." The sheep thief grumbled in discontent, trudging towards the long-dead devourer. "Dragonfire." At Aegon's command, the gray-brown flames gradually enveloped every inch of the devourer's corpse, completely consuming the strange green fire that surrounded it. "Caw-caw." The sound of massive jaws echoed as the sheep thief voraciously tore into the flesh of the devourer, feeding it to the injured sunfire. "What is it doing?" Rhaenyra trembled in bewilderment. The dragon possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Instances of cannibalism among its kind were rare. "Look at its wound." The scholar Cushing pointed to the gaping bite marks on the sunfire's neck, his expression one of astonishment. "Hiss." A wisp of green smoke rose from the enormous wound, and to the disbelief of all present, the flesh around the sunfire's injury began to wriggle like a worm, slowly merging together. In no time, the sunfire regained its strength, discarding the meat brought by the sheep thief and lunging towards the devourer, indulging in a feast. Is this what magic is? Cushing, gloved hands probing the remnants of flesh left by the sunfire, murmured, "Scholar, be cautious." Brynny hastily swatted the scholar's hand away. The thick leather was charred and smoking with a greenish haze. Let the king render judgment. The crownless Queen Rhaenys Targaryen grasped the reins, directing her flight towards the palace on Dragonstone. Chapter 57. Dragon Guard at the Red Keep. Before the hall, numerous nobles arrived upon hearing the news, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Father, Rhaenyra feigned calmness as she stood to the side, while Princess Rhaenys and Prince Daemon stood flanking her. Viserys said nothing, merely nodding in quiet acknowledgement. His Highness Aegon has arrived. Count Bracken's booming voice echoed, robust and full of vigor, as he eagerly proclaimed his allegiance to Aegon. With a rhythmic cadence of footsteps, Aegon strode in, accompanied by the fully armed Brany, Angus, Ser Jorah, and Tyrell Lannister. A frown creased Viserys' brow as he cast a discontented glance at the two noblemen closely trailing behind Aegon. "What is the meaning of this, Ser Jorah, Tyrell Lannister?" Viserys inquired, his resolve unyielding. "Your Majesty, we have joined Prince Aegon's Rainbow Guard, henceforth forsaking marriage and progeny." Ser Jorah and Tyrell Lannister knelt on one knee, seeking to elucidate their commitment to Viserys. A mere Rainbow Guard could entice such esteemed nobles? Viserys scoffed. Yet, at that moment, he was besieged by far graver concerns. Having just engaged in a heated debate with his daughter Rhaenyra regarding succession matters, their argument had erupted over the rightful claim to the throne, a subject that had ignited fierce tempers. "Such dragon dreams are but a pretext. You simply desire a son to inherit your legacy," Rhaenyra exclaimed, her rare fury erupting uncontrollably. She had sacrificed her love, marriage, happiness, and even her freedom for the Iron Throne, which was never rightfully hers. Now, Viserys sought to alter the line of succession based on mere whispers of omens, threatening to strip her of the inheritance she had yearned for over the years. "Have I not done as well as Aegon? He cavorts with courtesans, drinks to excess, and assaults maidens." Rhaenyra's anger was palpable. She had never sought the crown. It was Viserys and Chancellor Otto who imposed it upon her. Now, was it to be taken away once more due to an unsuitable heir? "Rhaenyra, trust me. You are my only true child. My love for your mother, Queen Aemma, has never wavered," Viserys implored earnestly. "However, the secrets passed down through generations demand my utmost caution as king. This concerns the future of humanity." "Secrets?" Rhaenyra scoffed. "In the frigid north, apart from the Starks and their wildlings, what life exists?" Coughing violently, Viserys expelled a mouthful of blood. "Father," Rhaenyra gasped in alarm. "Scholar, summon the scholar." "I am well enough." Viserys weakly grasped Rhaenyra's sleeve, battling against death. "The strength of House Targaryen alone is insufficient. Are you not aware of Valyria's impending doom?" "Enough, father. We must seek healing in King's Landing." Rhaenyra observed her father's grave condition, her spirit no longer inclined to dispute with him. Seated on the grim Iron Throne, Viserys shook his head vigorously, propping his chin on his hand in a desperate attempt to retain his sanity. The long throne resembled a multitude of swords, piercing through his life, leaving him battered and broken. Brothers harbor mutual animosity, children bear profound resentment towards one another, and spouses are torn apart by life and death. The idyllic royal life once envisioned has ultimately transformed into a mere illusion, akin to the moon reflected in water or flowers mirrored in glass. Prince Aegon's once debauched existence was, in truth, a form of compensation for his own life's tribulations. "Viserys, you are a king and should not seek to indulge in the pleasures of the common folk," he murmured to himself. "Humph. The king was just fine before his journey to Dragonstone. How have you cared for him?" Queen Alicent, adorned in her green attire, coldly rebuked Princess Rhaenyra before her. Rhaenyra found herself momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by guilt as Viserys hung precariously on the brink of death due to matters surrounding the Iron Throne. Even as the queen devotedly tended to her ailing husband, Rhaenyra could not help but admire her former confidant for her unwavering dedication. In the bloom of her youth, she had diligently cared for an old man without a moment's respite. "Alicent," Viserys interjected with a glance, silencing the queen's complaints. "Your Majesty." Ellen knelt on one knee, offering his respects to Viserys. "Have you tamed the sea smoke?" Viserys asked weakly, leaning against the Iron Throne's armrest like a sickly tiger, his golden mask failing to conceal the menace in his gaze. Ellen hesitated. Even as a simple fisherman, he understood he had touched upon the Targaryens' most guarded secrets. and a single misstep could cost him his life, as well as that of his brother, Adam. It was the dragon that sought me out. I had to take the risk to save the prince, Ellen confessed. Indeed, your grace, that is the truth. Blaine stepped forward to defend Ellen, asserting that many witnesses were present. Indeed, Kosing, clad in a tattered scholar's robe, nodded in affirmation. Viserys, deep in thought, turned his gaze to Prince Daemon and the queen without a crown, Rhaenys. Daemon offered a slight nod. And you, who are your parents? Viserys leaned forward slightly, fixing his intense gaze upon the young black boy before him. Ellen faltered, seeking assistance from his brother Adam. Your grace, we are merely ordinary fishermen from Shelltown. Lacking any noble Valyrian blood, Adam hastily explained. Our mother was a prostitute, and as for our father, we beg your pardon, we know little of him. Shelltown? Viserys narrowed his eyes, glancing towards the Sea Lord, Jacaerys Velaryon, who had traveled from afar. As I understand, like many of the dragon's offspring scattered among the brothels of King's Landing, Shelltown also harbors a number of descendants from the Velaryon family. The Targaryens have long upheld a tradition of intermarriage with the Velaryons, the Sea Lord stated, his expression unwavering. At this moment, he was utterly astonished. As one of the closest members to the Targaryen family, he understood the formidable challenge of conquering a dragon. Some core members of the Targaryen lineage had never managed to hatch a dragon in their lifetime, let alone tame an adult dragon. A bastard, you say? Viserys murmured to himself. The dragons of House Targaryen must never fall into the hands of outsiders. Even the dragons of House Velaryon were acquired through the legacy of Aemond Targaryen, who was heir to the Iron Throne. To slay him would be to ensure that the dragons were never sullied by a bastard. An elderly man draped in a white hood entered, accompanied by a cadre of lean, dark-clad guards wielding long spears that measured several meters in length. They were the dragon guards of House Targaryen, trained from a young age. They were not only proficient in High Valyrian, but also included many bastards of the Targaryen family from Ur. They were groomed to rear hatchlings, feed the dragons, and clean the lairs. As the head of House Targaryen, you must never allow such an affront to occur. This is blasphemy. One of the dragon guards shouted vehemently. Even the bastards of the revered Aegon were only permitted to occupy the position of prime minister. They were never granted the authority to approach the dragons. Kill him. Chapter 58, The Bastard. Ellen is innocent. A resonant voice interrupted the outcry of the dragon guards. In full view of the assembly, Aegon boldly stepped forward, admonishing the guards. Since when does a servant possess the authority to command their master? In High Valyrian. Your Majesty. The elder disregarded Aegon, furiously turning to confront the aging king. Aegon. Viserys implored weakly. Swear by the 7 gods that if you renounce your claim to the Iron Throne, I shall grant amnesty to your guards. What? A fool. The captain of the dragon guards roared in anger. They had protected the Targaryen dragons for generations, and now the king showed utter disregard for their traditions and opinions, not even acknowledging them. A family that desecrates the divine shall no longer have our loyalty. Since the days of Valyria, no dragon lord has ever acted in such a manner. The guard pointed an accusatory finger at Viserys. Cut out his tongue. Viserys' face twisted in fury as he drew his dagger, consumed by rage. With a swift motion, and amidst the horrified cries of the nobility, Daemon waved his hand. And the Dark Sisters struck, severing the elder's head cleanly from his body. Thud! The head of the captain rolled away like a ball. Aegon swear. Viserys sighed in relief. Slumping weakly onto the Iron Throne. Whether as a king or as a father, he was always faced with choices. There could only be one ruler of House Targaryen. Viserys. Upon hearing this, Queen Alicent was overwhelmed with sorrow. She had devoted her youth to caring for King Viserys for over a decade. What had she truly sought? To think that Viserys would once again seek to utterly strip Aegon of his claim to the throne for the sake of his daughter. My child, my only daughter. Viserys sighed deeply. No, father, I shall not comply. A woman at the helm will lead to ruin. Aegon resolutely rejected Viserys' proposal. The Dragon Lord, feared even by bravos, is unworthy of sitting upon the Iron Throne. Viserys, you have weakened House Targaryen. Aegon spoke coldly. From that moment on, all hope Aegon held for his father was irrevocably extinguished. Only the children of Queen Aemma were truly Viserys' progeny. The others were mere products of his royal duty to seat himself upon the Iron Throne, an obligation fulfilled. Silence. You are not the king yet. Viserys' visage twisted in rage. He imprisoned Aelin, confining Aegon within the towering halls of House Hightower, forbidding Sunfire and the sheep thief from leaving Dragonstone, and sealing his dragon-slaying spear. Viserys gasped for breath. Cough, cough. Blood once again erupted from his lips. Brother, Daemon, who had been secretly pleased moments before, was now alarmed and rushed to support him. "No, do not assist me. Listen." Viserys, dazed, steadied himself with one hand on the sharp iron throne, as fresh blood trickled slowly down the sword's hilt. "I have but one heir, and that is Rhaenyra Targaryen." "Ah, your majesty," the assembled nobles gasped. For Viserys appeared akin to a skeleton, his frail body swaying, revealing a hollow visage. Half of his golden mask fell to the ground, exposing a row of shattered teeth. Seize him, wretched son," Viserys cried with all his strength, collapsing onto the iron throne. A cacophony of boots echoed as the city watch stormed in, their pikes aimed directly at Aegon and Aelin. "Come, your highness." Aemond hesitated as he gazed at the king's eldest son, realizing that after today, Aegon would be forever estranged from the Iron Throne. "Father." Rhaenyra cradled Viserys' frail form as she hurried back to the inner chambers. "Ah." Rhaenyra sighed, observing the rainbow cloaks behind him, retreating helplessly. "Your highness, sometimes it is wise to remain calm and not confront the king directly. After all, he is the ultimate authority of the realm," Jorah suggested, glancing at Aegon, who was about to be exiled once more. "Humph." Tywin Lannister wore a bittersweet smile. He had believed that Aegon would surely win Viserys' favor by passing the dragon-slaying test, yet it seemed the Iron Throne remained forever beyond his reach. "Your highness," Brienne declared. Sweeping his sleeve as he knelt on one knee to pledge his loyalty to Aegon, "Brienne vows to protect you for eternity, even in the face of insurmountable peril. Noblemen are no better than women." Adam scoffed. In contrast to Aegon's plight, Adam was teetering on the brink of fury, anticipating the imminent loss of his brother's life. Witnessing the regret of the two regarding their choices filled Adam, an ordinary fisherman, with profound disdain. "Knights do not gain valor and loyalty merely by virtue of noble blood. Let us depart," sighed Cole, patting Aegon on the shoulder, as if advising a younger kinsman. "Prejudices of the heart are akin to a great mountain. The mountain stands firm, yet it is often insurmountable." He recalled the days of his own banishment from the scholar's city, destitute and disgraced. Nevertheless, he remained steadfastly close to the truth of the world. One moment's triumph or failure does not define anything. Had he been meek and compliant, he would have achieved nothing to this day. Dong, dong, dong. The bells of the Red Keep tolled as the gates swung open, accompanied by Aegon's unwillingness. He was once more compelled to embark on the path toward the towering spire. "I shall return." Aegon gazed longingly at the familiar streets. This was the place of his childhood, yet he was forced to leave, merely to make way for his sister, Rhaenyra. Aegon, accompanied by Cole, Alex, and Illic, rode forth, casting reluctant glances back before ultimately departing. "What transpired, Cole?" Aegon inquired, perched atop his proud steed. "Cough," Cole replied, covering his mouth as he cautiously revealed, "Aelin has fled, taking his dragon. It is said to be the work of the sea serpent, Jacaerys Velaryon. Not only did he release Aelin, but he also surreptitiously opened the gates of the dragon pit. Allegedly, Aelin is the bastard son of the sea serpent lord." Cole seemed to revel in the juicy gossip. Winking at Aegon, Princess Rhaenys, in a fit of rage, abandoned the sea serpent and departed King's Landing on Dragonback. Is the timeline being restored? Aegon murmured to himself. Unlike his past life of complacency, he could easily remain in King's Landing, possessing the capacity to stage a coup at any moment. Yet now, his burgeoning prowess was met with the punitive actions of Viserys' authority, leaving him without access to the power center. "Go," exclaimed Aemond, brandishing his whip as he hurried forward. "Good news. Father has summoned you back." Aemond, upon spotting Aegon, leapt eagerly from his mount. "Back? Why?" Aegon asked, perplexed. He had scarcely finished packing his belongings when Viserys would issue such a sudden decree. Chapter 59, Betrayal. Aelin has fled on his dragon, infuriating father, who has imprisoned the sea serpent and commanded you to return and apprehend Aelin. Aemond declared with uncontainable joy. In comparison to the easily swayed lineage of the Velaryon family, only Aegon, the Dragon Slayer, is suitably equipped to apprehend the defector from the Rainbow Guard. "You may stay," exclaimed Aemond, his excitement causing him to cover Aegon's face, as if he were the one destined to ascend the Iron Throne. "Capture Aelin?" Aegon murmured to himself. "Capture a chicken?" He scoffed with resignation. To seize his own dragon rider, incurring the wrath of the Sea Lord merely to preserve Rhaenyra's political standing? Absurd. It's good to stay, nonetheless. Aegon nonchalantly discarded his whip and turned to enter the Red Keep. "Men's affections are indeed fleeting," Helena Targaryen remarked, fixing her gaze upon Aegon's visage, addressing Rhaenyra. "Humph." Princess Rhaenyra glanced at the brazen consort demon, her expression tinged with discontent. Compared to Aegon's reckless demeanor, the seemingly earnest sea snake's equally wild antics were almost unbelievable. The love story of the sea snake and Princess Rhaenys, once immortalized in song by the poets of Westeros, now resembled a farce. Did not the White Worm and the king's uncle also have their own heartrending tale? Aegon, feeling the weight of Helena's disapproval, hastily shifted the topic. Damn it. The Velaryon navy from Driftmark is approaching King's Landing, attempting to rescue their lord. A frantic scout reported. Huh, do they think they can resist? Aemond grinned wickedly, realizing that fortune favored them at this moment. With the Velaryons lacking a leader, their audacity to openly mobilize presented a perfect opportunity to extinguish them once and for all. Aemond, Rhaenyra interjected urgently, interrupting her brother's reckless musings. This is a misunderstanding that must be resolved cautiously. Is Princess Rhaenys present? Rhaenyra inquired anxiously of the messenger. With Viserys in a deep slumber and the sea snake imprisoned, should Princess Rhaenys mount her dragon in support, King's Landing would undoubtedly face a bloody confrontation. No, the messenger replied helplessly. Rhaenyra felt disheartened. With no clear heir for the sea snake and the family tradition dictating that a distant cousin should take charge, the situation appeared dire. Cousin? Daemon scoffed, lamenting, this is a one-way ticket for the sea snake. Spare me your sarcasm. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes. Even now, Daemon remained unflinching. Compared to the few warships, the Targaryen family stood strong and numerous, bolstered by countless dragons. Relying solely on the sea snake's fleet left no room for victory. Chances are they are merely using the pretense of rescue to seek support in King's Landing. Rhaenyra methodically analyzed. I will personally ride Syrax to Driftmark and put an end to this farce, disregarding the objections of others. Rhaenyra mounted the great yellow dragon and soared towards Princess Rhaenys' chambers. Before the muddy facade of King's Landing, the Blackwater Bay was obstructed by a fleet of warships, resembling a mass of dark dumplings, effectively blocking the passage. However, neither the naval forces nor the city's garrison appeared inclined to engage in conflict. What is the meaning of this? A noble from House Velaryon remarked. The sea snake's daughter-in-law and son have wed, and the heir is but a dark-haired strong. Huh. Are we to be trifled with in Shipbreaker Bay? Another noble grumbled. The king has been so deferential to the realm of his third daughter. Yet now he dares to strike fiercely at the sea snake. Suddenly, a gust of powerful wind swept through, causing the sails to tremble. Dragons. Compared to the dread that other Westerosi nobles felt towards dragons, the Velaryons remained remarkably composed. Riding dragons into battle against the realm of the third daughter had always been their hallmark. Observing the familiar dragon that Rhaenyra rode, the Velaryon noble experienced no surprise. Cease your complaints. This is ultimately a matter between the sea snake and the crown. One noble interjected, interrupting the conversation. The Velaryons and Targaryens have intermarried for generations. Virtually indistinguishable, we merely wish to support the sea snake and convey to the crown that the Velaryons still have a voice. I wonder to whom the Velaryon family will ultimately belong. To Strong or to Balon Targaryen? A noble jested. Ha ha ha, perhaps it will be Aelin, the trueborn Velaryon dragon knight. Ha ha ha, all bastards. Within the Red Keep, Alicent wore a bitter expression, tending to both her son and husband with utmost care. One lay in a coma while the other was rebellious, as if God were playing a cruel joke on her. The Grand Maester had proclaimed that Viserys' days were numbered. In the dead of night, Queen Alicent whispered to Aegon and Aemond. The Grand Maester said the same years ago, and yet he remains well. Aemond paid little heed to her words. Rather than concerning himself with Viserys' health, Aemond was more preoccupied with his own ambitions. Now, with Princess Rhaenyra's formidable return alongside Prince Daemon, Aemond felt a suffocating sense of frustration. In his recollection, after Princess Rhaenyra had hastened to Dragonstone, King's Landing had always felt like his domain. Yet now, it seemed as though the ownership of King's Landing was about to change. Princess Rhaenyra had summoned Princess Rhaenys and repelled the sea snake's fleet. Corran, clutching a raven, hastily approached to report. We are all family. What is there to quarrel about? King Viserys Targaryen was borne into the great hall on a chair, carried by 4 men. Your Majesty. The assembled crowd exchanged glances and bowed in respect. The actions of the sea snake's men were tantamount to treason. Otto Hightower, with keen awareness, approached with caution. They possessed lands, fleets, and independent forces. And now even bastards had dragons at their command. The Prime Minister, Otto Hightower, gazed intently, albeit expressionlessly, at Jacaerys Velaryon as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Viserys averted his gaze, remaining silent. He had grown accustomed to maintaining his silence, striving to uphold peace among the noble houses. His cousin, Princess Rhaenys, clad in her red battle attire, strode forward confidently. Cousin, do not be disheartened. Witnessing Rhaenys, adorned with the green emblem of betrayal, in profound sorrow, Viserys felt compelled to offer her solace. Rhaenys Targaryen sat unabashedly in her chair, musing aloud, having married into House Velaryon for decades. I never anticipated that I would be surrounded solely by outsiders. The world has always been thus. Perhaps it will improve in time. Viserys remained engulfed in silence. His intent was merely to deliver a mild reprimand to the sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, without the desire for prolonged imprisonment. However, the matter concerning Aemond had indeed caused him considerable distress. Unlike other houses that maintained close ties with the Targaryens, Aemond's lineage might stretch across several generations, complicating the situation. The sea snake had long sought to extend his influence over the Iron Throne, a fact I have always been aware of. Rhaenys, betrayed by love, displayed no pretense. The contest for the Iron Throne against Viserys was orchestrated largely by the sea snake, yet it ended in a dismal defeat. Who does not covet the Iron Throne? This sentiment is universal, and none can dispute it. Viserys remained unfazed. With Rhaenys now advocating on his behalf, he found a way forward and formally released the sea snake. Chapter 60. The Blood Dragon's dance Sunfire had grown even larger. Princess Rhaenyra expressed her concerns while standing on the shores of Dragonstone. As the sun descended, the crimson remnants of daylight cast a glow upon the golden dragon, while a colossal, demonic serpent-like dragon lay atop a massive black carcass. Compared to my Caraxes, it still falls short. Prince Daemon supported his wife Rhaenyra, encouraging her. Aegon can command 2 dragons. This Sunfire is undergoing mutations. It must be said, as a dragon rider, Aegon is remarkably formidable, even in Valyria. Rhaenyra generously praised him. The size of a dragon is not the sole determinant of superiority. Combat experience holds equal importance. Daemon asserted with confidence. Sunfire and the cannibal remain under our control on Dragonstone, and even Aemond is within our grasp. Aegon cannot stir much trouble. Daemon smirked wickedly. Ultimately, Viserys steadfastly supported his claim and that of his wife to the Iron Throne, unwavering in his resolve. Daemon, sensing the barely concealed menace from Daemon, Rhaenyra rebuked him fiercely. You must not harm Aegon. Only dragons can bring about the demise of their kin. Have you forgotten who forced you away from Dragonstone? Daemon chuckled coldly. Your dear confidant. Your esteemed queen. Every fisherman knows that the wise must steer clear of the eye of the storm. I can almost envision a formidable force attempting to engulf Aegon. The realm of Westeros is on the brink of a tempest. Princess Rhaenyra pondered. Viserys will not last much longer. Daemon remarked with a tinge of melancholy, for he was, after all, his own brother, so grievously wounded by the Iron Throne. In the Red Keep's chamber, Queen Alicent urged, Aegon, your father is nearing his end. Go see him. Unlike in the original tale, where Aegon was utterly inebriated, clandestinely avoiding the influence of House Hightower, at this moment, he diligently studied Valyrian and royal governance. Fully prepared for usurpation, the Red Keep was already swarming with the spies of the Greens. Understood, mother, Aegon replied, setting aside his tome on the history of the 7 kingdoms, rising with calm assurance. Calculating the days, it should be within these few. He leisurely grasped his meticulously crafted Valyrian dagger, admiring its obsidian blade before sheathing it at his side. With a resounding thud, the heavy door swung open, and the handmaidens lined up on either side. Aegon strode in with purposeful haste. Unlike the original narrative where Alicent was taken by surprise and imprisoned all her handmaidens to seize control of the Red Keep, now, under the machinations of Prime Minister Otto Hightower, the ailing King Viserys had long been rendered powerless by the Greens. Aegon faced his tardy eldest son as Viserys weakly proclaimed, Unite, unite the entire kingdom. His words echoed the vague prophecies of a prince from the legends of ice and fire, his mind clouded and unclear. Viserys murmured of the age-old secrets passed down through the royal line. I know, father, Aegon interjected impatiently, cutting through Viserys' delirious ramblings. The harbinger of death from the north. The legendary prince from Valyria, my dragon dreams. What am I hearing? My foolish son actually knows the king's ancient secrets. Viserys exclaimed incredulously, shaking his head in anguish. Tormented by illness that often left him in a daze. I have always known, Aegon replied, his expression impassive. Reborn anew, he had endeavored to fulfill all that he could. He diligently studied Valyrian, the history of the 7 kingdoms, and single-handedly commanded 2 dragons, creating miracles in Valyria. Yet, like Aemond, Viserys still failed to acknowledge Aegon. In Viserys' eyes, only his eldest daughter was deemed the rightful heir, his sole progeny. Perhaps I truly am nearing death, Viserys remarked with a bitter smile. Listen, my son speaks in madness. I am not mad. You are the one who has lost his senses. Aegon retorted impatiently, consumed by his dragon dreams, striving for a dreamwalker child to save the world. Yet, the dreamwalker stood before him, and he could not recognize it. The dreamwalker, Aegon, is you? Viserys was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief, as he clutched tightly to Aegon. It is not I, but Helena, the daughter you deem mad. Who is the true dreamwalker? Aegon forcefully shook off his father's grip, causing the obsidian weapon at his waist to be seized by Viserys. Helena? Viserys repeated incredulously. This daughter, whom he had never paid heed to, was overshadowed by Princess Rhaenyra, and he had never bestowed upon her the affection of a father. What do you know? Viserys slumped onto the bed, as if he had exhaled his last breath. Everything, such as your demise, the harbinger of death from the north. And even, Aegon stared at the ailing Viserys and refrained from voicing the continuation of the blood dragon's dance. Perhaps I was mistaken. The Iron Throne should be yours to inherit. Viserys lamented inwardly. People often choose a path, yet enjoy the scenery of another, unaware that the road they select is the one most fitting to their understanding, while the alternative may be fraught with thorns and brambles. Aegon, tell me, what kind of king am I? Realizing he had been entirely subdued, Viserys surrendered all resistance, ultimately releasing himself in the face of life and death. Speak, you feeble king. Aegon did not hold back. An empire, once prosperous under King Jacaerys, with dozens of mighty dragons, had been repeatedly challenged by a mere daughter's kingdom, assassinated by faceless men, infiltrated by vassals, and even on the brink of civil war without any awareness. Aegon scrutinized Viserys, enumerating his transgressions. Are you so afraid of the death from the north that you dare not wield the strength of House Targaryen? Aegon seethed. All fear stems from a lack of power. No, Aegon, an obsession with power can lead to the destruction of the family. The calamity of Valyria remains vividly imprinted in our memories. Viserys trembled with agitation, raising a hand toward the heavens, desperately grasping for his last glimmer of hope. Rhaenyra, my soul child, where are you? Observing Viserys' unyielding torment, even Aegon felt a twinge of sympathy. Even in death, he still speaks of his daughter? Aegon scoffed at the weak king. The blood dragon's dance is ready to take center stage. Brother, Helena Targaryen suddenly embraced Aegon from behind. I am afraid. There are monsters emerging from the floor. The Red Queen? Aegon sneered. The Targaryens shall commence their resurgence through me. There is but one king in this world, and both gods and calamities shall be trampled beneath my feet. Chapter 61. The coronation ceremony. Someone, guard the dragon's lair. No one is permitted to enter. Aegon fixed his gaze upon Helena, gently holding her small hand as he reassured her. You are the Dreamwalker, with your power. We shall fear not even the calamity of Valyria. Indeed, the Rainbow Guardess Adam nodded in acknowledgement of his orders and promptly led the soldiers to fortify the Dragonstone. Blaney, present. Blaney, clad in armor with a long sword at his side, exuded an air of gallantry. Keep a vigilant watch over the crownless queen. Allow her no mischief. A serene expression adorned Aegon's face. He was astounded to witness Princess Rhaenyra, adorned with the mark of betrayal, still fervently supporting her husband, the sea serpent. This revelation left him utterly astonished. Gender equality? Even in his previous life on Blue Star, it had merely been a farcical jest. Aegon found himself both amused and exasperated. Among individuals, the most untrustworthy aspect is the human heart. The gates of King's Landing were firmly shut, as countless citizens were driven into the fortifications atop Dragonstone by the soldiers. The new emperor of the Targaryen lineage, Aegon Targaryen II, was about to be born. Aegon. A crisp voice interrupted Aegon's royal reverie. Alicent Hightower approached briskly, clad in a green gown. You must not heed your grandfather's words. Rhaenyra must not be harmed. Alicent, her hands anxiously cradling Aegon's face, spoke earnestly. Alicent, the auspicious moment is upon us. Otto Hightower interjected, displaying discontent with the hesitant queen. Aegon, remember my words. Alicent urged him with urgency. I understand. Aegon nodded, turning to board the carriage. Aegon, Rhaenyra remains a persistent threat. Otto Hightower refrained from directly advising Aegon, instead methodically plotting for him. Indeed, when women take charge, chaos ensues. Both Rhaenyra and Alicent are indecisive by nature. Aegon nodded. Regarding the prime minister who still endeavored to manipulate the new king, revealing a knowing smile. Continue to grant her the title of Duchess of Dragonstone. Stabilize her position and garner the support of the nobility across Westeros. Once the realm is stable, Otto Hightower remained silent, his ebony eyes seemingly aflame with fury towards Prince Daemon. For decades, he had harbored resentment against Hightower's matriarch. Soon, vengeance would be his. In King's Landing, Within the church above Dragonstone, Aegon donned Valyrian steel armor and entered the hall under the escort of the Rainbow Guard. Otto Hightower, draped in a green robe adorned with the church's emblem, stood upon the dais. Our king, Viserys I, in his final moments, expressed his last wish, that his firstborn son, Aegon, ascend the Iron Throne. Aegon, our new king, a new era. Confused citizens exchanged glances, yet under the guidance of others, began to chant in unison. Draw swords, commanded the captain of the city's guard, and the golden-clad soldiers unsheathed their long swords in perfect unison, forming a gleaming line toward the throne. Aegon, chest held high, strode forward with purpose. As Aegon strides confidently, one sword after another falls behind him. The path of a king is destined to be fraught with thorns. Unlike the excitement of Aegon II's ascension in the original narrative, Aegon now feels no joy whatsoever. The common folk do not concern themselves with who reigns as king. They only care whether their bowls are filled with fragrant sustenance. A new monarch is about to be born, Aegon Targaryen, the true heir to the Iron Throne. The captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Cole, raises the crown high and calls out to Aegon, who kneels and swears his oath. This golden crown, a relic from the ancient Valyrian era, has been passed down through generations of Targaryens. Since Aegon eliminated dissent, he had long since reassigned the guards who were unfaithful to the Green Party, moving them away from King's Landing. May the warriors grant him courage. May the blacksmith lend strength to his sword and shield. May the Father in heaven protect him during his reign. The maester methodically sprinkles holy water upon Aegon, using his thumb to anoint his forehead. Our new king, Aegon. Aegon. The populace cheers with exuberance, their hands raised in celebration. The maester gently places the crown upon Aegon's head, but Aegon firmly grips his hands. Aegon, what are you doing? The Queen Regent, Alicent, asks anxiously. Simply follow the rules. Just obey. Do you think I am still that naive fool from the original story? Aegon replies, unflinching, as he seizes the crown and, under the gaze of the multitude, places it resolutely upon his own head. Aegon, the one true king of Westeros. A new monarch has been born. The bewildered crowd erupts in cheers, oblivious to the disapproving glares from members of the Faith of the Seven. Viserys was a mediocre king, but at least he maintained a semblance of respect for the church. This new king, however, seems to hold the church in utter disregard. The High Septon expresses his dissatisfaction to the Chancellor, Otto Hightower, standing nearby. He has always been this way. Although Otto Hightower appears slightly surprised, he conceals any signs of discontent. The more incompetent the king, the more indispensable he becomes to the kingdom. Thus, he becomes easier to manipulate. Henceforth, the Hightower family will emerge as the unacknowledged rulers of the continent of Westeros. He has never respected anyone. Otherwise, he would not have been so disregarded by the late king. Otto Hightower shares a knowing smile with the High Septon, their eyes conveying a shared understanding. Usurpation? What vassal is unaware of it? Compared to the former divisions within the Targaryen family, this Aegon is evidently far easier to control than the past Maegor. If the king is incompetent, then let us replace him. Otto Hightower remains indifferent to Aegon's audacious act, yet his gaze frequently drifts toward his other beloved grandson. The one-eyed Aemond stands enviously beside Helena, steadfastly observing his brother Aegon, who effortlessly seizes all that he has painstakingly cultivated. Is the firstborn so favored? Why was I born too late? Aemond glared resentfully at the spotlighted Aegon, seething with frustration. Had the beast beneath the bunker vanished? Aegon scrutinized the dragon's lair, confirming that he had successfully unraveled Helena's prophecy, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The future is not predetermined. In the face of Valyria's catastrophic doom, perhaps the Targaryen family should not cower but confront the challenge head-on, decisively addressing the calamity that nearly obliterated the House of the Dragon. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble shook the ground, causing the entire dragon's lair to tremble slightly. Aegon drew his Valyrian steel sword, Blackfire, plunging it into the ground. No, wait. Observing the still pristine floor of the lair, Aegon finally realized that the tremors did not originate from the dragon's den. The vibrations emanated from the Red Keep. Aegon stared incredulously at the Red Queen of the Red Keep, his eyes widening in surprise. Indeed, while the timeline had been altered through Aegon's interference, it had undergone correction nonetheless. Though the crownless queen, Princess Rhaenys, did not disrupt Aegon's coronation ceremony, she had managed to evade the watchful eyes of Aegon's guards, stealthily infiltrating the dragon's lair with the assistance of the remnants of the Black Party, and escaped King's Landing on Dragonback. Prince Aegon, no, your highness. Adam approached with a look of guilt, delivering the news that Rhaenys had, aided by ladies of King's Landing, disguised herself and made her escape. Clearly, who would be unaware of such a blatant act? Aegon's expression turned grave as he spoke. In comparison to Princess Rhaenyra's flight, he felt indifferent. He was fully aware of who her son-in-law and daughter-in-law were. From any perspective, Rhaenys would never support him. She had forcefully taken away the corpse of Viserys. Seeing Aegon unfazed, Adam cautiously inquired, "What does she want with the body?" "What?" Aegon replied, astonished. "Your Highness, Dragonstone claims that King Viserys is not dead. He was taken by your control to usurp the Iron Throne." The surrounding guards kindly reminded him. Now that the king's body lay in Dragonstone's possession, it was up to her to declare when he had perished. Damn it, Aegon fumed, realizing that despite all his schemes, he had inadvertently provided the crownless queen with an opportunity. Eliminate the factions in the Red Keep that do not support the Greens, drape them all in black, and send them to the wall. Yes, the golden-robed officials promptly scattered into the streets to hunt down the ministers of the Black Party. Aegon, merely exiling them to the wall will not suffice, Prime Minister Otto Hightower interjected. The immediate plan is to secure the allegiance of the vassals across the realm. Naturally, this time, I shall personally attend to this matter as king. Aegon nodded affirmatively. You do not possess a dragon, making it inconvenient for you to travel and establish communication. The Prime Minister offered no chance for Aegon to assert himself. This task would be left to Aemond. Dragons? Aegon scoffed. When has a Targaryen dragon ever forsaken its own rider? Arise, Sunfire. A mighty roar erupted from Aegon. A faint yet resonant sound of dragon's roar echoed in the ears of the crowd, as golden flames spiraled swiftly above King's Landing. Dragonfire. The black gold flames burst forth at the city gates, sending the fleeing nobles of King's Landing tumbling from their mounts in terror. A thief of sheep, boom. A colossal, gray-brown dragon, clutching a dragon-slaying spear, charged recklessly towards Aegon. He raised his arm with ease, wielding the spear in a display of skill. The icy spear, having been bathed in the blood of the devourer, shimmered with a deeper brilliance, transforming from its original crystalline hue to a dazzling bloodstone appearance. The strange green fire patterns were absorbed into Aegon's being. Wildfire, merely a continuation of the pyromancy of House Hightower. Death is the eternal resting place for all living beings, while wildfire serves as a beacon illuminating the path to the underworld. Night King, your ice magic has forged my destiny. A sly smile crept upon Aegon's face. In that moment, he was no longer merely a dragon rider but had ascended to the status of a sorcerer akin to the 40 dragon lords of Valyria. A mage capable of commanding dragons. 7 obsidian stones, like flowing starlight, were etched upon the dragon-slaying spear, dazzling and resplendent like the Big Dipper. My liege, your prowess is beyond question, yet King's Landing cannot remain without a ruler. Otto Hightower observed his increasingly uncontrollable grandson with a calm demeanor. Dragonstone harbors many dragons, poised to launch a surprise attack on the Red Keep. King's Landing also boasts a number of dragon riders. Helena, as queen, I entrust you with the governance of King's Landing in my stead. Aegon maintained his composure. In contrast to Otto's treachery and Aemond's recklessness, Aegon placed his trust in his benevolent wife, Helena. Brother, I am not adept at management. Helena expressed her concern. Though she had been wed to Aegon for many years, she still maintained close ties with members of the underworld. Isn't there also the Dowager Queen Alicent and my brother Aemond? With their combined strengths of intellect and might, it is sufficient. Aegon methodically orchestrated the situation. The Blood Dragon's wild dance was destined to be a mutually destructive affair, a tragedy of kin turning upon kin. Yet rather than shying away from the issue, it was better to confront it head-on. Regardless, with the havoc wrought by Daemon, Aemond, and others, resolving the question of the Iron Throne with ease was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Your Highness, your brother Darren's steed, the Blue Queen, is now ready to take flight. I have sent word to House Hightower. They are en route with their forces. Prime Minister Otto Hightower advised the new king, bowing slightly. Bring troops? Aegon regarded the presumptuous Prime Minister with cold scrutiny. Compared to the era of Viserys, this Prime Minister now regarded himself as the master of the Red Keep. To raise troops without consent is tantamount to treason. Aegon scrutinized the man who had labored for years to cultivate power in King's Landing. Had he not been well versed in the original text, few, aside from Prince Daemon, would have discerned his malicious intent. He resembled a spider, tirelessly weaving for decades, ensnaring the Targaryen throne entirely within his grasp. The families of Bravos and Brecken in the Riverlands have engaged in a fierce struggle for the Iron Throne. The limping Larry Strong entered, casting a glance at the silent Prime Minister, saying, at this juncture, mobilizing troops to guard King's Landing is a prudent choice. They are not fighting for the Iron Throne, interrupted Queen Alicent. As the atmosphere grew tense, the queen, a confidant of Rhaenyra, sensed a hint of malice. She earnestly urged Princess Rhaenyra to refrain from waging a feudal war. Alicent turned to seek assistance from Aegon, Cole, Otto, and the others, yet they remained utterly silent. The Riverlands is indeed a vital strategic stronghold. Aegon studied the map, his gaze fixed on his charming brother Aemond, and a wicked thought surged within him. Aemond, you shall seize Harrenhal and lie in wait for your uncle Daemon. Aegon jested, pointing at the strategic location of Harrenhal on the table. Have you not always cared about your status as a second son? A second son to another second son, what could be better? Aegon teased, looking at his brother. To Aegon, both Aemond and Daemon posed significant threats. In the original narrative, Daemon, unable to locate Aemond, vented his wrath indiscriminately upon Aegon's children. Since Daemon showed no regard for kinship, Aegon felt no fear. If I may be so bold, Larys interrupted Aegon's discourse. The treasury of Harrenhal has already been emptied by me. Even if the prince captures Harrenhal, he could not sustain a single soldier in battle. When did it become your turn to speak? Aegon retorted, his expression darkening. From the outset, he harbored considerable animosity towards those who coveted his mother's affection. Larys, driven by his ambition for inheritance, had committed fratricide. Had he not held some value, Aegon would have long since dealt with this ambitious man. Larys persistently disrupted Aegon's plans, inciting the ire of the new king. Your Majesty, Larys Strong is your steadfast minister of intelligence. As the two men were on the verge of conflict, Queen Alicent hurriedly intervened to quell their dispute. Had it not been for Larys' intervention, the captain of King's Landing's guard would likely still be the son of the Duke of Harrenhal, a mere wretch. Larys? Huh? Aegon scoffed. Since Viserys' death, vassals across the realm have been duplicitous, playing both sides. Where is the semblance of loyalty? Westeros has been under the Targaryen banner for centuries. When has it witnessed such absurdity? It is no wonder that Aemond, confronted with the forces of the Westerlands, remained immobile, filled with rage. The Targaryen family, lacking its own direct army, continued to employ a feudal system, thoroughly depriving future kings of the means to balance against rebels. I hear your leg is quite remarkable. Why not show it to everyone? Aegon remarked, pointing mockingly at Larys' deformed leg. Larry's expression was tinged with embarrassment. Although he was the often ignored and imperfect second son, the public humiliation he faced was nonetheless profoundly mortifying. Aegon, the Queen Regent Alicent's son, elicited memories of her own unforgettable past. I am not here to gaze upon your legs. Aegon retorted, show me your legs. He commanded, his countenance grave. At this moment, Larry's twisted foot had long lost its utility. Even the title of Duke of Harrenhal could not shield him from his predicament. After all, how could the perpetually damp Harrenhal ignite into a roaring fire? A noble without familial protection was akin to a rootless stream, easily discarded at any moment. Upon realizing that his misdeeds were laid bare, Larry was momentarily taken aback. When faced with the choice between glory and survival, he ultimately chose life. Slowly, he rolled up his trouser leg, revealing his grotesque and deformed calf. Your Majesty, my loyalty to you is as vast as the heavens, he proclaimed. All the gold of Harrenhal has been removed and hidden in Bravo's iron vault, ever ready to support your iron throne. Larry, undeterred, sought Aegon's forgiveness. What beautiful legs you possess, though it seems you do not appreciate them. Fortunately, the stout men of Harrenhal do. Aegon commanded the Kingsguard, sever them and send them to Harrenhal. Alicent, rising hastily, interposed herself before the guards. My lord Larry has contributed significantly to your iron throne. She protested. Patricide and fratricide were merely for his own advancement. Aegon responded with a stoic expression. At this juncture, the factions in King's Landing were numerous. Even as king, Aegon could not act with impunity. Larry's twisted foot was, after all, the perfect example for Aegon to make a point. Your Majesty, I am willing to offer a great sum of golden dragons for my life. Larry stammered, feeling utterly helpless. He had rarely crossed Aegon, preferring to manipulate events from the shadows, relishing the thrill of his intellect, while making no enemies. Even the Chancellor Otto Hightower remained blissfully unaware of any malice directed towards him. He had expected the foolish Aegon to bestow significant responsibilities upon him, only to find himself used as a warning to others before he could even begin. Indeed, Aegon nodded, recognizing that he could not alienate those who supported him. Since one of his legs is asymmetrical, let us break the other to achieve symmetry. Yes. Brynden stepped forward, dragging Larry into the Red Keep's hall. No, please. Larry cried out in agony, struggling fiercely. Compared to his brother, the formidable Ser Harwin, Larry's physique was evidently lacking. Ah! Larry's screams echoed. causing those present to shut their eyes in horror. What was happening? As Tyrion Lannister, a member of the Rainbow Guard, beheld the pallid figure of Larys Strong being dragged onto the prison cart like a dog, he was taken aback. The Lord of Justice, Ser Harwin, furrowed his brow. Larys, known for his lack of popularity in King's Landing, was rumored to have secretly harmed the Duke of Harrenhal and his son, absconding with all their wealth, leaving the local populace to suffer. Yet, under the Queen's protection, he had thrived, seemingly untouched even by the former king. It appeared our new monarch was not one to be trifled with. Perhaps he was another King Jacaerys. Ser Harwin shook his head, seemingly indifferent. Externally, he presented himself as a staunch supporter of the Greens, yet internally, he was a powerful noble backed by his family, ensuring he would never meet such a fate. Swift and decisive, onward, Tyrion Lannister mused. Were it not for the Lannister family's ambition to forge a union with the Targaryens, they would not have incurred Princess Rhaenyra's wrath and been forced to align with the Greens. Otherwise, he would not be serving as the master of coin. We possess a formidable army. The Blacks are no match for us, Cole asserted confidently, eager to mobilize troops and decisively oust Rhaenyra from the Iron Throne. He vaguely recalled having forsaken his white cloak in pursuit of Rhaenyra's affection. Yet, she seemed to regard him as a mere plaything, casting him aside without a second thought. Before the Iron Throne, he was naught but a shadow. Rhaenyra, you shall not ascend the Iron Throne, Cole vowed inwardly. The kingdom relies not on armies, but on dragons. Otto Hightower interjected inopportunely, disrupting Cole's meticulously crafted plans. They are all mere drakes. Aside from Daemon and the Queen without a crown, they possess little combat experience. Aemond scoffed. He had longed for the opportunity to confront his uncle, Prince Daemon. After Rhaenyra had mistakenly injured his eye, King Viserys had merely administered a light reprimand, offering no compensation to Aemond. He knew that defeating Uncle Daemon was his only chance at vengeance. The king can command 2 dragons. Surely Rhaenyra can do the same. Ser Harwin rolled his eyes. Gazing at the warrior capable of riding Vhagar, he felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. The battle had yet to commence, and already he was so inflated with pride. Arrest all the Targaryen bastards in King's Landing. Not a single one shall set foot on Dragonstone, Aegon declared solemnly. Utilizing prophecy, Aegon could secure the upper hand amidst the blood-drenched chaos. As the saying goes, what cannot be attained on the battlefield shall not be gained at the negotiating table. Bastards? Cole remarked, somewhat astonished. In comparison to dragons and soldiers, Aegon's proposed solution seemed utterly fantastical. The dragon battles are incredibly brutal, yet Aegon maintains a serene demeanor. His aspiration is to inherit the illustrious Targaryen dynasty, not to witness the desolation wrought upon cities by the dragons. Regardless of the circumstances, Aegon resolutely refuses to allow his capital, King's Landing, to be reduced to ruins as it was under Daenerys in later times. The betrayal of a son against his father's legacy is truly heart-wrenching. In the midst of this turmoil, Aemond voiced his dissent, asserting, even if you deal with the Strongs, the Velaryons will not align with you. Aegon retorted sharply, fixing his gaze on his rebellious brother Aemond. Surely you do not believe you can outmatch Prince Daemon and his dragon Caraxes. Enough, Aegon. Queen Alicent interjected, her voice filled with urgency. Her intention had never been to slay Rhaenyra. Rather, she sought merely to reclaim the Iron Throne. Yet, in this moment, Aegon and Aemond appeared poised to strike hard, intent on obliterating Rhaenyra's dragon rider forces. I have awaited this day for far too long, Aemond declared with a sinister smile, his dark eye patch seemingly concealing an insatiable thirst for vengeance. He stormed out, disregarding his mother's pleas for restraint. Take flight, Vhagar, Aemond commanded, mounting the massive gray dragon. With a thunderous roar, Vhagar shook off the snow from its back and slowly ascended into the sky. Old dragon, you are somewhat cumbersome, Aegon remarked, observing Vhagar's sluggish movements, his golden eyes swirling with anticipation. This dragon is the last treasure from Valyria, the mother of the Targaryen line. Nearly all existing Targaryen dragons are descendants of Vhagar. The adage more children, more blessings rings true. The Red Queen is renowned for her swiftness, being the fastest dragon in Westeros. When she chooses to flee, none can catch her. Alas, a fearless dragon rider is the greatest misfortune for the Red Queen, Aegon mused. Dragon warfare will ultimately diminish the Targaryen family's esteemed status. Only through an undeniable victory can the chaos be thoroughly quelled. Take off, Sunfire, Aegon bellowed, and with the graceful wings of Sunfire, he soared into the azure sky. Set forth, Storm's End. The roaring winds howled past Aegon's ears, and compared to the clear skies of yesteryear, the gathering clouds now enveloped Storm's End. Legend has it that the first Storm King, Durin, constructed castle after castle in Storm's End, only for each to be destroyed by the storm god. He declared war on the two deities until, with the aid of the builder Brandon's magic, he was finally able to erect the fortress before him. The walls of Storm's End are woven with spells to prevent magic from penetrating. It is even rumored that the children of the forest participated in its construction. Since then, storms have ceased upon reaching Storm's End, retreating of their own accord. Since the Dawn Age, Storm's End has never fallen. A dark tempest raged outside Windwhisper Keep. As colossal raindrops struck Aegon's face, cold and acrid. Absent the tumult of the storm and the enmity of kin, could the two families ever broker peace? Aegon mused, his expression grim. Descend, he commanded, and both Sunfire and the sheep thief plunged headlong through the cloud cover. Dragons, dragons. The guards in the square braced themselves, the clangor of drums resounding as they scattered in terror. The hearts of the Westerlanders had been thoroughly cowed by the dragon. Aegon's countenance darkened. Be it the fiery siege of Harlan Keep or the furious conflagration of war, the dragon had displayed an unrivaled might. Yet, Aegon understood that whether in the impending naval battle or the subsequent blood-soaked dance of dragons, they were not invincible. The soldiers of the Three Daughters' kingdom dared to confront the dragon, and the Iron Vault of Bravos dared to clandestinely procure dragon eggs. Both acts symbolizing a defiance against House Targaryen. Valor begets courage in the ranks. A hesitant army is eclipsed by the mobs of King's Landing, slayers of dragons. Dragonfire. Aegon bellowed as black golden and gray-brown flames cascaded down, fiercely crashing against the walls of Windwhisper Keep. Is this how it begins? Hasn't he even inquired if I would surrender? Duke Boros Baelish was taken aback. His intention to navigate the waters of diplomacy had evaporated in an instant. He had no desire to meet the same fate as the former Duke of Harlan Keep, roasted alive within Windwhisper. Boom. Fire fueled the wind, and the wind fanned the flames. The black golden dragon fire seared the castle walls with a relentless intensity, leaving them charred and blackened. Truly extraordinary. Aegon's golden eyes whirled in a frenzy, meticulously observing all that transpired. Archers, prepare. The leading soldier painstakingly gathered the scattered troops, drawing bows and knocking arrows to slay the advancing dragon riders. Halt! Boros Baelish rushed forward, shouting urgently. Regardless of the victor, Baelish could only remain a vassal of House Targaryen. Bound by blood ties, Duke Baelish had no intention of becoming a fratricide, though he held the title of Duke. He was merely a pawn in the game of power, lacking the authority to sit at the table. Aegon. Damn it, what brings the new king here? Even Boros Baelish was taken aback at the sight of the fully armed Green Party King Aegon. It seemed the king was intent on incinerating the uninhabited walls. The guards of Windwhisper interjected. Burn the walls. Boros Baelish, perplexed, stroked his beard, unsure of how to respond as the master of the keep. Let it burn, after all. They are merely bricks and mortar. The duke sighed helplessly. If it were a messenger from the king, he could feign indignation, but if it were the new king himself, that posed a significant dilemma. Ignite wildfires. Aegon brandished his spear, raising it to the heavens, as countless eerie green lights coalesced at the tip of his weapon. Thunderous roars erupted. Amidst the tumultuous roars of thunder and flashes of lightning, the storm seemed to sense Aegon's intentions, converging ominously towards him. A howl erupted from Yongyan, disturbed by the inexplicable surge of magical energy. Churning masses of dark clouds gathered around the tip of Aegon's spear. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, shot down from the heavens, striking fiercely against his Valyrian steel armor, sending sparks flying. Thunderblade. Aegon executed a heavy flourish with his spear, the sizzling electricity appearing to dance in harmony with his weapon's movements. Go. With a sweeping motion, he directed his spear towards the very foundation of Windwhisper Fortress. What is he doing? The Duke of Windwhisper seethed with rage. Regret washed over him for his ignorance, though he had never been literate as a duke. He possessed a modicum of understanding. This is magic, true magic. A grand sorcerer, exclaimed the scholar beside him, his eyes wide with shock, his speech faltering. Magic? Impossible. The Targaryen family is not among the great Valyrian dragon lords. Aside from their mastery of dragons, they could not. Before Boros could finish, an immense roar erupted, reverberating in his ears, as if his mind were shattering. No. Duke Balerigian cried out in despair, his agony palpable. It's cracked. It's splitting. The ancient walls of Windwhisper Fortress, standing for a millennium, began to fracture. Protect the Duke. Let him escape first, the scholar shouted, hastily shoving the Duke aside and fleeing. Run. Soldiers, upon hearing this, abandoned their weapons, trampling over the Duke in their panic as they scattered in all directions. Crack, crack, crack. A vast web of fissures rapidly spread across the fortress walls, collapsing under the strain of the shattered magical barrier. The winds howled violently as torrential rain fell like hailstones, striking Aegon's face. The storm has arrived. Chapter 65. The head of the storm has come? Aegon, mounted on Yang Yan, hovered in midair, momentarily dazed by the icy raindrops. The tempest, dormant for over a millennium, descended at the instant he wreaked havoc upon Wind Whisper Fortress. Boom. Enormous waves crashed against the coast, capsizing fishing boats moored along the shoreline. Fishermen clung desperately to anything they could grasp, terrified to let go. The fortress has fallen. The storm god has come, cried the guards in fright, scrambling for higher ground. Since the dawn of the ages, the people of Stormland seemed to have forgotten the deities they once feared, the storm god who commanded the winds and determined the fate of all fishermen at sea. Scholar, you fool. The Duke of Wind Whisper's face turned a shade of iron, and had it not been for his imposing stature, he might have been trampled to death by the panicked soldiers. He was utterly bewildered, abruptly seizing a nearby soldier who had defected, and bellowed, "What has transpired? My lord, the storm god has arrived. We must flee." The soldier trembled in fear. Coward. The Duke of Wind's Rest forcefully pushed him aside and hurriedly sought his abandoned scholar. What in the world is happening? Boros Bylasian felt a chill of apprehension. He had resided in Wind's Rest for decades without ever witnessing such a ferocious tempest. From a young age, he had known that this place, known as Wind's Rest, would quell even the mightiest of storms. Yet, everything seemed to change the moment Aegon arrived. This storm, this thunder, something is amiss. Aegon hastily descended, aided by two colossal dragons, as he retrieved his buried dragon-slaying spear from the ruins. Whether it was Aemond's fatal misfire in the storm or Aegon's current examination of Wind's Rest's magic, it felt as if an invisible hand was manipulating events behind him. With my power, it is impossible to breach Wind's Rest. Aegon was drenched in cold sweat, sensing he had fallen into a perilous trap. The thunder, the rain. There was something suspicious. Where have you been? The Duke of Wind's Rest kicked over the scholar who had fallen from a height, preparing to ascend once more. My lord. The scholar looked at the illiterate Duke with a face full of shame. In the most perilous of times, one must act with honor. Speak quickly, what has happened? Boros Bylasian asked impatiently. The storm god is imprisoned beneath the castle. A storm and tsunami are imminent. This is the vengeance of the divine. The scholar stammered. Why did you not say so sooner? Boros's face contorted with anger. This, you told me not to learn, but to remember for you. The scholar replied, feeling guilty. As a duke of the storm-laden lands, he was often uneducated, shifting blame onto his own tutor. The storm god dares to come to my domain. Let him return to nothing. Boros unsheathed his long sword, his long, black, damp hair cascading loosely around his waist. Oh ho ho! A strange, mocking laughter echoed, enveloping the entire storm-laden land. Fire! Countless arrows soared into the sky, as if nothing had occurred, vanishing into the dark clouds. Moments later, the wind shifted, and the sharp arrows turned to rain down upon them. The descendants of Storm King Doran are becoming increasingly inept. 3 vertical eyes suddenly opened beneath the heavy clouds, gazing upon the collapsed ruins of Wind's Rest with a sense of lamentation. Is this what divinity looks like? Boros was taken aback. He had envisioned the appearance of the divine as grand and formidable, with astounding might. However, when such a cloud-like monstrosity completely dominated the sky, even the so-called warrior Boros Bylasian found himself at a loss. Scholar, how did our ancestors defeat him? Boros turned around and earnestly sought the counsel of the scholar. He was never lacking in the courage for battle, only in the wisdom to navigate it. Ah, this is not recorded in history. The scholar chuckled wryly. Ever since the Baratheon family was utterly eradicated by the Targaryens, the succeeding second son of the Targaryen lineage has almost obliterated all remnants of the Dawn Era's secrets. Let the waves consume you. Let you become mere fish and shrimp in the sea. The eerie caw of a raven echoed across the stormy land, as if a demon whispered in each person's ear. Golden eyes. The searing flames blazed in Aegon's gaze, and clad in Valyrian steel armor, Aegon showed no fear of any magical ambush. Since ancient times, the dragons of Valyria have feared little. Even the water magic of the old Loinians had to shatter their own barriers to evade the onslaught of Valyria's 40 dragon kin. Dragonfire. The black and crimson flames surged toward the clouds, tearing a gaping hole in the thick black clouds above Wind's Rest. The sun, it is the sun. The citizens of Wind's Rest shouted excitedly, pointing at the sky. Ha ha ha, what storm god? Beneath the feet of the dragon, you remain mere ants. Boros shouted disdainfully. Yet the shadow of dread instantly crept across his face. Whoosh! A fierce wind surged. The thick clouds were swept away by the hurricane, swiftly sealing the breach created by Aegon's dragon fire. The sea roared ashore. The dark clouds obscured the sky and sun, rendering day and night void. The first count of Wind's Rest, Duran, declared war against the two deities. Aegon murmured to himself, "Two, one is the storm god, and the other is." Flames, burn. The strange green fire ignited once more at the tip of Aegon's spear, yet unlike before, he did not aim at the three ominous eyes above, but instead directed his focus at the very foundation of Wind's Rest. If the sea could directly engulf the stormy land, how would the first Count Duran have the opportunity to build and destroy Wind's Rest 6 times? There must be a secret beneath. Aegon's spear pointed skyward, aimed directly at the still-standing foundation of Wind's Rest. Caw! A fierce roar erupted, echoing through the sky like the lament of three-eyed ravens. Boom! Lightning flashed, striking directly upon the blazing sun, causing it to see stars, its form wavering, nearly tumbling down. Golden eyes. The golden radiance flickered in Aegon's gaze, and under the scrutiny of the dragon's eyes, the blue light beneath Wind's Rest appeared particularly glaring. Was that the essence of Wind's Rest, the head of the storm god? Aegon grinned widely, a sharp spear launched forward. Today, I, Aegon, shall slay a god. Bang! The spear seemed to collide with something immensely solid, halting midair. The spear tip burned while the head cracked. Crack! The massive fissures spread like a spider's web, and the clouds above Aegon dissipated simultaneously. We have won. We have triumphed. As the sunlight began to pierce through the dark clouds, the guards and citizens of Wind Whisper Fortress erupted in ecstatic shouts of King Aegon. King Aegon. Silence. Boros Bershian inwardly cursed, casting a cautious glance at Aegon. He had initially intended to play both sides for his own benefit. However, with Wind Whisper Fortress now in ruins and the soldiers rallying against him, the tides had turned. Before Aegon could react, Yang Yen swiftly lunged forward, devouring the still intact head of the storm god. No, Aegon exclaimed in horror. Despite being a transmigrator and familiar with the original tale, he remained ignorant when it came to divine powers. The head of the storm god was a crucial bargaining chip in his grasp of the divine realm. With a fierce roar, Yang Yen strained against the three-eyed skull, yet it remained unyielding. What is that? Aegon gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he beheld the intricate network of roots beneath Wind Whisper Fortress. The bark, as pale as bone, and the leaves, a deep crimson, were crowned by a bloodied visage etched into the skull. Dragon fire! Aegon shouted. The gluttonous Yang Yen opened its mouth wide, unleashing torrents of dragon fire that engulfed the three-eyed skull. The crackling sounds of roasting embers echoed, as immense fireballs erupted like meteors striking the earth. Aegon felt as though he could hear countless offerings wailing in the flames. The god of drowning and the storm god clashing in an otherworldly battle. Green prophet, three-eyed crow, storm god. Aegon murmured to himself. What he witnessed seemed to merge them into a singular entity. No wonder in the original tale, the aged and cumbersome Vaggerl could easily pursue the young dragon on the path. It was the three-eyed crow, siphoning the power of the storm god, that was orchestrating this chaos. The elusive roots of the Fishnu in the Dragonstone Island-s crystal caverns, the roots of the storm god's head beneath Wind Whisper Fortress, and even the future Targaryen bastard known as Blood Raven transforming into the Green Prophet. All of these vivid memories flooded his mind. The old gods and the Red God, Arhiller, were likely conspiring on the continent of Westeros. The Targaryen family, descendants of Valyria, were merely pawns in the divine skirmish. Before Aegon could finish his contemplation, Yang Yen eagerly advanced, tearing apart the roots of the Fishling with fervor, pulverizing them completely. With a crunching sound, it swallowed the remnants of the storm god's head in a single gulp. Yang Yen, fueled by excitement, found more exhilaration in the storm god's remains than in the carcass of the glutton. Golden eyes awakened. A radiant golden light flowed through Aegon's eyes. Compared to the previous dangers, the three-eyed crow had left an indelible shock upon him. Dare you not approach? Aegon surveyed his surroundings, on high alert. How is it that the Night King can summon winds and rain, commanding the weather? Much of this power likely stems from the Forest Children, who have pilfered the magic of the storm god. Sunfire, descend. Aegon commanded, observing the waning strength of Sunfire. The divine power of the storm god requires ample time for assimilation and digestion. Clop, clop, clop. Aegon dismounted from the dragon, clad in leather boots. The soldiers, armed and vigilant, retreated, surrounding Aegon completely. Gazing upon the ravaged Windwhisper Fortress, even the indifferent Duke of Stormland found it hard to accept. Your Highness, you have destroyed Windwhisper Fortress. What makes you think I would still support you? Bolos Balation retorted, his displeasure palpable. Though he had sought to navigate between the factions of Aegon and Rhaenyra, the unfolding events had far surpassed his understanding. Support? Aegon scoffed, shaking his head. You witnessed the recent events. Having offended the storm god, you are unlikely to manage even a flood. You vile wretch. Bolos Balation's visage twisted in anger. Since assuming the guardianship of Stormland, he had dismissed ancient myths as mere tales for children. However, once the clouds parted and the rain ceased, he was engulfed by a profound fear of the unknown. The Balation family is not your lapdog. We are heirs to the ancestral legacy, with a lineage entwined with the blood of Valyria's dragons. Bolos Balation stood resolute, refusing to yield. What reason have we to support you? What can you offer me? Clop, clop, clop. Sensing the hostility in the Duke's words, the sheep thief abandoned Sunfire, stretching his neck toward Aegon. What do you intend to do? The Duke of Windwhisper dared not breathe heavily in fear. To slay me would only sever your ties with Stormland. I must caution you. Aegon stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Bolos Balation in a threatening manner. You are merely a vassal of House Targaryen, with no authority to refuse the king. Clang, clang, clang. A multitude of swords were drawn, as the guards advanced to encircle the two. Roar! The sheep thief let out a mighty cry. A stream of dragon fire erupting towards the banner of House Balation atop Windwhisper Fortress. Crack! The soldiers recoiled, trembling at the thought of being caught in the dragon's wrath. Your Highness, the Duke bears you no ill will. A scholar stepped forward, unperturbed, pulling the Duke behind him. This is a private matter of House Targaryen, not to be meddled with by Stormland. Indeed, the enraged Duke of Windwhisper, regaining his composure, nodded in agreement. Regardless, Balation and Targaryen are distant kin. Family matters ought to be resolved through dialogue, not violence. A melodious dragon's roar captured Aegon's attention. As an elegant figure spiraled gracefully in the sky, it was the delayed arrival of Lord Jacaerys Velaryon and his young dragon, Eryx. As I beheld two colossal dragons, one large and one small, spiraling above the ruins of Wind's Rest, the smaller dragon, after much indecision, ultimately chose not to descend and instead soared away. Damn it! Yet another messenger defying convention. The Duke of Wind's Rest wore a grim expression, helpless as he watched the smaller dragon retreat into the distance. After all, Wind's Rest lay in ruins, as if ravaged by a fierce dragon battle. The messenger, knowing well his mother's advice to avoid confrontation at all costs for the sake of his own safety, hurriedly made his way to the next location for negotiations. Had House Targaryen become so feeble that they needed to canvass for vassal support? A sneer of disdain escaped Aegon's lips. Viserys, ever astute, had transformed the flourishing empire bequeathed by King Jacaerys into a mere arena of self-serving ambition. From this day forth, the continent of Westeros would undergo a transformation. Aegon spoke no further. He mounted the dragon known as the Sheep-Stealer and turned back to warn the Duke of Wind's Rest. Surrender or perish. There exists no middle ground in the struggle for power. With that, he took flight. The Sheep-Stealer, sensing Aegon's inner fury, unfurled its mighty wings and, with a powerful thrust of its legs, surged into the azure sky. The gusts generated by its enormous wings sent soldiers sprawling. Even the formidable Boros Baratheon tumbling to the ground. Damn it, he surely did that on purpose. The Duke of Wind's Rest fumed, having fallen in a most undignified manner. His mouth filled with muck. Caution! The scholar urgently interjected, interrupting the Duke. King Aegon is a sorcerer, he hinted with a knowing glance. As far as I know, all 40 dragons of Valyria are sorcerers, each one more formidable than any Targaryen. Chapter 67. Harrenhal. Humph. A fickle fence-sitter, swaying between sides. Aegon gazed down at these cowards who fled at the sight of dragons, guiding the Sheep-Stealer higher into the clouds. In the tumultuous dance of blood dragons, the Stormlands and the Iron Islands refrained from directly engaging in the royal conflict. Aegon too wished to conserve energy for the greater struggle. As long as the dragons were under his command, the nobility of Westeros would not pose significant challenges. Was Harrenhal ahead? Aegon fixed his gaze upon the distant fortress, dark as ink, its cracked walls resembling the grim hands of death, remnants of fires long past, still unrepaired after centuries. Dragon attack, with the sentinel's warning bell ringing. The soldiers below, predictably, fled in all directions, showing no intention of defending Harrenhal. Had Demon not yet arrived? Aegon circled above Harrenhal on the Sheep-Stealer, keenly assessing the nearby enemy movements. Duke Larys of Harrenhal had long since emptied his treasury. The fortress now stood merely as a desolate shell, devoid of purpose. Simon would certainly not lend aid to the Greens, For the heir of the Blacks was of their own bloodline. In the heavens, I am a dragon knight. On the ground, not necessarily so. Aegon pondered deeply but remained resolute in his decision to avoid peril. Dragon fire. The scorching black flames surged towards him, causing Aegon's complexion to pale dramatically. With a swift roll, he maneuvered the rebellious thief to dodge the encroaching wrath of Vagarel's flames. Aemond, what are you doing? Aegon grasped the furious thief tightly, his expression grim. At this moment, he refrained from humiliating his defiant younger brother in front of others, though his past self had often stood by as this dragonless sibling was bullied. Aegon. Aemond gazed at his panicked brother, a wicked smile gracing his lips. As a king, surely you can evade this simple maneuver. Noticing that Vagarel had no intention of continuing the assault, Aegon chose not to escalate the situation. Why did you leave your post at Clark's watch over Demon? Aegon tightened his grip on the dragon's reins, demanding in pure high Valyrian. What need have I to remain hidden when your king has shown himself? Aemond raised an eyebrow, his tone softening slightly. Clearly, he had never anticipated that his brother would not only communicate in Valyrian, but would also embody the kingly authority with such finesse. He had assumed his brother remained a timid mama's boy, easily intimidated by Vagarel's presence. Aegon found himself at a loss for words. In his plans, he certainly should not have ventured near Herrenfort. However, upon witnessing the towering Herrenfort, driven by curiosity about history and concern for the Herrenfort heart tree, he had unwittingly arrived above it. Now that I am here, I might as well visit the towering spire to see Brother Dalen. Aegon rambled on. Aemond, with a black eye patch, displayed no trace of trust on his face, adopting an expression that seemed to challenge belief. Then I shall accompany you, Aemond proposed, recognizing that an additional dragon in battle is always advantageous. Grandfather says Dalen's Blue Queen can now fight in the skies. Before Aegon could respond, Aemond urged Vagarel with a powerful flap of its massive wings, soaring directly over the rebellious thief. Roar. The thief, provoked, erupted in a furious roar. It is well known that a dragon's underbelly and eyes are its most vulnerable spots. With boldness, Vagarel presented its belly towards the rebellious thief, leaping above. Clearly a flagrant provocation. Steady, thief, Aegon shouted, gripping the saddle of the rebellious thief tightly. Damn it, with a dragon, you think you can act so brazenly, disregarding other dragon knights? You troublesome brother. Aegon looked up, directly meeting Aemond's defiant gaze. Keep up, thief. The grayish-brown muddy dragon spread its wings wide, its tail arcing through the air as it quickly followed. Compared to Vagarel's aging form, the rebellious thief was in the prime of its youth, eager for battle. A mere provocation, how juvenile. Aegon scoffed, dismissing it as a child's trick, quite befitting a king of my age. What was that saying? At 60, one is still young. Indeed, at the prime of embarking on adventures. The sheep thief retorted with dissatisfaction. Compared to the lifespan of dragons, several decades are but a youthful span. It is time for retirement. Aegon pointed at the aged Vagarel before him, addressing the sheep thief. Two ancient dragons, one great and one small, danced amidst the air in a remarkable spectacle. What kind of dragon is that? Simmons, clad in black, anxiously scrambled up the heights of Herrenberg to inquire. The larger one is Vagarel, one of the three Grim Reapers responsible for the tragedy of Herrenberg. The smaller one, though not insignificant, must be King Aegon's, no, Prince's attendant, who cautiously continued to observe Simmons's demeanor. The sheep thief. This is the prime of the dragons. Whether strong or not, it matters not. Can Herrenberg withstand them? Simmons was not overly surprised. Before the might of dragons, how many soldiers are but a drop in the ocean? Even the fortress, meticulously crafted over a century by the black-hearted Huron, is no different from a mere furnace. A raven has brought news. Wind's Rest has been devastated by King Aegon. The attendant carefully reminded. The frail elder before them was not the Duke of Herrenberg. Nonetheless, as the brother of the former Duke, he held significant sway in Herrenberg. I know, the Strong family stands no chance against the Targaryens. Simmons remained undeterred, his expression calm as he fixated on the aerial chase of the two dragons. Although Duke Larys of Herrenberg had been banished to the wall by Aegon, Simmons found it difficult to reconcile. After all, without the protection of the Greens, could Emir Larys kill his own father and brother? My lord, should we resist? The attendant hesitated, yet the specter of death compelled him to speak. Seek refuge with Queen Rhaenyra. In stark contrast to the whispers in King's Landing regarding the legitimacy of the Black Heir, Herrenberg exhibited an entirely opposite sentiment. The common folk of the Riverlands, having been unscathed by the dragons, were filled with immense fear and reverence for them. While they may not voice it, the very thought of the Black Heir's bastardy brought them untold joy. If one cannot fight, then one must join. There is no time. Simmons furrowed his brow and shook his head. In the distance, the dragon swelled from small to colossal, hurtling towards them with the speed of a meteor crashing to earth. An onslaught that Harrenburg could not withstand. You all should leave. Clinging to the city will only bring ruin upon you. Simmons waved his hand and sighed to the heavens. I am of an age where such matters hold little weight. I merely wish to vindicate the Strong family before my demise. My lord. The guards and attendants knelt in unison, pleading, let us depart together. Princess Rhaenyra would never allow the Duke to perish unjustly. The scholar beside him hastily urged caution. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, bristling with tension, palms slick with perspiration. Gazing at the impending behemoth, the Harrenburg guard implored, this is an unnecessary sacrifice, Lord Simon. If death is to come, let it come. Simon inhaled deeply, his hands instinctively tucked within the ample black sleeves, gripping his wrists tightly. He had believed himself indifferent to life and death. Yet in the face of mortality, he found himself unable to escape the clutches of fear. My lord, the strong shall never flee without a fight. I vow to accompany you to the grave, declared a squire as he removed his armor and drew forth his sword. He refused to perish. Roasted alive within his iron shell. I am willing to advance and retreat with you, my lord. I am prepared to meet death alongside you. The soldiers unsheathed their swords in unison, rising resolutely behind Simon. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended, engulfing the scene in darkness as an ancient dragon landed, its massive foot shattering the lookout tower above Harrenburg. A fierce wind howled, toppling many to the ground, rendering it nearly impossible to open their eyes. Chapter 68. The sudden turmoil of Dragonstone Island. Aemond turned, defiantly lifting his chin and raising an eyebrow at Aegon. Mad, does constructing a lookout tower cost nothing? Aegon's expression soured. Though he had often denounced capitalists in his past life, upon assuming governance, he realized just how fleeting money truly was. In the original tale, Aegon had indeed been generous to the disaster-stricken, yet that generosity proved futile. Money could resolve no issues. At this moment, he regarded the 6 kingdoms as his own assets, determined to prevent any wanton destruction. Lord Simon. As Simon collapsed in response, the surrounding guards and attendants gasped in alarm, disregarding the approaching thief and rushing to shield the elderly Simon with their bodies. Come forth, beast. Simon furiously raised his fists to the heavens, striving to widen his eyelids. Even in death, he wished to perish as a knight in battle. With a resounding crash, violent currents of air surged around him. Simon felt his eardrums rupture, the air thick with the acrid heat of sulfur, searing his lungs and making it difficult to breathe. He painfully closed his eyes, hands clasped over his ears. His back hunched as crimson blood trickled down from his ears. Damn it, at the final moment, I still couldn't hold on. Simon lamented with a sigh. My lord. A recovering squire gazed up in astonishment as 2 dragons soared over Harrenburg, heading into the distance. Simon lay on the ground, staring blankly at the unfolding spectacle. After a long moment of contemplation, he could not help but emit a derisive chuckle. It turned out that Harrenburg was utterly disregarded by the 2 princes. Let us disperse. Simon sighed, feeling as if he had deflated like a punctured balloon, stripped of any resolve to resist. Was it truly so laughable to stand against a great force? What are you prattling on about? Aegon, commanding the sheep thief, soared overhead above her ruined fortress, with one hand grasping the dragon's reins. He strained to turn and gaze down upon the immense, dark bastion below. Unlike Aemond's deliberate mischief, Aegon refrained from launching any indiscriminate assaults on the fortress. How? The disgruntled sheep thief turned back to scold Aegon. As one of the 3 great leaders unifying the continent of Westerlos, Grandmother Wa was unwavering in the face of any life-threatening crisis, never yielding. Confronted by the sheep thief's challenge, Vhagar exerted every ounce of strength. Acknowledging this, Aegon awkwardly nodded at the sheep thief, only to find the distance they had just closed once again widened due to his intervention. Chase after them. Aegon flung the reins, his body leaning back sharply, while the sheep thief adjusted his form like a comet hurtling toward the moon, charging ahead. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, it's getting closer. After a fierce pursuit, as they approached Vhagar, the dragon ridden by Aemond, Aegon and the sheep thief exchanged triumphant smiles. How? Vhagar shook his head in displeasure, the marks from the reins deeply etched into his neck. As one of the 3 founding dragons of the Westerlos continent, he bore scars all over, his wings riddled with arrows, tattered and worn. Aemond and Aegon, reins in hand, donned the Valyrian steel armor of their ancestor, Emperor Aegon. Racing together through the skies, the greater the dragon's weight, the more potent its damage, yet the slower its movements. You are not invincible. Aegon implored earnestly, cautioning his rebellious brother. He did not wish for his wayward sibling to be bestowed with a dark sister by Uncle Daemon. Humph. Aemond turned his head away, disregarding Aegon entirely. Descend, Vhagar. Aegon commanded, diving downward. Ever since he had conquered Vhagar, few things in the world instilled fear in him. Not even the Iron Throne. Boom. A terrifying pressure surged from the sea, startling Vhagar and the sheep thief into momentarily forgetting to flap their wings, plummeting from the heights. Steady yourself, sheep thief. Aegon, caught off guard, would have surely fallen had he not secured his body tightly with iron chains. Darkness enveloped Aegon as both man and dragon spiraled downwards from the sky. Spread your wings. Aegon shouted anxiously, realizing he was less than 100 meters from the ground. He feared that while the dragon might survive, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp. Faced with this life and death crisis, the sheep thief finally regained composure, hastily unfurling his wings and gliding over the treetops in a low swoop. Swish, crackle. In an instant, the forest was engulfed in swirling dust and wild winds. Sturdy branches and swirling crimson leaves danced above the confluence of rivers. With a resounding splash, Vhagar tumbled into the water, creating a colossal wave that surged the river's waters several feet higher in an instant. The river churned violently, propelling numerous fish, as thick as a man's wrist, directly against the city walls, while fishing boats on both banks were capsized. "Ah, save me!" cried a terrified fisherman, trapped beneath an overturned boat, desperately waving for assistance from the soldiers above the city of Wanha. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths, as a massive gray dragon roared angrily at the heavens, crushing the bridge beneath its mighty foot. Vhagar. The city guards were taken aback, swiftly turning to report to the Frey family in Wanha. This was the legendary weapon of House Targaryen, known to all. Boom. Vhagar, incensed, lashed its tail, shattering the bridge's supports completely. The torrential waters surged directly into Wanha City. Quickly, inform Lord Frey. The guards, caught in a frenzy, shouted in panic before they could even initiate a rescue. Splash, splash. One by one, the bridge guards fell into the water like dumplings, succumbing to the chaos. With a splash, the one-eyed Aemond emerged from the tumult, hair disheveled, one hand clinging to the dragon's throne while the other shielded his sapphire-studded eye, resembling a drenched chicken. He glared at Aegon, who piloted the thieving dragon into the skies, furiously striking down a passing soldier with a single blow. Alas, the soldier, startled by the malevolent gleam of the sapphire, frantically attempted to scramble up the riverbank. Thud! The soldier fell backward, disbelief etched on his face, plunging into the raging waters of the confluence. What has transpired? What on earth is happening? The patriarch of the Frey family, alerted by the commotion, hurried to the city walls, peering down. Where's the bridge? Where's my bridge? As he beheld the collapse of the financial behemoth built over centuries by House Frey, Mond Frey felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, rendering him breathless, and he fainted. "My dear, what ails you?" Lady Frey rushed to support him, her complaints spilling forth. "What is all this fuss about? Is it worse than the passing of a king on the continent of Westeros? Oh, seven gods! Where's my bridge?" Lady Frey felt stars dance before her eyes. Her legs buckled, and she too collapsed. "Milady!" The guards shouted in alarm, as chaos once again engulfed Wanha City. Aemond stood on the collapsed section of the bridge in the middle of the confluence, witnessing the wrathful Vhagar, and for a moment, he too was struck by shock. The bond between dragon riders and their dragons ran deep. Aemond sensed within Vhagar not only fury but also an overwhelming fear emanating from her very core. What could have transpired to instill such fear in Vhagar? Aemond, with his singular eye, gazed into the distance, witnessing the immense, towering black pillar of light ascending from Dragonstone Island. "Aemond, the great battle has commenced," declared Aegon, perched upon the sheep thief, as he paused on a small hillside at the forest's edge, his expression grave. Chapter 69, Resignation. Aemond returned to King's Landing. Aegon, feeling the chilling aura of death emanating from Dragonstone Island, lightly uttered a parting phrase, no longer concerned with his quarrel with Aemond, and took flight back to King's Landing upon his steed. Roar. In the distance, the creature Yang sensed the icy magic from Dragonstone Island, unfurling its eyes and, disregarding the residual magic still coursing through it, soared towards Aegon. "Yang!" Aegon exclaimed with excitement, observing the now portly creature. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Yang danced around the sheep thief, exuberantly flapping up and down. Having grown in size, its spines became sharper, and its scales transformed into a striking black-gold hue. The previously installed dragon claws were cast aside by Yang. With the magic swirling around him, Aegon jubilantly waved the dragon's saddle and dove toward King's Landing. Waghar. Aemond stood resolutely in the water, unperturbed by the hostility directed at him by the soldiers and citizens of Lwana City, defiantly raising his chin. Only those who have known blood and fire can comprehend. Aemond mockingly jested. Waghar, follow me. Though uncertain about the happenings on Dragonstone Island, Aemond sensed, through Aegon's demeanor, that there lay secrets beyond his own knowledge, a secret potent enough to instill fear even in Waghar. At King's Landing, atop the Red Keep's high walls, the scholar Kishing donned a peculiar self-made white robe. With Cole's assistance, he equipped each patrolling soldier with a specially designed dragon-slaying crossbow. The dragon has arrived, cried a soldier from the walls of the castle, hastily preparing the crossbow aimed at the sky. Do not shoot, do not shoot. Cole shielded his eyes with one hand, peering through his fingers at the monstrous figure circling above. It is Yang Yen, the king's mount. Cole breathed a sigh of relief, gesturing to the soldiers to prevent the King's Landing guard from mistakenly harming their newly appointed king. Stand down, stand down. The golden-clad soldiers shouted, relaying the message throughout. What has transpired? Otto, observing the new king's arrival far earlier than anticipated, was taken aback. I do not know, Cole replied, equally bewildered. The plan to gather allies had been proposed by Aegon, yet it was this unreliable prince who now led the disarray. With a glance around the seemingly ordinary King's Landing, Aegon descended calmly upon the city walls. Roar! A deep, resounding cry followed, as Waghar descended heavily onto the square behind Aegon, exuding an overwhelming presence. Prince Aemond has returned. Soldiers atop the city walls waved and shouted in jubilation. In contrast to Aegon's lax management of the Kingsguard, Aemond has diligently trained in martial arts from a young age, frequently engaging with the Gold Cloaks. Since the advent of the founding dragon, Vhagar, he has emerged as a hero in the eyes of the younger generation, his stature rivaling that of the late Prince Daemon. With Vhagar, King's Landing is considerably safer, exclaimed a Gold Cloak, taking a moment to catch his breath. Without a dragon's protection, King's Landing felt as perilous as a beautiful maiden cast blindfolded onto the streets. Aegon, what are you doing? Otto Hightower demanded furiously. From the raven messages arriving from across Westeros, the hand of the king had received alarming news from Storm's End. We seek the support of the great lords, not to sow discord everywhere. Otto chastised, his frustration palpable, indifferent to the throng of soldiers surrounding them. You are not yet a Targaryen. It is not your place to dictate the decisions of the Iron Throne. Aegon showed no regard for his grandfather, as the looming threat required him to forego any games of manipulation with his vassals. By the Seven, how could the Hightower family produce such a foolish and headstrong ruler? Otto seethed. The Iron Throne was within his grasp, yet Aegon's actions seemed to push it ever further away. Foolish? Aegon paused, then pointed at Aemond, who had just landed, declaring, he has just dismantled the three-stream bridge, the very lifeline of House Frye. Without another word, he strode away purposefully. What are you doing? Otto Hightower shouted, his voice booming as he lowered his head in frustration. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face flushed with anger. Centuries of Hightower planning were on the brink of fruition, only to face a monumental setback at the most critical juncture. All fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Aemond forcefully shoved past the obstructing hand, disregarding the wary expressions of those around him, and followed Aegon into the throne room. Inside the Red Keep's great hall, all eyes were upon Otto, who appeared utterly despondent. As the hand of the king, neither the former King Viserys nor King Jacaerys dared to so easily overlook him. Yet, as a venerable figure from 3 reigns, the new king's grandfather found himself utterly humiliated. Is there any word from Dragonstone? Aegon urgently inquired of Maester Orwyle. I am afraid not. Orwyle replied quietly, fearful of inciting the ire of the new king. It seems there are reports of a distress signal from the Night's Watch in the north, though the details remain unclear. The letter bore a strange bloodstain. We are sending ravens to inquire with Lord Stark of Winterfell. Has it arrived early? Aegon lamented. Little did he expect that before he could fully claim the throne and unite Westeros, the specter of death in the north would be so impatient. What has arrived? The Grand Scholar Auvert inquired with astonishment, his brow furrowed. As one of the foremost scholars in King's Landing, there were indeed few matters that could surprise him. Issue a decree to vigorously polish the obsidian weapons, open the armory, and equip the citizens of King's Landing. Without waiting for the court meeting to commence, Aegon issued his command with unwavering certainty. Obsidian? Prime Minister Otto Hightower followed closely behind, his expression growing increasingly grim. That brittle stone, which shatters upon the slightest impact, is no match for steel. What sort of foolishness has the Seven bestowed upon you that you dare to behave so recklessly upon the Iron Throne? Otto's face bore a bitter countenance. He had placed his grandson in power and for the first time felt a twinge of regret. Do you truly believe the king would hand the throne to such a fool as you? Imbecile. Otto erupted in anger. The grand scholar Auvert quickly averted his gaze. Seeing no one around, he cautiously exited the room, discreetly closing the door behind him. I am well aware that no one cares who the king is. The common folk only concern themselves with whether they are hungry. Aegon similarly offered no courtesy to his self-satisfied grandfather. He was cautious around King Jacaerys, calculating with King Viserys. But upon ascending the throne, he became increasingly brazen. Relying on his accomplishments from the dragons, his elder status, he frequently pointed fingers at the realm, disregarding other vassals entirely. As if aspiring to be a king without a crown. No one cares who the king is, nor do they care who the prime minister is. You have been dismissed. Chapter 70. The Arrival of the Night King. Take your men to the narrow sea and pursue your schemes. Aegon patted the prime minister on the shoulder, snatching the insignia of his office from his chest. The narrow sea? Otto's expression shifted dramatically. He prided himself on keeping his conspiracy with the kingdom of the three daughters well hidden, believing it could never be discovered by the unremarkable Aegon. What narrow sea? Otto feigned anger, yet a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. Bring back the armies of the kingdom of the three daughters. Aware of the unfolding plot, Aegon had no intention of indulging this old fox in circumlocution. Otto's eyelids twitched in surprise. Yes, your majesty. Observing the seemingly inscrutable Aegon, even Otto Hightower felt a chill run down his spine. Aegon had concealed himself so deeply that he had outwitted the self-proclaimed old fox. Bowing, Otto no longer dared to consider himself the wise advisor, nor to dictate matters from the Iron Throne. Compared to the inept King Aegon, Otto, as a relative, naturally wished for the Targaryen lineage to thrive among his descendants. Your Majesty, a distress signal has arrived from Blackwater Bay. The traitor Rhaenyra has crowned herself queen on Dragonstone and shamelessly beseeches our support. It is said that King Viserys has transformed into an immortal wight to seize Dragonstone. Such rumors are utterly laughable. Captain Cole of the Kingsguard received the Raven's message and burst into laughter. What on earth has transpired? Aegon's countenance shifted dramatically as he seized the letter from Cole's grasp. Esteemed brother Aegon, a great upheaval looms over the continent of Westeros. It is a confrontation between the living and the dead, rendering any power or wealth insignificant in its presence. I implore you to prioritize the nation's lifeblood, set aside disputes, and unite against the impending arrival of death. Indeed, a grave matter has arisen. Aegon, his expression darkening, thrust the letter into his brother Aemond's hands. Useless woman. She couldn't even defend Dragonstone. Aemond cursed silently. Dragonstone, the ancestral seat of House Targaryen, could not possibly fall to inexplicable monstrosities. The Queen Dowager Alicent maintained an air of calm, seemingly indifferent to the contents of the letter. Quite so. Finance Minister Jason Lannister nodded in agreement. Let us not forget Prince Daemon and his bloodworm, Claggor. It is true, I have seen it. A youthful, clear voice interrupted the gathering. Helena, clad in her nightgown and with disheveled hair, appeared in the council hall. Helena, return at once. The Queen Dowager Alicent grasped the queen's hand. Fearing her daughter's ailment had flared up once more. I saw it, Aegon. Princess Rhaenyra has taken King Viserys' corpse and did not employ the ancestral Targaryen rite of cremation. She gazed at the obsidian sculpture clutched tightly by Viserys' remains, mistakenly believing he had been fixated on Aegon until his last breath. In a fit of rage and humiliation, she buried Viserys clandestinely within the obsidian caverns of Dragonstone. The Night King and his army landed on Dragonstone, traversing the roots of the weirwood. Damn it, the three-eyed raven has indeed exploited our vulnerabilities. Aegon's expression turned grave. At this juncture, he was compelled to confront the dual onslaught of death from both the north and the south. Dispatch orders to engage with obsidian weaponry. Open the gates and allow Rhaenyra's forces entry unimpeded. What? Open the gates wide. Aemond stared incredulously at Aegon. He had envisioned defeating demons single-handedly, channeling decades of pent-up fury towards his sister, Rhaenyra. Now, Aegon was prepared to relinquish resistance and open the gates? Do you not comprehend the nature of our adversaries? Aegon interrupted Aemond's lamentations, calling forth all vassals, excluding those from the north, to prepare for battle. Turn the helm left, set sail. The captain at the forefront shouted, brandishing his whip. Daemon, his silver hair cascading over his shoulders, stood solitary at the bow, observing the enemies on Dragonstone who had yet to retreat, his face a mask of desolation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Claggor lay in torment on the warship, weakly moaning. Steer right. The captain, preoccupied with the urgency of the situation, neglected to comfort Prince Daemon, shouting urgently. The crew aboard the ship was still shaken, and the supplies from the sea had yet to be adequately replenished. Demon, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, the uncrowned queen, Princess Rhaenys, gracefully ascended from the opposite end of the warship, riding maids. With a cacophony, the scene unfolded. The diminutive warship, already swaying under the weight of two colossal dragons, would have surely met its demise had it not been for the captain's seasoned expertise. Have the untamed wild dragons been secured? Queen Rhaenyra inquired anxiously. Indeed, I have guided them to Storm's End, replied Rhaenys, her expression grave as she gazed at the trickling dragon blood flowing from the wounded bloodworm. Caraxes, feeling a profound sense of dread. What transpired on Dragonstone? Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Rhaenys posed the question. Demon, gently caressing the grievously injured bloodworm, turned to Princess Rhaenyra and responded. The Grim Reaper from the north has inexplicably made landfall from the dragon crystal caves of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra shook her head, anguish evident in her voice. The secret passed down through generations of Targaryens spoke plainly of a deathly specter hailing from the north, now manifesting upon Dragonstone, leaving Princess Rhaenyra utterly unprepared. Grim Reaper? Demon leaned on his dark sister, scoffing. I have never heard of such a being. All I know is that the doomsday calamity from Valyria utterly annihilated the entirety of Valyria. Now, it is Targaryen's turn. Doomsday calamity? No, demon. Rhaenyra shook her head. The magnitude of the upheaval on Dragonstone indeed mirrored the apocalyptic disaster of Valyria. However, the chilling silence bore no resemblance to the miasma of ash from Valyria. Demon. This is not a continuation of Valyria's calamity. It is a secret passed down through the generations of the Targaryen kings. Rhaenyra quickly explained now. We must unite all members of the Targaryen family and the nobles of Westeros to mount a resistance. This is a game of the living against the dead. My Caraxes can no longer fight. Demon lamented, gazing sorrowfully at the blood-soaked wound on his beloved dragon's belly. He recalled vividly the icy armor and the eerie crystalline warriors beneath the intricately carved crown of driftwood. Dragonfire, Demon bellowed, confidently believing it would eradicate the source of the magical turmoil. Yet, he stood resolutely in place, a scornful smile gracing his lips. In an instant, the dragonfire was inexplicably frozen. The Night King seized a spear of ice akin to the one wielded by Aegon, and with a mere flick, pierced through Caraxes' abdomen, sending him crashing down. Had it not been for Princess Rhaenyra riding Syrax to provide cover, he too would have become a part of the undead army. Countless defenders of Dragonstone were consumed by the onslaught of wights, those relentless abominations devouring the island's guardians. A resounding dragon roar shattered Demon's reverie, leaving him dumbfounded as he witnessed the chaos unfolding behind him. Viserys, Chapter 71, The Battle Against the Night King. We cannot win. Demon mournfully held his increasingly cold bloodworm. Caraxes, lamenting the grim reality. This is the curse of the Valyrian 40 dragons, a fate from which no Targaryen can escape. Demon, awaken. Princess Rhaenyra urgently shook his shoulders, her voice filled with fury. The death of Cleagus struck Demon's spirit profoundly. However, Rhaenyra refused to believe in the doomsday calamities of Valyria. As the rightful heir to the kingdom, she had long been prepared to engage in a fierce battle against the White Walkers. If the death god of the north were not formidable, why would the Targaryen lineage need to govern the continent of Westeros through the ages? Is that the steed of Queen Alysanne, Silverwing? Princess Rhaenys gasped in shock. What sorcery is this, that even the deceased dragons can be resurrected? Rhaenys was taken aback, realizing that the corpse of Viserys was about to be confronted by the ice dragon Silverwing. Without hesitation, she abandoned Demon and swiftly mounted her own dragon. The Red Queen Melisandre. Old friend, this is likely our last battle. Clad in resplendent red armor, Princess Rhaenys exuded confidence, showing no signs of fear before the impending conflict. Roar. The Red Queen Melisandre let out a final lament for the fallen Cleagus, her eyes gleaming with resolve. Dragons, like humans, possess flesh and blood. The loss of a companion did not diminish Melisandre's bravery. Rather, it fortified the determination in the Red Queen's gaze. Rhaenyra, the Potato Novel Network. Princess Rhaenys, adorned in battle attire, sat high upon the saddle of the Red Queen, offering her salute to the Queen of Dragonstone. Viserys has entrusted the kingdom to you. Do not let us down. As one who had once been forsaken by the Iron Throne, Rhaenys always prioritized the interests of the realm. When the kingdom called upon her, she never wavered or retreated. A mighty roar echoed as the Night King gripped the reins of his dragon, soaring high into the sky. Oh no! It is the Bronze Fury Vagor. Princess Rhaenyra's expression changed dramatically. Don't go, Rhaenys. Rhaenyra shouted in alarm, while battling an undead dragon. Princess Rhaenys still had a glimmer of hope for survival. However, against 2 adult ice dragons, Rhaenys had no chance of escape. "Come on, old girl." Rhaenys secured her body, leaning forward, embedding her armor firmly into the saddle. She was prepared for a final stand. The uncrowned queen? Huh. A true ruler needs no validation from others. "Behind me lies the kingdom, the countless citizens of Westeros. Charge." Rhaenys urged Melisandre forward, directly confronting the pursuing Night King. Dragonfire. The reddish-brown flames cascaded downwards. Yet the Night King remained unyielding. Crackle. As countless icy mists arose, the dragonfire enveloping the Night King swiftly extinguished. "Can dragonfire not pierce through?" Rhaenys murmured to herself. Dragonfire, an unparalleled weapon of the mighty dragons, invincible in battle, has now encountered a formidable adversary. Evade. Rhaenys, with remarkable agility, swiftly maneuvered the Red Queen into an aerial roll, narrowly escaping the Night King's icy spear's ambush. Whoosh! The crystalline chill of dragonfire cascaded from above, nearly enveloping the Red Queen. Do not underestimate me. The Red Queen is the most agile dragon on the continent of Westeros. Princess Rhaenys deftly rode Maids, precariously dodging the onslaught of Vhagar's dragonfire. Gazing upon Vhagar, adorned in skeletal remains and a shattered crown of driftwood, a shiver of unease coursed through Rhaenys' heart. Those who toy with human corpses are detestable. Fury ignited within Princess Rhaenys. Boom! Maids unleashed a torrent of dragonfire. The frigid flames clashed against the searing inferno, a dazzling display of red and blue dragons vying for supremacy in the skies. Rhaenys was no match for them. She resolved to assist. Striding forth, she approached Rhaenyra. "I shall aid her." "No." Daemon, in a state of despair, grasped his wife tightly. "Rhaenyra, you are the queen. You cannot go." Slap. A resounding smack echoed as Daemon's face burned from the strike. "Daemon, how long will you continue to evade? Father once granted you the chance to ascend the Iron Throne." Rhaenyra seethed, asserting that a ruler should not abuse their power. "Without a dragon, have you lost your courage to fight? Hiding behind the pretext of being a second son, you are less than a woman." "Well said, my esteemed sister." Aegon, mounted on a sheep thief, clad in the Valyrian steel armor of Aegon the Conqueror, circled above the transport ship. "Uncle Daemon, as the second son, just do it. Look at Princess Rhaenys. When the kingdom is in peril, has she ever backed down? Even without Rhaenyra, the Iron Throne does not belong to you. It is a waste to keep it. Sunfire, consume it while it's hot." Aegon commanded, eyeing the now plump Sunfire. "Gur." Sunfire warily fixed its gaze on the distant Night King, a glimmer of trepidation in its eyes. "Sister, let us fight side by side." Aegon extended his hand, beckoning Princess Rhaenyra. Indeed, Rhaenyra, observing her typically unreliable brother, refrained from chastising his usurpation and mounted her dragon. "Come, Night King." Aegon twirled his spear, igniting the icy weapon with blazing wildfire. The song of ice and fire. Dragonfire. At Aegon and Rhaenyra's command, 2 streams of dragonfire, one gray and one gold, surged toward the Night King. "Aegon, beware of his spear." Queen Rhaenyra cautioned Aegon. "Spear? Is this not what I wield?" Aegon replied nonchalantly, brandishing the icy spear with abandon. "What?" Rhaenyra gazed in disbelief at the spear in Aegon's grasp. Had it not been for Aegon's nod of affirmation, she could scarcely fathom how he had managed to seize such a weapon from the Night King. "Perhaps it was indeed wise of my father to bestow upon you the title of king," murmured Princess Rhaenyra. She considered herself no match for the Night King, a being impervious even to dragonfire. What could a mere mortal like her possibly accomplish? "A spear for the disgrace of House Stark." Aegon bellowed, launching his spear with great fervor. The spear cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the Night King's face just as the name Stark echoed in the atmosphere. Bang! The collision of ice and fire unleashed a tremendous shockwave, rippling outward in visible waves. Hail and wildfire soared together, blending the ocean and sky into a tapestry of vibrant hues. A wretched sheep thief flailed in agony above. Dragonfire, inherently fierce and scorching, intensified by the wildfire, erupted with unparalleled ferocity. Even the mightiest of dragons, born of blood and flame, found themselves momentarily overwhelmed. Coughing, Aegon, disheveled and battered, were the marks of frost and flame upon his visage. Even his Valyrian steel armor cracked under the extreme conditions. Ugh! Aegon, in distress, struggled to loosen the ropes binding his armor, casting it into the sea. Beneath his pallid skin lay the evidence of burns from the inferno and frostbite from the chill. Humph! The Night King remained perched upon Vormissol, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Creak! A sharp sound interrupted his triumph. The ornate driftwood crown upon the Night King's head suddenly fissured, cracks resembling a spider's web spreading rapidly before it shattered into fragments. Chapter 72. The White Walker Viserion. As the ornate crown crumbled like fragile ice, the arrogant Night King momentarily lost his composure. His eyes, a chilling blue devoid of pupils, glistened, while his armor was encrusted with a layer of icy blue crystals, faintly revealing the ancient sigil of House Stark. Did you think no one would recognize you? Stark captive, toyed with by ice magic? Aegon Targaryen gasped for breath. The wildfire ignited by his draconic bloodline far surpassed ordinary dragon fire. Should it sear him, he would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. A wretched sheep thief roared in frustration, casting a resentful glance back at Aegon. As the one most wary of the Night King, Aegon had unleashed his mightiest attack at the outset, striving to seize the advantage. Yet, judging by the Night King's demeanor, it seemed he had not yet sustained significant damage. This is troublesome. Seated confidently upon the dragon's back, Aegon appeared self-assured, yet inwardly he had lost his fighting spirit. Consider the future's Theon Greyjoy, who could not withstand even a single blow from the Night King. Would you care to see my Valyrian dagger? My blade remains sharp. Aegon provoked, drawing forth his Valyrian dagger in defiance towards the Night King. Boom! A cerulean dragon flame surged downward, perilously sweeping past the sheep thief. By the gods! A look of dread washed over Aegon. He had believed his bluster had succeeded, only to nearly fall victim to a surprise attack from the Night King. Utilizing the Night King's guise, Viserys, mounted on Vhagar, dove directly down, unleashing a barrage upon Aegon. Rhaenyra, you wasteful woman. Surely the dragon's lair has not been completely overrun. Aegon's face turned a shade of blue as he shouted in fury. With a whoosh, a whirlwind descended, the Red Queen racing past Aegon's head, causing the sheep thief to widen the gap between himself and the Night King once more. Address me as your grace. The crownless queen, clad in a steel helmet, turned to warn Aegon. What a queen, who cannot even defend the Targaryen stronghold. Aegon scoffed, tugging on the dragon's reins as he charged towards the Night King. Rhaenyra stammered. As the heir of House Targaryen, this unexpected battle had indeed inflicted a heavy blow upon her forces. Recognizing the gravity of the moment, Rhaenyra, aware of her disadvantage in argument, sought to shift the topic. The key to defeating our enemies lies with the Night King. Aegon cast a directive before charging towards the Night King. Boom! A massive cerulean dragon flame once more obstructed the sheep thief's advance, making it nearly impossible for Aegon to approach the Night King. Viserys, you seek death. Aegon ground his teeth in anger. He rode Vhagar, repeatedly interrupting Aegon's charge, allowing the suspended Night King to catch his breath. Gazing at Aegon's figure, the Night King's eyes reflected the currents of time. Beneath the crimson fortress of King's Landing, by the poolside, a richly garbed woman wept, cradling a child. So it was. A glint of golden light flickered in the Night King's eyes, a confident smile returning to his lips. Since his inception, he had possessed the wolf spirit abilities inherited from House Stark, enabling him to inhabit the bodies of certain wolves while awakening aspects of the old god's powers. He traversed the rivers of time. Even the three-eyed raven would avoid his brilliance. Realizing Aegon had discovered the weakness of his necromantic magic, the Night King ceased his entanglement. As a magical being born of the North's unique conditions, as long as he survived, the entire undead army could never be vanquished. Farewell, Aegon. The Night King rarely opened his mouth to reply. Before his words had fully left his lips, he turned his silver wings towards the dragon crystal caves of Dragonstone. You bastard! Aegon cursed vehemently. This unworthy father, Viserys, had not aided him in life, and even in death, he continued to sow chaos. Dragonfire! Aegon commanded, as the searing flames wholly engulfed the dragon crystal mine. Yet, within the collapsed ruins, not a trace remained of the once mighty roots of the Yliangmu, only a gaping chasm of destruction. Ack! Viserys roared in fury, as if possessed by a malevolent spirit, wielding the wrath of bronze as he pursued relentlessly. Silence! Aegon, filled with rage, unleashed a torrent of dragonfire straight towards Viserys. Aegon! Stop! Princess Rhaenyra cried out in alarm, desperately attempting to interrupt Aegon's vengeful assault. The clash of ice and dragonfire erupted with a tremendous roar, causing the surrounding waters to boil violently. Aegon gripped the reins of his dragon tightly with one hand, while stealthily loosening the other. Thief! Aegon glared at his steed, his eyes conveying a secret message. The thief nodded silently, understanding, and surged towards the wrath of bronze. The distinction of a dragon rider lies not merely in brute strength, but in strategy, wisdom, and audacity. It is not a simple equation of 1 + 1 = 2. Such monstrous beings, The power of House Targaryen is not something you can usurp. Aegon drew forth his Valyrian steel dagger, rising to his feet. Ack! The thief lunged forward, engaging the wrath of bronze in a fierce struggle, spiraling wildly and plummeting from the heights. Dragon claws and dragon fire clashed with reckless abandon, rendering the surrounding dragon riders unable to intervene. Aegon! Rhaenyra gasped in shock. Although Aegon had usurped her Iron Throne, she still regarded him as a brother and had no intention of bringing him harm. After all, uniting all possible forces was the cornerstone of her claim to the throne. Boom! A colossal splash erupted as towering waves surged ashore, dispersing the whites that attempted to approach. The thief and the wrath of bronze resembled two demons of the sea. Even as they fell into the water, there was no sign of capitulation. Aegon! Rhaenyra commanded Syrax, unleashing a torrent of yellow dragon fire along the coast, incinerating the monsters that lurked near the shore. At that moment, the thief was clearly at a disadvantage. The wrath of bronze, already much larger in size, combined with its undead nature, exerted a crushing dominance over the thief. Boom! A skull emerged from the depths, that of King Viserys, felled by the thief. Half of his golden mask could not conceal his decaying visage. Even in death, his royal presence lingered. Dragonfire. Princess Rhaenys showed no hesitation, unleashing a cascade of crimson flames directly onto the ocean's surface. Stop, Rhaenys! Rhaenyra exclaimed in alarm, reaching out to intervene. He is already dead. Princess Rhaenys exhibited no hesitation. She tightened the reins, her gaze fixated on the water's surface, seeking traces of Viserys. Could he be hiding beneath the waves? Rhaenys' expression hardened, soaring above, occasionally casting dragon fire towards the wrath of bronze. Boom! A shadow suddenly appeared, swooping low and dragging the Red Queen into the depths. What transpired? Princess Rhaenyra gasped in astonishment, hastily adjusting the position of Syrax as she ascended to prepare for battle. Another wild dragon. What manner of beast could command two colossal dragons? Rhaenyra's expression turned grave. Chapter 73, Captive's Whoosh. A glimmer of cold light interrupted the deathly assault of the wild dragon, as a massive crossbow bolt pierced through the creature, plunging into the depths of the water. Princess Rhaenys finally evaded the wild dragon's onslaught, unshackling herself in an attempt to wade ashore. Demon, be cautious! Rhaenyra cried, witnessing the fleet's return, and swiftly took to the skies to provide protection. Boom! The crimson flames clashed once more with the icy blue dragon fire. The silence of death shattered as chaos spread among the surrounding vessels. Crew members and sailors on the deck fled in disarray. Whether scorched by dragon fire or frozen in ice, the warships sustained irrevocable damage. Chill! The lifeless body charred by the blue dragon fire slowly opened its azure eyes, then moved its joints, as if invigorated like a tiger among sheep. Help, let me go! The ship's crew, once united against a common foe, found themselves plunged into a hellish nightmare. The undead ravaged the vessel, while below, the sea was awash with green flames and ice. Witnessing the infernal scene aboard the warship, even the battle-hardened Prince Demon braced himself for a mutual demise. Bang! He loosed another bolt, yet the prepared ice dragon effortlessly dodged his attack, lunging towards another ship. Turn! Quickly turn! With the warship proving utterly ineffective, the naval forces of Dragonstone in the rear were gripped by terror. Damn it! What manner of monster is this? That our weapons have no effect. Demon seethed with fury, yet complaints would not alter the course of battle. Be careful! Rhaenyra exclaimed in alarm, hastily guiding Syrax to provide aid. Swish! The wild dragon soared like a flying harbinger of death, circling ominously above the fleet. Even those warriors untouched by flames could not evade the relentless purge of the undead. Curse it! Demon realized the encroaching threat of the undead dragon and leapt into the sea, abandoning his crossbow. Coughing, Rhaenys clawed her way onto the shore, glancing at the advancing horde of undead, and could not suppress a desperate shout. Drawing her sword, she prepared for a final stand. A blood-curdling scream echoed as blood gushed from Rhaenys' neck. In disbelief, she turned to see King Viserys transformed into a white. His golden mask had long since fallen away, leaving behind a half-decayed visage. His jagged teeth lay scattered. Had it not been for her previous illness, Rhaenys would have been slain by his bite. Viserys! Rhaenys gazed at her ill-fated cousin, her expression marred by a sense of bitter resignation. As more and more whites drew near, the bloodied Rhaenys felt her legs weaken and was on the verge of collapsing. Viserys, have you forgotten me? The sword's momentum was fierce, slicing through the air. Viserys was cleaved in two with a single strike, his corporeal form shattering like ice. The King Viserys fell, bisected, onto the blood-red sands, his expression one of disbelief. Aegon, the sole prophesied son. Viserys trembled, his words vague and uncertain. In his final moments, a fervent flame seemed to ignite in his hollow eyes. The Iron Throne is yours. Rhaenyra. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, and all the whites collapsed in an instant, reduced to decayed remnants. Surely, the Targaryens do not require infants to transform into whites? Aegon murmured as he gazed at the remains of Viserys. Who? Aegon's ears perked up as the Valyrian steel dagger shot forth. Clang. The sharp sound of steel clashing echoed, sparks flying, as Daemon, wielding the Dark Sister, deflected the dagger Aegon had thrown. Daemon, put down your weapon. Rhaenys collapsed on the ground, cried out as the Red Queen descended, approaching with clawed hands. Uncle Daemon. Aegon said, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face as he felt the Dark Sister pressed against his throat. Usurper. Daemon ground his teeth, accusing. This is your doing, isn't it? Ever since you began slaying dragons, I knew you were a wicked sorcerer. He saved me. He saved us all. Princess Rhaenys exclaimed urgently. Of course, perhaps this entire affair was orchestrated by him. Daemon pointed at the mangled remains of Viserys. He respected his elder brother, now disgracefully marred by Aegon's actions. Would Viserys allow a drunken fool like you to ascend the throne? Daemon seethed. He had lost his dragon and all his power in Westeros. What distinguished a prince without a dragon from an ordinary man? Daemon, you heard it yourself. Viserys declared Aegon his heir. Rhaenys, undeterred by Daemon's opposition, rose with her sword held firm. A red glow emanated from the Red Queen's mouth. Should Daemon dare to make a move, he would swiftly be reduced to cinders. Viserys is long dead, and we both know it. Daemon refused to yield, seeing him clutching the obsidian tightly. Rhaenyra abandoned the Targaryen tradition of cremation and chose to bury him herself in the dragon crystal mine. Daemon remained unfazed, addressing Aegon. Only you, lad, have spent time in the dragon crystal mine. Enough. Rhaenys did not wish to bicker with Daemon. She had never liked her obstinate and headstrong cousin. The Iron Throne had always held a magnetic allure for him, more so than the ultimate power in Westeros. Regardless of Viserys' choice, Aegon's fate was to be determined by Rhaenyra. Rhaenys warned Daemon. The Iron Throne does not belong to you. With a clamor, Rhaenyra witnessed the demise of the whites. Finally arriving late to the fray. Seize him. As she regarded the subdued Aegon, Rhaenyra commanded the surrounding soldiers. Rhaenyra, the crisis is not yet past. Aegon shook his head. The grim specter beyond the north still lurked. We cannot turn on one another. That song of ice and fire? Rhaenyra's complexion paled. How could Aegon be privy to this age-old secret passed down through generations of kings? Could it be? Capture him. Silence him. Rhaenyra exclaimed in exasperation. Bang. Aegon felt a tremor in his eardrum, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. Daemon clapped his hands, a smug smile gracing his lips. He had always believed his wife to be as indecisive as her brother, yet she exhibited this rare and resolute moment. Rhaenyra. Princess Rhaenys seethed with fury. She had heard Viserys' words at the moment of his death, not to mention Aegon's salvation of Dragonstone. Of everyone, rest assured, I shall not take his life. Rhaenys' expression was cold. She had sacrificed half her life for the Iron Throne, starting from serving wine at the council meetings. Yet now she learned that Viserys had stripped her of her claim. No, father would never do such a thing. Rhaenyra murmured. Only I can unite everyone. Only I can save the people of King's Landing. Chapter 74. The prison of the Eyrie. The bitter cold winds howled, chilling to the bone. Aegon lay on the ground, his eyes void of light as he gazed at the distant mountains, a myriad of thoughts swirling within him. That wretched woman, Rhaenyra. Aegon cursed silently, his fists pounding the earth in indignation. Alas, realizing he was on the verge of tumbling down the high platform, he hurriedly leaned back. This was the prison of the Eyrie. One side was a sheer cliff, the other an inward opening cell door, with moss-covered stone walls on either side. Treacherously slippery and difficult to grasp. As a prisoner of the Eyrie, even without torture, he found himself gripped by a profound sense of anxiety. Whether from the biting cold or the involuntary slipping downwards in his slumber, a palpable tension enveloped him. Achoo! A long stream of mucus trickled from Aegon's nostrils, freezing into a droplet before it could reach the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Aegon tugged at the icy lump on his nose, nearly tearing his nasal membrane. His eyes welled with tears, threatening to spill. Let me out, let me out. Aegon pounded on the iron door, shouting into the depths of the Eyrie. Open the door. Release me. With a rustle, the moss-covered iron door was pulled open by a stout, muscular dwarf wielding a spiked club, relentlessly driving it towards Aegon. What is it? What is it? The diminutive figure cried out in discontent, his voice echoing through the night. What are you shouting for? I am Aegon, the new king of Westeros. You cannot imprison me." Aegon raged, his anger palpable. The Night King still lurked in the north, and the army of the undead was no laughing matter. Army of the undead? Can they even scale the valley's blood gate? The little man retorted, displaying no trace of concern. Since the dawn of the Seven Kingdoms, nothing had threatened the dominion of the valley except for the flying dragons of House Targaryen. "Silence, you madman, or I shall strike you." The little man huffed indignantly. The prison of Eagle's Nest was perched precariously between cliffs, surrounded by treacherous moss and howling winds, an ideal battleground for such diminutive creatures. In his current state, Aegon found it exceedingly difficult to even stand, let alone resist. I possess golden dragons," Aegon exclaimed desperately, realizing that reason had failed him. He swiftly removed his golden dragon-headed ring and offered it to the little man. "Release me, and you shall receive boundless riches." "Riches?" The little man paused, then swatted the ring from Aegon's hand. Clink! The golden ring clattered to the ground before rolling off the edge of the cliff. "Do you see that ring?" he bellowed, pointing at the ring that had vanished into the abyss. "If I spare you today, tomorrow you will meet the same fate, shattered to pieces. I am the king, the new king of Westeros. No one can defy me," Aegon insisted fervently. "In this valley, we revere the old gods. The rulers of the Seven will not have a foothold here." The little man remained unmoved, his head shaking like a maraca. "I am the king." Aegon seethed with frustration. "Cursed feudal system. Viserys, you foolish monarch." His anger boiled over. The tragedy of the blood dragons was ultimately rooted in the Targaryen dynasty's power being subjugated by the feudal lords across the realm. Without their support, the Targaryens lacked the soldiers and provisions necessary for a grand campaign. "Uncle Demon, perhaps you are correct. Mercy only weakens the kingdom," Aegon murmured to himself. "Bring him forth." Lady Rhaenyra stood in a flowing gown, silently observing the young king before her. "Yes, my lady." At her command, the little man no longer hesitated and promptly released Aegon. "My lady, everyone speaks of Aegon possessing strange blood magic, capable of conjuring wildfires to incinerate nearby soldiers. To release him now, might it be?" The surrounding soldiers hesitated, their words trailing off. "This is a Targaryen war. It is not for us to engage." Lady Rhaenyra remained resolute, undeterred by their fears, gazing at the exit, which resembled a dog hole in size. Aegon had no choice but to curl himself up like a gnome to slowly depart. Truly, it was a perilous descent into the valley. Even the prison bore its unique character. Aegon's expression was somewhat grim. Fortunately, Lady Rhaenyra had no intention of imposing hardships upon him, as fine wine and lovely company surrounded him. With a satisfied belch, Aegon reclined on the sofa, casting a glance at the stony-faced Lady Rhaenyra seated across from him. And couldn't he help but feel perplexed? "Lady Rhaenyra, to support Queen Rhaenyra is to endorse your own identity as the female Lord of the Vale. I fail to comprehend why you would betray Rhaenyra and confine me here." Having indulged in food and drink, Aegon sprawled awkwardly, observing the serious young woman before him. A letter from House Stark had arrived. The god of death, riding upon the icy dragon Silverwing, had breached the wall, and Queen Rhaenyra was now overwhelmed with her own troubles. Yet, Lady Rhaenyra remained composed, as if all matters were utterly detached from her. Is there truly a god of death? Have you ever seen one? Aegon found little interest in engaging in an argument with her. When he laid aside his prejudices and risked his life to protect Dragonstone, his good Uncle Demon had shown no intention of holding back. The crownless king, Rhaenys, and the light of the realm, Rhaenyra, were merely self-serving individuals distorting their natures for personal gain. Aegon scoffed coldly. They never spoke falsehoods. Lady Rhaenyra made no effort to defend Queen Rhaenyra. House Stark had always been renowned for its straightforwardness and sense of justice. To hell with justice. Can justice slay the Night King? Aegon dismissed the notion of contention. Both the Blacks and Greens pursued their own political interests, while he, an unfortunate soul indifferent to the Iron Throne, found himself ensnared in the center of power. Rhaenyra led the supporters of the Blacks to the north, and Lady Rhaenyra remarked to the utterly disheveled Aegon, "And you, who fancies yourself a man of honor, are compromising." "A man of honor? Huh. Merely a pawn in the Queen's game to fortify her reign." Aegon fell silent. Ever since his arrival, he had indeed grown weary. The role of a king was no human endeavor. With elders vying for power above him, a brother named Aemond poised with covetous eyes below, and Daemon as a ticking time bomb outside, the path to Aegon's Iron Throne was fraught with thorns. Perhaps this was the warning of his ancestor. Aegon the Conqueror. The road of kings is strewn with peril and threats abound. Suddenly, a sonorous horn interrupted Aegon's reverie, and Rhaenyra's countenance shifted as she hurriedly peered out the window. Have the wildlings arrived? Aegon teased disinterestedly. The Eyrie, fortified by the Blood Gate, posed little threat aside from the dragons of House Targaryen. The god of death has come. Lady Jenny Island's face turned ashen. Chapter 75, The Dragon Battle. What? That wasteful woman. Aegon sprang to his feet in a fit of anger. He had thought Queen Rhaenyra would learn from her mistakes, rallying all the forces of Westeros to unite against the otherworldly threat from the north. To my astonishment, in just a few short days, the formidable Great Wall of Despair has been lost. A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as tumultuous winds surged forth. Above the nine skies, a pair of ice-blue eyes loomed majestically, clad in an enigmatic stone armor adorned with intricate carvings and enveloped in a magical azure membrane. He stood unabashedly upon the back of a silver-winged beast, exuding an air of triumph. The Night King, he has grown even more powerful. Aegon gazed through the window, his expression grave as he beheld the otherworldly deity high above. Look, the Fishlamu has withered, a maid cried out, pointing towards the heart tree in the great hall of Eagle's Nest Fortress. This towering tree, which had thrived since the time of our ancestors, had endured for millennia, predating even the establishment of the fortress itself. Yet, beneath the blanket of heavy snowfall, its vibrant crimson leaves had long since withered and curled, its branches drooping and fracturing. The old gods are dead, the new gods must rise. A maid trembled with cold, her voice quavering. Have the wildlings in the valley bewitched you? The captain of the guards expressed his dissatisfaction. Ever since Lady Jenny Eileen became the guardian of the valley, the wildlings had incessantly harassed them, and she had yet to take action. Flurries of snowflakes landed in Jenny's palm, instantly transforming into crystalline ice before melting into a tiny droplet. Her nose was reddened from the chill, resembling a jester with an exaggeratedly prominent nose. Open the Blood Gate, she declared emphatically, issuing orders to her guards. My lady, do you intend to allow the others to enter? We have the Blood Gate, which can sufficiently safeguard our domain. Silence, Jenny interjected, her gaze fixed upon the Night King above, her expression grave. He has dragons. Succinctly spoken, it pierced the heart. The dragons have brought untold calamities to the people of Westeros, along with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Indeed, a disgruntled guard shot a scornful glance at the golden dragon insignia adorning Aegon's attire before turning to leave. Can you protect the kingdom's citizens? Jenny Eileen turned, her demeanor serious as she fixed her gaze upon Aegon. Me? Aegon replied, astonished, falling silent. At that moment, he was but an ordinary man, devoid of allies or dragons, even inferior to a valiant warrior. His most treasured weapon, the Night King's fabled Valyrian steel dagger, had been seized by Queen Rhaenyra. All it takes is your nod, and the forces of the Valley and Stone City will be at your command. Your Grace, I am unable to assist. Aegon raised his hands in resignation. A fierce dragon battle was surely to erupt in the skies, for without the might of dragons, no force could ascend to the ultimate stage. King Aegon, the Duke of Stone City salutes you. Yorn Royce knelt on one knee, sword planted firmly in the ground. Clang. A battalion clad in bronze armor stood in perfect formation before Aegon. The leader, donned in a crimson robe, held aloft a box draped in red velvet, halting before Aegon. What could this signify? Aegon's expression turned grave. It was the very moment when Queen Rhaenyra was preoccupied with her own troubles, as humanity faced impending doom. Could they be plotting a rebellion? With a thunderous clash, the collision of ice and fire unfolded once more, as Princess Rhaenys engaged in battle, commanding Meraxes against the Night King's silver wing. Both the Red Queen and Rhaenys wore expressions of despondency, confronted by the undying dragons. Even true dragon knights found themselves at a disadvantage. Rhaenys, unleash your dragon fire. Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, rushed to the fray, a golden torrent of flame granting the uncrowned queen a fleeting respite. The Night King expertly maneuvered his silver wing, evading Queen Rhaenyra's ambush with ease. What was amiss? Even from my vantage point, this otherworldly being eluded my every strike. Rhaenyra's brow furrowed in concern. From the Night King's playful, yet cunning maneuvers, she sensed an insidious plot brewing. Mother, a youthful voice pierced the chaos as Jacaerys arrived with his mount, Vagor. Accompanying him were Lucerys Eryx and Bela's dragon. Moonsong, allow us to assist you. The three young dragons soared through the air, confronting the ominous entity before them. Though their expressions betrayed anxiety, they remained undeterred under the guidance of their dragon riders. Who permitted your presence? Rhaenyra scowled, return at once. This is not a conflict for you to engage in. The Targaryen family relies on you to carry forth its legacy. This is a battle of the living against the dead. Mother, no one can evade it. Jacaerys Velaryon stepped forward, gazing at his timid siblings. "We are great dragon riders, not cowardly exiles. We are Targaryens, destined to bear the fate of the realm's populace." With his head held high, Jacaerys fixed his gaze upon the distant Night King. "Very well, my brave children." Rhaenyra regarded her eldest son, still youthful yet embodying the spirit of King Jacaerys, with immense pride. "You shall take charge of the army of whites below, swiftly escorting the Night's Watch and the northern forces back to the Vale for recuperation." Indeed, Jacaerys nodded in agreement. The three dragons, summoned by their pure Valyrian battle cries, charged toward the white army in the Vale. A great rumble echoed as thunder roared and lightning cracked, the dense clouds seeming to descend in an instant. The visibility in the Vale dimmed, save for the flickering of scattered campfires. Dragon fire Vhagar. A dark brown blaze surged toward the Night King's visage. For Vhagar represented one of the most supreme powers of the Targaryen lineage, one of the remaining triumvirate of its founding. Vhagar, Vhagar. The crowd erupted in a chorus of jubilant cheers. Since the impenetrable wall was breached by the Night King riding his dragon, the soldiers and common folk of the north have been in a frantic retreat. Even with the protection of the dragon riders Rhaenyra and Rhaenys, chaos ensued. Dragonfire. The ethereal blue flames surged once more, as Queen Helena, clad in white, arrived at the battlefield atop her adult dragon, Dreamfire. The furious dragon swept through the horde of whites, scorching them, and sending the nearby White Walkers into a frenzied flight. The Queen. It is Queen Helena. A fervent cheer erupted from the crowd, as if victory was within their grasp. Queen Rhaenyra, riding Syrax, wore a grim expression, breathless. She had steadfastly guarded the people of the north as they fled south, yet now the adulation was directed towards the newly arrived members of the Green Party. Rhaenyra. It is time to let go. Princess Rhaenys, equally weary, understood Rhaenyra's every action, including the imprisonment of Aegon. The deep wounds inflicted by the dragon on her neck were evident. Yet even in humanity's direst hour, she continued to lead the charge alongside the Red Queen. Chapter 76. Reinforcements. The Blue Dragon, Vhagar, and Prince Daeron had also arrived. Another wave of fervent cheers erupted from the crowd. Clatter, clatter. Rows upon rows of soldiers raised shields taller than 2 men, effectively blocking the advancing army of whites. Long spears crafted from obsidian formed a precise line, hidden behind the shield wall. "Fools, run!" Cragen Stark shouted in frustration. He wished for more horses to escape. As the reinforcements intended to confront the enemy with the slowest of infantry, whites were not mere monsters. They feared nothing but fire. The northern brutes truly knew no better. Cole observed the panic-stricken refugees in the distance, his face twisted in disdain. Tattered clothing and disheveled hair. The soldiers of the north bore no distinction from the wild men outside. A man in golden robes laughed heartily. "What is that? A plow for tilling the land? Huh? That can face the enemy?" The guards of King's Landing chuckled boisterously. Serious now, the enemy approaches. Bachelor Coxing's expression was grave, his demeanor far from lax. Aegon, the one capable of single-handedly slaying dragons, had mysteriously vanished while supposedly aiding Dragonstone. Even the Black Queen, who was typically on par with the Greens, had been thoroughly routed, which was indeed surprising. "Damn it," Cragen Stark fumed, seizing a nearby servant's warhorse and charging towards the Green Army. He waved his arms, rallying his banner. "Run. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. My Lord Duke." The scholar from Winterfell gasped, witnessing Stark's reckless advance, and hastily commanded his guards, "Friends, follow your commander." Yes. The guards grabbed torches, some mounted horses, while others sprinted directly into the throngs of whites. "In the north, we shall never yield. We will not abandon a single comrade in arms. Charge forth." "What are those barbarians doing?" Cole, mounted on his magnificent steed, inquired with a look of perplexity. "My lord, the Queen Mother has decreed that we must rescue King Aegon." Cushing, witnessing Cole's nonchalant demeanor and his seemingly frivolous approach to battle, feared that the political landscape might be usurped by Aemond, thereby undermining their Rainbow Guard. Understood. Cole's expression darkened. His loyalty to Aegon was unwavering, and he possessed a profound understanding of his mother, having long identified himself as Aegon's hidden father figure. "Shield formation," Cole bellowed, prompting the soldiers to respond in unison, erecting an impenetrable wall of shields beside the Blood Gate. "Attack!" With a swift motion, the golden-robed commander thrust his arms forward, unleashing obsidian spears that shattered the foremost ranks of the undead. The front line of the zombie army crumbled, reduced to decaying remains. "Run!" Before Cragen Stark could finish his sentence, a scene unfolded before him that would forever leave him in awe. "Strike again." Another wave of undead fell to the ground. "Advance." "Strike again." Cole brandished his sword, commanding from his white steed. Do not allow the undead to pile upon one another. Move forward. Maintain formation. What were the sorcerers in the rear doing? Lighting bonfires to burn the corpses. Where are the wildfires? Aim true now. The undead army, though fierce, could do nothing against the phalanx of spearmen and shields. Is this some sort of undead bulldozer? Cragen Stark's face paled as he witnessed the Green Party's astounding victories. He had always looked down upon Cole, a knight of humble origins, yet the tide of battle and the line of engagement were shifting decidedly in favor of the undead. The Blood Gate was flanked by a narrow valley, where a simple line of shields could decimate the zombie horde. The undead began to retreat, instinctively responding to the fear inspired by Cole's obsidian spears and their formidable formation. Pairs of green eyes slowly turned to focus on Cragen Stark and his reinforcements. By the gods, they are coming for us. Do they fear the strong? Cragen felt a chill run down his spine, wishing he could turn and flee immediately. Retreat, retreat. Into the Blood Gate. Cragen, disregarding the loss of his banner, abandoned his entangled steed and scrambled to escape. My lord, the soldiers of the north bowed their heads, witnessing their once valiant leader, who had just displayed fearless courage in the face of death, now fleeing like a frightened hound. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices, run. As Cragen Stark retreated, the others turned and charged once more towards the perilous Blood Gate. What kind of weapon could possibly slay the undead? Cragen was in a state of turmoil. My lord Duke, it is said that the new king of Westeros is a sorcerer, well-versed in the blood and fire magic of House Targaryen, and he commands 2 dragons, explained the scholar beside him. He is a usurper, Cragen retorted. King Viserys has long made oaths to the lords. We owe our allegiance solely to Queen Rhaenyra. Better to follow Aegon than to become one of those monstrosities. Lord Bolton remarked solemnly, his countenance grave. The aerial battle between dragons had reached a fever pitch. Even though the Night King rode a silver-winged dragon, he was still struggling against the combined onslaught of Vhagar and Dreamfire. The northern lords remained silent, in the face of House Stark's overwhelming power. Perhaps only House Bolton dared to voice dissent. After all, the former Red King was not to be trifled with. We have the upper hand, Cragen protested defiantly. House Bolton had always been a thorn in his side. Despite being the Duke of the North, his commands could scarcely penetrate the walls of the Dreadfort. Legends spoke of a Stark patriarch's skin being preserved as a seat cover within the Dreadfort, a macabre trophy claimed by House Bolton. Whites are unyielding. They do not tire. Duke Bolton's words struck the hearts of all present, dousing their hopes like a bucket of cold water. Although the Night King was retreating, he was still in control. The strength of Cole's shield wall was formidable, yet if breached, annihilation would be merely moments away. This does not concern us, Cragen exclaimed, shattering the stone sculpture before him into dust. Advance through the Blood Gate. Go. What are those northern savages doing? They charge in and flee in no time. The King's Guard. Elric asked in bewilderment. Perhaps they are frightened to the point of wetting themselves. Ha ha, laughed the man in golden robes. Suddenly, a blast of ice-blue dragon fire descended from the heavens, tearing a gaping hole in the shield wall. Ah, ah, ah. The surrounding soldiers screamed in terror. Those touched by the icy flames were instantly transformed into frozen statues. Wait, something's not right. Elric's heart raced as he noticed the glowing blue light emanating from the corpses nearby, sending chills down his spine. Chapter 77, Reinforcements Run, Quick, Run, shouted the beautiful guard, Brienne, as she hoisted Ser Clegane onto her steed. Countless whites surged forward like a flood, drawn to the glimmer of hope. Ilric cried out in anguish. Gazing upon his identical twin brother, tears filled his eyes. With a thrust, his long sword pierced through his brother's heart, yet the response was devoid of any expression. Come, strike here. Ilric clutched his white brother tightly, shouting to the spear-wielding soldiers around him. The glory of the white cloaks begins here and shall end here. Disperse your positions. Scatter. As the Night King once again soared towards them on his dragon, Cole momentarily lost his composure. Despite the might of their army, they possessed almost no means of defense against the colossal dragon above. Aim. Aegon gripped the giant crossbow, straining with all his might to pull the iron chain. Whoosh. A jet-black spear was launched by Aegon, piercing through the silver wing of the Night King's dragon. Blood of ice splattered, and the silver wing faltered, sending the Night King plummeting from the sky. He is falling. Strike now. Cole, witnessing Aegon's momentous shot, felt his previous fear dissipate in a surge of exhilaration. Capture him, and the calamity will cease. Charge forth, for Westeros. For the Queen. For the new king. Above the firmament, a small black that rapidly expanded. In the presence of the Night King's incredulous gaze, Aemond mounted Vagarel, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that incinerated all creatures in proximity to the Night King. Crackle. Crunch. Vagarel's pupils widened, as a mist of ice blue gradually enveloped and threatened to overshadow the black flames. The Night King stood triumphant upon the frozen plain, seemingly unscathed. He strode forward, drawing a spear from his back. "No, Aemond, run," Queen Rhaenyra urgently warned. She would never forget the moment that shattered Daemon's heart. When a spear pierced through the belly of the dragon, bloodworm, Clark, utterly slaying the nearly mature beast. Boom. Blood stained the sky as Vagarel roared, his tail crashing towards the Night King. The Night King braced himself, but his body was hurled like a cannonball, creating a deep furrow in the ice-covered plain. Vagarel. Aemond hastily unbuckled the saddle, sliding down the dragon's wing. This was his greatest ally, one he would never betray. "How?" Vagarel lamented, his head heavy and difficult to lift, his body collapsing like a mountain around him. Thud. Countless trees were crushed under Vagarel's weight, and the crowd scattered in panic. How could this be? Cole stood frozen, bewildered. Vagarel was the most formidable force of House Targaryen, his flames capable of slicing through gold and jade. Such a weapon was no match for the Night King. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a racing heartbeat echoed in Aemond's ears like the tolling of bells. Vagarel. Aemond was ecstatic. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes, the size of a man, opened wide, revealing pale blue irises. Roar. The undead Vagarel raised his massive head, disregarding Aemond's control, and unleashed a furious roar towards the heavens. "You little brat." Daemon lunged forward, pushing Aemond aside. The colossal dragon's tail swept through, reducing the surrounding soldiers to mere dust. Countless wights stood motionless under the Night King's command, gazing at the fleeing humans as if in reverence to their sovereign. How could it be? How could Vagarel be defeated? Aemond's face turned ashen, murmuring to himself. "Wake up." Daemon struck Aemond across the face. "Without a dragon, are you nothing at all?" Aegon continued to rain fire upon the enemy from the castle walls. The war had only just begun. Dragon fire. A massive figure soared above Daemon and Aemond, as Helena Targaryen rode Dreamfire, unleashing cerulean flames to cover the retreat of the others. Helena. Aemond ducked to evade the silver-winged assault, anxiously watching his sister as she engaged in battle above. No, he could not allow her to be harmed. Pushing Daemon aside, Aemond drew his dragonstone dagger, swiftly dispatching the wights one by one. "What a troublesome brat," Daemon muttered under his breath. He had expected Aemond to be despondent after losing the dragon. But to his surprise, the boy regained his fighting spirit in an instant. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forth the next generation. Daemon, wielding Dark Sister, mused. "This lad has learned his craft well from Cole. He is by no means inferior to my younger self." Daemon observed one-eyed Aemond wielding the Blackfire sword, his blade dancing gracefully as he held the line. "Run, run, run," Cole urged, riding hard, his body low against the horse's back, charging towards the Bloodgate. His white cloak was stained, and as he beheld the encroaching wights, despair washed over his face. "It's over. I must inform Alicent. Westeros is doomed." A resolute expression crossed Cole's features. What cared he for the Iron Throne or any queen? Cole. The beautiful Brienne scolded furiously. A commander, frightened enough to abandon his own army in flight. "Reform the ranks, reform the ranks." Adam, clad in armor, wielded his weapon and shouted, attempting to rally the scattered soldiers. "Aegon, my father often spoke of a prophesied prince." Helena hovered in the sky, gazing down at the helpless Aegon. "I know, but it should not be me." Aegon sighed. Rhaenyra had buried Viserys in the Heart Tree's nest on Dragonstone, triggering the Night King's premature awakening, a turn of events he had not anticipated. "It is time for you to shoulder the burden of the Iron Throne." Helena extended her hand, grasping Aegon's Dreamfire. "I have seen it. Aegon amidst the flames, no matter what. You are destined to be king." Helena regarded Aegon, her expression neutral. She had never favored conflict, yet being at the center of power rendered passivity tantamount to death. It seemed she had long foreseen the tragic fate of her family, but with Aegon's arrival, everything shifted. The future became shrouded in uncertainty, tantalizingly out of reach. Defeat the Night King. In the land of Westeros, there exists but one sovereign, Aegon Targaryen. Aegon, mounted upon Dreamfire, swiftly approaches Vhagar. Dragonfire. A colossal blue-purple flame erupts, colliding fiercely with the dragonfire of Vhagar. Boom. Aegon leaps down, advancing toward Daemon. "Uncle, it's time to return what you borrowed." Humph. Daemon's face flushes, his hand resting on his waist as he casually tosses the Valyrian steel dagger. Then, Aegon, with a grand gesture, summons the sword of the Blackfire clan. a symbol of kingship which soars through the air. Chapter 78, The Great Retreat. Wildfire, ignite. With a command from Brienne, her longsword sweeps, hurling jars filled with wildfire from the distant trebuchets. Thunderous explosions reverberate as eerie green flames dance among the remnants of corpses. Run, run, run. The three, disregarding their quarrels, mount their steeds and flee for their lives. Indeed, when a common threat arises, even the deepest-seated enmities can be cast aside. You are frightened, demon. The one-eyed Aegon, astride his warhorse, glances back at his once fearless uncle, a triumphant expression gracing his features. Fool, demon scoffs, galloping away on his horse. Amidst the raging wildfire and the dragon fire above, Aegon senses something amiss. He suddenly tightens the reins, halting before the blood gate. Boom. What has transpired? Cozing furrows his brow, scanning the surroundings. Scholar, the ground trembles. Brienne bends down, feeling the earth beneath her. An earthquake? Cozing shakes his head, suddenly paling, pointing toward the blizzard ahead, a snowstorm. Run. What about the trebuchets? The guards shout anxiously. These are volatile and explosive magical creations. A new technology forged by King Aegon utilizing magical energy and the pyromancers of the towering citadel. They had once detonated, sending the workshop's occupants skyward. Ignite. Has it ignited? Ignite. Clatter. A white line appears on the distant horizon. Before the soldiers can react, an impenetrable darkness envelopes the entire battlefield. Boom. An icy blue dragon fire unexpectedly surges past Queen Rhaenyra's side. Damn it, I can see nothing. Rhaenyra exclaims, her eyes wide. Visibility nearly zero save for the snowflakes before her. Roar. Syrax shakes his head in discontent. Even the great dragon is reluctant to remain in this dark, frigid abyss. Syrax, hold on. Queen Rhaenyra desperately reassures her steed, when suddenly a mountain looms before her. No. Rhaenyra grips the reins tightly, attempting to alter her flight path. Bang. A tremendous crash resonated, catching Syrax unawares as he collided forcefully with something. What struck the wall? Bolts. Bolts. The guards at the blood gate shouted anxiously. At that moment, visibility from the gate tower was entirely obscured, leaving them no choice but to shut the gates and await reinforcements. I haven't even entered yet. Craig Stark exclaimed vehemently. Fools of the Vale, cowards. Cole added, equally incensed. What are you shouting about? What difference does it make? Cole glared at the barbarian before him, his fury igniting. Suddenly, a colossal figure crashed down, sending a flurry of snow into the air, interrupting their quarrel. A dragon? Cole and Craig exchanged glances, speechless, and slowly retreated. Roar. Syrax, dissatisfied, rolled on the ground. Had it not been for the snow beneath, even the dragon's iron body would have suffered broken bones. Rhaenyra? Observing the self-proclaimed Queen Rhaenyra, Cole felt as if he had finally grasped an opportunity he had long awaited. He drew his longsword and strode forward with determination. Bang! Sensing the dire situation, Craig delivered a swift kick, effectively blocking the path of the white-cloaked guard. Barbarian of the North, help me capture her, and you shall be rewarded with a lifetime supply of golden dragons. Cole did not wish to confront him directly. After all, countless whites lurked outside, watching hungrily. Golden dragons? The Starks do not trade in such currency. Craig scoffed, gesturing to the white cloak Cole wore. Only you Kingsguard require a white cloak to disguise your loyalty. In the North, our word is our bond. You. Cole's expression darkened. He had once worn the white cloak with honor, until he had trampled on that honor step by step himself. Now, a mere northern barbarian dared to mock his past. You will regret your words today. Cole brandished his sword, pointing it at Craig Stark, his demeanor cold. He was the champion of the tournament. Although he had not trained in years, his spirit remained undaunted. Boastful fool. Craig Stark unsheathed his massive sword, swinging it with singular ferocity. Stop fighting, Cole. Rhaenyra implored, gazing at her former lover. We must unite against our common foe. Huh, even a queen seeks help? Cole's heart softened, yet he maintained a mocking facade. Though an ordinary man, having shared the bed of the queen and ridden with the queen, he felt he had lived a life not in vain. He relaxed his grip, sheathing his longsword. Barbarian, you are fortunate. Humph, had it been another time, I would have surely smashed your jaw. Craig dismissed him with indifference. The vast North was not won through southern tournaments and rewards. It was claimed through iron and blood. The legacy of House Stark was forged in the fires of battle. Boom. Another jet of dragon fire surged forth, swiftly enveloped by the swirling snow. We are doomed. Rhaenyra's expression shifted dramatically, as all the dragon riders lost their bearings amidst the snowstorm, hesitating to strike for fear of harming the innocent. Flashes of green fire flickered, starkly visible against the tempest. Light the fire. commanded Jaime from her perch atop the wall, her demeanor composed. "My lady, the bonfire won't ignite. It's too cold." Euron Royce replied with embarrassment. Seasoned by the trials of battle, he had attempted to kindle the beacon to guide the army, yet the frigid winds and snow offered no reprieve. Boom! A dull thud echoed from above, and Dreamfire let out a shriek as it plummeted from the sky, stirring up even greater turbulence. "Helena, it's Helena." Aemond's expression tightened as he reined in his steed, ceasing his flight to search the surroundings. "Turn, Vormax!" shouted Jacaerys Velaryon in a panic. Yet, in the next moment, a colossal head loomed before Jacaerys. Vagor. Boom. Vormax, caught off guard, was sent flying by the dragon's tail. "Brother!" Lucerys Velaryon gasped in shock, hastily descending to rescue him, oblivious to the gaping maw looming behind him. The Night King, once again mounted on his silver wing, looked on with pride as the so-called strongest of the continent fell one by one. With a swift shake of its head, the silver wing brutally tore Lucerys and his dragon to shreds before Jacaerys' eyes. "In this battle, humanity has been defeated," sighed Jaime. "Close the gates." Lady Jaime's eyes shut in anguish as she made her final decision. "My lady, Rhaenyra and Aegon have yet to enter." Euron Royce objected anxiously. "In this situation, how many can survive?" Jaime replied, her expression impassive. "Order the rapid construction of a navy at the fingers of the Vale. Prepare to evacuate from Westeros." Chapter 79, Burning Heaven, Boiling Sea. Damn it. Daemon gasped, discarding the undead sisters and collapsing onto the ground, witnessing the recently felled whites rise once more. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Eyes of black, blue, and purple slowly opened, as if death were the true beginning of life, and the others were the eternal truth. "Helena!" Aemond shouted, throwing aside a white that sought to ensnare him, searching desperately around him. "Enough!" Daemon sighed, his hands trembling, unable even to grasp the Dark Sisters. He and Aegon stood back to back, the icy air piercing through their lungs like needles, and the mist from their breath obscured their vision further. The horde of whites had long encircled the three of them, standing idly like an old man watching a child play, observing their slow struggles. "I do not wish to become this," Daemon quipped. "Bring me a torch." "Daemon, do you wish to know the secret passed down through generations of kings?" Aegon Targaryen's dragon dream. Aegon gazed at his despondent uncle and declared, "Only the king has the authority to rally all the denizens of Westeros to resist the encroaching death from the north. Viserys has long since abandoned you. You are unworthy of being a competent king." With disdain, Aegon added, "In contrast to you, Rhaenyra must still be valiantly resisting." With a resounding thud, Daemon crushed the skull of an advancing white with a single punch, his veins bulging and his face flushed with rage. "Viserys is right," he exclaimed, his voice low and filled with fervor. "I am truly ill-suited to be a king. This has nothing to do with my status as the second son." Yet, Daemon hesitated, caught in the swirling vortex of power that ensnared every member of House Targaryen, for in the face of life and death, all was but an illusion. The true savior was Aegon Targaryen. A resounding voice pierced through the snow-laden storm as Rhaenyra Targaryen emerged. "Only you can vanquish that monster, impervious even to dragonfire. You are the true savior of Westeros." She removed her golden crown, a cherished heirloom from Valyria, and knelt, extending it with both hands. "Aegon, Westeros is entrusted to you." With a roar, the golden Syrax unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, incinerating the nearby whites into ash. "Rhaenyra, your dragon." Daemon was taken aback. Before him, Syrax had suffered a grievous injury, one wing torn apart, the other grotesquely twisted, moving like a lizard on its hind legs. "Sister, Viserys has always believed you are the rightful guardian of the throne." Aegon felt a surge of emotion. In the face of monumental truths, Rhaenyra finally relinquished her burdens and perceived the essence of power. "Perhaps I am the best ruler, but I am by no means a savior." She hurled the crown away and helped the faltering Prince Daemon to his feet. "Let me witness the power of the savior." Rhaenyra turned her back, fully aware, albeit reluctantly, that her own strength alone could not reverse their fate. "No, there can only be one king, and that is you." Aegon remained composed. From the outset, he understood the true essence of his Valyrian bloodline. Yet as a son, he could not forsake all that he held dear. Now, with Rhaenyra having relinquished everything, the conflict between the Greens and the Blacks had finally reached reconciliation. Aegon was unshackled. From the beginning, Aegon did not belong to this place. He was the only one worthy of being the sacrificial being, the essence of House Hightower, to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Wildfire, ignite. Aegon tilted his head skyward as countless eerie green flames surged towards him. His blazing golden eyes burned fiercely and 2 streams of verdant blood erupted from his eye sockets. In the distance, the sheep thief and the sunlit figure seemed to sense Aegon's magical summons, letting out a roar as they raced forth. Countless green flames erupted from Aegon's mouth and nostrils. "Feel the power of the true king from the realm of dawn," roared the Night King. With a thunderous boom, the green flames surged into the air, tearing apart the heavy clouds. A magnificent golden dragon descended from the heavens, akin to a radiant sun of hope illuminating the entire land. Could this be the new king, Aegon II? Cregan Stark's eyes widened in disbelief. It was said that the Targaryen family was the closest to the divine, and now it appeared as though a deity had indeed been reincarnated. Had a god come to rescue Westeros? Cole's complexion also changed drastically in fear. Aegon, engulfed in wild flames, had transcended his mortal form. His garments turned to ash, and 2 Valyrian swords floated behind him. Sunfire. Aegon gazed upward, witnessing the golden dragon moving with a will of its own. A violent storm instantly engulfing the skies of the valley. Aegon harnessed the winds, his feet lifting gently from the ground. In that moment, he transformed into a fiery spirit, soaring up the blazing column of fire into the azure sky. Legend spoke of each Targaryen as a coin cast down by the gods, half mad and half wise. And this figure before them was undoubtedly the embodiment of that duality. One half of his life indulged in wine and lust, while the other half sacrificed himself to save humanity. The Night King stood upon the hillside of the valley's forest, tilting his head to gaze at this bizarre being. A demigod born of self-sacrifice. "Have you also reached this realm?" he mused, gripping his ice spear with a grave expression. This was the first time he encountered an equally formidable opponent on the continent of Westeros. The winds ceased, and the rain halted. Aegon hovered in the air, seemingly merging with Sunfire. A colossal surge of golden energy infused Aegon's golden eyes, causing the once plump Sunfire to appear significantly diminished. Boom! With a crack of thunder, a massive tornado swept through, scattering the Night King's blizzard entirely. Though the snow weighed heavy upon the city, it could not touch the ground. The emergence of a golden dragon still soared high above. The clouds dispersed, and the snow ceased. "Here!" Yoren Royce shouted in exhilaration, though the crisis was not yet averted. Aegon's feat resembled a miracle, illuminating the hope of survival for all. In this moment, Aegon seemed to have stepped into a new realm, his senses sharpened, and his thoughts became remarkably clear. Sunfire tilted its head, sensing a new threat. "Ice Spear." The Night King spun around, expending all his magical energy to unleash a torrent of icy breath. Wildfire never truly extinguished, it was reborn with the spring breeze. Aegon transformed into a green-veined longsword, cleaving downward from the air. The heavens and earth trembled as if cleansed. Bang! The Night King's form shattered like porcelain, exploding into fragments. Countless wights collapsed, transforming into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Gazing upon the ravaged expanse of the land, Aegon realized that his mission had reached its conclusion. A gentle breeze swept through, revealing endless fissures upon his visage, as if he were a sand sculpture destined to crumble upon the shore. Suddenly, a gaping maw descended upon him, completely consuming Aegon. Chapter 80. What are you staring at, Aegon? Tears flowed like rain from the onlookers, the valley strewn with corpses. Without King Aegon, there could be no new life for the realm of Westeros. Aemond strode forward, supporting the fallen Queen Helena. "Sister." Aemond felt a flicker of secret joy within him for reasons unbeknownst to him. "Aegon, he is not dead. I have seen him return to the Iron Throne." Helena remained impassive. "Sister," Aemond reassured her, holding her arm, "everyone has witnessed King Aegon's demise." They both looked up at the nearby soldiers of the Black Party. As the undead fell, the crowd, having just awakened from the terror of death, swiftly grasped their weapons once more. "Rhaenyra! Rhaenyra!" Someone in the crowd cried out, and the name echoed through the ranks of the Black Party. The members of the Black Party gathered, weapons in hand, poised and watchful, awaiting the command of Queen Rhaenyra and Prince Daemon. "King Aegon! King Aegon!" Cole shouted defiantly, raising his longsword high. "King Aegon!" The surrounding soldiers of the Green Party echoed the call, undeterred. The shouts from both factions surged and receded. Aegon was undoubtedly the savior. Claiming the throne would not be unjust, yet he was already deceased. Cregan Stark raised his dragonglass axe, speaking methodically. "White cloaks, lower your weapons. In light of your contributions to salvation, I shall seek clemency from Queen Rhaenyra." "Clemency?" Cole laughed heartily. "How many dragons do you Black Party still possess?" "Just that one flightless lizard of a queen." "Absurd. Cease." As both factions prepared for further conflict, Rhaenyra hastily intervened. This calamity has claimed far too many soldiers and shattered countless families. Let us set aside our grievances and restore our strength. Indeed, Helena, clad in white with a translucent veil adorning her face, stepped forward to advocate. Lower your weapons and assess the losses. This council is not dictated by the Queen. I act under the decree of Queen Alicent to eradicate the traitors. Cole remained unyielding. Everyone knew that Queen Helena had little involvement in state affairs. All matters in King's Landing were managed by Alicent Hightower. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached, Dreamfire advancing step by step toward the Green Party soldiers, causing many to recoil in fear. There remained but a handful of adult dragon riders in the world, and before them stood one of the very few. Fall back. Protect Her Majesty the Queen. The soldiers of the north trembled with fear, yet could not suppress a swallow as they grasped their weapons, standing before Queen Rhaenyra. There is no need for such apprehension. She gestured for them to disperse. Helena, one of the few benevolent daughters of House Targaryen, would never harm her sister. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed as a blood-red adult dragon descended from the heavens, and Princess Rhaenys, clad in battle armor, leapt from its back. Aunt, you have endured much. Queen Rhaenyra greeted her. However, the crownless Queen Rhaenys swatted away Rhaenyra's outstretched hand. Aegon has confirmed his demise, Princess Rhaenys declared, producing the Blackfire sword and a Valyrian dagger she had procured, offering them to Queen Helena. My condolences. It's of no consequence. Aegon will surely return. Helena did not accept the emblem of sovereignty, her expression remaining unchanged. Rhaenyra hesitated, pondering that perhaps Helena was too deeply wounded to think clearly. Had it not been for you, Aegon might not have met his end. Your imprisonment of him for the Iron Throne has led to this calamity. Rhaenys Targaryen regarded Rhaenyra with disdain, having heard the dying words of the corpse King Viserys, only to witness them usurped by her niece and daughter-in-law. The Iron Throne is not your plaything, just as my son Laenor is not. The crownless queen seethed with fury. Let us reconvene the council at Harrenhal, as in the days of King Jacaerys, allowing the votes of the nobles to determine the rightful heir to the throne. Helena Targaryen stepped forward, proposing a resolution to prevent further bloodshed among family members over the Iron Throne. The horrific conclusion of the dragon dream always sent chills down her spine. Aegon is dead, Queen Rhaenyra asserted. Perhaps I am not the chosen heir of Viserys, but I am now the most suitable claimant to the Iron Throne. Aegon has a son, cried Aemond, unwilling to yield. His quest for vengeance for his lost eye remained unfulfilled, and like Daemon, his mighty dragon Vhagar had also been reduced to a heap of corpses. A massive fist swung toward him, but was blocked by Aemond's own punch. The factions of the Blacks and Greens faced off once more. Gur, roared the Red Queen Melisandre, her crimson maw flashing with perilous light. Daemon, step back. Princess Rhaenys warned. Cousin, Daemon seethed, witnessing his cousin and mother-in-law show no inclination to favor him. Daemon found himself brimming with rage. How long will you two behave so stubbornly? Princess Rhaenys reproached the couple, her composure unwavering. The Iron Throne is a tool for the protection of the people of Westeros, not a toy for your reckless contest. What a ruckus. Aegon, in a daze, opened his eyes and spoke. However, it seemed as though no one could perceive him. Am I but a spectral entity? Aegon extended his hands, astonished to find that he could effortlessly penetrate the bodies of those around him. The thieving dragon proudly shook its head, displaying its prowess to Aegon. Although his flesh had been sacrificed to the wildfire in exchange for formidable magical energy, his very soul had been preserved by the innate abilities of the thieving dragon. Heaven has not forsaken me, Aegon. He laughed heartily. Am I now a ghost? Does Rhaenyra still cling to her obsession with the Iron Throne? Aegon murmured. Yet it was true that there were hardly any suitable rulers left on the continent of Westeros. Thieving dragon, let her witness your might. Aegon playfully poked the thieving dragon's large eyes, and the colossal beast finally grasped his words. It unfurled its wings, leaping directly into the throngs of the green and black factions. The dragon, Aegon's dragon. The two groups were taken aback, scattering in panic. The wild dragon was notoriously fierce. Aside from the few who bore Targaryen blood, most were merely fodder for dragons. Thieving dragon. In Valyrian, Rhaenyra remained unfazed. As one of the heirs of House Targaryen, she could communicate effortlessly with dragons, even though she had not tamed. However, the thieving dragon paid her no heed, blindly shaking its head as it searched for the direction Aegon had indicated. Its bewildered eyes seemed to convey a message to Rhaenyra. What are you looking at? Chapter 81. Sea of Smoke Boom. A searing torrent of dragon fire erupted from the thieving dragon's throat, causing Rhaenyra to tremble in fright. Run. Daemon grasped Rhaenyra's hand, preparing to flee. Even for the Targaryens, facing a wild, untamed dragon could lead to perilous consequences. Cough. The thieving dragon sneezed, expelling a black sheepskin scroll from its maw. Is this a map brought by the towering spire? Aegon pondered in surprise. The relentless wildfire coupled with dragon fire inflicted no damage upon the map. It could only be described as a magical artifact. The dragon has expelled something. Rhaenyra gasped in shock. Aegon's relic. Aemond acted swiftly, leaping to seize the sheepskin scroll and stowing it away. Perhaps Aegon's magical legacy lay hidden within. Daemon's expression darkened. But with 2 adult dragons from the Black faction present, even he dared not act recklessly. Helena observed Aemond's self-satisfied demeanor without interference. As his brother, it was only fitting that Aemond safeguard Aegon's relic, especially since Aegon's child was still young. It appeared that a confrontation was unlikely. Aegon felt a sense of ennui. For as a spirit, he could scarcely influence this world. Perhaps the three-eyed crow experienced a similar helplessness. To be present in this realm, yet forever gazing down upon the mortal plane from afar. Aegon sighed in resignation, patting his head. He certainly did not wish to drift aimlessly through the world, a spirit unknown to all. The heavy tolling of the bells resounded, heralding the conclusion of Aegon's funeral as his grave was lowered into the earth of King's Landing. Attending one's own funeral. Surely, this must be a first. Aegon rested his chin upon his hands, a look of resignation etched upon his face. An endless solitude enveloped him, causing a throbbing ache in his head. With a creak, the formidable gates of Harrenhal swung open, and a procession of nobles from Westeros entered, taking their seats in succession. Aegon's spirit perched atop the head of a sheep stealer, watching helplessly as the lords cast their votes. Initiated by Queen Helena Targaryen and the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys Targaryen, the nobles of Westeros rose one by one. Only a fool would allow a child to ascend the throne, Daemon remarked, tilting his head with displeasure. Times have changed, Rhaenyra interjected, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. This is no longer the era of Viserys, and perhaps our own time will fade into obscurity amidst this dragon conflict. What of Otto? Daemon surveyed the surroundings restlessly. Ever since the former hand had been exiled by Aegon, he seemed to have vanished from King's Landing entirely. He refused to believe that this cunning fox would relinquish his grasp on the Iron Throne. Jacaerys has a dragon, Daemon hinted to Rhaenyra, his determination unyielding. I will attempt to tame the remaining dragons, such as Sunfire. Enough, Rhaenyra interjected, her impatience palpable. I have lost Dragonstone, and nearly the entirety of Westeros. Perhaps I am truly unworthy of the Iron Throne. The lords of Westeros will never permit a woman to claim the seat. Rhaenyra, Daemon grasped her shoulders firmly, his voice low yet intense. Otto will not spare you. This calamity is beyond anyone's control. It is not merely your burden. This disaster rivals the doom of Valyria. Daemon spoke cautiously. In King's Landing, a gray sparrow is constantly erecting statues for Aegon, spreading tales of his salvation among the people. This is undermining your position as Duchess of Dragonstone. Many believe you are the cause of this catastrophe. Daemon. Rhaenyra's expression shifted dramatically as she regarded her husband, who seemed obsessed with the Iron Throne. Is it true that your ambition for the throne has driven you all along? Marrying me was merely a means to claim the Iron Throne? Be silent. Daemon erupted in anger, shoving Rhaenyra aside as he stormed out of Harrenhal, the Dark Sister in hand. Fool. He cursed vehemently. Indecisive, just like Viserys. He pushed past the witch Alysanne, not looking back as he exited Harrenhal. He prided himself on his devotion to the Targaryen legacy, yet all misconstrued his loyalty, believing he sought to usurp the Iron Throne. In truth, he cared more for his family's recognition than for the throne itself. He envied Aegon. Though he had departed this world, his legacy would endure through the ages. Daemon, sipping from the flask he carried, once again approached the sheep thief. Thief. Daemon gestured emphatically, yet the sheep thief merely wiggled his backside, indifferent to the summons. How many times had this been? Aegon watched his aging uncle, perpetually trying to tame the thief, with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Sigh, that infuriating brother, Aemond. Always pestering Rhaenyra. At least it provided some company, adding a touch of amusement, did it not? Aegon propped his chin on his hand, weary of the relentless silver-haired, violet-eyed man before him. Damn it. Daemon plopped down on the hillside, feeling utterly disheartened. Must a dragon rider truly be bound to a dragon for life? He gazed at the thief, consumed by anguish. Surely, Aegon possessed some secret that could break this curse. Daemon muttered to himself. Your Highness, Lord Braywood stood at a distance, relaying a message to Daemon. In contrast to Daemon's audacity, the ordinary noble without dragon blood dared only to watch from afar. To provoke a dragon would spell disaster. What is it? Daemon rose and approached Lord Braywood. Aemond has discovered the secret of the parchment. Lord Braywood whispered cautiously, "This parchment hails from the Tower of the Sky, originating from ancient Valyria." Ancient Valyria? Aegon's ears perked up, his attention fully captured. Aemond has assembled a fleet, preparing to voyage to the ruins of Valyria. Lord Braywood glanced around, speaking carefully, "We cannot allow that blind fool Aemond to get ahead." Daemon jumped up in shock, gathering his belongings. "We must infiltrate. My lord, your hair." Lord Braywood hesitated, pointing at Daemon's head. "Hair can be dyed." Daemon dismissed the concern. Compared to his own safety, Rhaenyra was undoubtedly in greater peril. In the heart of power, passivity equates to death. Only a naive girl would believe in empty promises. "A storm is brewing," Aegon lamented. Though the Iron Throne would be ruled by Princess Rhaenys and Queen Helena, assisting his eldest son, Jacaerys II. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea, Aemond, clad in black leather armor, stood at the ship's bow, awaiting news. Is the information accurate? Will Daemon secretly infiltrate the fleet? "Indeed, my lord," nodded the head of House Bracken. "The secret of the parchment should only be known to the rightful heir." With Aegon dead, only Rhaenyra remained. She would never allow Daemon to face such peril. Aemond declared confidently, "Once Daemon finds the treasure, we shall strike together." He gestured with a sweeping motion across his throat. "Yes, my lord." Earl Bracken nodded, yet his expression bore a hint of hesitation. The gentleman had often remarked that the Sea of Smoke was fraught with peril. Even the Black Reaper returned grievously wounded. Having encountered the Reaper of the North, what was there to fear? Edmund remained unfazed. "For you have witnessed the might of King Aegon, which is far beyond that of mere mortals." He glanced at the anxious Earl Bracken and encouraged him. "You will not labor in vain. If there truly lies a mystery, perhaps you too may ascend to the ranks of the Dragon Lords." "Indeed, my lord." Sunflower turned her head dismissively, ignoring Edmund completely, and promptly fell asleep. Chapter 82. The Behemoth of the Smoke, Sia. The sheep thief stared wide-eyed, his demeanor grave as he fixated on the fog rolling in from the sea. Is that the Sea of Smoke? Aegon possessed the sheep thief. Gazing at the billowing smoke rising from the ocean depths, the water churned as if boiling, growing increasingly turbulent. More dead fish began to float to the surface. It is well known that the closer one gets to Valyria, the more treacherous the waters become. Be it the monstrous beings that have wounded the Black Reaper or the eerie affliction of petrification, they pose a constant threat to merchants traversing these routes. Edmund, donning a black eye patch, masqueraded as a formidable pirate, standing atop the lookout tower, scanning the horizon. Daemon, with his raven hair and dark irises, toiled diligently, hauling cargo back and forth. He glanced up at the sheep thief's substantial form, a flicker of envy crossing his face. Indeed, Edmund has tamed a second dragon. Daemon mused warily. Edmund lifted his gaze towards Aegon's direction, his face reflecting a trace of confusion. How could the sheep thief have arrived here? Has Daemon seized the opportunity to tame it while my attention was diverted? Edmund cast a wary look at his somewhat aged uncle, a smirk of caution gracing his features. "You may be strong, but I remain steadfast." He retrieved a parchment, scrutinizing its patterns while comparing them to the islands upon the sea. Indeed, this was a map of the fortress of the 40 dragon clans of Valyria. An overwhelming excitement illuminated his face. "Once I uncover the treasure of magic, Daemon, you and that foolish dragon can await your demise." Aegon, skillfully maneuvering the sheep thief, soared through the air, occasionally diving into the water to catch fish and shrimp, savoring the ocean's profound allure. Boom! The sailing vessel lurched violently, causing the sea surface to rise and fall in tandem. "Have we run aground?" Edmund gasped, gripping the lookout tower's railing tightly to maintain his balance. Grounding at sea is an exceedingly dangerous predicament. "Captain," Daemon called out loudly. Since boarding the ship, Edmund had continually assigned him to menial tasks under various pretexts, forcing him to labor tirelessly. "I must endure," Daemon silently admonished himself, with Edmund possessing a dragon. "I cannot afford to reveal my true identity." In the distance, a thin plume of smoke ascended, piercing the heavens. Countless particles erupted like meteors, wildly spreading in all directions. "A volcano has erupted," the captain shouted to the crew. Veer off, port side. No turning allowed." Aemond leapt from the lookout tower, seizing the captain by the collar and threatening him urgently. "Charge forward at once." The captain, flustered, replied, "My lord, we cannot advance." "What of the people aboard?" Cursing under his breath, Aemond barked, "Land! Land!" With a resounding thud, the ship began to rock violently. The captain descended to the beach, firmly anchoring the vessel to the seabed. "Hurry, disembark." Daemon, burdened with his luggage, hunched over and jumped onto the shallow shore. Where are we? A deserted island. He wondered, gazing curiously at the distant, erupting volcano. What are you dawdling for? Quickly gather firewood. A sailor urged, rousing Daemon from his reverie. The beach was abuzz with activity. Some were chopping wood, others erecting tents, while a few tended to a bonfire. As nightfall approached, darkness swiftly enveloped the sky, leaving behind a fiery red horizon. What a spectacle! Perhaps the cataclysms of Valyria were no less awe-inspiring, Daemon mused, standing on the beach. Aegon floated above the head of a sheep thief, equally astonished. Whether in this life or the next, witnessing a volcanic eruption was a first. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered their contemplation. The group turned to see a shadow dragging a sailor, vanishing into the underbrush, leaving only the rustling foliage to hint at the horror that had just transpired. Aemond hurried toward the commotion, cautiously parting the dense thicket with Dark Sister. Abruptly, a white figure lunged toward him. What on earth? Aemond exclaimed, instinctively throwing a punch and retreating hastily. A rabbit? He stared at the seemingly adorable creature in front of him, his anxious heart finally at ease. There are living beings here. No need to panic, just a mere beast. Aemond reassured himself, turning around but discreetly applying pressure with his left foot to erase a shoe print in the grass. Let a few stay on watch, the rest should rest early, for we must continue our journey tomorrow, Aemond instructed, gesturing towards Daemon and the others before departing. Yes, Daemon nodded, though his gaze continued to dart towards the jungle. He found it hard to believe there were ferocious beasts around, considering such a timid creature as the rabbit had appeared from their direction. Could there truly be such a white rabbit in the wild? Daemon scoffed, casually grabbing a long sword and attempting to slip away from the main group. Ah, how delightful! A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped Aegon, filling him with an invigorating sense of vitality. Wait, what is this? Aegon marveled at his own semi-transparent form in astonishment. The black smoke has transformed into my very essence, he exclaimed, exhilarated. Thief, lead me to the densest part of this smoky realm. Aegon was eager. He had no desire to remain bound to the sheep thief, confined to a ghostly existence within mere meters of him. How? The sheep thief soared into the air, heading straight for the volcano's mouth. The sheep thief, Aemond, upon hearing a sound, hastily erected his tent and sought traces of Daemon. Indeed, he had departed. Aemond bit his lip, filled with trepidation. Daemon had once again acquired a dragon. Charge forth. Euron was exhilarated. At long last, he saw a glimmer of hope for tangible gain. Boom. Scalding magma and rocks erupted, nearly striking the sheep thief. The sheep thief tumbled and rolled, frequently directing Euron towards the densest black mist. Inhale. 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 I shall inhale. Euron felt as if he were in a frenzy, utterly consumed by madness. Roar. The thunderous bellow of a colossal beast resonated, and before Euron's ashen gaze, a procession of skeletal knights mounted on dragons emerged from the forsaken jungle. Was this the banner of the 40 dragon clans of Valyria? Euron was struck with astonishment, gazing upon these skeletal dragons, each as formidable as the Black Death itself. Even Euron momentarily felt regret. This is dire, we must flee, Euron shouted. The fearsome roar of the beast thoroughly intimidated the sheep thief, who, being one of the inherently timid dragons, took to the skies at Euron's nod of approval. Goodness. Euron, regaining his composure, muttered under his breath, slow down. I haven't boarded yet. I haven't boarded yet. Observing his own body, shrouded in a condensed black mist, as dark as ink, rendering even his features indistinguishable. Euron felt a surge of despair. What am I? A demon of congealed remains? Euron scoffed. He concealed himself behind the trees, witnessing dragon after dragon ascend in pursuit. This must be how the Black Death met its end, Euron lamented, after finally returning to his homeland. He was confronted with the relentless assault of the corpses of former comrades, until he was utterly exhausted and had no choice but to flee. Chapter 83. Monsters. This is the remains of the soldier who was dragged away last night. Euron gasped in disbelief. He was aware of an inexplicable beast that had ambushed a soldier, dragging him into the underbrush, leaving him missing. However, he never anticipated such a gruesome outcome. The soldier was left as a headless carcass, with a massive claw mark etched across his abdomen, a disembowelment that could only be described as horrific. His death was excruciating. Even his armor was torn into several pieces, with one shoulder hanging from a tree, blood still flowing to the ground, not yet dried. Better to have something than nothing. Euron boldly stripped the remains of the armor, donning it tightly upon himself. As long as he was fully wrapped, he could still blend into the ranks of adventurers. Maintaining a stoic demeanor, Euron strode into the barracks with purpose. Who goes there? A brief, sharp gasp interrupted Euron's advance, as a patrolling guard, trembling, pointed a spear at Euron's face. Compared to the disturbances of the previous night, the guards were evidently much more vigilant at this hour. "It is I, cough, cough." Aegon clutched his tattered sleeve, feigning injury as he demanded, "Remove your helmet and show me your face." The guard remained resolute, steadfast in his stance. "Curse it," Aegon muttered under his breath. If he were to reveal himself now, these adventurers would undoubtedly rend him to pieces. "Who goes there?" A loud cry was followed by the rapid thrum of arrows, the cacophony of shouts echoing in an instant. The adventurers hastily pursued with torches in hand. This pursuit was grand in scale, witnessed by nearly all. The creatures struck by arrows revealed their dark, tentacled forms, cloaked in the garments of the common folk, silently merging with the crowd to launch surprise attacks. Once engaged, they swiftly abandoned everything, dragging their prey into the underbrush, vanishing without a trace. "Prepare the obsidian weapons." The soldiers' faces paled as they drew forth their draconic crystal weapons from the Westfall continent. Indeed, there were monsters. Ever since the arrival of the Reaper beyond the desolate wall, the residents of Westfall, both noble and common, took pride in owning obsidian. This substance, known to repel disaster and ward off evil, had seen its once disregarded price escalated to astronomical heights. Disguised shadow monsters. Aegon's expression darkened. He contemplated his own appearance, realizing he bore little difference from them. "Hey, brother, why such a tight disguise?" A mercenary patted Aegon on the shoulder, his eyes widening in shock upon noticing the bloodstains on the armor. "You're injured." "It's just a minor wound," Aegon boasted shamelessly. "The blood is from a stone dweller. I might have contracted petrification disease, hence my tight wrapping." "Oh, I see." The mercenary retreated slowly, instinctively wiping his hands after touching Aegon's armor. "Be careful." He turned to leave, wary of encountering this harbinger of misfortune again. What on earth has occurred? Aemond arrived late. The night had deepened, and the departure of Prince Daemon and the sheep thief had weighed heavily on him. Witnessing the spectacle of countless skeletal dragons besieging the thief only heightened his distress. "That was a wolf," a witness asserted calmly. "Nonsense, it was a hand. That was human." Another patrolling soldier countered. "No, there were tentacles. It's a monstrous octopus." A soldier in the crowd shook his head in denial. "Regardless, there are indeed monsters." Aemond's expression grew grave. Yet, as he set foot in the perilous land of Valyria, he had prepared himself for all dangers. Was this the form that the wrath of the gods had taken? Manifesting as monsters in Valyria? Whether the sorrowful stone dwellers or the shadows upon the beach, they were not without their vulnerabilities. They feared torches, feared weapons, and dared not appear in mass before the populace. Aemond boldly conjectured, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. It was time to disperse and rest well, for he would set out early the next day. He chose not to dwell further on his thoughts. Despite the continued support of the crownless queen for the rule of the Green faction, both Demon and the Sea Serpent remained vigilant, eyeing the Iron Throne with great intent. His sister, Helena, had completely succumbed to lethargy, seldom voicing her opinions in the royal council. The authority of Prince Jacaerys was perilously fragile. The conflict between the Greens and the Blacks was inevitable. Aemond forcibly steeled his resolve. Being pursued by dragons was hardly a favorable situation for Demon either. Aemond mused that, while the sheep thief drew attention, he must hasten to the fortress of the 40 dragon lords of Valyria. The night was deep, with the horizon yet to reveal the first light of dawn. Taking advantage of the solitude, Aegon cautiously unwrapped the armor that encased him. Observing his gradually deforming limbs, his expression shifted to one of alarm. This gray mist was unshapeable, destined to dissipate and merge. He needed to find a solution swiftly, lest he either transform into a monster or lose his very soul. A chilling wind swept through, and the tent was crowded with people, layers upon layers encircling him. Aegon, feeling rather inconspicuous, squeezed through the throng to the forefront. What had transpired? He was utterly bewildered, as one of the deceased's comrades, completely unaware. The body had been dragged a considerable distance, the wounds resembling those inflicted by a beast's savage bite. Aemond, with a blade of dogtail grass between his lips, expressed his vexation. Within a single night, the encampment had experienced a series of unfortunate events, showing no signs of abating. Though he had diligently trained in martial arts with Cole, his ability to discern the nature of the corpse paled in comparison to that of seasoned mercenaries. What manner of creature was this? Aemond's countenance turned grave. The perils that lurked within the smoke-laden sea were hardly surprising. This was a formidable territory that had devoured the 40 dragon lords of Valyria. Could such a shadowy being stealthily approach him? A sudden chill coursed through Aemond's veins. If the monster continued to infiltrate the camp unnoticed, it could easily annihilate the entire expedition team by merely wandering through each tent. Observing the deep bite marks on the corpse, if one were to compare the bite force to that of lions or tigers, Aemond would not be surprised. The surrounding crowd was a cacophony of noise, failing to pique Aegon's interest. Dawn was approaching, and he found himself inexplicably weary. Aegon's alarm bells rang. Perhaps it was merely a fear of the sunlight. He hastily re-emerged from the crowd and retreated to his tent. It was time to resume his slumber. Aegon reflected. If all went as anticipated, when the sky brightened, the monster would naturally retreat. Clang, clang, clang. The smoke spiraled upward, and the sounds of chopping wood and hewing trees resonated in Aegon's ears incessantly. The clash of iron pots and the stirring of ladles filled the air, with enticing aromas wafting through the tent's entrance. The tragic events of yesterday were beyond Aegon's comprehension, yet upon awakening in the daylight, the beach had remarkably returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Aemond, truly remarkable. A genuine admiration welled within Aegon. Chapter 84. The stone folk concealed within the tent. Aegon seized the opportunity to indulge in a modest meal of rice, taking care to remain unnoticed. Indeed, a wave of nausea surged from his throat as he gazed upon the remnants of food strewn about. Aegon realized that he had transcended the realm of ordinary humanity. He was less a man and more an enigmatic product of sorcery. Much like the relationship between the Night King and the White Walkers, without the mists of Valyria, he would not exist in this bizarre, fragmented form. This shadowy semblance provided a vessel for his tormented soul. As Aemond issued a simple call to assemble, soldiers and mercenaries alike gathered in the open expanse of the beach. Valyria concealed precious treasures. Whether it be the unparalleled forging techniques of Valyrian steel, ancient tomes of magic, or dragon eggs, each held immense value. The eyes of the seasoned mercenaries sparkled with fervor, as if they had donned the esteemed armor of revered knights. Onward, Aemond commanded, and with the exception of a few soldiers on duty, the rest prepared their belongings, setting forth into the depths of the jungle towards the palace at the volcano's mouth. Aemond rode a majestic steed, flanked by numerous warriors of the Hightower family. Clearly, relying solely on sailors and mercenaries from distant lands was utterly unwise, should any disturbance arise. These mercenaries, driven by greed, would surely flee. The soldiers cautiously parted the underbrush, traversing the long-abandoned thoroughfare. The cobblestones, obscured by dust and dirt, bore an uncanny resemblance to the King's Road of Westeros. This could only be the remnants of Valyria. Aemond confidently pulled a slender wild grass from the earth and proclaimed. As the last noble heir of the Valyrian bloodline, he retained a profound understanding of Valyria's historical significance despite its catastrophic ruin over the centuries. Even after hundreds of years of devastation, Aemond could still deduce the most pivotal locations within the Valyrian stronghold based on the condition of the roads. Prepared for this venture, his entourage included numerous scholars and mages from Essos and Et. The place where Aegon had landed was once home to one of the most powerful families among the 40 dragon lords of Valyria. Although that illustrious lineage had long been reduced to dust, it did not diminish the mercenaries' fervent aspirations, as it remained the sole site where survivors might find fortune. Whether it be the future of Yoren Greyjoy or the valiant adventurers of House Lannister, all traversed this path. This was a land cursed by the gods, yet simultaneously a trove of treasures beloved and loathed by countless adventurers. The dragon lords, engrossed in the plunder of material wealth and treasures, never conceived that one day they would themselves become the coveted relics of others. Whether it be the arcane sorcery of the Valyrian era or the priceless Valyrian steel weaponry, these treasures lie buried within the earth, awaiting the hands of the fortunate to unearth them. "Are these the claw marks of a great dragon?" exclaimed the leading soldier, his face a mask of astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon something of immense significance. "Come quickly, there are inscriptions here, written in the ancient High Valyrian." The soldiers of House Hightower were filled with exhilaration. With the guidance of High Valyrian, they believed they were not far from their destination. "These are the tracks of the Black Death, Valyrian." Aegon furrowed his brow. It was rumored that Princess Aegon Targaryen had once ridden the fearsome Black Dragon into the smoking sea, returning home gravely wounded, ultimately meeting a tragic end in King's Landing. Even the invincible Black Death had been left with scars, retreating to its lair until Aegon II had once again tamed him. As he gazed upon the overgrown yet unmistakable footprints of the Black Death, Aemond's excitement swelled further. "Your Grace, the smoking sea is in turmoil once more." A Hightower soldier approached with a grave countenance. Unlike Aemond, who was resolute in his pursuit of Valyria, the Hightower men were filled with reluctance. After all, very few returned from the ruins of the smoking sea. Following the path traversed by the great dragon, the entire company encountered no obstacles. They swiftly erected their tents, preparing for a tranquil night ahead. Yet, Aegon sensed that serenity was fleeting. Along the Valyrian road, increasingly grotesque stone men stared with blood-red eyes. Lying in wait within the thickets flanking the paths, they thrived by preying upon the merchants who traversed the Valyrian continent. As victims of the grayscale, only the ruins of Valyria offered them a semblance of safety. Alas, before the patrolling soldiers could sound the alarm, a short axe fell from the heavens, striking down a guard. Ambush. Before the mercenaries and adventurers could catch their breath, they were compelled to draw their blades. One stone man lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the neck of a Hightower soldier. What manner of beast is this? The Hightower soldier cried out in alarm, having initially mistaken them for mere savages, utterly unaware that he faced a ravenous creature. Be cautious, do not contract the grayscale, the scholar warned, observing the grotesque visages of the wild men. The soldiers, already prepared for a desperate battle, acted with heightened caution as the tide of conflict threatened to collapse around them. Quickly, form ranks. Aemond emerged from the tent, clad in light leather armor, his hair disheveled, unaware that the night had yet to fall while the enemy approached stealthily. Each mercenary had come for gold. None were willing to lead the charge into danger. Under the onslaught of the stone men, their formation shattered, leaving but a handful of Hightower soldiers to defend their position. Most adventurers fought independently, and even Aegon found himself encircled by several stone folk. He seized his long sword and effortlessly dispatched an approaching stone folk, causing the other two to retreat in fear. His movements were remarkably agile, unencumbered by the limitations of flesh, having undergone rigorous sword training under Cole. He had made remarkable progress. Don's swordsmanship? Aemond regarded Aegon, who was slicing through foes as if they were mere vegetables, with a hint of trepidation. Even amidst the chaos of battle, Aemond remained composed, meticulously observing the situation of all the mercenaries. A burly man from Pantos kicked a stone folk aside and picked up a longsword, sweeping through the throng and cleaving nearby stone folk in half. His every action was executed with unparalleled swiftness, exemplifying a brutal aesthetic of violence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A tall, lean man brandished a fire lance, his legs apart, the lance's tip striking with the ferocity of a pestle, preventing any stone folk from approaching within 3 feet of him. Humph. Aemond scoffed. I never anticipated that my own company would harbor such remarkable talents. My lord, a soldier from Hightower inquired of Aemond. Upon receiving a nod of approval from Aemond, the soldiers rolled up their sleeves, revealing intricate hand crossbows. In an instant, a volley of arrows was unleashed, and the stone folk fell one after another, no doubt meeting their demise where the arrows struck. The onlookers collectively gasped in awe. Truly, a member of the Targaryen family possesses such formidable strength. Among the crowd, those with ulterior motives felt a chill of fear, relieved that they had not offended this powerful Targaryen contingent. Chapter 85. Fireworms. A strange horn echoed, causing the stone folk to retreat, abandoning their fallen comrades and vanishing into the forest. TCH, I thought it was some kind of monster, scoffed a mercenary beside Aegon as he picked up the fallen soldier's sleeve, casually wiping the blood from his longsword. No, it is not over yet. Aegon's expression darkened. That horn did not signal a retreat. Suddenly, a mercenary's wrist, clutching his longsword, was seized by a monstrous creature, its black and white, bristle-like fur covering its entire body. Its crimson eyes shimmered with a terrifying absence of human reason. Thud! Aegon plunged his long sword into the creature's eyes, sending it flying. Thanks, brother. The mercenary gasped, crouched on the ground, drenched in sweat. Despite his hands being a gruesome mess, he quickly regained his composure after the initial scream, methodically tearing strips from his clothing to bind his wounds. It's coming, be cautious, Aegon warned, his demeanor grave. The retreating stonefolk were not fleeing from them, but rather from some bizarre and terrifying entity heralded by the horn's sound. This was the fear that Aegon and the others were about to confront. Is it a beast? Aegon pondered in astonishment. He crouched down, examining the lifeless corpse before him. Its body was covered in stiff, bristly hair, and its visage was grotesque and terrifying. Aside from the elongated fangs and the thin scales beneath the skin, there were also thin membranous wings beneath its armpits. Is this a dragon man? Aegon pondered in astonishment. Were it not for the tattered garments visible upon its form, one could easily mistake it for a monstrous creature with the body of a man, the head of a wolf, and the wings of a bird. How reminiscent it was of a hybrid between a juvenile dragon and a human. The old scholar trembled as he stepped closer to observe. I once witnessed the childbirth of Queen Aemma, wife of King Viserys. The deformed Prince Aegon was indeed a bizarre creature, reminiscent of a lizard. I beg your pardon for my impoliteness, Lord Aemond. The elder slightly hunched forward, gesturing to Aemond. That horn must be a magical artifact. A treasure linked to the secrets of Valyria. Is this a product of the doomsday fortress of Valyria? Aegon felt uncertain, for it was evidently a monstrosity crafted by later generations, its attire unmistakably a style that had emerged on the continent of Essos in the past century. The deeper we venture, the greater the peril. The old man's expression turned grave. Time was not on his side, in the twilight of his life. He yearned to burn brightly, leaving behind his remaining worth. We possess obsidian weapons. Aemond remained resolute, asserting that magic would not affect them. Valyrian steel, dragon eggs. Magical artifacts. Acquisition of any single item would suffice to amass a fortune in golden dragons, Aemond assured the group. The fortress of the 40 dragon lords of Valyria, once the greatest dynasty in the world, lies buried beneath your feet, awaiting your excavation. A roar. Another monster emerged, seemingly sensing danger. Deftly evading the spear of the pike-wielding soldier and lunging towards the scholar. Be cautious. Aemond hurled a dragon crystal dagger, yet the creature easily dodged it. This is a creature of intelligence. Aegon's pupils constricted, as if a realization dawned upon him. The horn, dragon wings, synthetic beast, the eerie fetus, the dragon's horn. A battle raged on for an extended period, and even the most seasoned warriors could suffer injury from the relentless ambushes of the monsters. After paying a grievous price, they were compelled to abandon the corpses of their fallen comrades and press onward, form ranks, and advance. Aemond dismissed the suggestion of proceeding independently. Only through unity could they hasten their journey to their destination. Ignite the fire. With the group's tacit consent, the mound of corpses was completely engulfed in flames. The crackling embers soared high, and the flickering shadows of the flames danced upon their faces. Better to be consumed by fire than to be devoured by monsters. Perhaps this was the most fitting end. A profound silence enveloped the hearts of the group. In the continent of Westeros, only the Targaryen family favored cremation. Other houses held their own distinct traditions. The Stark family of the north prefers burial, the Iron Islands favor sea burials, and the Vale embraces sky burials. However, with the arrival of the Night King, the custom of cremation swiftly spread spontaneously. Let us depart, sighed Aemond. The flames will attract more monsters. Along the rugged and uneven King's Road of Valyria, Aemond led the group directly toward the heart of the 40 noble houses' stronghold. As the sky darkened and rain clouds thickened, the air grew damp, perhaps due to the rising tide. A light drizzle washed over them, completely obscuring their footprints. The path narrowed and twisted, muddy and treacherous. Though they were not pursued by monsters, frequent mishaps extinguished their excitement. In the face of death, all is but illusion. Let us pause for a moment, suggested the scholar. His face pale, aged and weary from the storms of life, he could scarcely bear the burden any longer. Suddenly, a mercenary bent over and retched. His vomit stained with blood, writhing with strange worms. This sight sent chills down the spines of all the mercenaries. The cursed land finally revealed its grotesque visage. Mysterious and uncanny. Call for the scholar. Aemond's expression changed drastically. He prodded a small worm from the ground with the tip of his sword, his demeanor turning grave. Fireworms. Princess Alysanne perished here. Aemond murmured. Burn them. Yes, incinerate them, shouted the surrounding soldiers. Stop. Aegon grasped the hilt of Aemond's sword. They are innocent. Leaving them will lead to more infections and deaths. The elderly scholar stepped forward, trembling as he spoke. No, I do not wish to die, wailed a soldier of the Heidel family. Scholar, save me. The fireworms have already infiltrated your very being. Even in King's Landing, there is no remedy. The old scholar's face bore an inexplicable cruelty. Release me. Aemond's face flushed with anger. Even a warrior of the Heidel family was expendable to him. Were it not for Aegon's exceptional skills and continued usefulness, Aemond would have readily dispatched him. Let them go. Aegon closed his eyes and sighed. Even revealing his identity as the true king of Westeros would not save the lives of the mercenaries before him. Indeed, let them perish on their own. A regime devoid of humanity cannot endure. The old scholar nodded in agreement. With danger closing in from all sides and hearts filled with trepidation, internal conflict must be avoided at all costs. Chapter 86. The capital is that the ruins of Valyria? A castle, indeed. At the end of the road, the team could faintly discern an abandoned fortress, encircled by the remnants of a dry moat. Quick, break open the gates. With the resounding creak of heavy doors, the fully armed mercenaries finally arrived at the fortress of their dreams. The expedition team had long since disbanded, whether from the monstrous ambushes or the rampant plague. Even the soldiers of the Hyder family, who stood by Aemond, had fled in terror. A scholar from Pantos met a grim fate, his throat bitten through by a creature. crimson blood bubbling forth from his mouth. The last remaining scholar and physician perished, as did the guide, marking only the beginning of a harrowing nightmare. Even Aemond's heart trembled at the thought. He had envisioned countless glorious sacrifices, yet never considered that before witnessing the ruins of the 40 dragonkin, he would nearly lose all means of protection. Now, he could only await the mercy of the 7 gods, pondering who among them might be fortunate enough to escape. Danger descended like a torrential downpour, leaving no one unscathed. Aegon was shrouded in black cloth, propping himself against a tree root, his legs laboriously shifting. It was not the plague that afflicted him, but rather the prolonged deprivation of the suffocating black mist that rendered his body increasingly ethereal. He could not even manage the most basic act of solidification. Thankfully, as all were stricken by the plague, no one remarked upon his peculiar gait. Damned be it, Aegon thought darkly. He could no longer sense the presence of the sheep thief. The black mist over the sea obscured not only vision, but even the most fundamental telepathic abilities. Thud! Another mercenary collapsed. His face bore the marbled green patterns of decay, blood seeping from his orifices, hands flailing as if grasping at the air in desperation. Do not stop, keep moving, Aemond urged weakly. Perhaps it was the blood of dragons that aided him. Though he too suffered from the plague, his symptoms had improved considerably. The foul, blood-red river teemed with the corpses of fish, emitting a putrid stench. Once a bastion of freedom and one of the world's most prosperous havens, Valyria now resembled a scene from the apocalypse, eerily silent and desolate. Construct a vessel, Aemond said wearily. Given their current capabilities, repairing the bridge was clearly impractical. Swimming across might expose them to some insidious disease. Sparse bamboo rafts, hastily bound with strips of cloth, could barely support their collective weight. Even so, as they attempted to cross the river, they were beset by creatures lurking beneath the waters. Were those piranhas? Aemond's complexion paled. Drawing his sword, he plunged it fiercely into the depths, instantly staining the water a vivid crimson. The scent of blood swiftly permeated the air, attracting more aquatic beasts. Ah! A mercenary screamed in agony. The raft beneath him was torn apart by the piranhas, and he fell helplessly into the water. Help me! Save me! He flailed his arms, calling out to the nearby rafts. Yet, the faces of the onlookers remained eerily calm, devoid of any intention to offer assistance. In this accursed realm of the gods, the cycle of life and death had long lost its novelty. Bang! A colossal shadow emerged from the depths, seizing the mercenary's leg in its jaws and dragging him beneath the surface. Fortunately, the creature was not particularly large. Another mercenary, still shaken, remarked. Hardly had the words left his lips when the bamboo raft beneath his feet began to ascend, lifting away from the water's surface. As he witnessed the surrounding rafts drifting away, his complexion turned ashen. What is this? Aemond paddled frantically while glancing back. A blue fin, a black and white striped back, and eerie tentacles effortlessly lifted the raft along with the mercenary. Is this a sea dragon? Aegon's expression shifted dramatically. Legends spoke of more than just the Valyrian family possessing the ability to command dragons. In the distant land of Essos, other draconic creatures also existed. The sea dragon was among them. Sea dragon? Aemond turned at the mention, recognizing this as a closely guarded secret of House Targaryen, known only to a select few highborn Valyrians. The two men's gazes locked, igniting sparks of realization. Who would have thought that Valyria had other noble lineages? A grave expression crossed Aemond's face. If a dragon egg were to be found, it must not fall into this person's hands, having fortuitously acquired a few tomes. I thought to test my luck. Aegon sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Tomes. The ancient Valyrian language is scarcely understood by many nowadays. Aemond scrutinized the figure, thoroughly wrapped, and if not for the physique that bore no resemblance to Prince Daemon, he might have suspected this was a disguise. Given the peril outside, it was likely that Daemon had perished. With a smug glance back at the blood river, Aemond proceeded along the path leading to the fortress. The once great capital lay in ruins, the thick walls overrun with vegetation, with only a few bricks faintly visible. The city gates had long cracked, revealing a passage wide enough for two to traverse. Whoosh! A shadow darted past, and before Aemond could react, it pierced through Aegon's body. Bang! Aegon clutched his chest, his face a mask of horror. Though his body was not of flesh and blood, he felt no fear. However, his punctured armor was now laid bare before all. A black mist swiftly filled the breach, leaving Aegon awkwardly standing in place. A sorcerer? Aemond raised his gaze with keen interest, examining Aegon's wound. Ah, indeed. I am a sorcerer, though my appearance is quite unremarkable, hardly fit for public view. Aegon lamented, nodding in agreement. With members of the dragon kin, scholars from the citadel, and fire mages present, the arrival of a sorcerer was hardly surprising. Aemond dismissed the notion. At this moment, he cared little for the peculiar identities of those around him. The presence of any formidable ally was sufficient to bolster his confidence. Damn it! Aegon resolutely blocked the breach with a piece of cloth. Feeling the looming dread as the monstrous creature launched a surprise attack, causing his form to disintegrate further. Had it not been for the nearby sheep thief, he might have found himself utterly consumed by fear. With a feral roar, a bizarre creature struck once more. Though this time it resembled a bipedal gibbon rather than a four-legged beast. Cursed monster! Aemond cursed under his breath as he drew his crossbow and unleashed a flurry of bolts. He was no longer the well-rested warrior he once was. Prolonged suffering and illness had left everyone utterly exhausted. With a series of piercing sounds, the creature soon succumbed to the relentless onslaught of their shots. No matter how formidable a creature may be, it ultimately remains a mere mass of flesh, one mercenary from the Essos continent triumphantly declared. Die, you wretch! A mercenary brandished a spear, thrusting it directly into the creature's heart. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth, and a thick black mist erupted from the creature's body, dissipating into nothingness moments later. Indeed, the closer one drew to the sea of smoke, the more abundant the black mist within the creature became. This mist ensnared the souls of living beings, rendering them unable to disperse. All around were creatures tainted by the black fog. If they did not quickly consume other beings, their very souls would unravel. Some souls chose to merge with one another in the face of impending doom, even in the very heart of Valyria. Others remained oblivious to the truth. Yet, before the incorporeal Aegon, everything lay bare. The freehold was shrouded in this dense fog, explaining why no one had ever successfully ventured forth. What dark research could the freehold of Valyria be conducting that provoked the wrath of the gods upon the once mighty 40 dragon clans of Valyria? At last, I have reached the enigmatic conclusion. Aegon halted, gazing at the edifice before him, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Undoubtedly, the most significant secrets of the 40 dragon clans of Valyria were concealed within these walls. Suddenly, the stone slab of the rooftop collapsed, and a colossal monster tumbled forth, its roars echoing as it lunged towards the expedition team. Aegon swiftly evaded, abandoning all his companions as he dashed back the way the creature had come. His sword surged forth, cleaving through a multitude of monsters without reservation. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed upward, all of it drawn into Aegon's being. The only path to uncovering his own secrets lay deep within the fortress of Valyria. This way, Aegon did not flee recklessly. As a renowned rogue of King's Landing, he was acutely aware of where nobles often concealed their treasures. The freehold of Valyria was vast, rivaling the Red Keep of King's Landing. It served as the dominion of the 40 dragon clans over the world, one of the most pivotal strongholds globally. Is this the magic that manipulates dragons? Murmured Count Blaywood, inhaling the black mist. He took a deep breath before the lifeless monster. Ha ha! His maniacal laughter echoed eerily in the vast hall as Count Blaywood proclaimed loudly. It has worked, it has worked. I have succeeded. His eyes glinted with a sanguine ferocity, veins bulging on his forehead. Another lunatic. Aemond steeled himself and, with a swift stroke of his sword, pierced through him, chilling him to the core. Even in death, he continued to shout that he had succeeded. As dusk descended and the moonlight bathed every corner of the castle, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sounds from serpents, insects, or rodents. The number of mercenaries dwindled along the path, leaving only a handful persevering. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing reverberated, causing Aegon's pupils to constrict. A line of warriors, standing 8 feet tall, their bodies covered in red fur and clad in armor with tear-streaked masks, stood in unison within the grand hall. They marched mechanically, patrolling back and forth, leaving no living being unexamined. It seemed as if some force was remotely commanding them. Aegon's countenance turned grave. He cautiously concealed himself amidst the ruins, silent, seeking an opportunity for escape. The scent of humanity. Aegon sensed it sharply. Evidently, Aemond scoffed. Who else but humans would don armor? Of course, aside from that foolish King Aegon. He quipped. The memory of his brother's futile attempt to arm a wild dragon with iron armor made him chuckle. Yet, at that moment, he felt unworthy of mocking him. Valyria harbors no cowards. These magical warriors would undoubtedly withstand 10 foes, their valor unmatched. Without a diversion, it seemed impossible for anyone to traverse this hall. As the veil over this forsaken land threatened to lift, hearts grew cold. No one wished to be forsaken here. Soldiers of Valyria? Aegon murmured. Smoke-filled seas, black mist. Dragon eggs. Could it be that the dragon kings of Valyria were also wielding the black mist to dominate their soldiers? There was no choice but to take a gamble. Aegon's expression turned serious as he stripped off his tightly fitted armor. Hiss! Aemond inhaled sharply. Had he not prepared himself mentally, he would have surely cried out at that moment. Beneath the armor, Aegon had long since transformed beyond recognition, scarcely resembling a human. He appeared more monstrous than Valyria's black mist warriors, his limbs twisted, and apart from his sharp fingertips and hollow chest, he bore little distinction from the creatures outside. Clop, clop, clop. Aegon took small, measured steps, methodically following behind the patrolling guards. The leading soldier paused, raising his hand in a gesture of restraint, and spoke in flawless Valyrian. Who are you? What brings you here? Aegon maintained his composure, responding fluently in pure High Valyrian. Targaryen. A look of disdain crossed the soldier's face. This petty noble dares to come here? You cannot even wield the most basic of magics. Let him pass. Another soldier interjected. Targaryen is also a member of the dragon family. Targaryen? The leading soldier appeared momentarily perplexed, as if his mind had stalled. The procession moved in fits and starts, patrolling methodically within the vast fortress of death, a structure that had endured for millennia. Intriguing, thought Aemond, furrowing his brow. A sorcerer masquerading as a Targaryen had gained entry before him, a true Valyrian noble. With a sudden leap, he joined the throng, drawing forth his Valyrian steel dagger. The very one Aegon had lost. Dragonsteel? You may enter. The soldier's expressions shifted dramatically, parting ways for Aemond. What a formidable legacy of the 40 dragon families. Aegon gazed in awe at the Doomsday Fortress, marveling at the immense wealth that must have been plundered to erect such an extravagant palace. Each edifice bore opulence rivaling that of the Red Keep. No wonder the surviving Valyrians spoke of the cataclysm as a punishment for the greed of the 40 dragon families. All the treasures of the world seemed to be hidden within these walls. Even after centuries had passed, Aegon could still discern traces of countless priceless artifacts. Observing the ground littered with pearls, gems, and gold, all eroded by acid rain, he felt as though he stood as a beggar amidst a towering treasury. Here, one could casually pick up items that were rare and coveted across the continent of Westeros. Chapter 88. Dragon eggs. These beings were no longer human. They were merely puppets controlled by magic. Aegon sighed. Even after a century, these magical entities persisted. Valyria had become mere legend, its armor rusted. Yet the magical creatures continued to execute their predetermined tasks with unwavering precision. Legends spoke of dragons as the product of Valyrians merging bipedal dragons with humans, possessing lifespans exponentially longer than those of men. The biological magic of Valyria far surpassed that of the Targaryen dynasty. Aegon lamented. Even in the later era of Daenerys, only Qyburn managed to develop a semblance of dark magical technology, transforming the near-dead Gregor Clegane into a bioengineered being nearly impervious to harm. Truly madness, Aemond reflected. Gazing at the ragged, monstrous warriors, even the mightiest of King's Landing's champions would hesitate to claim victory over them. The ability to transform a man into such a creature was astonishing. In the eyes of the self-proclaimed madman, Aemond, a glimmer of madness sparkled. If dragon knights could be created in such a manner, would I not become the lord of all dragons? Aemond halted, gazing at the fork in the path before him, gesturing towards it. How audacious to address a prince by his name. He tapped his toes against the floor, a note of reproach in his voice. Yet, circumstances were beyond his control. Confronted by the enigmatic Aegon, Aemond felt no assurance of victory. Two passages lay ahead, one illuminated and the other shrouded in darkness, with a faint chill wafting through, causing an involuntary shiver. I shall take this route, Aemond declared, pointing towards the brightly lit corridor. Then I shall proceed down this path. Aegon responded without a word, striding deeper into the shadows. The corridor was eerily silent, the echo of their footsteps resonating clearly. Despite the cataclysmic events that had transpired, numerous magical artifacts continued to function. The strange lights were, in fact, luminous pearls from the ocean depths embedded in the walls. Aemond beheld these invaluable treasures with a frenzied thrill. Had he been an ordinary mercenary, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to greed long ago. This path must be untraveled by others. Aemond reveled in his conceit. He had not anticipated that even in this desolate threshold, his princely status would still hold sway. Aegon offered no resistance, opting instead for the corridor laden with seemingly worthless artifacts. With the dim moonlight filtering through, Aegon could faintly discern ancient bronze lamps adorning the walls, rustic and natural. Each lamp was connected by slender copper pipes, likely destroyed by the calamities that befell Valyria. Aegon mused privately. Whether it was the path of luminous pearls or that of the bronze lamps, Both were realms untouched by the adventurers of later ages. Aegon cautiously navigated through a derelict garden, leading him to an imposing tower. The garden was strewn with rubble, and the tower itself had partially collapsed, leaving only a narrow path wide enough for a single person. Suddenly, a towering creature, standing at least 2 meters high, sat upon the steps, its eyes half closed. Wielding a massive club, Aegon, agile and resourceful, managed to evade and ultimately defeat the beast. As he beheld the enormous goat head specimen suspended before the tower, Aegon understood he had arrived at the true home of the 40 dragon clans. Legends spoke of all highborn families of Valyria descending from a semi-nomadic lineage. Although the veracity of such tales had long since faded, Aegon held firm in his belief. The Targaryen family, the last descendants of the great dragons, possessed all knowledge of Valyria, meticulously preserved in the libraries of the Red Keep and Dragonstone. Aegon meticulously scoured every corner, whether it be decaying shelves or shattered attics, leaving no stone unturned. In King's Landing, the Targaryen family had a penchant for secret doors within the Red Keep, a tradition that had persisted through the ages. A wrench was forcefully twisted and broken by Aegon. Is the mechanism too old to function? He sighed. Holding his breath, he delivered a forceful kick. Boom. The bookshelf, along with the decaying wall, collapsed, revealing a small hidden compartment. What is this? Aegon exclaimed in astonishment. Within the chest adorned with bronze floral engravings, something undoubtedly precious lay concealed. He cautiously drew the tip of his sword and slowly pried open the rusted copper lock. With a hiss, the bronze lid opened, and Aegon lifted the silk drapery above, his face alight with excitement. 3 round stones fit snugly into 3 recesses, their surfaces gleaming with a hard, scaly sheen, reflecting vibrant light. Could this be a Valyrian dragon egg? Aegon felt his heart race. Observing the dragon egg, which was larger than those of House Targaryen, he was filled with exhilaration. Although it still felt like stone in his hand, the warmth emanating from it was undeniable. This is a living dragon egg, Aegon gasped. As a descendant of House Targaryen, despite the absence of a physical shell, such a profound sense of perception from the soul could not be mistaken. Indeed, the dragons of Westeros had regressed, each smaller than the last, even their eggs. Alas, it held no value for me, Aegon lamented. Without the support of the grey mist, he would have surely been reduced to ashes. A family possessing a dragon egg must surely harbor other treasures. Aegon's spirits surged. After thoroughly searching the dilapidated tower, he hurriedly scoured the surrounding structures. Is this the crown of the Empire? Aegon was left speechless. Before him hung a crown forged from Valyrian steel, adorned with gemstones even larger than those of the crown of Viserys. Truly, the Targaryens were lacking in grandeur. Gazing at the crown, he felt for the first time like a rural bumpkin entering the city. No wonder throughout history, the Targaryens who fled to Dragonstone were derisively referred to by the Valyrians as self-exiled. Westeros had always been seen as a barren land unworthy of the Valyrians' esteem. Fortunately, Valyria had no king. Aegon mused. Truly, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the candle flames to flicker, and Aegon's skin prickled in response. Has it come? Aegon drew his long sword, ready to confront the source of the flickering light. In the depths of the illumination stood a red-haired warrior clad in Valyrian steel armor, wielding a sword and shield. At his feet lay a thick, dust-covered tome inscribed with densely packed, high Valyrian script. Clank. 6 armored warriors lined up in formation, standing uniformly behind the creature. Aegon quietly placed the 3 petrified dragon eggs, wrapped in a white cloth, upon the ground, seeking the most advantageous position. Chapter 89. The Sorcerer's Abode, Wildfire. Aegon swept his hands across the sword, and a dark green flame ignited along the blade, spontaneously combusting. The flame danced as if imbued with life, exuding an enigmatic and perilous aura. Was this the remnant of the Dawn Empire? The leading monstrous general narrowed his eyes, a mocking expression gracing his face. His fearsome countenance, illuminated by the dark green flames, appeared even more terrifying. Adorned in heavy armor and wielding a colossal battle axe, he resembled an immovable mountain. He gazed at Aegon's bizarre magical form, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Regardless of your studies in magic, they pale in comparison to the absolute might of Valyria. He held his head high, staring at the towering spire, his eyes filled with the glory of the 40 dragon kin from days gone by. The great tower soared into the clouds, seemingly recounting tales of past splendor and honor. Clang! Aegon's sword, as fierce as a dragon, tore through the air. However, upon encountering Valyria's steel helm, the wildfire flickered momentarily. The helm radiated a chilling metallic sheen, mocking Aegon's impotence. This weapon, forged from dragon flames and magic, was beyond the capabilities of a mere novice mage like you. The warrior proudly patted his steel armor, brimming with confidence and arrogance, as if he were invincible. Aegon remained silent, thrusting his sword toward the joint of the armor. Valyria's armor was indeed formidable, yet the connections were still made of rhino hide and sinew. The monstrous warrior, witnessing his leather being severed by the wildfire, felt a primal rage ignite in his golden eyes. He swung his axe with ferocity, his feet firmly planted, leaving little room for error. The axe carved arcs in the air, imbued with tremendous force and authority. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of sword and axe sparked a shower of embers. Aegon trembled, compelled to retreat. His sword struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying as he darted and weaved with agility and grace, akin to a cheetah evading a hunter's pursuit. Before the warrior could react, another sweeping strike came forth. Huh. The warrior, recognizing Aegon's intentions, declared, "Don't waste your time. As you can see, I am no longer human. If you aim to exhaust my strength, you are merely dreaming." He slowly stepped back, placing a hand on the shoulder of the rear-line warrior. A billowing black mist surged from the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose of the rear warrior, drawn into the monstrous warrior's mouth. His expression fluctuated, but visibly, his muscles began to swell. The black mist, reminiscent of a hellish essence, sent chills down one's spine. "It has been quite a while since I've indulged in such extravagance," the monstrous warrior mused. He twisted his neck, revealing a hint of delight. His towering figure, originally 2 meters tall, seemed to grow even more imposing, his face adorned with a thick mane of hair, resembling a colossal primate. His physique exuded an overwhelming strength that instilled fear in those who beheld him. With a resounding thud, Aegon raised his sword in defense, only to feel a sudden jolt of pain in his arms, darkness clouding his vision. The sword in his grasp drooped limply, akin to a strand of pasta, as he was propelled like a cannonball into the stone wall, becoming entombed beneath the debris of bricks and rubble. The wall crumbled under the force of the impact, sending a cloud of dust into the air. "Is this all there is to it?" the monstrous warrior mused regretfully. He gazed at the dust clouds stirred by Aegon's launch, as if witnessing a mere plaything. Disappointment and disdain flickered in his eyes. "What remarkable strength!" Aegon exclaimed as he clawed his way through the shattered stones. A gaping black wound marred his chest, and his shoulder had been cleaved down to the nipple by a brutal axe strike, leaving half of it sagging. Despite his battered form, his gaze remained resolute and unyielding. How intriguing! The warrior turned to behold the nearly contorted remnants of Aegon, utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Aegon could rise even after sustaining such grievous injuries. What immense power! Aegon reflected, knowing that had he been an ordinary man, this blow would have surely claimed his life. Fully aware of the perilous situation he was in, he refused to falter. "Let me see just how much you can endure." Aegon's expression grew serious, realizing that another strike would surely shatter his spirit. "Boy, do you still wish to dance?" The monstrous warrior showed no fear. He swung his battle axe, poised to accept Aegon's challenge. Aegon cast aside his twisted steel sword, shed his armor, and charged forward unarmed. His eyes sparkled with determination and resolve, as if he were prepared to engage the monstrous warrior in a life-or-death struggle. What a foolish display of skills! The warrior scoffed, his tone dripping with contempt, as if Aegon's actions were mere childish play in his eyes. "Let me grant you a swift end," the monstrous warrior bellowed, raising his mighty axe above his head. The massive blade sliced through the air with a whooshing sound, as if it sought to cleave the very atmosphere itself. He assumed a powerful stance, as though he could split a mountain in two with his might. With a thud, Aegon ignited with wild flames, an emerald blaze engulfing him, obscuring his figure in a fierce glow. He offered no means of resistance, leaping directly at the warrior like a moth drawn to a flame, resolute and brave. "What is this?" The warrior's face contorted in shock as he gazed at Aegon, now ablaze with wildfire, confusion etched within his eyes. The flames danced upon Aegon's form, pulsating as if imbued with life, exuding an aura both mysterious and perilous. "You are the heir of the Valyrian dragon." The voice of the warrior was laced with astonishment as he stood frozen, engulfed in wildfire, the dark green flames coiling around him like venomous serpents. The Valyrian steel armor fractured at its joints, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Once impervious, the armor had succumbed to the relentless blaze, rendered frail and vulnerable. "Fire sorcerer, splendid. The Valyrian curse rests upon you." A flicker of solace glimmered in the warrior's eyes, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged. He understood that the Valyrian curse had long plagued them, and Aegon, the heir of the Valyrian dragon, might be the key to unraveling it. The crimson glow in the warrior's eyes faded completely, dissipating into the ether, as though his very soul had found relief. Suddenly, the warrior lifted his eyelids and glanced at his hands, revealing a cunning glint in his gaze. That look was imbued with calculation, eluding comprehension. Indeed, Aegon exhaled deeply, as if a great weight had been lifted from his heart. He comprehended that the dark magic of Valyria trapped souls within bodies forged from black mist. As long as one dared to incinerate their own form and swiftly enter the vessel of a magical being, they could still exert control over this new flesh. Chapter 90. The seizing of the tome. What a formidable physique it was. Aegon slowly extended his trembling hands, as if drawn by an invisible force. His face a mask of disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the body before him. My lord. The guards in the rear narrowed their eyes, which seemed to harbor two sharp swords, their faces suddenly contorted with rage, their expressions fiery enough to ignite the very air around them. Although Aegon's physical form had long since turned to ash, the mysterious and intimate spiritual connection with their leader had been severed, akin to a taut string snapping abruptly. The creature leader before them, still capable of movement, was in an unmistakable predicament. This eerie situation resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a lethal strike. With a swift motion, the six warriors unsheathed their swords without hesitation, the blades gleaming coldly in the darkness, aimed directly at Aegon's position, as if to cleave through the shadows. However, before they could act, a massive cloud of black mist was abruptly drawn into Aegon's mouth. In an instant, the six warriors felt their bodies crack, the fissures spreading like a spider's web, their legs buckled, and they collapsed as if their very sinews had been wrenched from them. Stirring up a cloud of dust, a thunderous roar erupted from above Aegon, resonating through the boundless darkness of the night sky, as though it sought to shatter the heavens and bring down the stars. Cursed be it! What monstrous entities might this commotion summon? Aegon's countenance shifted dramatically, his expression akin to that of a frostbitten eggplant. He hastily retrieved the dragon egg from the ground, which emanated a mysterious luminescence in his grasp, and rushed to mount the dragon's back. The stone folk of Valyria trembled, their bodies resembling leaves caught in the wind. Although the number of monsters here was substantial, true dragons that would ravenously covet their flesh were nearly non-existent. Yet, before him loomed a living dragon. Its emergence was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The sheep stealer arrived belatedly, its massive form starkly visible in the darkness, yet fortuitously reached Aegon's side just in the nick of time. The tome of Valyrian magic? Aegon bent down to pick up the book clutched tightly in the hands of the monstrous warrior, his face a canvas of astonishment, as if he had beheld the most extraordinary treasure in existence. This was the first true magic book he had ever acquired, a legacy of arcane knowledge from As-High. The pages contained not only the elevated Valyrian tongue, but also numerous inscrutable characters, resembling a mysterious cipher. Even as a scion of one of Valyria's 40 dragon clans, he found himself unable to decipher the entirety of the tome, as if a shroud of enigma obscured the secrets within. Never mind, I shall return and study it thoroughly. Aegon carefully tucked the magic book into his bosom, handling it as gently as one would a fragile treasure. Despite the passage of a millennium, this tome appeared as if it had just emerged from the forge of time, seemingly forgotten in a corner. In the final moments of the monster's life, it appeared to extend a finger towards the direction of the active volcano, as if hinting at something to Aegon. This enigmatic gesture resembled an unsolved riddle, leaving one perplexed. Under the cataclysmic demise of Valyria, the monstrous warrior seemed to possess a foreknowledge of certain events, donning his indomitable Valyrian steel armor and clutching the mysterious tome, bracing himself as if to face a decisive battle for survival. Huff! The sheep stealer panted heavily, its robust nostrils flaring like two enormous bellows. It had been relentlessly pursued by a skeletal dragon for days, leaving it utterly exhausted. Suddenly, it appeared to discover something of utmost importance, its enormous pupils brimming with delight as it lunged toward Aegon, nearly toppling him to the ground. This is a dragon egg, Aegon hastily explained, urgency tinging his voice. After the calamity that had descended from the north, even the vast expanse of Westeros had only a handful of dragons remaining. The emergence of this dragon egg was undoubtedly a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Roar! Another ferocious dragon's roar reverberated, piercing through the heavy clouds and resonating in Aegon's ears, leaving his eardrums ringing with the intensity of the sound. The surrounding fog suddenly dissipated, revealing the decaying carcass of a colossal dragon. The remains exuded a foul stench of decomposition that sent chills down one's spine. Was this dragon akin to the sun's blaze, endowed with extraordinary powers? Aegon's expression grew exceedingly grave, his brow furrowed as if pondering a matter of great significance. The sun's blaze possessed the gift of consumption, having devoured the power of the storm god to fortuitously achieve purification, yet this dragon before him, through some unfathomable means, also exhibited remarkable abilities. No wonder Valyria could create monsters capable of inflicting severe damage upon the Black Death god. Aegon's visage paled instantaneously, as if cloaked in a layer of frost. There was no time for hesitation. He swiftly mounted the dragon's back and soared toward the active volcano, his movements crisp and resolute. Boom! A tremendous gale roared forth, a torrent of black smoke swirling ominously behind Aegon like a horde of malevolent spirits. Even the sheep-stealing thief sensed the imminent danger, becoming increasingly agitated. Its wings flapped erratically, desperately attempting to escape this perilous predicament. Indeed, Valyria's apocalyptic calamity was extraordinary. Glancing back at the relentless pursuit of the skeletal dragon, Aegon's anxiety deepened, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The sheep-stealing thief circled above the volcano's mouth, seeking the nearest landing spot, its eyes filled with trepidation and unease. As Aegon ventured into this core region, the distant skeletal dragon abruptly halted its advance, as if something within the valley instilled profound fear in its very being. What could this mysterious presence be? Thud, thud, thud. Aegon dismounted from the dragon, his feet landing upon the earth charred by volcanic flames, still radiating residual heat that scorched the soles of his feet. The ground was blanketed in volcanic ash. Although the eruption had ceased several days prior, thick plumes of black smoke continued to rise from the surface, akin to the malevolent breath of demons escaping from the depths of hell. The air was saturated with a potent scent of sulfur, and inhaling it felt akin to being seared by fierce flames, causing Aegon to succumb to a fit of coughing.